The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The original and immortal stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized anew, with Sir Ralph Richardson as Dr. Watson and Sir John Gielgud in the role of Sherlock Holmes.
It has been my privilege in these past few weeks to come before you with some of the exploits I shared with my friend Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective the world has ever seen. I had to conclude, alas, with the account of his death as he fell into the great chasm of the Falls of Reichenbach in Switzerland, locked in the arms of his deadly enemy, Professor Moriarty. For 3 long years I mourned him, my loneliness deepened too by the loss of my dear wife. To pass the weary days, I tried to interest myself in crime as a gesture, so to say, to Holmes' memory. Our old associate, Lestrade of the Yard, was sometimes even good enough to consult me with some of his problems. And so, in the spring of the year 1894, I came to hear of the singular mystery surrounding the death of the Honorable Ronald Adair.
Murder, Dr. Watson. It's stark murder. And for the life of me, I can't see how it was done.
Well, sit down, Lestrade. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I was seeing a patient.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I'm quite exhausted with it all.
Have a drink. Whiskey and soda?
Thanks, I will. To tell you the truth, Doctor, this is the kind of problem I wish to heaven I could have talked to Mr. Holmes about.
Well, we all wish that, Lestrade. Is that enough soda?
Oh, plenty, Doctor. Thank you. Well, here's your health. I don't suppose...
What?
I don't know. Just a notion I sometimes have. I mean, he really is dead, I suppose. Mr. Holmes, I mean.
Well, of course he is. You must have read my account, Lestrade.
Yes, of course I know. It's just... I can never quite bring myself to believe it. I tell you, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if I was to walk along Baker Street tonight and see the old shadow on the window blind there.
Well, let's talk about it, Lestrade. Tell me what your problem is.
I thought we might even walk round to the scene of the crime together, Doctor, if you can spare the time. It's a queer business, this Adair case. Deuced queer.
Yes, I read something about it in the papers. Found dead, wasn't he?
That's right. Honourable Ronald Adair. Very upright and promising young fellow. Terrible blow to his mother.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, he was fond of cards, you see. Never played for very big stakes, but he couldn't resist a bit of a flutter now and then.
No gambling enemies or anything of the kind?
Shouldn't think so. Seems to have been very popular. Anyhow, he was playing at one of his clubs the night it happened. The Bagatelle, you see.
Who was he playing with?
Well, there was a Mr. Murray and Sir John Hardy and a fellow called Moran, a Colonel Sebastian Moran.
Murray, Hardy, Moran. Well, what next then?
Well, young Adair got back home about 10. He shut himself in his room. He lives in Park Lane, you know, one of those big houses, and his room was at the front. His mother got in from a theatre about 11:30 and went in to say goodnight to him. She couldn't get any answer. Had the door forced.
It was locked then?
On the inside, Doctor. And they found him dead, you see. All horribly mutilated about the head by an expanding bullet.
What a dum-dum, you mean? Suicide, maybe? Did you find any weapon?
No, Doctor, not a single blessed sign of one. He was slumped across the table with bundles of notes and stacks of coins laid neatly out all around him.
Remarkable. But he couldn't have been shot through the window, I suppose?
Well, it seems the only way, of course, and the window was open. But the minute you have a look, you'll see it was pretty near impossible. Let's go round, shall we?
Right. I'll get my boots on.
Now, Doctor, that's the house, you see. Tall one with the blue railings and the crocus bed in front.
Yes, I see. Yes. Quite a crowd outside, isn't it, Lestrade?
Oh, usual sightseers. It's all in the papers, you know. Morbid tastes people have.
Which is the room where he was found?
Up on the second floor, up there where one of my men is. They're still looking around for clues, you know. Body was taken away some days ago.
Ah, quite so. Was the window open as wide as that when it happened?
Every bit. We haven't touched it at all. Step aside there, will you? I'm a police officer.
I'm taking up the old blooming pavement.
I suppose the murderer couldn't have locked the door on the inside and then made his escape through the window, Lestrade?
Not a chance. You see for yourself there isn't anything he could climb down by. If he'd dropped there would have been marks on the crocus bed.
Yeah, I see. Oh, you know, this crowd's really intolerable, Lestrade.
I know. I really must have a cordon put round the place. Well, aren't you coming in, Doctor?
No, I don't think so. You've given me most of the facts. The clue must lie outside somewhere. Young Adair must have been shot through the window.
That's what I said. But whoever did it must have been an uncommonly good shot. He'd have had to stand right back at the roadway almost to avoid leaving tracks in the garden. To get the young chap in range as he sat at the table.
Almost impossible with a revolver at that distance.
Besides, you know, there's that cabman's shelter just there, by the gate. They say there wasn't a sound of a shot that night. They'd be certain to have heard it. I tell you, it's a puzzle, Doctor.
Ah, it is indeed, Lestrade. I almost wish, like you, that...
What?
Well, you know what I mean. It would have been a problem after his own heart. Oh, well, I must get back, I suppose. Well, if I think of anything...
Careful, Doctor.
Oh.
Kindly watch where you're going, sir. You nearly knocked me down.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm afraid I've made you drop your books.
You certainly have, sir. They're exceedingly valuable books.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't have had it happen for the world.
There you are. Yeah, I picked him up for you.
Oh.
It was quite an accident.
Well, I should hope so. I should hope so, indeed. Well,
Poor old fellow. You know, I must have given him a little bump. Lame, too.
An old bookseller, I should think. Looks it with those thick glasses. Too much peering over small print.
For myself, you've been studying poor Holmes' methods, Lestrade.
I only wish I could use them on this case, Doctor. Well, goodbye. You'll let me know if you have any ideas.
Yes, I will. Goodbye, Lestrade. I'll certainly think about it. And so I did indeed as I walked back home. The Park Lane Mystery, as I'd already decided to call it if ever I should write an account of it. The first that I should ever write of my own small efforts in detection as opposed to Holmes. Adair had plainly locked the door himself. He'd therefore met his death from the outside. And yet, what shot could possibly have travelled such a distance and still caused so much mutilation? And who had done the deed? And for what motive? I was still pondering when I reached my study. And I'd hardly had time to light my pipe when, to my astonishment, my maid ushered in no other than the old bookseller with whom I'd collided in Park Lane.
well, sir, you're surprised to see me, no doubt.
Well, I most certainly am. How on earth did you know where I lived?
Follow ye. It's been on my conscience a bit the way I spoke so rude to ye when you bumped me.
Oh, but really, you make too much of a trifle. Well, why don't you put your pile of books on the table and sit down for a moment? You look tired.
Right enough I am, sir. You went pretty fast for my old legs. I had a job to keep up with you. I was thankful when I saw you turn into the house here, and I could come up a bit slower.
Ah, well, will you have a little refreshment? I've some brandy here or some whiskey and soda.
Thank you, Watson. I rather fancy a little hock and seltzer.
Holmes. Sherlock.
Watson, my dear friend. My dear fellow. Here, sit down. You'll fall. Quick. Here, drink this.
Holmes,
There, that's a bit better, isn't it? There, you're all right now. My poor old Watson.
I'm sorry. I must have fainted. First time in my life.
It was unforgivable of you, my dear fellow, but I simply couldn't resist it.
No, it can't. It's really you, Holmes.
Yes, really, Watson, really and truly. Here, touch me. I'm flesh and blood, you see, the same old Holmes.
But the falls at Reichenbach, the cliff edge.
Yeah.
How did you ever get out alive?
Here, sit back, old fellow. Take another sip of brandy. Here, I'll take my wig and whiskers off, and then you'll be able to believe it's really me. You're the second person you know who's fainted at the sight of me today.
What? Oh, who else?
Well, dear old Mrs. Hudson back in the old rooms in Baker Street. Upon my life, I didn't think she'd ever stop crying after I'd pulled her round from her faint.
Well, I see the juice of it is. I can never help liking you, Holmes, for all your confounded ways.
Well, that's very nice of you,
I can
Watson.
hardly believe it now. But when I tell Lestrade, when I tell the whole world...
No, not yet, Watson. Not yet. Lestrade, perhaps, but no one else at all. And for a very good reason, I assure you. We are back in harness, my old friend.
How? What do you mean?
Well, this very night, provided you can spare the time. A hard and dangerous task, Watson. Are you still game?
Well, of course. It's what I've been longing for. But I want to know what's been happening, Holmes. You must tell me.
A million things, but all in due course, my dear fellow. We have our work to do first. You think you'll be all right?
I'm all right, Holmes. 100 times the man I was. I'm sorry I went to pieces like that.
Well, it was the greatest compliment you could possibly pay me.
But you're escape, man. How can you be so calm about it?
Oh, that was all so long ago. 3 years, after all.
But how did you get out of that dreadful chasm?
Because, my dear Watson, I was never in it.
Never in it? My dear Holmes.
I assure you my note to you was quite genuine. I hadn't any doubt that I was done for when I stood there confronting Moriarty with that inexorable purpose in those eyes of his that you described so vividly.
You read my account.
Of course. I congratulate you, my dear fellow. It was the most convincing thing you've ever done. I was even strangely moved by it.
But the 2 sets of footsteps to the cliff edge and none returning, the signs of a struggle.
Oh, we fought together. Of course, there was no doubt about that. We fought most bitterly. But you know the curious bypaths of my knowledge, Watson. I have some acquaintance with Baritsu, the Japanese system of wrestling, and I managed finally to slip out of our friend the professor's grip, and down he went at last, uttering the most horrible scream that I've ever heard from human lips.
You're the devil, Holmes. You truly are.
Well, the only one, however, who's always been on the side of the angels. You know, Watson, at that moment I suddenly realized what a heaven-sent opportunity had come my way.
How do you mean?
Well, Moriarty wasn't the only man who had sworn my death. There was another, his chief lieutenant, who had also managed to escape the trap which the police had laid for the whole gang at my instigation.
You mean you deliberately chose to make it appear that you died so that you could delude this fellow into a sense of false security?
Precisely. Well, I began to climb up the face of the cliff.
But you couldn't have, Holmes. It was almost sheer.
I had an anxious moment or two, I'll confess, but I did manage it somehow. You know, I could even hear your cries and see your tragic face when you thought I was gone. I was there above you on a ledge about 100 feet or so up.
Oh, Holmes, and you never made a sign.
It was my strongest card, old friend. If you believed that I was really dead and wrote of me as you did, then the whole world would believe it too, and that was why only one person knew the secret, that I was safely on my way to Italy.
And who was that?
My brother, Mycroft.
You could trust him, Holmes, and not me.
My dear fellow, I know you're the very soul of discretion, but you could never have written so vividly and so convincingly if you'd really known the truth.
But the years of misery I've undergone, the years.
It was the only way. I couldn't even reveal myself to you in the street today, because the place was so crowded there might have been spies.
Not because of Lestrade, because he was there.
No, I'll tell Lestrade this afternoon. We'll need him badly for tonight's adventure.
What are you planning, Holmes?
I've been planning all these years I've been away, traveling in Tibet, Persia, France, planning to defeat this last member of Moriarty's gang. And tonight, at last, I think I'm going to get him.
Who is he, Holmes?
Not yet, Watson. Not yet. You'll see and hear enough before the morning. The game's afoot, Watson. Old times. Come, the adventure, as you'll no doubt call it, of the empty house.
Can you blame me if all other thoughts were driven from my head that day? I knew nothing of what Holmes intended, what wild beast we were to hunt down in the dark jungle of criminal London. I forgot everything in my joy and impatience, even the murder of young Adair, which had been so occupying me. Sherlock Holmes called for me at 9:30, and we set off on our mysterious journey. His knowledge of the bypaths of London was extraordinary. We twisted through a maze of hidden alleys and narrow passageways until I was quite bewildered. And always as we went, I saw his brows drawn down and his thin lips compressed in the old sardonic smile I knew so well.
Ah, Watson, this is like old times being with you again. If you only knew how I've looked forward to this moment.
And I, Holmes, except that I never thought I'd live to see it.
You brought your revolver with you, the old army revolver.
Oh, of course. And, by the way, talking of revolvers, in the Adair case...
Wait, Watson, round this way. That's right, through the empty yard there.
Where are we, Holmes? You've completely lost me.
You'll see in a moment. Ah, yes, that's right. I thought so. Along the mews, turn to the left, and we're almost there.
You still can't tell me what we're after?
You know already. Moriarty's right-hand man, the last of his whole gang.
How does he know you're alive?
That's been part of the whole difficulty, my dear fellow. One of the reasons I've had to lie so low. He saw me that day at the falls.
But you mean that Moriarty wasn't alone that day after all?
Oh, yes, he was. He was quite chivalrous in his own strange way, but this lieutenant of his must have followed him some way behind to see that all went well. I caught sight of him for a moment when I was right at the top of the precipice looking down and realized that he could see me climbing up.
Good heavens, Holmes.
Yes, he tried to dislodge me, of course, a boulder or two, gave me a few uncomfortable moments, but I managed to get round by another path and elude him.
Did he know for certain that you'd escaped?
Well, I was never sure until these last few days, and that's what's brought me back to London.
But I don't understand how...
Watson, I told you this was the adventure of the empty house. Well, here's the door. I'll use the skeleton key. Ah, yes, that's it. Now, quietly, my dear fellow.
Dash it.
Same old Watson.
Well, I'm excited, Holmes. A bit out of practice, you know.
This way, through here, this passageway. Careful now, Watson. There's a low doorway. Don't bang your head. Oh, what on earth's the matter now, Watson?
Something brushed my face.
It's a spider's web or a strip of wallpaper. Can't you see how it's peeling away? The place hasn't been lived in for years.
I still wish I knew where we were.
This is the room, Watson. Now then, look out of this window. There.
Good heavens. Baker Street.
Exactly. We're in Camden House, my dear fellow. Don't you remember it? Exactly opposite our own old quarters at number 221B.
But what are we doing here?
We are here because the window commands such an excellent view of that picturesque edifice of ours. Come closer, Watson, and just look up at the window of our old sitting room.
Oh, heavens. Holmes, I believe I'm almost going to faint again.
Hold up, my dear fellow. There's no brandy here, unfortunately. I thought that even 3 long years could hardly rob me of my powers to surprise you, Watson.
But, Holmes, it's you up there. It's your shadow on the blind up there.
I trust that age cannot wither me, Watson, nor custom stale my infinite variety. It really is rather like me, don't you think?
But it's marvelous. I could swear that you were sitting up there.
Yes, the real credit belongs to Monsieur Oscar Meunier, the distinguished sculptor. A bust of me in wax, Watson, placed very carefully so as to cast its silhouette upon the window blind.
I'm out of my depth, Holmes. The whole thing's beyond me. What does it all mean?
Simply that I have the strongest possible reasons for wanting a certain person to believe that I'm up there when I'm really somewhere quite different.
This lieutenant of Moriarty?
Of course, he knows I'm still alive, and he believes that sooner or later I'll be sure to come back to my old haunts.
He knows you're back there.
I'm quite sure he does. I took pretty good care that he recognized me in the street this morning.
Look, that gang of roughs along the street. They're looking up, watching your shadow on the blind too, aren't they?
Roughs, you think? Keep back, Watson. Don't let them see you.
Great heavens! Your shadow's moved up there.
My dear good Watson, am I such a farcical bungler as to erect an obvious dummy and expect the sharpest eyes in Europe to be deceived by it?
Well, what is it? Clockwork?
Mrs. Hudson. The good soul crawls forward on her hands and knees every few minutes and moves the effigy round a little to a different angle.
I confess I'd like to see her at it.
Watson, really?
Shh. Listen. What is it?
I do believe he's coming.
Who is?
Listen, the stairs. Yes, he's coming up. Actually into this room. I hardly expected such a stroke of luck as this. Listen. Now for it. Keep your gun ready, Watson. And here, take this police whistle. When I tell you, blow it.
What's going to happen, Holmes?
You'll see. He'll open that window. And then you'll hear something sir, I've got you. Okay, Watson, on him. Blow the whistle, man. Come on.
Dare you,
Get him. It's all right. Oh, no, you don't. Watson here, hold on to his arm. That's it. Where in heaven's name is Lestrade?
Here we are, Mr. Holmes. Quick, Johnson. Shine your lantern.
Right, sir.
Staples, help Mr. Holmes.
I'm all right. Oh, thank you, Lestrade. I rather fancy everything's quite in order.
What is it, Holmes, in heaven's name?
Why, Watson, just as I told you, the late Professor Moriarty's first lieutenant.
You fiend, Sherlock Holmes. You clever fiend.
Quite so, Colonel. Journeys end in lovers' meetings, as they used to say in the old play. Colonel Sebastian Moran, my dear Watson, once of Her Majesty's Indian Army and the best big game shot that our Eastern Empire has ever produced. Ah, that's an interesting weapon you've got there, Lestrade.
That's mine. Give it to me.
No, you don't. Never seen anything quite like it, Mr. Holmes. Doesn't seem to have any kind of powder
No,
chamber.
for the simple reason that it's an air gun of a particularly powerful design made to the order of the late Professor Moriarty himself.
Of course, Holmes. I remember you told me about it 3 years ago.
That harmless bust of mine across the way will have been shattered by the missile it fires. A simple, soft-nosed bullet.
A bust. An effigy. You fiend, Holmes.
You've already used that epithet once, Colonel. For a master marksman, your vocabulary seems to me a trifle limited. I'm really quite surprised that so simple a stratagem should have deceived you.
You've not heard the last of me yet, Holmes.
Indeed. Well, are we ready, Watson?
Ready for what?
I rather fancy a pipe in our old rooms, my dear fellow.
But, Holmes,
Oh, you'll find them in perfect order. My brother Mycroft has been in charge of everything while I've been away, and there are still a few details you may care to hear.
Wait, Holmes. If it was only an effigy in that window, you've no right to detain me. I've committed no crime.
No crime? Attempting to murder Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
No, he's quite correct, Lestrade. We do need something a little more definite than attempted murder. And in any case, I think I prefer not to be involved in the matter myself.
Well, I must say
You see? Instruct those men of yours to release me at once.
Don't worry, Lestrade. Your men can take him away with perfect impunity. Won't you join Watson and me for a little refreshment across the way? As to the charge...
Well, Mr. Holmes, you must have one, you know.
Oh, yes, I have, of course. The murder of the Honourable Ronald Adair. Shot through the open window of his house in Park Lane with an expanding bullet fired, Lestrade, from that very gun that you now have in your hand. Goodbye, Colonel Moran. Oh, my best respects to the Professor. I feel sure you'll meet him in the nether regions.
Well. The same old room, Mr. Holmes. You could have knocked me down with a feather when you walked into the yard this afternoon.
It was nothing to how I felt this morning, Lestrade. I actually fainted.
And I was only saying to you I wouldn't be surprised to see a shadow on the blind, eh?
But look at it. My poor old likeness, Watson. Shot right between the eyes, I'm afraid. Well, all in a good cause.
But what confounds me, Holmes, is how you knew about the Adair murder.
And it was exactly what I'd been waiting for, Watson. As soon as I read in Paris that Moran had been the young fellow's partner at cards that night, I realized he must have been the murderer.
But how?
Because of the gun. It was the only weapon in the world with which that crime could have been committed at such a distance and without a sound. He'd made his little slip, just as his master did before him. So I knew it was time to come back, and I was on his trail at last.
Well. And to think that you were examining the scene of the crime at the same moment we were. Eh, Doctor?
But what was the motive, Holmes?
Adair had partnered Moran more than once. He discovered that Moran was a cheat, threatened him with exposure, and set to work calculating the amounts that he had fraudulently won. He planned to return those sums, hence the piles of money lying on the table.
And Moran followed him and shot him from the other side of the street, beyond the railing.
Yes, but I still had to prove it. I knew if he'd got the chance, he'd turn that gun on me. And I suspected that he might choose the empty house for his purpose, as indeed he did. By the way, Watson, I'm afraid that gang of roughs in the street you were so suspicious of were really only Lestrade's plainclothes men waiting for our whistle.
What do you mean that I was mistaken, Holmes?
Yes, just this once, my dear fellow. And now that the race of Moriarty is finally extinct, we are quite free to celebrate the return of Sherlock Holmes. Would you pass me my violin, Lestrade? Ah, how splendid. splendid that it wasn't damaged in that fire the Professor once started in these rooms. Hey, Watson?
That's a matter of opinion, Holmes.
But we welcome you back, sir. By George, we do. London hasn't been the same without you.
Thank you, Lestrade. I appreciate that very much. Yes, Watson, nothing like a violin, to soothe the savage breast. I really missed it sorely in Tibet.
The return of Sherlock Holmes, and 1,000 other cases still before him. Well, well. Well, well.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, based on the original stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, have been dramatized anew with original music composed by Sidney Torch. Sir Ralph Richardson played the part of Dr. Watson, and Sir John Gielgud that of Sherlock Holmes. The program was produced by Harry Allen Towers.
In the 1940s, during the height of dramatic radio, I was a busy young actress. I performed on many shows, including various roles opposite Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce on the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. This is Peggy Webber. I'd like to tell you a little about those golden days of radio. One of the first things that I feel I should say is that I owe my being a member of AFRA, which is now AFTRA, to Edna Best, who heard an audition that I did at CBS when I was 16 years old, and about 2 weeks later I had a call from Edna Best, and she said she had heard this audition, and she asked me to come and do the Sherlock Holmes show. So I rushed over to AFRA, which it was in those days, and got my membership to the Network Actors Guild. And I was absolutely in seventh heaven because I was going to be locked up all day long with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in a room. And I could not believe it, that I was really going to work with these wonderful people. So that was the beginning of my radio career, my network radio career. From the minute I went into the studio with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, and we were cooped up from 10 o'clock until about 6 o'clock. We had a break for lunch, but sometimes people didn't even leave. I noticed that Nigel Bruce and Basil Rathbone would often eat right there in the studio. And then, of course, we had broadcasts to New York and to the West Coast. But from the minute I got in the studio, they were constantly teasing each other, and they both had tremendous senses of humor, and on the air, Nigel Bruce would add all kinds of extraneous noises while Sherlock Holmes would be revealing the denouement of the story, and he would just be having the greatest fun making all these little noises, these gurgles and burbles and things. And at the end, when the broadcast was over to the east, Basil Rathbone would look daggers at him and say, "Are you satisfied?" Because he was doing everything he could to throw the scene, and they had this great sense of humor about it. They just loved to see how they could trip each other up.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, and say, I'd like to tell you about something myself. I'd like to tell you about the wine that more Americans prefer than any other wine. That wine is port. And if you want to know why port is such a favorite, just pour yourself a glass of wonderful Petri California port. Look at that Petri port. Look at its glowing, deep red color. And sample that aroma. It'll remind you of a walk through a dew-covered vineyard. And now taste that Petri port. Boy, you've got something. Petri port is one of the most delicious wines ever poured from a bottle. Right then and there, Petri port will become your favorite wine. I'm confident of that. And I'm sure you'll want to serve Petri port to your friends, too, after dinner or any time they drop in for a visit. And remember, you can serve Petri port proudly, because those letters, P-E-T-R-I, spell the proudest name in the history of American wines. Petri. Petri wine. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's ready for us. Let's go in and join him.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening. Excuse me, Dr. Watson. I didn't know that you had company.
Shut the door, my boy, and come in and join us. Let me introduce you, Mr. Bartell. This is my friend, Mrs. Campbell.
How do you do, Mrs. Campbell?
How do you do, Mr. Bartell?
Mrs. Campbell is a very old friend of mine from England, and when she called on me today, I persuaded her to stay and have dinner and then join us in this little session of storytelling. You see, Mr. Bartell, she's really what you might call the star of the Sherlock Holmes adventure that I'm going to tell you tonight.
Oh, come now, Dr. Watson. I actually played a very small part in the story. In any case, I was much too young at the time to know what was really going on.
Say, this is a great idea, Doctor. One of the characters out of your fabulous past here in California in 1946 and helps tell her own story.
Oh, no, Mr. Bartell. I'm no storyteller. That's the doctor's department. I'll just listen to you.
No, my dear. I'll set the scene, but you must ring up the curtain, as it were. In any case, my memory isn't too clear on some of the early points in connection with the case. You will have to help me out.
Oh, but you're talking to millions of listeners on the radio. I'd be terrified to speak over the air.
We're on the air now, Mrs. Campbell.
Oh, we're not, are we? Oh, dear.
No. Don't worry, Cynthia. If they're kind enough to listen to me week after week, I'm sure they'll be delighted to hear you. And now, to get on with the story. The title, The Adventure of the Living Doll. The setting, the Sussex Downs, near the bee farm to which Sherlock Holmes retired. The period, 1910. And now, Cynthia, my dear, the curtain's going up, and the first scene belongs to you. Supposing you set it for us.
Well, I'll try. We were living on the Sussex Downs also, Mr. Bartell, at that time. My name was then Cynthia Browning. My father, Arthur Browning, had been dead for some years, but my mother kept up the estate with a manager, a Mr. Hugh Tanner. I was away at school most of the year, of course, but the happiest times of my childhood were spent during those long summer months in Sussex. I lived in a small world, knowing only a few people and loving all of them, or almost all. First of all, there was Mother herself. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, and the sweetest. I remember she gave me a puppy on my 12th birthday. His name was Dusty, and he was so sweet. I talked to Mother about him one day. I must have sounded terribly young.
Mommy, darling, I do love Dusty. Very, very much. He's a lovely puppy, and you gave him to me.
You love him, Cynthia. I know that. But I've been feeding him. That's your job, darling. It's good for grown-up people to have responsibility.
Oh, Mommy, I'll feed him. Of course I will. I'll feed him so full, he'll burst.
Then there was the estate manager, Hugh Tanner, such a pleasant man, and so willing to tell a 12-year-old all the things that a 12-year-old has to know or die.
But, Mr. Tanner, why did you have to shoot the horse? He'd only broken his leg.
Cynthia, horses aren't like human beings. Their legs won't mend. Now think of a horse that couldn't brisk and run and gallop across the downs. We're actually being kind to him. Honest we are, Cynthia.
And then there was Frank King, the painter who lived on the downs. He taught me to open my eyes and really see things.
No, Cynthia. That sunset isn't red. It's gold and rust. And the water, child, look at it. It's almost rose in this light. Rose flecked with cobwebs of eggshell blue. Cynthia, darling, a sunset's never just one color. Do try and remember that, won't you?
And then there was Mr. Pound from the city. I gathered that he was terribly rich and he wanted to marry Mother. But he certainly didn't understand little girls.
Cynthia, I'm going to give you half a crown for being a very good little girl. Now, tell me, what will you do with it?
I'll buy something for Mommy.
Oh, no, my dear. This is your own money. You put it in the savings account at the post office, and it'll make more money for you. Always remember, my dear, take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves.
Then there was the wonderful wise woman who knew all the things that aren't in books.
Always remember, my bunny, that it's good luck to touch the hump of a hunchback. But the curse of Beelzebub himself will be upon ye if he look at a sliver of silver moon through the glass.
And then the strangest and most wonderful of them all was the lean, middle-aged man with a sharp face and the bee-net whom I met one day on the downs.
Good afternoon, young lady.
Good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Browning.
My name is Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
Why are you carrying that net? You looking for butterflies?
Oh, no, Cynthia. I'm a bee farmer.
Bee farmer? Oh, that sounds funny. How do you farm bees?
Well, come over to my place one day and I'll show you. I say, that beautiful doll you're carrying.
It isn't a doll. It's my mascot. It was given to me by Frank King, the painter. He made it for me. He made it to look as much like me as possible. I call her me.
It's a remarkable likeness.
See the hair? That's clippings off my hair. And the nails? Those are clippings from my own nails. She's really me. And I love her.
Your own nails and hair, and the doll is an exact replica of you? I don't like that, Cynthia. Remember, my dear, my name, it's Sherlock Holmes, and I live at the bee farm, and if anything unusual happens, come to me at once.
Of course, Dr. Watson. I'll confess that first meeting with Sherlock Holmes rather frightened me.
You didn't understand why he was so worried about the doll, eh?
No, but I remembered what he said about coming to him if anything unusual happened.
And I'm sure that unusual something did happen.
Yes, Mr. Bartell, and within a very few days. But at this point, I think Dr. Watson should take over the story. It's where he and Mr. Holmes really entered into it.
Oh, very well. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Bartell, I was staying with Holmes. Late in the afternoon, as I remember, that you ran over to the bee farm where I first met you, Cynthia. A few moments before you arrived, Holmes and I, each of us with a cup of tea in our hands, were seated on the veranda, gazing out across the downs and discussing the mutability of human affairs.
It's strange, Watson, that after a lifetime devoted to the more flamboyant aspects of everyday life, that now, in what is the fast approaching twilight of my days, I find such peace and companionship in the exact and predictable behavior of bees. I wonder what Moriarty would have thought.
Oh, you talking as if you're an old dodder of 90. You say what you like, but I don't think that you'll ever really be happy in retirement. You miss the danger, the excitement of the chase, the public acclaim.
What are you talking about? My work was never for the public. And what did the public, the great unobservant public, who could hardly tell a weaver by his tooth or a typesetter by his left thumb, care about the finer shades of analysis or deduction? In any case, Watson, I chose a happy time to sink into oblivion. In comparatively recent years, the criminal seems to have lost all his originality and enterprise. My own little practice, when I gave it up, seemed to be in danger of developing into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils or giving advice to young ladies from boarding schools.
Oh, talking of young ladies, who's this little girl running up your driveway?
Oh, great Scott, it's little Cynthia Browning.
Oh, and who's she?
Oh, a charming young neighbor of mine. Hello, Cynthia.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
You've come to see how I farm bees, haven't you?
No, Mr. Holmes. You told me to come to you if something unusual happened. It has. Something that's frightened me.
Well, now, sit down, my dear. This is my old friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, Cynthia?
How do you do?
Now, Cynthia, dear, what has frightened you?
It's my mascot. My knee. Look. Somebody stabbed her through the heart.
Great Scott, a doll that's an exact replica of her. With a penknife thrust into it. Good gracious me.
When did you find your mascot like this?
Just after tea. Mommy had some gentlemen calling on her. And afterwards I went up to my room and found poor me on the bed. I remembered what you told me about anything unusual. And so I came over here as fast as I could.
Yes, I'm glad that you did, Cynthia.
But did you tell your mother where you'd gone with her?
No, I didn't. She was still talking to the gentleman.
Well, she'll worry about you when she discovers your disappearance.
No, don't worry, Watson. I shall go over and talk to her at once. Cynthia, my dear.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Who were the gentlemen calling on your mother?
Well, there was Mr. Tanner.
Yes.
He's the man who looks after the estate for Mummy.
Mhm.
Mr. King, the painter.
Mr. King is the man who made this doll, eh? Now, who else was there?
Mr. Pound. He's a businessman from London that's staying with Mummy.
And they were all present in your house when you found the mascot lying on the bed.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, old chap.
Yes, sir?
I'm going over to see Cynthia's mother at once. I want Cynthia to stay here with you. Guard her, old chap, as you would your life. Mrs. Browning, I know I must seem like an intrusive neighbor, but possibly you've heard of me. My name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes.
Well, who hasn't heard of the famous Sherlock Holmes? Please sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Your guests have left?
Yes. But how did you know I had guests? I know you're a great detective. But...
Your charming little daughter, Cynthia, came over to see me half an hour ago. She told me.
So that's where she went. Did she come back with you?
No, Mrs. Browning. I felt it safer that she remained at my place for a while. My friend, Dr. Watson, will look after her. I'm afraid she may be in danger.
In danger? Mr. Holmes, what makes you say that?
You know your daughter's doll, the one fashioned in her own likeness and with her own hair and nails?
Of course. Frank King made it for her.
While you were at tea this afternoon, your daughter found the doll lying on her bed with a penknife stuck through its heart.
That's very peculiar. But I don't see that she should be in any danger because of it, Mr. Holmes.
Mrs. Browning, certain practitioners of magic believe that if a doll-like effigy is made of a human being and the effigy is then mutilated, that a similar fate will befall the living original.
But, Mr. Holmes, that's black magic. You can't possibly believe in it.
Not in the results of stabbing a doll, Mrs. Browning, but well, it's possible that someone is trying to kill your daughter.
To kill Cynthia? Oh, no.
It may be more than a possibility, I'm afraid. And when these magical means fail, they will turn to more direct methods.
But who could possibly want her death?
You have not remarried, Mrs. Browning?
No, I feel it my duty to devote my life to Arthur's child, Cynthia.
Yes, then anyone wishing to marry you might feel that Cynthia stood in the way.
But that's absurd.
But logical, Mrs. Browning. Do you mind if I ask you a very personal question?
With Cynthia's safety at stake, you may ask any question.
Are any of the three men who were present at tea this afternoon desirous of marrying you?
Well,
Please be completely honest, Mrs. Browning.
At different times, they've all asked me to marry them, yes.
And you won't contemplate marriage because of your dead husband's child, Tell me, Mrs. Browning, have you seen this penknife before? It was the one found stuck through the doll's heart.
I don't think I've ever seen it before.
One final question. Would anyone among Cynthia's acquaintances have a knowledge of the practice of magic?
Well, the old woman that Cynthia called the wise woman might.
Oh, who might she be?
A strange creature that lives in some hovel on the downs near here. Mm-hmm. She brews weird concoctions with herbs, love philters, and all that sort of thing.
I'd be a suitable companion for your daughter, Mrs. Browning.
I know it, Mr. Holmes. I've told Cynthia over and over again that she mustn't stray off and see the old woman. But you know how disobedient children are at her age. I'm sure she's been over there recently.
I'd like to talk to this woman. Where does she live?
I don't know exactly, but Frank can take you there. He used her as a model.
Frank King, the painter?
Yes, he lives in the village.
Then I shall call on him at once and persuade him to accompany me. We must find that wise woman, and I hope save your child from magic. Magic and possible murder. Much further, Mr. King?
Only a few more yards, Mr. Holmes. A little cottage is just behind the trees there. It's a pretty broken-down place.
Poor old girl has only a few pennies to her name, I imagine.
Mrs. Browning was telling me that you used this old woman as a model.
Yes, she was a fascinating subject. I painted her as she was mixing up some devil's concoction of herbs and spices. I had her standing over a smoking cauldron with the firelight playing on her. It was quite effective.
Yes, it must have been. The subject of witchcraft appeals to you, Mr. King?
Well, I don't know anything about it. It was just that she was such a wonderful subject for a painter. Here we are.
I'll knock on the door. I think we'll take the liberty of going in, shall we?
I don't see why not. Shh. What is it?
Listen. It came from that room. Someone is here. Come on.
Look at her. Look at her head. Poor devil.
Yes, she's still alive. She isn't long for this world. Can you hear me? Here, let me lift you up a little. Can you understand what I'm saying? Tell me, who was it that did this to you?
She's too far gone to speak.
Got a piece of paper and a pencil?
Yes. Wait a minute. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, can you write the name of the man who did this to you?
She's pushing the pencil away. I don't suppose she knows how to write. She's trying to show you something, Mr. Holmes. She's trying to crawl over to the wall.
Yes. Here, let me help you. Must be a hiding place of some kind.
Look. She's taking a brick out of the wall.
What is it? Great Scott! Money. A veritable jackdaw's nest of pennies. And small silver. And at least a dozen golden sovereigns. That must be the money.
Look! She's picking out one of the silver coins. She's trying to give it to you.
A sixpence, but what? Oh, poor woman, she's dead. And just as she was trying to tell me something.
I can't understand it. Golden sovereigns in this hovel, and she was showing you a silver sixpence as she died. Mr. Holmes, what are you going to do?
First, check on the young girl's safety. Meanwhile, I should like you to go back to my mother's, assemble the other two men who were present at tea time this afternoon, and keep them there until I arrive. I shan't be long.
But the police?
I shall summon them, Mr. King, when I have the murderer to offer them, and I'm convinced that will be before the sun sets tonight.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. Time enough for me to mention another wonderful Petri wine. Petri California Muscatel. If you like that subtle muscat flavor, who doesn't, you really like Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel is a clear golden wine that is just as much a hit with the ladies as Petri Port is with the men. But I don't mean by that only the ladies like Petri Muscatel. In fact, if you want to be sure to please everybody, get both Petri Port and Petri Muscatel. In other words, don't buy one, buy two. But do be sure you always buy Petri. Now back to Dr. Watson and his guest tonight, Mrs. Campbell, who played a most important part in the story herself.
Oh, not nearly as important a part as that played by Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Well, Dr. Watson, what happened when Sherlock Holmes rejoined you at the bee farm?
Well, first of all, he made sure that the little girl was safe. Then he told me of finding the dead woman and of his theories as to the killing. I can almost hear him now, Mr. Bartell, as he said...
How it was, Watson. Someone wanted the little girl out of the way because they knew the mother would never marry while the child was alive.
And that someone persuaded the old woman to do the job for him, I suppose.
Undoubtedly. And she, believing in the powers of black magic, mutilated the doll, firmly convinced that in so doing she was destroying the young girl it was fashioned after.
And then, I suppose, when the potential murderer discovered the woman was merely indulging in stupid folklore, he killed her, realizing she was only a hindrance to him, and with her knowledge of the plan, a dangerous hindrance.
Exactly, my dear fellow. But how do you suppose we account for the hoard of money? Golden sovereigns, don't forget, that we found in the hovel.
Well, no doubt it was a sum that she was already being paid for the murder that she was going to commit.
As she died, she tried to give me the clue to her murderer by selecting certain coin. Now, in her possession, she had gold, silver, and copper. She chose a silver coin. And yet I can't see its significance, I must confess.
Well, at the moment, possibly not. And yet, before the evening's over, I bet you that...
What did you say, Watson?
I said before the evening's over, I bet you...
Thank you, old fellow. That's the clue. You bet me.
What on earth are you talking about, Holmes? I was just saying...
You've just given me the answer to the whole problem, Watson.
What?
I'm much obliged to you. Stay here, will you, old chap? And look after Cynthia a little while longer. Within a very short time, I shall have her intended destroyer under lock and key.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad you've come. I've had the greatest difficulty in persuading these three gentlemen that their presence was necessary.
Within a few minutes, Mrs. Browning, two of them will be entirely free to leave if they want to.
Mr. Holmes, I think it'd be a good idea to tell everyone what happened.
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Pound,
Holmes,
I
I
don't
think it'd be a good idea to tell
Indeed.
everyone what happened.
Yes, how do you do, Mr. Pound?
How do you do, Mr. Holmes? Look here. If there's some scandal down here...
Oh, there is, Mr. Pound.
Then I want my name kept out of it. You hear? I have a seat on the London Stock Exchange.
Oh, very comfortable for you.
Yes.
And the other gentleman, by the process of elimination, must be Mr. Hugh Tanner, the manager of your estate, Mrs. Browning.
Yes, I'm Hugh Tanner. And now, Mr. Holmes, supposing you tell us what this is all about. I'm a straightforward man, and all this mystery is rather aggravating. Something has happened. Something that concerns us all. What is it?
Murder.
Murder?
What? Murder? Good Lord, who's been murdered?
An old woman who lived in the village. Your daughter, Mrs. Browning, referred to her as the wise woman. Mr. King and I found her tonight in her cottage on the Downs, beaten to death. Murdered.
Well, that's shocking, but what's it got to do with us?
I'll explain, Mr. Pound. Each one of you, I believe, would like to marry Mrs. Browning. Her daughter, Cynthia, is an obstacle to such a marriage. One of you decided to remove that obstacle and engaged the wise woman to carry out the plan. Finding the woman clumsy and ineffective, you decided that she was a dangerous witness, and so you murdered her. Fortunately, the poor woman, as she was dying, gave me the clue to her murderer.
But how did she do that, Mr. Holmes? I thought you said that she died without speaking.
She did, Mrs. Browning, but she gave me the clue nonetheless, though I was shockingly slow in spotting it.
Well, what was the clue?
Yes, let's stop being mysterious and come out into the open.
You were with me, Mr. King. As she died, I shall let you tell them.
Well, she was dying, unable to speak when Mr. Holmes asked who had attacked her. She couldn't write, but she showed him a hoard of copper and silver coins and a dozen golden sovereigns.
Sovereigns in a hovel like that? Oh, I see. She meant her murderer was the man who had paid her.
And with all that ill-gotten wealth, she died clutching a silver sixpence.
And you still don't see who the murderer is? Come along, gentlemen. You should know it as well as you know your own names. Now, Mr. King mentioned that there were a dozen sovereigns. Whose name does a sovereign suggest?
Sovereign? King. You, Frank King, were the murderer.
Oh, that's ridiculous. The old woman wasn't exactly a mastermind. Why should she be so indirect? And how much is a sovereign worth? £1. And your name, my friend, with a seat on the London Stock Exchange is Pound, isn't it?
This is absolutely absurd. I can prove that I've never even met the woman.
Well, what is the answer, Mr. Holmes? I'm sure that you know it.
The answer is obvious, Mrs. Browning, though I'm ashamed to say that a chance remark of Dr. Watson's gave me the clue.
Oh, now look here. Stop beating about the bush, Holmes. What is the answer?
A very simple one, Mr. Pound. With 12 golden sovereigns at hand, sovereigns that would suggest either the name of King or Pound, what coin did the dying woman select?
A sixpence.
Exactly. A humble silver sixpence. And what is the common slang word for a sixpence?
A tanner.
Precisely. Which tells us that you, Mr. Hugh Tanner, killed the wise lady.
Try and prove it. That's all. Just try and prove it.
Holmes, what happened?
I found the murderer, old chap, thanks to you.
What do you mean, thanks to me?
Well, I was thinking of a sixpence, the coin the dead woman clutched in her hand, as a sixpence. When you said, I bet you, I thought of the much-used expression, betcha Tanner. That gave me the clue to the whole business. The dying woman was obviously trying to indicate that Hugh Tanner was her murderer.
He confessed, you say, before the police arrived.
Yes, after Frank King, the artist, had started to give him something of the thrashing he deserved. Oh, I take no particular pride in the case, Watson. Without your chance remark, I might easily have overlooked this obvious clue that the dying woman gave me. As I've said before, old chap, I should not attempt to emerge from my retirement. Yes. It's obvious that my reflexes are shockingly slow.
Rubbish. The police would never have solved it.
Oh, my dear Watson, when you compare me with the police, I realize that my retirement should be permanent. By the way, where is Cynthia?
Well, I arranged with your housekeeper for her to have an early supper. some kippers, a poached egg or two, a piece of that treacle tart we had last night, and a pot of tea.
Oh, for a 12-year-old girl, my dear Watson, this is an occasion when I might accuse you of being a potential murderer.
Oh, come now, Holmes, you know perfectly well. What?
Here she comes now. Hello, Cynthia. Did you enjoy your supper?
It was lovely. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Is everything all right? Can I go home now?
Yes, Cynthia. Everything's all right.
Tell me, my dear, did you ask Mr. King to make that mascot for you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. The wise woman told me it would bring me luck.
Oh, yes, I thought so.
Mr. Holmes, will everything be just like before?
No, not quite, Cynthia. Mr. Tanner and the wise woman have gone away. You won't see them again.
Oh, dear.
But you have new friends here, haven't you?
Yes, and nice ones.
Remember that, Cynthia. We'll always be your friends.
I will, Dr. Watson. I like you both so much.
Ah, I'm glad. And tell me, Cynthia, do you like Mr. King, the artist?
Oh, yes. Almost as much as I used to like my daddy.
Oh.
He's like my daddy, a little.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, Cynthia. Tell your mother the same thing, will you? I think it might change a peculiarly foolish notion of hers.
Well, Dr. Watson and Mrs. Campbell, that was a really different kind of story. I'm sure glad you were here tonight, Mrs. Campbell. Tell me, has Dr. Watson changed much since you last saw him?
Well, yes. I think he's grown handsomer.
No.
And what about Mrs. Campbell, Doctor? Has she changed?
Well, she is more grown up than the last time I saw her, but she hasn't changed much in one respect.
What's that, Doctor?
Your appetite, my dear. Oh. I remember how Holmes was amazed at the amount you ate when you were a child. But you certainly had just as hearty a dinner this evening.
Well, that was your fault, Doctor. Your dinner was too good.
Oh, Cynthia, don't talk about the wine.
Well, why shouldn't I talk about the wine? It was wonderful.
Sure it was. It was Petri wine, that's why.
You see? Now you got him started.
And Mrs. Campbell, Petri wine is always good wine. That's because the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Ever since long ago when they started the Petri business, winemaking has been an art with the Petri family. It's a tradition, a heritage that they've handed on down from father to son, from father to son. Believe me, when it comes to turning luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into fragrant, delicious wine, well, you can bet your last dollar that the Petri family really knows how. No matter what type wine you prefer, for any occasion, you just can't miss with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, as next week, as St. Patrick's Day is only about 6 days away, Mr. Bartell, I thought next week that I'd tell you a rather unusual story that took place in Ireland at the turn of the century. It concerns the famous ceremony of kissing the Blarney Stone, St. Patrick's Night Revel, and an old Irish ballad that led directly to one of the most devilish murders that Sherlock Holmes and I ever encountered.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Copper Beeches. Music is by Dean Fosler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. You can read about the stars of our broadcast in the April issue of Everybody's Digest. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios.
A little later, I heard Mr. Blessington come in. And then within a minute, I heard him rushing downstairs again.
Who's been in my room, Trevelyan? Answer me, man, who?
He burst into my room like a whirlwind.
I demand to know at once. Who has been in my room?
He's almost incoherent with rage or fear.
Lies! Come out and look. Footmarks all over the floor. Someone has been in there, Trevelyan, and I demand to know who.
Desperate indeed was the frenzy Dr. Trevelyan described to my friend Sherlock Holmes. Watson is my name, Dr. Watson, and it was my privilege to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the case of the resident patient. Where are my notes? Yes. It had been a close, rainy day in October. I was weary of our little sitting room at 221B Baker Street, and I agreed gladly when Sherlock Holmes suggested an evening ramble. For 3 hours, we strolled about watching the ever-changing kaleidoscope of life. It was 10 o'clock before we reached Baker Street again.
Well, nearly home, Watson. I hope you're feeling better now.
I've certainly shaken some of the cobwebs away, Holmes. I say, it looks as though we've a visitor. Brougham at the door. You weren't expecting anyone, Holmes?
Not at all. A doctor's brougham. General practitioner, I perceive.
Doctor? What doctor?
Oh, come, Watson. Look there, do you see? A doctor's bag lying on the seat. Come to consult us, I fancy. Well, let's see what this medical gentleman has in store for us. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening.
I'm glad to see you've only been waiting a very few minutes.
You had a word with my coachman?
Not at all. It's been dark for several hours. That candle on the table beside you was unused when we went out. It hardly burnt down at all.
I see your reputation isn't a false one, Mr. Holmes.
I trust not. Pray tell me what I can do for you.
My name is Dr. Percy Trevelyan of 403 Brook Street. Trevelyan? Didn't you do a monograph on obscure nervous lesions? My hobby has always been nervous disease. I'd like to specialize, you understand. But a man has to take what he can get at first.
Yeah, quite so.
The fact is, Mr. Holmes, a most singular train of events has occurred recently at my house in Brook Street. After what happened this evening, I couldn't wait another hour before coming to ask for your advice and help.
Oh, you're very welcome to both, Dr. Trevelyan. Now, please let me have your account from the beginning.
To begin with, I'd better tell you something about my own career. I'm a London University man. Good. I won the Bruce Pinkerton Prize. Splendid fellow. And then, of course, there was a bit of attention for that monograph Dr. Watson mentioned.
It wouldn't be going too far, then, to say that a distinguished career was forecast for you.
That's exactly it, Mr. Holmes. But then there was the old stumbling block.
Money.
You've hit it. Dr. Watson will tell you, Mr. Holmes, that a specialist who wants to aim high has simply got to start in one of about a dozen streets in the Cavendish Square quarter. Harley Street, Wimple Street, that sort of place.
Quite right.
But then, suddenly, something changed the whole outlook. Just like that. It was a visit from a man by the name of Blessington. He came up to my room one morning and plunged straight into business without more than an exchange of introductions.
Dr. Trevelyan.
Yes? You are the same Percy Trevelyan who won the Bruce Pinkerton Prize not long ago.
I had that honor, sir.
Splendid. Now then, please answer me frankly. What would you say if I were to start you in Brook Street?
What did you say?
Oh, it's for my sake, not yours, Dr. Trevelyan. I'll be perfectly frank with you. I've a few thousands to invest, you see, and I'd like to invest them in you.
But
why not? Most men look for a promising business to invest in. I choose to help a young medical man with a brilliant career ahead of him and help myself in doing so. Reasonable enough, isn't it?
Well, yes. Yes, I suppose it is. What would it involve?
I'll tell you. I'll take a house in Brook Street, furnish it, pay the maids, run the whole place.
Yes?
All you have to do is to wear out your chair in the consulting room. I'll let you have pocket money and that sort of thing. When the fees start rolling in, I take 3/4, you keep what's left, eh? Now, Dr. Trevelyan, just tell me how that strikes you, eh?
And that was the proposal he put to me, Mr. Holmes.
You accepted then?
I did. Oh, I thought about it for a few days, you know. But there didn't seem to be any snags. It seemed the chance of a lifetime. Don't you agree, Dr. Watson?
I certainly do. If anyone had offered a chance like that to me when I came out of the army, I'd have had me played up on his house before he could have changed his mind.
Well, I moved in next Lady Day. Mr. Blessington gave up his place and moved into the house as well, as a sort of resident patient.
A patient?
Yes, his heart was weak, it appeared, and he needed constant medical supervision. That made his whole offer seem much more to the point than just a desire to speculate in my career.
Quite so.
He turned the 2 best rooms on the first floor into a sitting room and bedroom for himself. He never seemed to have any company.
Did you see much of him yourself?
Very little. I can assure you I've never had the slightest occasion to regret the arrangement. My hospital reputation soon got about. I had a good run of cases, and I've never looked back. During the last year or two, I've made Mr. Blessington a rich man.
Congratulations.
A very satisfactory state of affairs, Dr. Trevelyan. But what has occurred to bring you here tonight?
Well, some weeks ago, Mr. Blessington came to me pretty agitated about some burglary somewhere in the West End. He said we must have better locks on our windows and doors without delay. He gave up taking his little stroll before dinner. In fact, he seemed thoroughly afraid.
Did you question him?
Yes, I did. He became so offensive that I dropped the subject and left him to it. Anyway, after a week of it, his fears seemed to die away, and he became quite himself again. Then I got this letter. Would you care to read it first, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, Watson is our champion letter reader. Come along, Watson. Let's all hear it together.
Oh, very well, Holmes. No address, no date.
That's right.
Yes, it says, a Russian nobleman who is now resident in London would be glad to avail himself of the professional assistance of Dr. Percy Trevelyan. He has been for some years a victim to cataleptic attacks on which, as is well known, Dr. Trevelyan is an authority. He proposes to call at about 6:15 tomorrow evening if Dr. Trevelyan will make it convenient to be at home. Yes, that's all.
Thank you. Now, this letter interested me deeply. You see, Mr. Holmes, the chief difficulty in studying catalepsy is the rarity of the disease.
Indeed?
So I was quite eagerly awaiting this patient when it got to 6:15 next evening. He turned out to be an elderly man, quite commonplace. By no means one's idea of a Russian nobleman. But his companion was a tall, handsome young man, very well set up indeed. He helped the old man into the room and settled him in a chair beside my desk.
Dr. Trevelyan, may I introduce my father, the Count Egrovich?
I'm honored, sir.
You are kind to see me, Doctor. Oh, this is my son, Ivan.
Your servant. You will excuse my coming with my father. His health is of the utmost concern to me.
I quite understand. If you would care to remain while I conduct my examination.
No. I cannot bear the details of my father's suffering. My own nervous system is of an extremely sensitive nature, you understand. No, with your permission, I will remain in the waiting room.
By all means. Please make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Doctor.
And now, sir, may I first be permitted to make a detailed examination of your condition?
By all means, Doctor. First, I would ask you one thing, though.
Yes?
These attacks have been frequent of late. If one should occur during this consultation, I beg you not to let my son know. I try to spare him as much anxiety as I can. You will promise?
Very well. I can assure you, sir, he will hear nothing from my waiting room.
Good.
Oh, but come, sir, let us assume that there will be no attack. And now, if you will be kind enough to take off your coat and turn back your shirt. May I finish dressing now, sir? I think I have learnt all I can at this stage about your condition.
And what is your conclusion, Dr. Trevelyan?
Well, I must carry out a few tests and study the results at greater length. But I believe there is every reason for confidence. Sir? Oh, Lord, he's started. Nitrate of amyl. Where the devil is it? Oh, down in the laboratory. Hang it. When I got back upstairs, the consulting room was empty. My patient was gone.
How long would you say you were out of the room, Doctor?
A good 5 minutes. I had a job to find the bottle.
You immediately looked for your patient elsewhere about the premises, of course.
In my waiting room? Naturally, I went in there at once. It was empty, too. They'd both gone. I ran down to the hall and found the door pulled to, but not properly shut. It was obvious to me that my visitors had left the building.
Well, your servants?
Well, there's a page who shows patients in and out. He waits downstairs for them to arrive or for me to ring. But he'd seen and heard nothing, he said.
Nothing?
Oh, he's a new lad and not very quick.
I see. By the way, did you mention this strange occurrence to your patron?
No, I didn't. Mr. Blessington came in soon afterwards, but I thought it better to say nothing.
Quite so. Well, then?
Well, I thought I'd never see or hear from the Russian and his son again. But this very evening, long after all my other appointments were over, they came into my consulting room, just as they had done before.
Good heavens.
I can tell you, Dr. Watson, I was very surprised.
Well, you might be, sir.
Very surprised, indeed.
Dr. Trevelyan, I have the deepest apology to make to you.
Won't you be seated, sir?
Oh, thank you. Well, Doctor, you will have thought me rude in the extreme for leaving your consulting room so abruptly the other evening.
Well, I confess that I was very much surprised.
Oh, naturally so, and I offer 1,000 apologies. The fact is that after these terrible attacks, my mind is clouded as to all that has gone before. You understand? I woke up in a strange room. No one was here. I made my way at once into the street.
And seeing my father pass the waiting room door, I thought the examination was ended and he was looking for me to go home. It was not until we had reached home safely that he told me it had another of these so dreadful attacks while he was with you, Doctor. I, too, apologize.
Well, there's no harm done, gentlemen, I assure you. I admit I was puzzled, but I was sure there must be some good explanation, as there was.
Excellent. And now my father has come to ask if you will finish the consultation where it was unfortunately necessary to interrupt the other evening.
Of course.
Thank you.
There's very little left to do, really, but I've done a little work on the results I obtained at your first visit, and it would help me to re-examine you in one or two details, if I may.
Then shall I go to the waiting room again?
If you please. Now, sir, if you will kindly remove your jacket again, I shall soon be able to find out all I need to know.
Doctor, what would you say about his state of health?
Not bad at all, Mr. Holmes. Nothing remarkably abnormal about him.
Thank you. Pray go on.
I kept him for about half an hour on this second occasion, mostly discussing his symptoms with him. I prescribed for him and delivered him back to his son. And then they left together.
Quite a pair.
As you say, Dr. Watson, quite a pair. Anyway, a little later, I heard Mr. Blessington come in. And then within a minute, I heard him rushing downstairs again.
Who's been in my room, Trevelyan? Answer me, man. Who?
He burst into my room like a whirlwind.
I demand to know at once. Who has been in my room?
Almost incoherent with rage or fear.
Lies, lies! Come up and look. Footmarks all over my floor. Someone has been in there, Trevelyan, and I demand to know who.
I went upstairs and saw he was speaking the truth. He has light-colored carpets on his floor, and there were quite distinct footmarks on them. Well, I could understand him being upset about it, but not to that extent. He collapsed in a chair and started to cry.
Good Lord.
It took me some time to make him coherent again. And then he begged me at once to come straight round for you, Mr. Holmes, and ask if you'd go at once. I really do apologize for all this, but what else could I do? The man was almost out of his mind.
No apologies are necessary, Doctor. Watson, come along. This is a singular business. The sooner we get to Brook Street to look into it, the better.
This is Mr. Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson, his colleague.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, good evening.
Dr. Watson. Mr. Holmes, no man ever needed your help more than I do.
Mr. Blessington, I must ask you to tell me straight away Who is it you fear? And why?
Well, it's hard for me to say that.
You mean you don't know?
You see this box?
I do.
Well, I've never been a very rich man, Mr. Holmes. I've only made one investment in my life, and that was in Dr. Rebellion here. But I don't believe in bankers, Mr. Holmes. I would never trust a banker. Between ourselves, gentlemen, what little I have is in that box, every penny of it. Now can you see what it means to me to find that people have forced their way into my rooms?
My dear sir, I cannot possibly advise you to try to deceive me.
Deceive? Everything.
Come along, Watson. Good night, Dr. Trevelyan.
I don't understand. Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, have you no advice for me?
My advice to you, sir, is to speak the truth. Good night. My dear Watson, I'm sorry to bring you out on such a fool's errand. It's an interesting case, too, at the bottom of it.
I'm glad to hear you say so, Holmes. Hanged if I can make head or tail of it.
No? Well, it's quite evident that there are at least two of them in it.
The Russian?
Those two, at any rate.
Do you think the son broke into Blessington's rooms while his father was being examined?
Without a doubt.
And the catalepsy?
A fraudulent imitation, Watson. Though I should hardly dare hint as much to our specialist. No, it's quite easy to imitate the complaint. I've done it myself.
Have you indeed?
Oh, yes. By the purest chance, Blessington was out on each occasion. They chose a late hour for a consultation when there'd be no one else about in the doctor's rooms.
Well, the trunk with the money in it was there. Why didn't they take it?
My belief is they were after Blessington himself.
You think he knows?
He knows what those men want, Watson, and he knows why. And for some reason, he's not telling us.
Holmes, these Russians, this catalepsy, all that, couldn't it all be a concoction of Trevelyan's to get into Blessington's rooms himself and throw a false scent?
My dear fellow, it was one of the first solutions which occurred to me. But then I saw those imprints on the carpet. There were one or two quite distinct impressions. They were at least an inch longer than the doctor's foot and made by square-toed shoes. The doctor was wearing pointed ones. No, Watson, there's nothing to do but sleep on it. But I'll be surprised if we don't hear something further from Brook Street before long.
Watson. Wake up quickly, man. Holmes, what's the matter? What's the time?
Get dressed quickly, my dear fellow. There's a brougham waiting for us at the door.
Oh, is the Brook Street business, Holmes?
Blessington hanged himself during the night.
Terrible. It's shaken me completely. You have our sympathy, Dr. Trevelyan. Blessington had a cup of tea taken in every morning about 7. When the maid went in, she found him hanging by a cord from a big chandelier hook in the middle of the room. He'd jumped off a box. That box he showed us yesterday, matter of fact.
I see. In here?
Yes, please.
Ah, Inspector Lanner.
Mr. Holmes, delighted to see you again. You too, Dr. Watson. Good morning, Inspector.
Now, what's your opinion, Lanner?
As far as I can tell, he did this about 5 o'clock. The most common time for suicide, you know. That's about it, Inspector. Dead about 3 hours from the rigidity of the muscles. You agree, Trevelyan?
Yes, about 3 hours.
Notice anything significant about the room?
Bed's been slept in all right. And he seems to have smoked heavily during the night, too. There were 4 cigar ends in the fireplace.
Oh? May I see them?
Yes, here.
Have you his cigar holder?
Oh, no sign of one.
Oh. His case, then?
Oh, yes, that's here. It was in his jacket pocket.
Ah. Thank you. Oh, no, Lanner. No. The only cigar in this case is a Havana. These others are imported by the Dutch from their East Indian colonies. See? Much thinner for their length than other brands.
I see, sir.
2 of these have been smoked from a holder, and 2 without. 2 have been cut with a not very sharp knife. The others have had their ends bitten off by a set of excellent teeth. This is no suicide, Inspector. It's a very deeply planned and cold-blooded murder.
Impossible. Holmes, why should anyone murder a man in so clumsy a fashion as by hanging him?
That is what we have to find out.
But how did they get in here?
Through the front door.
It was found barred this morning.
Then it was barred after them. I should ask that page boy of yours about that, Doctor. I fancy he might know.
I see. I meant to mention it to you, but it quite escaped me with all this. He's nowhere to be found this morning. All his things have gone.
Ah.
Then you think he was...
I'm sure he's played a not unimportant part in this drama. He let the others in. There were 3 of them. And helped them to get into Mr. Blessington's room. Oh, by the way, I take it this door was locked.
Always at night.
Ah. However, with the help of a wire, they forced the lock.
Mr. Holmes?
See? Well, even without this lens, you'll perceive by the scratches on this wall where the pressure was applied.
I see. But, Mr. Holmes, you say there were 3 of them?
The Russians and...
Yes, the young man and the old man, and one unidentified. If I'm not mistaken, they made their way quietly into Blessington's room and either bound and gagged him or so paralyzed him with fright that he was unable to resist or cry out. They then held some sort of consultation over him. It must have lasted quite some time.
Just a moment, Mr. Holmes. Where'd you get that notion from?
Oh, from these cigar butts, Lammer. Now, one of them sat over here. He kept knocking his ash off against this chest of drawers, see?
You've got eyes like a hawk, you have, Mr. Holmes.
Another sat in this basket chair. This pink places, see?
On the carpet, yes.
While the third fellow paced up and down here.
Yes.
You see? The discussion ended by their taking Blessington off the bed and hanging him.
Well, you may be right, Mr. Holmes. You usually are. You better let me have some particulars of this page boy before I go, Dr. Trevelyan.
Certainly, Inspector. But, Mr. Holmes, what about that box? You haven't even looked to see if the money's gone.
Oh, that. I doubt if there's anything of value in it at all. His story about the box was just part of his attempt to evade telling me the real truth as to why anyone should want to break into his room.
Well, I don't know about these other gentlemen, but this is certainly beyond me.
Oh, me too.
Well, I won't speculate any further now. Oh, I'll just take this photograph of Blessington from the mantelpiece and meet you all at 221B Baker Street at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yes, of course.
I hope by then I'll have been able to clear up any little obscurity this matter still holds.
Here's the inspector at last. Any news for us?
Sorry I'm a bit late, gentlemen. Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Trevelyan.
Good afternoon.
We got the page boy, though.
Capital. And I've got the others for you.
Well done.
Well, at least I've got their identity. This so-called Blessington is, as I expected, well known at headquarters, and so are his assailants. Their names are Biddle, Hayward, and Moffat.
The Worthington Bank gang?
Yes.
Oh, that Blessington must have been Sutton, the worst of the gang.
Exactly.
Mr. Holmes, I beg you. The inspector may know what you're talking about, but I'm dashed if I do.
Yeah.
Oh, surely you must remember the great Worthington Bank case. There were 5 of them in it. They got away with £7,000 and murdered the caretaker Tobin in doing so. They were all arrested, and one of them turned Queen's evidence.
And that one was Sutton. You're Mr. Blessington, Doctor.
Sutton's evidence got one of the gang hanged, and these other 3 15 years apiece. He himself was acquitted, of course.
I see. When was all this?
1875. They were released a few weeks ago before the end of their full term. I remember reading it in the newspaper. And so, if I'm not mistaken, did your Mr. Blessington.
Do you mean when he got so agitated and wanted better locks on the doors and windows? When he gave up taking his evening stroll?
Right, sir. His talk about being afraid of burglary was just sublime.
But why could he not tell you this?
Well, my dear sir, knowing the vindictive character of his old associates, he was trying to hide his own identity from everybody as long as he could. His secret was a shameful one, and he couldn't bring himself to divulge it. However, wretch as he was still living under the shield of British law. And I have no doubt, Inspector, that although the shield may fail to guard, the sword of justice is still there to avenge.
Such were the singular circumstances in connection with the resident patient and the Brook Street doctor. From that night, however, nothing was ever seen of the three murderers by the police, though it is surmised at Scotland Yard that they were among the passengers of the ill-fated steamer Nora Creina, which was lost to... The proceedings against the page broke down for want of evidence. What was it Holmes said? Although the shield of British law may fail to guard, the sword of justice is still there to avenge. The Resident Patient was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote our script for this BBC production from London. And of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again soon for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. And now for that pleasant moment when we pay our weekly visit to Sherlock Holmes' celebrated friend, the eminent Dr. John H. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Come in and sit down.
I thought you might have forgotten your date, Dr. Watson, when I saw that your door was closed.
Not at all, my dear fellow. Rather the opposite. I'm afraid I neglected to keep an eye on the time. I was so deeply engrossed in searching through my files.
With satisfactory results, I trust?
Well, I hope you will find them so. You may remember after I told you the story of the lion's mane the week before last, that you asked if Holmes had any other adventures in his beekeeping days.
I do indeed, Dr. Watson.
Well, I've been running through my notes concerning the remarkable affair of the pointless robbery, and I think you will find it thrilling enough to keep you on the edge of your chair.
I'm sure we all will, Dr. Watson. But first, men, I'm sure you'll be interested to hear why Kreml Hair Tonic is preferred among America's most prosperous and successful men. Kreml keeps hair handsomely groomed from morning until night, just the way you combed it in the morning. Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing has just enough light oil to keep hair perfectly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. Kreml always looks and feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Be sure to try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. And now, Dr. Watson, what's the story of the pointless robbery?
Well, it all began, Mr. Bell, on a delightful summer morning in August 1913. I was spending the first day of a week's holiday visiting Holmes at the small farm on the South Downs to which he'd retired and where he was devoting himself to nothing more serious than the raising of bees. I must say, Holmes, that the quality of breakfast here convinces me that I've discovered the real reason for your devotion to rustic life.
A very sound deduction, Watson.
And there's much to be said for the peaceful atmosphere of the countryside after the noisy hubbub of London.
A peace which I fear may be only too transient, Watson. I suggest that you omit reading the morning paper during your stay.
Oh, that talk of war in Europe, you mean? Nonsense, Holmes. In this year of our Lord, 1913, no civilized nation would dream of resorting to the outmoded fallacies of armed force.
I trust you're right, Watson. I trust you're right. But,
I say, Holmes, you've got a visitor. Somebody's coming up the path.
It's Mr. Kenmore, the rector of our local church. Another donation is indicated, no doubt. It would take the national budget to keep the church's ancient organ in good repair. Be a good fellow, Watson, and open the door while I refill the teapot.
That you are, Holmes. Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Mr. Kenmore. This is my good friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
A cup of tea?
No, thank you. No tea. And I must apologize for this unwarranted intrusion at such an early hour.
Some pressing matter in connection with the church?
No, Mr. Holmes. The cause of my visit is a most mysterious and disturbing occurrence which took place at my residence last night.
Oh, really? Suppose you give me the facts.
No doubt it will seem a minor matter to you, but I feel considerable agitation over it. Briefly, at some time last night, the rectory was broken into by thieves who ransacked the entire house, with the exception of the rooms in which my daughter Alice and I were sleeping.
Gracious me. And what was stolen?
Nothing. Nothing whatever.
Was the thief frightened off?
No, Mr. Holmes. We knew nothing of it until Alice came downstairs this morning to prepare my breakfast. She found the house in a state of the utmost confusion, obvious signs of forcible entry, and not a single thing missing.
Odd. Very odd.
I hesitate to ask you, Mr. Holmes, to concern yourself with such a trifle, but you know our worthy constable, Tom Wilson.
Yes, an excellent man when it comes to unlighted bicycle lamps, but beyond that... come, Watson, let's accompany Mr. Kenmore to the rectory and see what we can discover.
So you see, Mr. Holmes, as Father told you, absolutely nothing seems to be missing.
Not that the possessions of a country rector are of such great value.
Nevertheless, that silver service on the sideboard would undoubtedly attract any thief's eye.
A family inheritance, Mr. Holmes. One of my few valuables.
I see that you've got quite a large library, Mr. Kenmore. Any books of great value there?
Not at all, Dr. Watson.
Sound suggestion, though, Watson.
Oh,
This French window, which gives onto the garden, seems to be where the thief made his entry.
Quite. A circle of glass cut out of one of the panes. Then a gloved hand reaching in to turn the key.
A gloved hand, Mr. Holmes?
Undoubtedly, my dear. The blurred impressions are quite characteristic.
And now that you've seen everything, Mr. Holmes, what do you make of it?
It presents a most interesting problem, Mr. Kenmore. The disorder of the rooms would indicate a search for some definite object, even though you assure me that you know of nothing of value in your possession. And we must wait for developments. I think you and your daughter should most certainly be on your guard against the thief's return.
You really think there is...
Mr. Kenmore, my friend is apt to see criminals behind every bush, the natural result of a lifelong career.
Perhaps, Watson, perhaps. Well, we must be getting along.
I wonder, Mr. Holmes, if you and Dr. Watson would do me a great favor before you go.
Of course, if it's in our power.
Well,
what is it?
Would you think me too bold if I asked you to let me take a snapshot of you both?
Really, Alice. I gave Alice a camera for her birthday last week, Mr. Holmes, and ever since then she's been making life miserable for everyone.
I'm sure you could find two handsomer subjects, my dear. But Watson and I will be glad to have you immortalize our features.
Yes, of course, naturally.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I brought my camera down from my room, hoping you'd say yes.
Well, I'm very sorry. I was just wearing this old Norfolk jacket.
If you stand here, right beside the front door.
Just a moment. The wind's blowing my hair about a bit. There we are.
All right. Just look this way. Fine. Thank you so much.
I hope you'll spare me a print or two if they turn out, my dear.
I'll be very glad to. As a matter of fact, that was the last picture in the roll. Now I can take it down to the village and have Mr. Dilworthy, the chemist, develop it for me.
I say, we're passing by the chemist's shop. Can't I drop it off for you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. That's very kind. Here it is.
And thank you again, Mr. Holmes, for your kindness in troubling yourself with my problem.
Not at all. And remember, Mr. Kenmore, be on your guard against a return visit. Looks to me as though you're falling asleep over your book, Watson.
What's it? Well, I must admit, Holmes, that the combination of country air and that excellent dinner had a very soporific effect on me.
Oh, don't apologize. We country dwellers keep early hours.
Certainly different from the old days in Baker Street. I'm surprised that you don't miss the excitement of the chase, Holmes.
Professor Moriarty was the spice who kept the daily routine from becoming monotonous. But apparently he, too, seems to be in retirement.
Oh, have you any news of him, Holmes?
The last I heard, Scotland Yard had him fairly definitely located in South America.
South America, eh?
Which would indicate to anyone knowing the professor as well as I do that he may be anywhere on the face of the globe with the exception of South America.
Well, old fella, I'm going upstairs to sleep. What the devil's that?
The church bell. Come on, Watson. There must be something wrong at the rectory.
And I thought the quickest way of raising the alarm, Mr. Holmes, was to sound the church bell.
Very wise. Tell me, Mr. Kenmore, What was the first thing you heard?
A sharp cry from my daughter awakened me, followed by a thud. I rushed into her room and found her.
Well, she'll be all right, don't you worry, Mr. Kenmore. I've had to take several stitches, but she'll have a slight concussion for the next few days. But there's no cause for alarm.
Oh, thank heaven, Doctor. When I rushed in and saw her lying on the floor...
Her assailant had fled by the time you entered?
The open window showed only too clearly the miscreant's path.
Well, you keep her in bed for a few days, give her a light diet, and she'll be right as rain.
Oh, that face. The window.
Well, she's semi-conscious, poor girl, to be quite expected after such a blow.
No, don't touch me. Please. It's there on the shelf. No.
The sleeping draught that I gave her will take effect soon.
I blame myself, Mr. Holmes, for not having paid more attention to your warning. But
That's of no importance now, Mr. Kenmore.
What's that?
Someone at the door. Pardon me. Wilson, high time you got here. You received my message?
Oh, take your message as has brought me here, Mr. Kenmore.
Where the constable, Watson?
There's been worse things happening in the village.
What is it, Wilson?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Holmes. Oh, there's fair devil's work afoot tonight.
Oh, come, my man. What's up?
Well, it's Mr. Dilworthy, the chemist.
Well, what about him?
In his rooms where he lives, back of his shop. Dead.
Oh,
lying there on the floor with his head crushed in something savage.
Dilworthy? How horrible. Some prowling thief?
No. Oh, no, sir. With the cash box sitting there in plain sight, with £4 and some odd shillings plain to see and not a penny touched.
Dilworthy, wait a moment. The ransacking of this house, the attack on Miss Alice, and now this. There's only one common denominator which applies to all three.
I don't understand, Mr. Holmes.
That film from Alice's camera, Watson. After we left here this morning and went to the village, you left it at Dilworthy's?
Of course, it's got a... matter of fact, Holmes, I'm afraid I forgot all about it. Here's the roll in my pocket. I must apologize to Miss Alice.
Not a bit of it, Watson.
What do you mean, not a bit of it, Watson?
I'm convinced that roll of film holds the solution of the mysterious events of the past 24 hours. And due to your convenient lapse of memory, we are in possession of the prize.
But what prize are we in possession of?
That, Watson, remains to be seen. Come, we just have time to catch the late train for London. A visit to Scotland Yard's laboratory will reveal the precious secret which that film is evidently concealing.
In just a moment, we'll find out what that precious secret is. Men, when you buy a hair tonic, why not buy one that does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome? Why not get your money's worth and buy Kreml hair tonic? No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. In addition, Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so clean, refreshed, and alive. No wonder Kreml is preferred among America's most successful men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use this highly specialized hair tonic daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml. Kreml hair tonic. And now, Dr. Watson, what did you discover on that precious roll of film which had already caused the death of one person and a murderous assault upon another?
Well, as soon as we reached Scotland Yard's laboratory, Holmes wasted no time in getting permission to develop the photographs.
Just hand me that second tray, will you, Watson? The one this side of the red lamp.
There you are.
There. That does it. Look, Watson. The images are starting to appear.
Oh, I'll take your word for it. That red lamp gives about as much light as a glowworm.
Sorry, but that's all we can use until we finish the development. Look, Watson. They're coming much more strongly now.
Yes, I see. That seems to be a picture of the rector. Doesn't look to me as though that were worth committing murder for.
There are 12 pictures on the roll, Watson. This next one seems to be a somewhat out-of-focus picture of the directory.
That third one, sharper. Evidently a croquet match. I'm quite sure that we haven't gone tearing off on a wild goose chase, Holmes.
Impossible, Watson. All the evidence indicates that this film must have been the objective.
Ah, now that looks more interesting. Two girls on the beach in bathing suits. I say, Holmes.
What?
That girl on the left's got a fine figure, eh?
Undoubtedly. But the composition is not improved by those other people in the middle background. I think that... Watson, hand me that lens. The large magnifier there.
I thought you were displaying a cavalier lack of interest in such a shapely young lady. Well, I trust it's repaying your intense study.
Look, Watson. Look here. Examine it closely through the lens.
Well, a daring bathing suit, I must say. Has no sleeves.
Not the girl, you idiot.
Huh? The girl?
The two men in the background. Take a good look at that one on the right.
Oh, there's certainly something familiar about him. Holmes. Holmes, it can't be.
But it is, Watson. Beyond any shadow of doubt. Professor Moriarty himself, and no nearer to South America than the beaches of England.
But I don't see why Moriarty should have been so anxious to secure this film. After all, Holmes, there's nothing particularly damning in a photograph of two men seated on a beach.
When one of them is the world's most notorious criminal, and when he's quite ready to commit murder to regain the film. Watson, ask the inspector to call us a car.
Where are we going?
You and I and this precious film are paying a visit to Sir Edward at the Foreign Office at once.
Your deduction was absolutely sound, Holmes.
You recognize Moriarty's companion, then, Sir Edward?
Beyond any question. He goes by many names, but our files would indicate that the real one is von Schäling, probably the cleverest among the senior members of the Imperial German Secret Service.
Good heavens, a spy.
Yes, precisely, Dr. Watson.
I should imagine, Sir Edward, that his dealings with Moriarty must be of great importance, since they required him to come to England in person.
I'm quite sure of it.
But the peaceful surroundings of the South Downs and the quiet beaches, what would a spy be doing there?
With Portsmouth, England's greatest naval base only a few miles away, and the present situation in Europe, Professor Moriarty does not concern himself with trifles.
Under the circumstances, I have no hesitation in telling you two gentlemen that the first trials of our new battle cruisers have been taking place off Portsmouth these last few days.
Great Scott.
Yes, Doctor, in what we thought was the utmost secrecy.
There's still a ray of hope, Sir Edward. Moriarty would not have gone to such lengths to suppress this photograph had his transactions with von Schäling been completed.
Do you mean, Holmes, that there may still be time to forestall him?
Dr. Watson and I will do whatever is in our power, Sir Edward.
Judging from the sudden change in your expression after your silence this past hour, you've evidently had an inspiration.
We must bait a trap, Watson. And that film must be our bait. Professor Moriarty must be in a fury at his bungling subordinates, who've twice failed to recover it. If I know the professor, he'll make the next attempt himself.
Well, you can't take an advertisement in the newspaper, Holmes, to lure Moriarty into a trap.
If Alice and her father will cooperate, I have a method that is better than any advertisement.
Oh? What's that?
Evidently, Watson, you're not acquainted with the post office and the postmistress of the average village, to which Falworth is no exception. She fills the function of a town crier with the utmost efficiency. She will be our advertisement.
Good morning, Mr. Kenmore. And how are you this fine morning? And how is poor Miss Alice coming along?
Very well indeed, thank you, Mrs. Roberts.
Ah, that's a blessing. And what can I do for you today?
A shilling's worth of penny stamps, please.
I do hope the young lady will be up and about again soon. We miss her cheery face.
You know, Mrs. Roberts, there was an odd thing about that robbery at the rectory.
What was that?
All the intruder took was Alice's camera.
Fancy that.
After he struck her down. Not a very valuable bit of loot.
No, indeed.
Alice is glad she happened to remove the film that very afternoon. It's still on the library desk.
Is it really now?
I must remember to have it developed.
Well, it's a mercy that nothing worse happened. Oh, I almost forgot. Here's your stamps, Mr. Kenmore.
And I think I can assure you, Mr. Holmes, knowing our worthy postmistress as I do, that the misinformation I gave her has by now been widely disseminated.
Excellent, Mr. Kenmore. And I appreciate what you and Alice have been willing to risk on behalf of your country.
At least the falsehood I told was in a worthy cause.
I only wish Dr. Watson would let me get out of bed and come downstairs into the library with you when you take up your vigil tonight. I'd like to see that those horrible men get their just deserts.
Really, my dear, you sound almost bloodthirsty.
Well, I can't say that I blame Miss Alice for that. If someone had given me a crack on the head, I'd look forward to their downfall.
Mr. Kenmore, I would have felt happier if you and Alice were not in the house. But with my knowledge of Moriarty, I fear that he may have the place under observation, and the departure of you and your daughter might make him suspicious.
Is that why you and Dr. Watson are wearing those filthy farmer's clothes, Mr. Holmes?
Precisely, my dear. 8 o'clock. Time we were beginning our vigil. Mr. Kenmore, you will remain on guard with Alice here in her room. No matter what happens in the library, this is your post of duty.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
You have your service revolver, Watson?
Certainly.
Come then. We must be concealed and in readiness for our visitor at whatever hour he may arrive.
Only 2 o'clock. I'm so cramped from standing behind these curtains that I thought it must be the morning.
What price the peaceful countryside now, Watson?
Well, I must say that... What is it?
A faint sound on the gravel path. It might be a nocturnal animal or... No. There it is again. Footsteps. Is your gun ready, Watson?
Ready, Holmes.
You'll probably come through the French windows. It's the most inviting entrance. On your guard. Cutting up a pane of glass. Don't move. We've got you covered. The light switch, Watson, with your left hand. There. Well, Professor Moriarty, we meet again.
If it isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Keep that gun on him, Watson, while I see if he's carrying a weapon.
And render myself liable to a long prison sentence. My dear Holmes, your retirement to pastoral pursuits must have impaired your reasoning powers.
It's all right, Watson. He's unarmed. You can lower your hands now, Professor. But I'd strongly advise against making any sudden move.
I wish he would, the dirty traitor.
I'm inclined to agree with your sentiments, Watson. Moriarty, for once I intend to take the law into my own hands. I can forgive a criminal, or a forger, or a thief, or even a murderer. But a traitor is something else.
I don't understand what you're driving at.
Certain backward Balkan countries, Moriarty, have an extremely convenient system of disposing of unwanted prisoners. They are invariably shot while attempting to escape.
You wouldn't dare. You who have always stood on the side of the law.
Have you ever known me to break my word? I assure you, Moriarty, that unless you consent to turn over Von Schailing to us, together with any information you have for him, you will be dead by the time I count 10. And I promise you that Watson won't hesitate either.
Yeah, you bet I won't, Holmes.
Take your choice, Moriarty. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, Holmes. You win. This time.
A wise decision. Where were you to meet Von Schailing? And what were you to deliver to him?
At midnight tomorrow, on a beach 6 miles south of here. He has a rendezvous there with a submarine that is to take him back to Germany. And the figures on the new cruisers are hidden at my lodgings in Portsmouth.
We'll keep that appointment with Von Schailing tomorrow night. And to make sure that you have no chance for further treachery, you'll remain with us until he's in our hands. This is the spot, Professor Moriarty?
500 yards south of the abandoned dock, yes.
Very well. Watson and I will remain here behind these bushes. You, Professor, will walk out alone onto the sands. I intend to take no chances of scaring off our quarry.
I haven't much choice in the matter.
Just a moment.
Yes?
Remember that we have you in plain sight, that the moonlight is strong, and that the slightest sign of treachery will be the signal for your well-deserved execution.
I won't forget, Mr. Holmes.
I hate to think of his going scot-free, Holmes.
You cannot hate it more than I do, Watson. But letting him go free is a cheap price to pay for the scotching of his plans and the capture of Von Schailing. Here comes a car. This must be Von Schailing. No one else would be on this deserted road at this hour of night.
Oh, the car's stopping.
There's only one man in it. He's getting out. It is von Schäling.
Ah, Herr Professor. I knew I could depend on you.
Right, Watson.
Put up your hands, you.
The devil...
Look out, Watson! Quick work, Watson.
Oh, curse you, Moriarty. You have betrayed me.
Precisely, Herr von Schäling. But why should the fact that a traitor will engage in a double betrayal surprise you?
He'll be all right, Holmes. Barring a nasty flesh wound in his leg.
Well, Mr. Holmes, you have the papers and the spy. I've kept my part of the bargain. Now you keep yours.
Don't worry, Moriarty, I shall. But you can count yourself lucky that the stakes for which we were playing were far more value than your traitorous life. I promise you that next time we meet, you will pay your long overdue reckoning.
I shall look forward to it. Au revoir. Till our next meeting.
What infernal cheek. I hate to see him go free.
No more than I do, Watson. Well, at least we've had the best of the bargain. Now let's load our prisoner into the car.
And who are you, anyway? The devil?
Oh, hardly so eminent a personage, von Schäling. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
So, I might have guessed. Oh.
He's fainted. Oh, just as well, perhaps. Here, Holmes, we'll put him in the back seat of the car. Well, you've got the spy, and that finishes that.
I wonder. There's an east wind coming, Watson.
East wind? Oh, I don't think so, Holmes. It's particularly warm.
Good old Watson. You're the one fixed point in a changing age. There's an east wind coming all the same. Such a wind as never blew on England yet. It will be cold and bitter, and a good many of us may wither before its blast. But it's God's own wind nonetheless, and a cleaner, better, stronger land will lie in the sunshine when the storm has cleared. Start the car up, Watson. It's time we were on our way.
And now may I introduce one of the outstanding authorities on feminine beauty. He is John Robert Powers, who has received hundreds of thousands of requests from girls all over the country. Girls wishing to join his exclusive Powers Girls. And now, especially transcribed, Mr. John Robert Powers.
Good evening, friends. I'm very happy tonight to bring along one of my very attractive Powers girls, Miss Pat Fordyce. And maybe we can coax Pat to tell us what she considers one of the most important requirements of a Powers girl. How about it, Pat?
Well, I think one of the most important requisites is lovely, shining, bright hair. Hair that reflects natural, glossy luster and highlights.
I certainly agree, Pat.
And I heartily agree with you about using Kreml shampoo.
Yes, Pat, I advise all my Powers girls to use Kreml shampoo. In my opinion, no other shampoo leaves the hair more radiant with such natural gloss and highlights. Why, I've interviewed hundreds of girls with beautiful faces, but with such dull, lifeless-looking hair. Then after using Kreml shampoo, what a difference. Their hair emerges a vision of shining beauty.
I love its rich, velvety oil base, too.
A very good point, Pat, because this oil base actually helps hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Kreml shampoo also whips up a wonderful, luxurious, active foam, even in the hardest water.
Yes, Pat, to glamour bathe the hair, you simply can't beat Kreml shampoo. And I sincerely recommend it to every girl who is discouraged about the way her hair looks. To every girl who wants her hair to look its shining best.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, and also your very, very beautiful Powers girls, Miss Pat Fordyce. And now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I shall tell you a weird story about the strange experience of Mr. John Scott Eccles, wherein Holmes solves the murder of a certain Aloysius, or as you say, Aloysius, Garcia, and finds a kitchen full of voodoo fetishes. I call the story The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, His Last Bow. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to listen next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of Wisteria Lodge. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. A little test. Now, right off the top of your head, how many immortal literary phrases come to mind? I'll go along with you. None but the brave deserve the fair. To err is mortal, to forgive divine. O death, where is thy sting? And last but not least, elementary, my dear Watson. Yes, dear Mystery Theater fans, you have made the correct deduction. We are about to embark on another adventure with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
My dear Holmes, I know you're a stormy petrel and that puzzles follow you like night to day. But this is obviously a matter of petty housebreaking, pure and simple.
Watson, I quite agree with your diagnosis of housebreaking, but it is neither pure nor simple. And I fear it may yet prove to be simply deadly.
Our mystery drama, The Reigate Mystery, was adopted especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Bennett and stars Gordon Gould. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Sherlock Holmes fans, and who isn't, are accustomed to following the great detective into every imaginable situation. In and out of hansom cabs, on railroad stations, on the underground, on the Thames, in wild boat chases. But the last place you'd expect to find him is in a hospital room, suffering from nervous exhaustion.
Good morning, Watson.
Oh, why are you up, Holmes? I gave you a sedative last night that should have had you sleeping till noon.
Indeed you did.
What happened?
You know my methods, Watson. Reason it out.
Huh? You didn't take it.
Excellent, Watson.
Oh, you really incorrigible, Holmes. I must...
Just tell me, are you visiting me as a physician or as a friend?
Both. But as your physician, I must insist that you follow my instructions. Now, why didn't you take the sedative?
Because I'm feeling perfectly fit.
Well, as your friend, I rejoice. As your physician, I disagree. You must admit, Holmes, that even your iron constitution broke down under the strain of unraveling the colossal schemes of the Netherlands Sumatra Company, and you need rest.
I trust you're not prescribing a longer stay here in the hospital.
Oh, no, not at all. I know you. This is no place for you to get the rest you require. How does a week in the country strike you?
Where?
Surrey. With my old friend from Afghanistan, Colonel Hayter.
And his household?
Oh, a bachelor establishment, Holmes. No one to fuss over you except your friend and physician. It will be ideal.
Rest is your prescription, and rest I shall have. Just make arrangements to have me discharged from this hospital.
And so it was we came to Colonel Hayter's house near Reigate in Surrey and walked straight into what at first blush seemed a petty problem. Shortly after dinner, I insisted upon an early bedtime because of Holmes' condition. But our host said...
Oh, by the by, I think I'll take a pistol from my collection upstairs with me, in case we have an alarm.
An alarm, Colonel Hayter?
Exactly. We've had a scare in this part lately. Old Acton, who's one of our county magnates, had his house broken into last Monday. Oh, no great damage done. But the thieves are still at large. No clue? No, none as yet. Oh, but After your great international affair, this must seem small potatoes to you, Mr. Holmes.
I quite agree with you, Hater.
I suppose there were no features of interest?
I fancy not. The thieves ransacked the library and got very little for their pains. Might even have been vandals.
What makes you think that, Colonel?
Well, it seems obvious to me. The whole place was turned upside down, drawers broken open, presses ransacked, and the result was an odd volume of Pope's Homer, 2 plated candlesticks, an ivory leatherweight, a small oak barometer, and a ball of twine are all that the thieves took.
What an extraordinary assortment.
Yes, that's why I say vandals.
The county police ought to be able to make something of that. Why, surely it's obvious that...
My dear fellow, you're here for arrest. Now, for heaven's sake, don't get started on a new problem when your nerves are still shaky.
You've made your point, Watson. I shall be a good patient and get along to bed.
Hater and I were down early to breakfast, and I was pleased to see that Holmes was sleeping late, when suddenly the butler rushed in agitatedly.
Have you heard the news, Colonel? At the Cunninghams? Burglary? Murder. Oh, my word. Who was killed? J.P. or his son?
Neither, sir. It was William the coachman. Shot through the heart, sir.
Who shot him?
Well, a burglar, sir. Then ran off and got clean away.
Oh, it's a bad business. A bad business.
Good morning, gentlemen. What's a bad business?
Oh, Holmes. Good morning. You may go, Jenkins. Jenkins just told us about a murder over at the Cunninghams.
Cunningham?
Yes, the leading light in the county. Justice of peace and all that. A decent fellow.
He was murdered?
Oh, no, not Cunningham. His coachman caught a burglar in the act and got shot for protecting his master's property. Evidently the same villain which broke into Acton's.
And stole that very singular collection.
Precisely.
Now, Holmes, you promised.
Just breakfast conversation, Watson. This tea is excellent. It does appear to me just a trifle curious. A gang of burglars or one burglar operating in the county might be expected to vary the scene of their operations and not crack 2 cribs in the same district within a few days.
Yes, well, not if they were local fellows. In that case, Acton's and Cunningham's are just the places to go, for they're far the largest around here.
And richest?
They ought to be. But they've had a lawsuit going for some years, which has sucked the blood out of both of them. Acton has some claim on Cunningham's estate, and the lawyers have been at it with both hands.
Really, Holmes, I think we should change the conversation before...
All right, Watson. If it's a local villain, there shouldn't be too much difficulty in running him down. And I don't intend to meddle.
Inspector Forrester, sir.
Good morning, Colonel. I hope I don't intrude, but we heard that Mr. Holmes of Baker Street is here.
Inspector. Yes, he sits across from me now.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, if you don't mind, we could do with a bit of assistance.
The fates are against you, Watson. We were chatting about the matter when you arrived. Perhaps you can fill me in on some of the details.
Gladly. We had no clue in the Acton robbery, but here we have plenty to go on. And there's no doubt that it was the same party in each case. The man was seen.
By whom?
The Cunninghams, father and son. The elder Mr. Cunningham saw him from the bedroom window, and young Mr. Alec saw him from the back passage.
What time was this?
12:15. Mr. Cunningham had just gotten into bed, and Mr. Alec was in his dressing gown smoking a pipe.
And?
Well, they heard William, the coachman, crying out for help. Mr. Alec ran down to aid William. The back door was open, and as he reached the foot of the stairs, he saw 2 men struggling. One of them fired a shot. The other dropped, and the killer rushed across the garden and over the hedge.
And there was no pursuit?
Mr. Alec stopped to see if he could help William, so the killer got clean away.
Any descriptions?
Only the glimpse old Mr. Cunningham got from the window. Beyond the fact that he was a middle-sized man and dressed in some dark material, nothing.
And what was William doing there at that time of night? Did he say anything before he died?
Not a word.
Do you have any theories?
Well, the Acton robbery has put everyone on guard. William lived at the lodge with his mother, and since he was a very faithful fella, I imagine he walked up to check the house and... Well, came upon this robber just as he burst through the door.
Burst through?
Oh, the lock had been forced.
Did William say anything to his mother before going out?
Well, she's very old and very deaf. I'm afraid the shock has thrown her into complete senility.
Pity. If that's all, there are a few small matters I should like to examine.
Oh, there's one other thing, Mr. Holmes. This piece of paper was found between the finger and thumb of the dead man. It appears to be a fragment torn from a larger sheet.
May I?
Oh, of course, sir.
On my word, Inspector, this is extraordinary. There are much deeper waters than I thought.
Well, you notice, sir, that the fragment we have read...
At 11:45, learn what may be... And that leads you to surmise, Inspector?
Well, that it may have been an appointment. The exact time, 11:45, suggests that. And then that opens up the possibility that William was some kind of accomplice.
That's an ingenious and not entirely impossible supposition. But the writing, Inspector, the writing opens up a whole new area of complications which must be explored. Come, Inspector, there's work to be done. And Watson, you and you, Colonel, will have to excuse us.
I must say I was a bit put off by being pushed out of the investigation in so cavalier a fashion by Holmes. But Holmes later gave me the reasons for his decision and also filled me in as to what steps he took. His first request was to visit the morgue with Inspector Forrester, where he examined the clothes of the murdered coachman.
He certainly died from a revolver wound, Inspector.
Well, had you doubted it, Mr. Holmes?
I throw to test everything, Inspector. There are some very interesting things about his clothes.
Remarkably neat, I should say.
And their very neatness tells us a good deal.
If you're referring to the fact that it supports my theory that he was there because of the appointment, well, I'll agree with you, sir.
That's quite possibly. But more than that, Inspector. Much more.
What's that, then?
I suggest you refer to your notes. I have no doubt that you'll come to the same conclusions as I did. Did he have a wallet?
Oh, here. Nothing's been touched.
£2, an identification card, a receipt for some gloves, and... what's this? A photograph of a girl. Uncommonly handsome, I'd say.
Oh, she is indeed, sir. That's Anne Harrison.
His girl?
Well, that's hard to say, Mr. Holmes. Annie is, well, what you might call a free spirit.
I think we should visit her.
That's not possible. She disappeared a few days ago. Her family's upset. Doesn't know where she is.
Have they reported her missing?
Oh, no, it's not like that. She left a note saying she was going to London and she'd be gone some time.
Does she have friends in London?
None that we know.
Was she still seeing William before she took off for London?
Well, it was kind of an off-again, on-again thing. It's sort of difficult to explain.
Inspector, I think our next step is to visit the scene of the crime. Here we are, Inspector. According to your eyewitnesses, the struggle took place about here.
Yes, sir. And now?
Now you'll struggle with me.
Oh, but Mr. Holmes, Mr. Watson said...
Hush, man. We'll only simulate a struggle. Come on. Now, come on. Remember, this is a matter of life and death. Enough. That should do it.
What are you doing, sir?
Examining the ground here.
But we can see the marks where the struggle took place just a few feet away.
True, Inspector. But I must base my deductions on facts. And facts must be tested. Come along now. We're finished here.
Where to?
The King's Arms.
Well, that's a local pub.
Oh, I didn't know that. It was the name on the matchbox William Kerwin was carrying.
Well, there'll be nothing there but a lot of gossip.
Exactly what I'm hoping. A lot of gossip about a free spirit named Anne Harrison.
Philosophem is an expression much used and loved by Gaelic detectives who cling to the belief that at the center of every crime is a woman. However, in the 1,300 pages that constitute the Holmesian saga, it's a rarity to come upon a case where the catalyst of the crime was a woman. Have we made a discovery? We'll find out in Act 2 shortly. The importance of the straight man in comedy has been well established. But how about literature? There would have been no Dr. Johnson without Boswell. And in detective fiction, where would Hercule Poirot have been without his Cher-Ami Hastings? And Sherlock Holmes without Dr. Watson is unthinkable. Therefore, it's surprising to find Holmes pursuing clues in a murder investigation without the good doctor at his side. We find him at the Reigate village pub without Watson.
Barney, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Holmes, this is Barney Stapleford, the owner of the King's Arms.
Oh, it's an honor, an honor. I never thought I'd meet the famous Sherlock Holmes in person. Drinks are on the house.
Thank you, but it's a little early for me.
Mr. Holmes is looking for information about Anne Harrison.
Oh, well, that might take some time. You mind if I sit down?
By all means.
Now, Mr. Holmes, what would you like to know?
First, did she come here often?
If it called 2 or 3 times a week, often she did. But then again, there's not much doing in Reigate. Not for a high-spirited looker like Harry, that is. Oh, no wonder she's off for London. That's where she belongs, if you ask me.
Did she have a particular friend among the local gentry?
Well, I don't rightly know. You could call them gentry. Although Mr. Acton and young Alec Cunningham are big landowners. But William Kerwin was fair gone on her.
And how did she feel about him?
Well, same way she felt about anything in trousers. She loved him.
Oh, come on now, Barney. That's not...
No, Inspector. You know Anne as well as I do. As I recall, you had a bit of a fling with her yourself.
Well, Barney, that tongue of yours is going to get you into a lot of trouble one of these days.
Now, Inspector, nothing wrong with what our host has been saying. All I gather is that Anne Harrison engenders warm feelings in the opposite sex.
She was trouble. That's how she came to meet the Inspector here. He was called in to break up a brawl between Alex Cunningham and Mr. Acton.
And there you go again, Barney. It was simply a loud argument, not a brawl.
Over Miss Harrison?
She seemed to have gotten her dates mixed up, and, Mr. Holmes, she did seem to enjoy the fracas.
When was Miss Harrison last in here?
Oh, I disremember exact date. But I do know she was with William. Must have been about a fortnight ago.
Then that would have been before the burglary at Mr. Acton's, wouldn't it?
That's right, sir. Just about before that time.
When Holmes returned with Inspector Forrester, he looked drawn and pale, and I insisted he go up to his room and rest. I took this opportunity to try to find out from the inspector what progress he and Holmes had made with the case.
Well, it's no use asking me any more questions, Doctor. Mr. Holmes is behaving very queerly. Makes me simulate a struggle, break through hedges, and I told you about his interest in village gossip.
No need to alarm yourself, Inspector. I found that there's usually method in his madness.
Well, some folks might say there was madness in his message.
It's not the first time we've heard that from the police, eh, Watson?
Oh, I'd hoped you'd rested longer, Holmes. You really should.
Nonsense, dear friend. Your prescription did wonders for me. Inspector, I think we'd do well if we had a talk with Anne Harrison. Every effort should be made to locate her in London.
Begging your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but I don't see the young lady as a key in this murder. We know for a fact that she was well away before William Kerwin was shot.
And well away just before the Acton house was ransacked.
Well, coincidence, probably.
Had she ever gone to London before?
Not to my knowledge.
I prefer dealing with facts, not coincidences, Inspector. The facts are, the Acton house was robbed. The Cunningham's coachman murdered. Both families are involved in a lawsuit, and members of both families have evinced a strong interest in Anne Harrison, who, coincidentally, is also deeply involved with William Kerwin, the murdered coachman.
I take it that you attach no great importance to the scrap of paper found in the dead man's hand.
You take it wrongly, Inspector. Whoever wrote that note was responsible for bringing William Kerwin out of his bed and perhaps to his death. How did William get the note? Was it delivered by hand, or did it come through the post?
When I made inquiries, William received a letter by the afternoon post yesterday. The envelope was destroyed.
Excellent, Inspector. Now, we agree that this is part of a sheet of paper torn out of the dead man's hand. Why was someone so anxious to get possession of it?
Well, because it might incriminate him.
Exactly. And what would he do with it once he'd gotten hold of it?
Oh, well, I have no idea. Oh, I told you the ground was searched thoroughly in the hope of finding him.
No, Inspector. If our deductions are correct so far, our criminal was in a desperate hurry. He is not likely to have stopped to dispose of it. And we can buttress this line of reasoning by noting that he was in such a rush, he overlooked the piece left in William Kerwin's hand.
Oh, very true, sir, very true. But how does that help us decide what he did with it?
The most likely thing. He thrust it into his pocket. If we could get the rest of that sheet, we'll have gone a long way towards solving the mystery.
Well, I've heard you were a miracle worker, Mr. Holmes. But how do we get to the criminal's pocket before we catch the criminal?
Obviously, Inspector. Exactly the same way you make an omelet without breaking eggs.
After the inspector had left, not without giving Holmes a very strange look and promising to meet again with Holmes later in the day, I had questions to put to my old friend.
Inspector Forrester is quite good, Watson, but he is inclined to rush things without examining the facts very closely.
As a matter of fact, Holmes, he was complaining about your methods as being time wasters. And for the life of me, I couldn't explain to him why you insisted on making sure that William Kerwin had indeed been shot.
I never questioned that for a moment, my dear fellow.
Oh, but then...
Think, Watson, think. What were we told?
That the man was shot.
Of course. And?
And that the intruder or the killer ran off and escaped.
Before that, Watson. Before that.
Before. Well, there was a struggle.
Excellent. Now, bring to bear your knowledge as a physician. Two men are struggling. One presumably has a gun. Suddenly, a shot. A man falls. The other runs away. What, as a physician, would you expect to find on the body of the corpse?
Powder burns, of course.
Exactly. But, Watson, not only were there no powder burns on the body, neither could I find any on the clothes that William Kerwin had on him when he was shot.
Good heavens. Did you tell this to Inspector Forrester?
I tried to point it out to him, but he's off on another scent.
You promised to tell me about the note, and why you were so positive that Anne Harrison hadn't written the note.
No one person wrote that note, Watson.
What on earth do you mean?
No doubt you noted that I made a very careful examination of the corner of the paper which the inspector submitted to us, and it was evident to me that two different people had collaborated on the writing of the note, doing alternate words.
But why, Holmes? Why in the world would two people go to such lengths to write a note in that fashion?
Obviously, the business was a bad one, and one of the writers distrusted the other, and was determined that whatever was done, each should have an equal hand in it.
Then murder must have been a possibility when the note was written.
You never cease to amaze me, Watson. That is indeed a most excellent deduction. And certainly, if not murder, a devilish bit of business.
Then, of course, we can throw out the possibility that the burglaries at Acton's and this crime were in any way connected.
I find it difficult to believe that two crimes such as this, committed within a fortnight of each other, and involving two families who are having a dispute, is merely a coincidence. Particularly when you add the complication of Anne Harrison's involvement with both the families and the murdered man.
But, Holmes, what is the connection? What could it be?
Watson, if we knew that, we'd know everything. But come along. We have an appointment with Inspector Forrester at the scene of the crime.
Mr. Holmes, I have news from London, and it may be important.
Was she badly injured?
Oh, she's in the hospital, but the doctors say that she'll recover. Oh, hold on. I never said Annie was hurt. How did you...
Come, Inspector. You have news from London of great importance and interest to me. That news could only concern the young lady, Anne Harrison.
Well, that's all very well, but the fact that she was hurt...
I know of your personal interest in the lady, and since you're obviously perturbed and flustered, it could only be that she'd suffered some harm. How did it occur?
She was set upon by some thugs, robbed and beaten. But fortunately, they caught the rascals.
And they implicated someone from this area?
Not precisely, but they did say they were hired.
I see.
Do you recall the name of the officer in charge of the case?
Well, I'm not sure. It was something that sounded like, Lester or Lestrade.
Inspector Lestrade. I know him. He's a competent man, and we'll have that sort of information on him soon. But I fear we can't wait. I see you placed a constable by the kitchen door, so let us get to work immediately. If you'd be so kind, Inspector, as to go round the front, I'll have the constable open the kitchen door for me to enable me to take some tests.
And what will you be wanting of me in the front, Mr. Holmes?
Times. When I see Dr. Watson appear, I'll want to know the exact time.
I'll be waiting, Mr. Holmes.
Come along, Watson. Throw the door open, if you please, officer. Now, Watson, I'd like you to go up those stairs about halfway and tell me what you can see.
With or without my glasses, Holmes?
No, I want you to wear them, please. That's far enough, Watson. Now tell me, what do you see?
I can see the garden quite clearly.
Anything else?
Oh, yes, a good part of the hedge that lines the road.
Anything in particular strike you?
Yes, there's a large bush in the garden near the hedge. Stands out clearly.
Excellent, Watson. I'd like you to join me now.
Oh, sorry. What was that all about, Holmes?
It was on those stairs that young Alec Cunningham was standing when he saw the men struggling. Come along outside again. And he saw the fellow get away by crashing through the hedge just to the left of that bush. Now, look up at the house yonder. The second window from the left.
That's my father's room.
Oh. Then you must be Alec Cunningham.
And you must be the famous Sherlock Holmes from London.
Thank you. And this is my friend and colleague, Dr.
Watson.
Mm-hmm. Well, Watson, it seems that our young friend here is acquainted with us.
As is the world, Mr. Holmes. I saw you strolling about here and came to tell you that my father's been so upset by the events of the past few days that he has taken to his bed.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Anything you want to know, I'll be only too happy to tell you. But I'm sure Inspector Forrester has told you everything you need to know.
He's been very cooperative, but there are still some questions to be answered.
Not by my father.
That won't be necessary. It's obvious that your father could very well have seen the two men struggling from his window, just as you observed them from the stairs.
Yes, that's right.
And then you ran out and knelt beside the wounded man?
Correct.
I wonder if you could show us the precise spot. The ground is very hard, you see, and there are no marks to guide us.
Well, if you wish. Although I don't know what good it will do. I thought you were never at a loss. Yes, but here. Right here is where I knelt down.
Just as the inspector told me.
You know, Mr. Holmes, you don't seem to be so very quick as you're supposed to be.
Oh, well, all of us need a little time.
Well, you'll need it. Bumbling around here, I don't see that we have any clue at all.
Well, no, that's not fair. You don't know that if Holmes could only lay his hands on...
Good heavens, Mr. Holmes, what's the matter?
He's been overdoing it, that's what. Here, help me with him. Gently now.
On the ground, Dr. Watson.
Oh, together we can carry him into the house. And there, I'm sure he'll come round.
What is sometimes overlooked by the devotees of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson is the genuine respect that Holmes had for Watson's ability as a physician. Although Holmes was tolerantly skeptical of Watson's deductive powers, there is no instance in any of the stories where Holmes denigrated Watson's medical skills. That's all to the good, because it appears that Holmes himself is sorely in need of those skills now. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. I don't think anyone can really claim to be a real fan of Sherlock Holmes who isn't also a lover of the English countryside. So many of Holmes' cases take him and Watson to the moors or to various charming spots in Sussex, Wessex, or as in this case, Surrey. But they are actually tours organized for aficionados where they can retrace the steps of their favorite sleuth. Here we are in the village of Reigate in Surrey, in the living room of the Cunningham house.
I'm most dreadfully sorry, Cunningham. I'm sure I put you to a good deal of inconvenience.
Nonsense, Holmes. I was worried about you there. You looked rather ghastly.
Mr. Holmes has only just recovered from a severe illness.
I've probably been overdoing, Watson.
Shall I send you home in my carriage?
Thank you very much, but since I'm here, there's one point I'd like to clear up.
What is it?
It seems to me to be a distinct possibility that your coachman, William, arrived not before, but after the entrance of the burglar into the house.
Can't see why you'd think that.
The door was forced. The marks were clear, but you and your father take it for granted that the robber never got in.
Well, I'd not yet gone to bed, and I'd certainly have heard anyone moving about.
Where were you?
In my dressing room.
Your dressing room? Is that the window next to your father's?
Yes, it is.
Then both of your lamps were lit?
Undoubtedly. We were both up.
That's very curious. Very curious indeed.
What are you talking about?
The fact that a burglar, and a burglar who had some previous experience, should choose to break into a house when he could see from the lights that two of the family were still awake.
Your notion that the man robbed the house before William tackled him is absurd. We should have found the place disarranged and also found things missing.
It depends on what the things were. You must remember that we're dealing with a very peculiar burglar who appears to work on lines of his own. For example, look at the queer lot he took from Acton's. What was it again?
Ball of string, letter weight, another odds and ends.
Thank you, Watson.
Well, crime isn't my field, and we're quite in your hands, Mr. Holmes. Anything you suggest will be done.
Excellent. In the first place, I should like you to offer a reward.
Now, whatever you say.
I've jotted down the form here, if you'd be kind enough to sign it. I thought £50 was quite enough.
Well, my father and I would be willing to give 500.
Here's the form.
Oh, well, this isn't quite correct.
I wrote it rather hurriedly.
This reads, whereas at about 1:45 on Tuesday morning, an attempt was made, and so on. Well, it was at 11:45, as a matter of fact.
Oh, my apologies. You're quite correct, of course. I can't think how I happened to...
Holmes, this just goes to prove that you're still not yourself.
Well, no matter. I'll make the correction. And, Mr. Holmes, get it printed as soon as possible. You may have mistaken the time, but the idea is an excellent one. Here you are.
Thank you. And now I think we should go over the house together and make sure that this rather erratic burglar didn't carry anything away with him. Let's start with the door here. Marks indicate a chisel or a strong knife was used to force the bolt back in. You don't use bars, then, Cunningham?
We've never found it necessary.
You do keep a dog, though?
Yes, but he's chained to the other side of the house.
When do the servants go to bed?
Usually about 10.
Was that also true of William?
Yes.
It's singular that he should have been up on this particular night.
And so Holmes continued his methodical inspection of the architecture of the house, and not without a good deal of grumbling from young Alec Cunningham, who refused to yield when Holmes wanted to go into his father's room. We were in young Cunningham's dressing room, and he offered to let Holmes examine his bedchamber. Holmes accepted. As we entered the room, a carafe of water and a dish of oranges stood near the foot of the bed. To my astonishment, as we passed, Holmes deliberately knocked the whole thing over.
Now you've done it, Watson. A pretty mess you've made.
But Holmes, I never... well, I suppose I'll try to clean it up.
Now, here, I'll give you a hand.
Mind the glass pieces.
Well, I hope you don't take this the wrong way, Doctor, but in my opinion, your friend Holmes is off his head.
His behavior may be due to his recent...
Hello. Where is he off to now? Where is he? Well, I can't have him running around here.
Holmes? Holmes, where are you?
Help! Watson! Faster! Help!
No, you don't. Let go there. Oh, the wood,
What's going on here?
Arrest these men, Inspector.
Mr. Cunningham and his son?
They're the ones.
Well, on what charge?
Murdering their coachman, William Kerwin.
Oh, come now, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure you don't really mean...
Tut, man, look at their faces.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Cunningham. I trust this will prove to be an absurd mistake.
This is what we really wanted.
The remainder of the note.
Precisely.
Where did you find it?
Well, I was sure it must be. I'll explain everything to you presently. Watson, I'll be back with the inspector at Colonel Hayter's in time for lunch.
And Holmes was as good as his word. He and Inspector Forrester arrived just as the Colonel and I were sitting down.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson is giving me the news. I still can't bring myself to believe it. The Cunninghams? Are you sure you're not barking up the wrong tree?
Oh, I'm afraid he's not, Colonel. Your thoughts were the same as mine. But there's no question Mr. Holmes has gotten the right end of the stick. Wonder how he came to see it is beyond me.
Inspector, your handicap was in knowing these important people. You recall that we both agreed immediately upon the importance of the scrap of paper in the dead man's hand.
Certainly, but that in itself...
Excuse me, Inspector. Alec Cunningham said that the assailant, after shooting Kerwin, fled instantly. Did he not?
Yes.
Then it couldn't have been the assailant who'd torn the paper from the dead man's hand. And since young Cunningham said he'd knelt by the dead man, and then his father and servants had come up on the scene, therefore the only one who could have snatched the paper had to be Mr. Alec Cunningham.
Ah, it's crystal clear, Mr. Holmes.
Well, now it is, Colonel. Oh, but at the time...
We had another clue. Remember, Inspector? I called your attention to the condition of William Kerwin's clothes. Because, according to Alec Cunningham's statement, he was shot at close range. But there were no powder burns upon the clothing. It was then that I found myself looking askance at the part which had been played by Mr. Alec Cunningham.
But the motive, Holmes. Why would the Cunninghams want to murder their coachman?
Exactly, Watson. The question cries out for an answer. I felt all along that the answer would be found in the note that was torn from the dead man's hand. But the question remained, where was that note?
Well, my question is, what the devil was the coachman doing in the garden at that time of night if he didn't see a burglar?
If you throw out the burglar theory, and I'd already discarded that, for reasons which I'll explain shortly, there remains only one answer. He was there to meet someone.
But, Holmes, I thought you were convinced this whole thing started with the burglary at the Acton house.
And so it did, with the thieves taking a collection of useless objects, which leads to the inescapable conclusion that the robbers didn't find what they were looking for and just took the first things that came to hand to make it appear to be a robbery.
I fail to see the connection.
And now is the time to refer to the corner of paper the inspector submitted to me. As I told you, Watson, it seemed to be part of a most remarkable document.
You said it was written by two people writing alternate words.
Wasn't that drawing a rather long bow, Mr. Holmes?
Not at all, Inspector. Let me draw your attention to the strong T's of at and to, and ask you to compare them with the weak ones of quarter and 12, and you'll instantly recognize the facts.
Well, now that you point it out, it seems very clear.
But there's much more. You may not be aware that the deduction of a man's age from his writing is one which has been brought to considerable accuracy by handwriting experts. It was simple to deduce that the writers of this note were a young man and a much older one. And there's a further and much subtler point. The handwriting belongs to men who are blood relatives.
Oh, come, Mr. Holmes, this almost smacks of witchcraft.
So that put you squarely on the trail of the Cunninghams.
And the note. I was almost certain that young Alec had torn it out of the dead man's hand and thrust it into the pocket of his dressing gown.
Why the dressing gown, Holmes?
Time, Watson, time. Where else could he put it?
Well, at that moment I'll agree. But why would he not have destroyed it later?
He would have, if he had known of its importance. And you, Watson, were about to inform him of that fact when, by the luckiest chance in the world, I tumbled down in a sort of fit and so changed the conversation.
Holmes, do you mean to say that feint of yours was an imposture?
Then, when I recovered, I managed to get young Alec to write the word 12, so that I might compare it with the 12 in the paper.
Oh, I swear I'll never waste sympathy upon you again, Holmes.
It was necessary, Watson, just as it was for me to blame you for upsetting the table, so that I could get to the dressing gown and find the paper there.
Yeah, well, that's all very well, but confound it, I still don't know why the Cunninghams killed their coachman.
Colonel, the old man cracked and told us the whole story when he saw how strong a case we had against him. It was pretty much as I had deduced. He and his son Alec had robbed the Acton house looking for a legal document that would have helped in their lawsuit against Acton. When they failed to find it, they tried to make it appear like an ordinary robbery.
Yeah, but where does William Kerwin...
He witnessed the robbery, and he attempted blackmail. The Cunninghams think he slipped out and followed them the night of the robbery. But I think otherwise.
You have some reason for that, Holmes?
The note. Here's the whole text. If you will come around to the East Gate, you will be very much surprised and learn something of the greatest value to you and Annie Harrison. Say nothing to anyone.
You think Annie was in on it?
Well, let's say that it's entirely possible that she and William Kerwin were out walking the night of the robbery. And after seeing what went on, it's also possible that Annie may have suggested the whole plot to William. However, that's no longer important. And Watson and I want to thank you for the distinct success of our quiet rest in the country.
All of us feel that we know Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson intimately. A tribute to the literary magic of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Yet Doyle left out so many questions in the private lives of his two immortals unanswered. For example, did you know that Watson married a second time? He did, according to a later Holmesian story, but no one knows her name. Simply because Dr. Watson never mentioned it. Well, perhaps therein lies the charm. I'll be back shortly. For the enduring popularity of the Sherlock Holmes tales may lie in the life of Conan Doyle himself. He was not only a writer, but also a doctor, athlete, dramatist, historian, war correspondent, and spiritualist. But most of all, he was always the helper of the underdog. And that may be his biggest asset. Our cast included Gordon Gould, William Griffiths, Ray Owens, and Lloyd Battista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
All right. Come on, now settle down, fella. I know you're not too fond of being bathed. This only take a couple of minutes now.
Come on, Skeeter. What's this plan of yours?
Well, the first thing I have to do is get on the phone to these friends of mine who do their racing out in Western Canada.
Mm-hmm. What are they going to tell you?
If they happen to have any bay geldings about 16 hands high racing up there.
Skeeter, I hope you're not thinking what I think you're thinking.
And what might that be, huh?
You're looking for a ringer.
Jed, we find a horse that can pass a Proud Chief's twin. Except for the fact that this other Proud Chief can run fast enough to win races. We'll be setting ourselves up for some tidy profits.
Skeeter, you gotta be crazy even to think of trying to pull such a stunt.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everyone has heard of the fabulous goose that laid the golden eggs, but trust Sir Arthur Conan Doyle to ring some changes on that story when he sends the world's favorite detective, Sherlock Holmes, on a wild goose chase.
Mr. Breckenridge, I was recommended to you by the landlord of the Alpha. He says that you have the finest geese in town.
Oh, yes. I sent him a couple dozen last week.
Mm-hmm. And I'd like to know where you got them.
And I shall tell you. I've never been so pestered in my life. Where are the geese? Who did you sell them to? What did you take for the geese? I'm through answering questions about the geese.
So get out and take your friend with you.
Our mystery drama, The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle, was adapted from the Sherlock Holmes classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. So many of the Sherlock Holmes stories begin in that famous flat at 221B Baker Street that we overlook one obvious fact. The address is so well known, we assume everyone knows exactly where Baker Street is. And somehow I think that's a mistake. For those of you who've never been in London, let me place Holmes' headquarters more exactly. Baker Street runs from Regent's Park to Hyde Park. At the southern end, near Marble Arch, is the site of the United States Embassy. And so halfway between Regent's Park and Hyde Park, we join Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson at 221 Baker Street. And it wouldn't be amiss to wish them both a Merry Christmas.
The second morning after Christmas, 1893, I'd called upon my friend Sherlock Holmes with the notion of wishing him the compliments of the season. But I found him intently examining a very disreputable and seedy, hard felt hat. Seeing him thus occupied, I said, if you're engaged, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, my dear Watson, I'm delighted to have a friend with whom I can discuss my results.
Oh.
The matter of this hat is perfectly trivial, but there are some points of interest.
I suppose it's the clue which will guide you to the perpetrator of some crime.
No crime. This trophy belongs to Peterson, the commissioner at the club. You know him?
Oh, yes, of course. Is it his hat?
No. Peterson found it. The owner is unknown.
Oh, how did you get it?
Well, I received it on Christmas morning in company with a good fat goose, which I have no doubt is roasting at this moment over Peterson's fire.
Well, what are you bothering with it at all for?
Come, Watson. You know my interest in even the smallest of problems. Peterson brought it and the goose to me under circumstances that piqued my curiosity.
Well, you certainly succeeded in whetting my appetite to know more. How did Peterson come by the hat and the goose?
Interestingly, he was returning home from a party about 4 o'clock Christmas morning. In front of him, he saw in the gaslight a tallish man walking with a slight stagger, carrying a white goose slung over his shoulder. As he reached the corner of Goodge Street and Tottenham Court Road, a row broke out between this stranger and a gang of toughs.
Oh, dear, I see. In the fracas, he lost his hat.
Yes. One of the rowdies knocked off his hat, and whereupon the man raised his stick to defend himself. But swinging it over his head, he smashed the shop window behind him.
Dear me, an unfortunate way to celebrate Christmas.
There's more misfortune to follow. Peterson ran forward to protect the stranger from his assailants, but the man, shocked at having broken the window and seeing an official-looking person in uniform rushing towards him, dropped his goose, took to his heels, and vanished.
And the toughs?
Also fled at the appearance of Peterson, so that he was left with the spoils of battle, this battered hat, and a most unimpeachable Christmas goose.
Which surely he restored to the owner.
My dear fellow, there lies the problem. It's true there was a small card tied to the bird's left leg on which was printed, "For Mrs. Henry Smith." It's likewise true that the initials H.S. are legible upon the lining of this hat. But there are some thousands of Smiths and quite a few hundreds of Henry Smiths in this city of ours. It's not easy to restore lost property to the rightful one.
I see. What happened to the goose?
I kept it until this morning, when there were signs that, in spite of the slight frost, it should be eaten without delay.
I see.
Therefore, it's now roasting on the hearth of the finder while I have the hat.
Didn't this Smith advertise?
No.
Then you have no way of establishing his identity.
Only as much as we can deduce from the hat.
Oh, you must be joking. What in the world can you gather from this old, battered felt?
Here's my lens. You know my methods? What can you gather yourself as to the individuality of the man who has worn this article?
I took the tattered object in my hands and turned it over rather ruefully. All I could see was that it was a very ordinary black hat, much the worse for wear. The lining had been of red silk, but was much discolored. There was no maker's name. I saw the initials. There seemed to have been some effort to hide the discolored patches by smearing them with ink. I handed it back, saying, I see nothing, Holmes.
On the contrary, Watson, you see everything, but you fail to draw inferences.
All right. Then you tell me what you can infer from that hat.
The man was fairly well-to-do within the last 3 years, although he has now fallen upon troubled days. He has foresight, but less now than formerly, pointing to a moral retrogression, which, when added to the decline of his fortunes, seems to indicate some evil influence, probably drink. This may also account for the obvious fact that his wife has ceased to love him.
Oh, my dear Holmes. I never heard such flights of fancy.
He has, however, retained some degree of self-respect. He leads a sedentary life, is middle-aged, has grizzled hair, which he has cut within the last few days, and he uses lime cream on his hair.
Of course. You must be joking.
Also, by the way, it's extremely improbable that his home is lighted by gas.
Oh, no, that's too much. But I'll skip that and go back to the deduction about his fortunes being in decline. Where do you see that?
This hat is 3 years old.
So you say?
These flat brims curled at the edge were fashionable then, but not since. It's a hat of the very best quality. Look at the band of ribbed silk and the excellent lining. If this man could afford to buy so expensive a hat 3 years ago and could afford none since, then assuredly he's gone down in the world.
So obvious when you explain it. How about the foresight and the moral retrogression?
Here's the foresight, Watson. This little disc and the loop which secures the hat against the wind. They're never sold with hats. This man ordered one, showing a certain amount of foresight, since he went out of his way to take this precaution against the wind.
But the elastic's broken.
Precisely, Watson. It's broken, and he hasn't troubled to replace it, although it's cheap and easy enough to have done. Therefore, he has less foresight than formerly.
I can't see that. Why isn't it that he just doesn't care?
Impossible. He's tried to conceal some of the stains on the hat by daubing them with ink, so he hasn't entirely lost his self-respect.
Well, I suppose you deduce that he's middle-aged, recently had his hair cut, and uses lime cream from an examination of some stray hairs found in the hat.
Good, Watson. If you use the lens on the lower lining, you will find a number of hairs clean cut by the scissors of the barber. There's a distinct odor of lime cream, and the hairs are adhesive.
Yes, fine. But the sedentary life.
The dust on the hat, Watson. Not the gritty gray dust of the street, but the fluffy brown dust of the house. The hat has been hung indoors most of the time.
But his wife, you said that she'd ceased to love him.
This hat hasn't been brushed for weeks. When I see you, my dear fellow, with a week's accumulation of dust upon your hat, and when your wife allows you to go out in such a state, I shall fear that you also have been unfortunate enough to lose your wife's affection.
My word. Well, he might be a bachelor.
Doctor, you forget. He was bringing the bird home as a peace offering to his wife. Remember the card on the bird's leg?
Fair enough. But you will admit that you were guessing when you said he was without gaslight.
Not at all, not at all. One tallow stain on a hat, even two, may come about by chance. But when I see no less than 5, I think there can be very little doubt that the individual must come into frequent contact with burning tallow. Can you not see him, Watson, walking upstairs at night after a drinking bout with his hat in one hand and a guttering candle in the other?
Well...
Come, my old friend. You must admit he never got tallow stains from a gas jet.
Jove, you have an answer to everything. But all of this seems to be rather a waste of energy.
The goose. Mr. Holmes, the goose.
What of it? Has it returned to life and flapped off through the kitchen window?
See here, sir. See what my wife found in its crop.
By Jove, Peterson, that's treasure trove indeed. I suppose you know what you've got.
Diamonds. Precious stone.
It's more than a precious stone. It's the precious stone.
By Jove, the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle.
Bullseye, Doctor. I see you've been reading the advertisements in the Times also. There's a reward of £1,000, and that's not within a 20th of its market price.
£1,000? I'd have to go right off to the police with it.
No. You leave the stone with me, and I'll see that you'll get the reward.
And what will I tell my wife?
What did you tell her before you came here?
Well, that I was off to see you and then to the police.
Tell her the truth, that you wanted to go to the police, but I was the one who wouldn't have it.
The moment Peterson left, Holmes took the magnificent blue carbuncle and packed it very carefully and left Baker Street saying that he would return shortly, and if I cared to continue pursuing the answer to this puzzle, I should wait for him. Well, needless to say, I waited. Who is it?
Inspector Lestrade.
Lestrade. Come in. It's been a long time since we've met.
Where's Holmes?
Well, I've no idea. He told me to wait for him. I expect him any moment. You have some little problem you think my friend can help you with?
This time the shoe's on the other foot, Doctor. It's Mr. Holmes who has the problem.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, I'm afraid your friend Holmes has made a serious mistake.
There, Lestrade. I was expecting you.
There's no doubt you were. I'm here to inform you that I have a warrant for your arrest, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
The unthinkable has happened. Sherlock Holmes under arrest. Now, we all know that Lestrade isn't the most brilliant officer at Scotland Yard, but he's honest and slow-moving. He also has a warrant, so it isn't Lestrade alone who believes Holmes is guilty of a crime. I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. Even the best of us cherish small victories. Although Sir Arthur Conan Doyle doesn't mention it, I suspect that Lestrade, so often proved wrong by the astute Sherlock Holmes, must have felt a measure of satisfaction when he placed the brilliant detective under arrest. Let's continue now and hear Holmes' reaction.
Come, Lestrade. Come. What is the charge?
Being in possession of stolen property.
You refer, of course, to the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle.
So you admit it?
Nonsense.
But how would you know what I was talking about unless...
Because I know righteous women, Inspector.
Meaning Mrs. Peterson?
Now you'll admit that's where you got your information from, won't you?
Nothing to be ashamed of. She's an honest, law-abiding citizen
who reacted predictably, and as I foresaw, when her husband told her, I kept the stone and asked her not to inform the police. Now, here, read this note, which, as you will see, is upon the Countess of Morcar's own stationery and written in her hand.
As I say, from Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, the blue carbuncle, which was stolen from my suite at the Hotel Cosmopolitan upon the 22nd of December. I have given Mr. Holmes my bank check for £1,000 made out to Mr. Peter Peterson, who was responsible for the finding of the gem. Signed, Helena Mercatus, Countess of Morcar.
So, Inspector, I am not in possession of any stolen property, but I've returned it to its rightful owner and will shortly deliver the reward to Peterson. Now, I want your word to keep this matter of the recovery of the carbuncle secret.
But why?
Because it's necessary that the man who stole it still believes that it's missing.
We have the thief.
I doubt that you have the right man.
So that's the way the wind blows. Once again, you're going to fly in the face of the evidence.
The evidence being?
Now, it's clear enough. This fellow, John Horner, is a plumber. He was working in the dressing room of the Countess, soldering the second bar of the grate, which was loose. Horner was shown to the room by the upper floor attendant of the Cosmopolitan named James Ryder.
Didn't he stay with him?
Well, for some time he did. But then he was called away. And when he returned, Horner had disappeared. A bureau had been forced open and a small Morocco casket lay empty upon the dressing table. Ryder instantly gave the alarm.
And Horner was then arrested in his lodgings, found to have been convicted on a previous robbery charge, and is now awaiting trial.
That's it. What makes you think we don't have the right man?
Several things. First, can you tell me how the stone went from Horner into the crop of the goose which Mrs. Peterson was cooking?
Not a moment. No doubt we'll find that out when he confesses.
But so far, he strongly protests his innocence.
They all do.
Another question which occurs to me is, how did Horner know exactly where the Countess kept the gem?
But it seems to me that these are questions that his defense counsel might raise at his trial. But since I'm a police officer, I don't think I have to answer them.
Well, suppose that I'm in position of finding a link in the chain. Would you then agree to keep the recovery of the stone quiet?
It all depends on whether you're off on some flight of fancy or...
I know for a fact, as you do, that the stone was in the crop of a goose in the possession of Mrs. Peterson. I also know that before it came into her possession, it was carried by a Mr. Henry Smith. I propose to locate this Mr. Smith and find out what part he played in this little mystery.
And if I agree, how do you intend to do that?
By the simplest means possible. An advertisement in the newspapers.
And so it was agreed. Lestrade left. An advertisement was placed reading, "Found at the corner of Goodge Street, a goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Smith can have same by applying at 6:30 this evening at 221B Baker Street." Now, I did my professional rounds the next day, but was back at Holmes' flat at 6 o'clock. My friend was waiting for me, lounging on the sofa in a purple dressing gown, thoughtfully staring at a plump white goose, which was conspicuous on the sideboard. He waved at it and said,
"Isn't that a fine-looking bird, Watson?"
Makes my mouth water. But I presume we're not going to have the pleasure of eating it.
Correct. If we receive an answer to our advertisement, this bird will put us a lot farther along the trail to the answer we seek.
You think Horner innocent?
Oh, that's putting it a shade too strongly. I'd rather say that the police have accepted all evidence at face value and made no effort to answer the questions I put to Lestrade here yesterday. However, Mrs. Hudson is preparing our dinner, which we shall have at 7, unless we're interrupted.
Before we could start dinner, there was a knock at the door. I opened it to admit a tall man in a Scotch bonnet with a coat buttoned up to his chin. Holmes rose from the sofa to greet him.
Mr. Henry Smith, I believe.
Oh, yes, that's my name.
Pray take this chair by the fire, Mr. Smith.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. It is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, isn't it?
Yes, and this is Dr. Watson.
No. Well, I don't mean to be impertinent, but I'm at a loss to understand how a man of your reputation comes to be involved in a matter concerning a goose and a hat.
This is your hat, sir.
Oh, yes, thank you.
But since you know my identity, you must also know my disposition for observation and oblige me by putting it on.
Oh, of course.
A perfect fit. Well, sir, we've retained these things for you for some days because we were looking for an advertisement from you giving your address.
Well, shillings aren't so plentiful with me as they once were. I believe that gang of roughs who assaulted me had made off with both my hat and the bird. I didn't care to spend more money in a hopeless attempt to recover them.
Quite so. Oh, by the way, about the bird, we were compelled to eat it.
Oh, to eat it?
Yes, I'm sure that you understand it would have been of no use to anyone had we kept it here for this length of time.
Oh, yes, I can see that.
However, would this other goose upon the sideboard, which is about the same weight and perfectly fresh, be a suitable replacement for the one you lost?
Oh, that's very handsome of you, Mr. Holmes, and I'll be very happy with this bird. Thank you.
One more thing. We still have the feathers, legs, and crop of your own bird, if you wish to...
Well, outside of serving as reminders of my adventure, I see no earthly use for them. So with your kind permission, I'll just take this excellent bird and be running along.
Oh, one moment, by the way. You see, I'm somewhat of a fowl fancier, and I've seldom seen a better-grown goose than the one that you lost. Would you mind telling me where you bought it?
Oh, not at all. A few of us frequent the Alpha Inn near the museum. Well, this year our good host started a goose club, the purpose of which was to see that all of us, by paying a few pence a week, would each receive a fine goose at Christmas. Well, the rest you know. And once again, gentlemen, my thanks.
The door had not long closed on Mr. Smith before Holmes turned to me and said,
"It's quite certain our friend Smith knows nothing of the matter. Are you hungry, Watson?"
"No, not particularly."
"Then I suggest that we turn our dinner into a late supper and follow up this clue while it's hot."
Or perhaps we could even get a bite at the Alpha whilst we chat to the landlord. One glass of beer with the genial landlord of the Alpha elicited the information that he'd purchased Smith's goose, along with the others, for the club, from a Covent Garden dealer named Breckenridge. When we reached his stall, he was about to put up the shutters for the night.
Good evening, Mr. Breckenridge. Cold night.
You must have some reason to be out in it.
No, I see you sold out of geese.
Well, let's have 500 tomorrow morning.
I'm afraid that won't do.
Well, there's some in the store yonder with a gas flare.
Oh, yes, but you were particularly recommended to me.
Who by?
By the landlord of the Alpha.
Oh, yeah. I sent him a couple of dozen.
Fine birds they were, too. Now, where do you get them?
Now then, mister, out with it, and you'd better make it straight.
Well, straight enough. I should like to know who sold you the geese you supplied to the Alpha.
And I'm not telling you. Now be off.
Why should you be so warm over a trifle?
If you were as pestered lately as I am, you'd be warm, too. When I pay good money for a good article, there should be an end of the business. But every day it's, where are the geese? Who did you sell the geese to? And what would you take for the geese?
Well, I have no connection with other people who've been making inquiries. But I'm always willing to back my opinion on a matter of fowls, and I have a fiver on it that the bird I ate is a country bird.
And you lost a fiver for its town bred.
It's nothing of the kind.
You think you know more about fowls than I, who've handled them ever since I've been a nipper? I tell you that all those birds went to the Alpha were town bred.
You'll never get me to believe that.
Now, since you seem to be a betting man, would you care to make a wager on the matter?
Oh, I'd just be taking your money. But to teach you not to be obstinate, I'll put a sovereign against you.
You may as well hand me the sovereign now. Bill, bring me the books. And when I have a Mr. Cocksure, I'll prove to you that there's still one goose left in my shop, and that's you. Well, thank you, Bill. Now, this book lists the names of all the folk from whom I buy. On this page here are the country folk, and their numbers after their names are where their accounts are in the big ledger. Now, then... you see this page in red ink? That's a list of my town suppliers. Now, look at the third name and read it out to me.
Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road, 249.
Just so. Now, turn that up in the big ledger. There. Now, you have it. Read that last entry.
December 22. 24 geese at 7 shillings 6pence.
There you are. Underneath?
Sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha at 12 shillings.
What have you to say now?
Well, what can I say? Here's your sovereign. Well, that's the last time I take a bet with a tradesman. Come on, Watson.
You were fortunate that you managed to get him to wager with you, Holmes.
Not fortunate. Observant. When you see a man with whiskers of that cut, with a pink betting slip protruding from his pocket, the odds are all in your favor that he can be drawn by a bet. If I'd put 100 pounds down before him, I'd never have gotten such complete information as he gave me, because he thought he was getting the best of a wager.
I've had enough of you and your geese. Any more talk of geese, and I'll shut the door.
Come, Watson, come.
Right.
I didn't buy the geese off you.
But one of them was mine all the same.
We'd like a word with you. Come on, Watson. The fellow's taken to his heels.
So
George, chap runs like a hare.
He won't get away, and it'll be worth your while to talk with us.
Tell the smasher that I can't give him what I ain't got. But I'm still trying.
A famous nursery rhyme about the theft of a goose goes in part like this. John, John, the gray goose is gone, and the fox is off to his den. Although not strictly applicable in this Sherlock Holmes tale because we're not sure who the fox is, nevertheless, we'll track him to his den when we continue with Act 3. Everyone's familiar with the phrase, your goose is cooked. In The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle, the cooking of the goose marked the beginning rather than the finish of a story. We pick up Sherlock Holmes and the faithful Watson hot on the trail of a man who's also interested in the whereabouts of the cooked goose, which was the receptacle for the world-famous Blue Carbuncle.
It's useless. It's useless, Watson. We've lost him. Time to stop using our feet and start employing our brains.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, Holmes, because to tell the truth, I'm not in the best of shape for running through the streets of London. What do we do?
Follow up 2 clues that have been given to us. The Smasher is an infamous name in the London underworld.
Oh.
I have ways of reaching him, and...
And Mrs. Oakshott?
No, not quite yet. We've discovered where the goose was grown. Now, I think we should set about checking where it fed.
I left my friend to go to my home, but made an appointment to have dinner with him the following night. Much to my surprise, when I arrived, I found Inspector Lestrade of the Yard sitting opposite Holmes. Lestrade had a long face.
Watson, the Inspector Superiors at Scotland Yard are expressing some concern over the fact that they may look foolish if it turns out that they have once again arrested the wrong man.
They're much more concerned over a rowdy disturbance at the Hotel Cosmopolitan this morning.
What has that to do with me?
Now, come off it, Mr. Holmes. I know what a marvel you are at disguises, and I'll bet my last copper that you were one of those toughs that got into a disgraceful brawl in front of the hotel today.
Indeed, Inspector. And can you advance any reason why I should be involved in such a fracas?
Because you're still poking around about the Countess of Morcar's Blue Carbuncle.
Well, I'm convinced Horner is innocent, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to marshal enough facts for you to render me some assistance.
You admit you need our help.
In this matter, definitely.
And what do we get out of it?
I think I can promise to save you and the Yard some embarrassment in the matter of the man now in jail.
First, I'd like to know what you want from us.
I want you to pick up the Smasher.
The Smasher? On what charge?
Doesn't matter. Anything that will hold him overnight. Used the brawl at the Cosmopolitan.
He wasn't there.
But 2 of his boys were.
So you were the other man.
No, that's of no moment now. What is important is that the Smasher should be out of the way tonight.
Why? Do you think this Smasher took the Carbuncle?
At the moment, I have only suspicions. What I do know is that the Smasher is involved. Else why would 2 of his tops be posted at the Cosmopolitan entrance?
Most of the people who stay at the Cosmopolitan are wealthy. The Smasher might have had some other reason.
Granted. But the fight didn't start until they found out someone else was inquiring about Mr. James Ryder.
Oh?
Who quite coincidentally called in sick today. He was not at work.
Mightn't he have been really ill?
If my theory is correct, he is ill of fright. I think Mr. Ryder knows something that the Smasher wants to know. And that knowledge has frightened him half to death.
After some grumbling and a promise from Holmes that the Yard could release the Smasher the first thing in the morning, Lestrade agreed. Holmes and I immediately set out for Ryder's lodgings, which weren't too far from Mrs. Oakshott's address in Brixton Lane. Ryder had a room tucked away at the top floor of a small house at the end of a mews. As we approached it, Holmes warned me...
Now keep a sharp eye out for anyone loitering around the entrance, Watson.
You think the Smasher has some of his men watching the house?
I think it's a distinct possibility. I'm not concerned about them watching. I just don't want them preventing us from entering. There they are. Follow my lead now. I don't want you getting any wrong ideas now, mister. My sister's a very refined gal. Not the sort you can play tricks with. She's used to gentlemen. You understand?
You told me all that in the pub. But I don't have any wrong ideas. I'll behave in a proper fashion. We weren't challenged as we entered, and whilst we were climbing the stairs, Holmes complimented me.
You did well out on the street, Watson. Just enough to throw them off the scent if they had instructions to stop anyone who might be looking for Mr. James Ryder. Here we are.
Who's there?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Open up.
What do you want?
I can be of assistance to you in the matter that's troubling you.
What do you know about it?
I know everything about it.
How do I know this is a trick to get me to open?
You're interested in geese, or rather one goose, white, with a black bar across its tail, which was sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha Inn and given by him to Mr. Henry Smith.
Oh, sir, you're the very man I've longed to meet. I can hardly tell you how interested I am in this matter. Well, come in quickly.
These elaborate precautions for your safety won't be necessary, Ryder. The smasher's in jail. And that's where you'll be very shortly, unless you tell me the few things I need to know to make my case complete.
Oh, for Lord's sake, have mercy, sir. Don't have me thrown in jail. Think of my father. Think of my mother. Oh, please, sir, have mercy.
I'm thinking of John Horner, the innocent man you put in the dock for a crime he didn't commit.
I'll leave the country. I won't give evidence against him. Then the charge will be dropped.
We shall see. First, I will tell you that I have almost every link in my hands and all the proofs a prosecutor would need. So I'll be able to check you if you lie.
Oh, I promise, sir. You shall have it all.
Very well. Now, you decided to steal the stone. When and why?
Well, I wanted to get married. You see, Catherine Cusack and...
her ladyship's waiting maid?
Oh, yes. Well, Well, I was mad for her, and she said the only way she'd have me was if we had a nest egg to set aside. Then she told me where the Countess kept her gem, but I could see no way for us to get it and not be suspected until I heard about Horner.
Indeed, Ryder, there's the making of a very pretty villain in you. When you learned that Horner, the plumber, had been mixed up in some such matter before, you laid your plans. You and your confederate created some small job in my lady's room, knowing that Horner should be sent for. He did the job, left, then you rifled the jewel case, raised the alarm, and had the poor soul arrested. Yes, all this I know. Now, how came the stone into the goose, and the goose into the open market, and how did the smasher get into the picture? The truth now, for that's your only hope.
But after Horner had been arrested, it seemed to me I'd best get away with the stone at once. For I was afraid the police might take it into their heads to search me and my room.
A pity they didn't.
Well, I wish it had never happened. Believe me, it was the first time, and I was really in a sweat. I left the hotel, as if on some errand, and went to my cousin's house. Now, she lived in Brixton Road, where she fattens fowls for market. When I got there, she asked me what was wrong, because I was so pale and in a sweat despite the cold. Well, I told her I had been upset about the robbery in the hotel. Then I went into the backyard and smoked a pipe and wondered what was the best thing to do.
And that was when you got the idea about the goose.
No, not at first. I was thinking about how to turn the stone into money. I knew I'd have to have help, and that's when I thought of the smasher. But I just couldn't face the idea of going on into the street again with the stone in my pocket. Well, I saw the geese waddling about, and I remembered my cousin had promised me to pick of her geese for a Christmas present.
And it was then that you got the ingenious idea of secreting the stone in the goose.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I was sure I'd found a perfect hiding place. I drove one of the birds behind a little shed in the yard, cut it, and pried its bill open and pushed the stone down its gullet as far as my fingers could reach. The bird gave a gulp,
and I knew it'd swallowed the stone. But the creature flapped and struggled, and out came my cousin to see what was the matter. As I turned to speak to her, the bird broke loose and fled off among the others.
So you were, so to speak, a gone goose.
Well, I didn't think so at the time. My cousin had picked out another bird for me, but I remembered the bird I had, a big white one with a barred tail, and I insisted that was the one I wanted.
Had you kept your eye on it?
Well, as well as I could. My cousin was a little hot because I wouldn't take the bird they'd expressly fattened for me, but anyway, she told me to go ahead and take my bird and turned and went back into the house.
Mm-hmm. So you wasted no time, but slaughtered the bird, and then?
Well, then I slung it over my shoulder and went about getting to see the smasher. I'd heard of him about the hotel.
So you're the shrimp what's been asking for me, eh? All right, now, what's it all about?
Well, I've got something I want to dispose of.
Yeah, something hot, huh?
I guess so. It's, well...
You lifted something.
Well, yes, you might say.
I want to know how you heard about me.
You know a man named Monley?
Of course I do. He's doing 5 to 10 in Pentonville. How do you know Monley?
Well, he used to work where I do. The Hotel Cosmopolitan.
Don't tell me you're the bloke what pinched that there blue carbuncle of the Countess.
I am.
Well, now, maybe there's more to you than meets the eye. You got it with you?
Yes.
Let's have a look.
Hold on a minute. You have to understand, this is... Well, I'm not really experienced at this sort of deal. How does it work?
Like clotter cream. Smooth as a whistle. 70% for me and 30 for you.
Well, that seems like an awful lot for you.
Look, mate, I'm the one who's taken all the risks. Now, let me see the stone. What is it?
Right, yeah. In the goose.
In the... Like I said before, maybe there's more to you than appears on the surface. Here, take me knife.
Oh, thank you. Now, it should be right here. In the crop.
What kind of a game are you trying to play, Shrimp?
Well, it's got to be here. I felt it go down. I know it's here.
Stop messing about with that bird and tell me what you really did with the stone.
Well, there's been a mistake. I must have taken the wrong bird.
I'll say there's been a mistake.
Let me go.
I know the likes of you. You didn't like the split, so you're thinking of talking to Tyndall.
No. I never had Tyndall, I swear. I just got the wrong bird. Let me go. I'll go back to my cousin to get the right one.
Oh. All right, mate. Maybe you're giving it to me straight. You run back to wherever you got this bird and get the right one. But from now on, the boys will be watching you every blessed minute.
I'll be back inside an hour. You'll see. I promise.
And when you got back to your cousins, the goose was gone.
You got it, sir. And I've been out of my mind trying to trace the bird and stay away from the smasher. Now, that's the whole story. Say, what's going to happen to me?
Well, if you do as I say, much less than you deserve.
Oh, sir, I'll do anything.
Now, first, you will tell Catherine Cusack to hand in her notice to the Countess.
Oh, I will, I swear.
And then you will leave the country.
Oh, I will, but the smasher...
will lose all interest in you when he discovers that you don't have the gem.
Oh, God bless you, sir. I swear that I'm...
No more words before I change my mind. Come, Watson. We have to keep our word with Lestrade.
After informing Lestrade that he could release the smasher and that the case against Horner would be quietly dropped when no witness would testify, Holmes and I were walking slowly back toward Baker Street. He must have read my thoughts because he said...
And don't be disturbed because you think I've compounded a felony by not handing Ryder over to the police.
Holmes, by Jove, how did you know what I was thinking?
My dear friend, your face is an open book.
Oh, well...
But look at it this way. We have saved an innocent man and perhaps also a soul. This Ryder is too frightened to go wrong again. And after all, it is Christmas, the season of forgiveness.
When you put it that way, I confess it makes me feel better.
And since we pass White's on our way back, why don't we drop in for dinner? I have a ridiculous craving for roast goose.
So it seems that Charles Dickens isn't the only English writer who wrote a Christmas story. Although I'll admit that Ebenezer Scrooge is better known than Sherlock Holmes for celebrating the spirit of Christmas. I'll be back shortly. Although Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote a number of stories which didn't involve Sherlock Holmes, and one notable novel, The White Company, it's been a well-kept secret that he collaborated with Sir James Barrie of Peter Pan fame on an operetta. I wish, although I know it's in vain, that someday someone would put it on so that we could see just what kind of librettist Doyle was. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, William Griffiths, and Lloyd Battista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
He's recently moved here from New York, hasn't adapted to the diplomatic way of doing things.
Well, let's get this over with.
Okay. Come in, Sergeant.
I think I've got our first real lead.
Miss Reed?
No, forget her. She's the scrupulous type. Drives 40 miles to return fountain pens. It's Lomas.
I see. First you want me to put a tail on Miss Reed and check Simpson's bank account, and now it's Lomas.
I think he knew Simpson was going to shoot himself.
The case is closed, Fritz.
What?
It's closed, Sergeant Mangle.
Who's this?
This is Barney Judd. He's from the Department of Defense.
The Pentagon.
So what gives? You mean you guys are taking over the investigation?
There is no more investigation, Sergeant.
But you gotta listen to me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now, once again, it's time to keep that weekly appointment with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. As usual, you're punctual to the minute. Draw up your chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
That's it.
I see that you have the old black tin dispatch box out again, Dr. Watson. I deduced that you were going over your notes on tonight's case.
Elementary, my dear boy. And among the records, I came across some notes of cases that I'd almost forgotten. The shocking death of Crosby, the banker, the Addleton tragedy, and some data on the unusual contents of the ancient British barrow.
Those stories sound pretty intriguing, Dr. Watson.
I shall tell them to you some other evening, Mr. Bell. Tonight, I'm going to recount an adventure that took place in the heart of the beautiful English countryside. I call it The Adventure of the Tolling Bell. Well, that story began in the small country village of Carnforth. Holmes had recently brought to a successful conclusion the affair of the Barrow and Furnace wheelchair murders, and we decided that a few days' rest in nearby Carnforth would do us both good before returning to our arduous life in Baker Street. We were staying at a small but comfortable inn. Early on the morning of the third day, I remember, Holmes and I were in our bedroom waiting for those two essentials without which an English country gentleman could not start his day. The early morning cup of tea and a jug of hot water for shaving. As we sat there at the open window, a nearby church bell was tolling a funeral knell. There must be a funeral in the village, Holmes.
An astonishing deduction, Watson.
There's no need to make fun of me. Depressing sound, isn't it?
I suppose so. Has it ever occurred to you, Watson, that the history of bells is full of romantic interest?
Well, I can't say that I've thought much about it.
Almost every historical event has been accompanied by the sound of bells. They summoned soldiers to arms as well as Christians to church. They sounded the alarm in fire, tumult, and invasion. And many a bloody chapter in history has been rung in and out by bells.
Well, you seem to be a mine of information on the subject.
Yes, Watson. It's a fascinating subject.
Come in, come in. Good morning, my dear.
Morning, gentlemen. I brought you tea and your shaving water. Mrs. Mickle said to say your breakfast will be ready in half an hour.
Splendid, Mary. Oh, Mary, the church bell is tolling a funeral knell. Do you know who's being buried?
That I do, sir. I wish it was me. It'll be my turn soon.
Poor little thing. I wonder what's the matter with her.
I have no idea.
Perhaps her father or mother just died. Or a young man. Yes, I bet that's it. She's a pretty girl. And she'd obviously been crying when she came in. Perhaps that's her fiancé they're burying now.
Watson, you have the sentimental imagination of the true storyteller. But we've come here for a holiday. You must give your imagination a rest, too. So drink your tea, remove your whiskers, and we'll go downstairs and investigate those kippers.
You like your kippers, gentlemen?
Excellent, Mrs. Mickle, excellent. Never eaten better.
Yes, indeed. By the way, Mrs. Mickle, we heard the funeral bell tolling earlier on. Do you know who was being buried?
That I do. 2 souls were being buried, and one of them was a murderer.
A murderer? Good Lord, in this peaceful village?
What happened, Mrs. Mickle?
'Twere old Threadgold, the corn merchant. Found out his wife had been gallivanting around with a young fellow from Bolton. Cut her throat, he did, and then hanged himself. More tea.
Thank you.
Oh, shocking. So the peaceful countryside is not as peaceful as it's made out to be, Holmes.
A fact that I've frequently had occasion to point out to you, Watson. Has the Morning Post arrived yet, Mrs. Mickle?
Here comes old Gilly up the path with it now. I'll see if he's got anything for you.
A murder, eh? What do you make of it, Holmes?
What is there to make of it, Watson? A jealous husband murders a faithless wife and then commits suicide. A tragic story, but a simple one.
Top of the morning to you, gentlemen.
Good morning, Gilly. Any letters for me today?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, 2 letters. One of them's got some newspaper clippings in it, I think. And you've got a postcard from a Mr. Lestrade. He wants you back in London bad, Mr. Holmes. Here you are.
Upon my soul, Gilly, you've been reading Mr. Holmes's private correspondence.
Bless your heart, Dr. Watson. If I didn't read other people's correspondence, how would I know what's going on in the village?
You were right, Gilly. It is newspaper clippings. By the way, you heard about the murder of Mrs. Threadgold, I suppose?
Heard about it. I told the bell this morning at the funeral.
You mean to say that you're the bell ringer as well as a postman?
Bless your heart, yes, Doctor. President of the Choral Society, too, as well as being on the parish council.
You're a busy man, Gilly.
That I am, sir. Take this afternoon now. I'm to ring those bells again.
Not another funeral, surely?
No, sir. A wedding this time.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
Young Sam Perrin is marrying the Slater girl. And you might say I'm responsible for bringing them together. Got some of their letters mixed up, I did. They looked each other up to exchange them, and presto, before you know what's happening, they're getting married. Regular Cupid, you might say I am.
Be off with you, Gilly. Other people want their letters. Mr. Holmes doesn't want his kippers spoiled with your idle chatter.
All right, Mrs. Crabapples and Vinegar. One of these fine days you'll smile, and the world will come to an end. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day.
Talkative old busybody he is. Oh, Mr. Holmes. Mrs. Lackland's in the hall. The poor old lady's most anxious to talk to you.
Mrs. Lackland?
She has the seamstress shop in the High Street. Her only son ran away from home a few months back. I think that's what she wants to speak to you about.
Oh, but my friend's here for a rest, Mrs. Mickle.
I told her that, Doctor, but she won't go away without seeing Mr. Holmes.
Oh, very well. Ask her to come in, please, Mrs. Mickle.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, why do you bother to see her, Holmes? Sounds like a trivial matter.
The disappearance of an only son can never be a trivial matter.
Well, I meant trivial for you, not for her.
This is Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, dear.
Thank you, Emmy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please sit down, Mrs. Lackland. That's it. Now, what's the trouble?
It's Tom, sir. My only son. He left me 4 months ago, and I've not seen ear nor eyed of him since.
You've had no message from him since he left?
Not one word. I'm fair out of my mind, sir.
Have you any idea of his reason for leaving the village, Mrs. Lackland?
None, sir. He was a good boy, and he worked hard, and he didn't fool around with those flippity-gibbet girls in the village. I think he's met with foul play, gentlemen. And I want you to find out about him for me, Mr. Holmes. I've heard say in the village that you're the greatest detective in England.
Mrs. Lackland, I'd be glad to help you, but you give me no clues to work with. I'm afraid
If
that I
it's
can't...
money you want, I got £20 in my postal savings. It's all yours if you can bring my Tommy home to me. Or at least tell me he's safe.
Mrs. Lackland, I wouldn't dream of accepting a fee. However, I shall give your problem some thought. If I arrive at any conclusions, I'll get in touch with you at once.
God bless you, Mr. Holmes. Good morning to you, sir.
A good day.
Good morning, Mr. Lackland. Poor old thing. I don't see how you can help her, Holmes.
Nor do I, at the moment. But a young man who has grown up in a small village like this may have led a life that his mother is totally unaware of. You said that you had to work on one of your stories today, Watson.
Yes, I had a letter from the editor of the Strand magazine yesterday requesting a manuscript as soon as possible.
Splendid. Then you stay at the inn and work on your latest masterpiece while I scour the village to see what may be found out about the missing young man.
Oh, there you are, Holmes. I was beginning to think you'd got lost.
Hello, Watson. I trust you had a profitable session with pen and paper.
Well, I've done about half a chapter. I would have done more if it hadn't been for those infernal bells.
The wedding ceremony that the worthy Gilly told us about this morning. Oh, I'm tired.
Oh, well, what did you find out about Mrs. Lackland's son?
Among other things, that he had a secret love life unknown to his mother. And the object of his affections was none other than the maid who brought us our tea this morning.
Mary? Did we talk to her?
No, it's her half-day off, and I was unable to find her. However, I shall question her when she brings our tea tomorrow morning. Come in, Mary.
Oh, Mrs. Mickle.
Good morning, gentlemen. Here's your tea and shaving water.
Where's Mary this morning?
She didn't come to work. Must be ill again. Unreliable girl. And no better than she ought to be, if you ask me. It's no job for me to be carrying tea and hot water upstairs.
I hear the village bell tolling for another funeral. Does Carnforth have a burial every morning? I really don't see how the population can run to it.
It's another suicide, sir.
Another suicide? Good Lord.
Old John Larrabee, the baker. He was expecting some money from his son in Australia. It never came. And they foreclosed on his shop. And he hanged himself. Will you be wanting a couple of boiled eggs to your breakfast, gentlemen?
No, I haven't much of an appetite, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
That woman seems absolutely heartless. She almost smacks her lips when she tells us about these tragedies.
Yes, Watson, I noticed it. This peaceful village is beginning to seem strangely sinister to me. And since you have no appetite for breakfast, perhaps you'll join me in a little excursion as soon as you're dressed.
Of course. Where are we going?
To see the maid, Mary. I'm anxious to talk to her before another funeral bell begins to toll.
This must be the cottage, Holmes. They said it was the one with honeysuckle over the gate.
Yes, and there's Mary sitting on the porch.
Oh, she's got up. She's coming up the path to meet us.
Good morning, Mary. I'm sorry you're not feeling well.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, why have you come here? Not to ask about my health. Or should a servant girl matter to gentlemen like you?
Oh, you misjudge us, my dear. I assure you that
No, Watson. Let's be honest and admit we didn't come here because of our concern for Mary's health.
And why did you come here, sir?
Mrs. Lackland asked me to try and find her son, Tom.
Tom?
Yes, Tom Lackland. I thought you might be able to help me, Mary.
If I could help you, Mr. Holmes, I'd be helping myself, too. Here come Gilly, the postman. Gilly, is there a letter for me today?
No, lass. There's nothing for you again.
There must be, Gilly. There must be there.
No, lass. If the letter would come, I'd bring it to you as fast as my legs would carry me. You know that. Oh. Morning, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson. Left some letters at the inn for you, Doctor. You had a letter from a lady.
Oh, how'd you know it was from a lady?
Reeked with the smell of violets, it did. And it was written in green ink on grey paper, sir.
Amazing deduction.
That sounds like your young friend from Daly's, Watson.
Oh, how did you know about... Well, I don't have a young friend from Daly's, Watson.
Quite. Gilly, you tolled another funeral bell today, didn't you?
Aye, sir. And a tragic thing it was. Fate, you might call it. Old Larrabee hanged himself because he didn't get money from his son in Australia. I found him, I did. I was the one to cut him down. And right in the post bag was the letter he was waiting for. The letter that had saved his life.
Great Scott, what a ghastly piece of irony.
That it was, sir. That it was. Well, gentlemen, I'll be on my way. Good day. Good day, Mary. Perhaps that letter will arrive tomorrow.
No. I'll never hear from Tom, never. He's ashamed of me. That's why he deserted me.
Deserted you, Mary? You speak almost as if you were his wife.
I am his wife.
What?
We were married secretly in Rochdale 5 months ago, come Tuesday.
And he never told his mother?
He was afraid to. She thought I was beneath him. Tom said he'd go away and get a good job and then return here and fetch me back with him. He went away all right. But he never came back or sent me word.
When he left, did he give no clue as to his destination? No hint of any kind, Mary?
Well, he did once say, Mary, I'm going to clear out to this puddle and make my fortune, even if I have to bury it. And then he said, bury me fortune. Huh. That's a joke, isn't it? But I didn't know what he meant by it.
I think I do, Mary. Watson, we're taking a short train journey as soon as possible.
Oh, where are we going, may I ask?
We're going to the town of Bury in search of this young lady's husband.
What makes you think Tom might be in Bury, Mr. Holmes?
Because the famous fortune cotton mills are in Bury. It would seem possible that when your husband joked of burying his fortune, he was talking of going to the mills there.
Wherever he's gone, he won't be coming back for me. I know that.
No, don't talk like that, my dear. Remember, you have friends. Mrs. Lackland. How much longer is Holmes going to be? Leaves me standing outside the factory gates if I were a blasted coachman. Oh, there he is. Holmes!
Hello, Watson. Permit me to introduce you to Mr. Tom Lackland. Tom, this is Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Dr. Watson?
How do you do? Never mind how I do, young fellow, my lad. How do you do? Your behavior's been absolutely shocking. Shocking.
Now, what are you talking
Leaving
about?
your dear old mother and deserting your pretty little bride because you're ashamed of her. You're a scoundrel, sir. You deserve a good horsewhipping, and I have a good mind to give it to you.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Watson, but I don't like the words you use. And if it's violence you want, I don't mind telling you I'm amateur heavyweight champion of the county.
You are? Oh, well, no need to become aggressive, boy.
Let's waste time on being acrimonious, Watson. Let's get back to the station as fast as we can. The return of the prodigal is long overdue. We must give them every opportunity to kill the fatted calf.
Hi, there's Mary's house. I'm dying to see her.
And after this reunion, Tom, I suggest that you both go over and see your mother. I'm sure she'll forgive you.
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes, I'll do that.
Well, perhaps we should have warned her. Your sudden appearance may be something of a shock.
I think it's a shock that Mary can handle. She must be out. Door's locked.
Knock again, if you don't mind. She may be asleep. Great heavens!
That was a revolver shot.
Come on, Watson. Help me break in the door.
Now, Dr. Watson, that was a fine place to break off your story. You left me right on the edge of a cliff. Had the young girl shot herself?
She'd shot at herself, Mr. Bell. But fortunately, a last-minute lack of courage had made her shot go wild. Holmes and I and the young bridegroom burst into the house and wrested the smoking revolver from her hand. I must confess that the union between the two young lovers was a touching sight. In fact, I felt considerably older than I was as Holmes and I stood there listening to Tom, reassuring her.
Mary, darling, it's all right. I'm here.
Oh, Tom, you are. You did come back for me. I thought you never would. I tried to kill myself, but I hadn't the courage.
Oh, there, Mary. Everything's going to be all right now.
It will be, Tom, won't it? I'm so tired.
And now, Tom, I think the time has come to reassure Mary that you did write to her.
Oh, of course I did, Mary, darling, and I sent you money and told you that I'd be back here to take you to Bury as soon as I'd saved up enough.
You wrote to me, Tom?
Twice a week. And I wrote to Mother, too.
Then why didn't I get the letters?
The answer to that should be obvious, my dear. Gilly, the postman, deliberately withheld them from you.
Gilly?
Great heavens. Why?
I have my suspicions. Strong suspicions. But I have to get proof. Tell me, Mary, the day before yesterday, Mr. Treadgold murdered his wife. Do you know how he learned of her infidelity?
Well, I'm not sure, but I did hear Mrs. Mickle say that it was through some letters that got mixed up. The letters addressed to her were delivered to his office instead of at the house.
Gilly again.
Precisely. Surely the whole terrible pattern begins to take shape. Tom.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
I'm going to lay a trap. To spring it, I shall need your assistance.
Of course, Mr. Holmes. I'll do anything.
Wait here with Mary until darkness falls. Then muffle yourselves up and go to your mother's house. Wait there in hiding and let no outsiders see you until you hear from me.
Since you two lovebirds have been separated for 4 months, I don't imagine that'll be too unpleasant.
Quiet, Watson. You understand, Tom?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Good. Then come on, Watson.
What's your plan, Holmes?
I'll tell you as we go. One thing I can promise you. Before the sun is very high tomorrow, I shall free this village from one of the most subtly evil powers I've ever come in contact with.
Good morning, Dr. Watson. Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Mrs. Mickle.
Good morning.
I always said that Mary was a no-good girl, and now she's killed herself. But of course, I had to come to her funeral.
It's very charitable, Mrs. Mickle, I must say. In any case, the vicar says that the poor girl was of unsound mind.
Yes, madam, you can't blame her.
Well, I'll be getting into the church.
Holmes, this farce is beginning to get on my nerves. What are we accomplishing by burying an empty coffin?
You'll soon see, old chap. Come on, let's slip into the vestry. This way.
Oh, where are we going, Holmes?
Up the stairs that lead to the belfry. Here they are.
Well, supposing Gilly turns nasty when he finds out we know his secret.
Then we must handle him to the best of our ability, Watson.
Well, I must say I do not relish the thought of a tussle high in the belfry of a church. The man must be insane.
Obviously. That's why his power must be destroyed. This door apparently leads to the belfry. Keep your wits about you, Watson. Good morning, Gilly.
Mr. Holmes! Dr. Watson! You've come to see me at work. That's nice of you. Not often I get company up here.
We haven't come up here to see you at work, Gilly. We know your diabolical work only too well.
Yes, Gilly, we know your secret.
What secret's that?
You're mad with power, Gilly. You've tried to control the destiny of this village. In your position as postman, you thought you had the power to give life and death.
That I am, sir. And it's a great power. It makes a man feel good. Almost like a god, you might say.
That's sacrilege, you scoundrel. You were responsible for the murder of Mrs. Treadgold.
Aye, sir, that I was. And for the old man hanging himself.
You were responsible for John Larrabee's suicide, weren't you?
Aye, that I was. Larrabee tried to vote me off the village council. I swore I'd make him pay for it, and I did.
Your reign is over, Gilly. You'll never toll a bell again. The only one you'll hear will be a prison bell.
You can't touch me, Mr. Holmes. You've got no proof. There's nothing you can do.
Don't be too sure. I've enough influence to take your job away.
You take me away from me bells. I live for these bells. You wouldn't take me away from them.
You couldn't live without the power they give you, could you, Gilly?
You're trying to destroy me!
You are destroyed, Gilly.
Yes, you've already failed. Mary's alive.
Alive? But the coffin they're burying down there
is full of stones. You'll be the laughing stock of the village, Gilly.
They'll never laugh at Gilly. You can't catch me, Mr. Holmes. I'm beyond you still.
He's running up the ladder leading to the bell car.
Come back, Gilly. Come back.
He's mad as a hatter.
Quite.
What's he going to do up there? He might set fire to the steeple. Commit any madness. I'm going to fetch him, Holmes.
No, Watson. He drew a knife as he fled. And with that rickety staircase and the narrow opening leading into the bell chamber, you'd never stand a chance. He'd get you on the first slash.
How are we going to get him down?
There's only one way. He's in a tiny loft containing his beloved bells. We'll see how much he loves them at close quarters. I doubt if even he can stand the noise in that confined space. Where's that bell rope?
Come down, Gilly. Come down from there.
Stop! Stop ringing me bells!
Not until you come down, Gilly.
Stop ringing them! I can't stand it! You drive me mad!
You are mad, Gilly. Mad with power. Come down here, I say.
I'm coming!
Great heavens, he hurled himself out of the belfry. Holmes, he hasn't a chance of surviving that fall.
I have no intention of causing the unhappy man to jump to his death, Watson, though I cannot help but feel that his poor demented mind may find a happy oblivion this way rather than in the confines of an asylum.
Yes, you're probably right, Holmes.
It's been a shocking case, Watson, shocking. And once again it proves the old saying that violence does in truth recoil upon the violent, and the schemer falls into the pit which he digs for another.
Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. What shall I tell you? Next week, I think I'll tell you a rather gruesome story about how Sherlock Holmes saved the life and the sanity of a certain Count Romagny. I call it The Adventure of the Carpathian Horror.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Golden Pince-Nez. Nigel Bruce appeared through the courtesy of California Pictures. Tom Conway by permission of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us
The Adventure of the Carpathian Horror.
The characters of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John H. Watson are creations of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and are used with the kind permission of Dame Jean Conan Doyle. This radio broadcast is a 1995 copyrighted feature of 221A Baker Street Associates.
I tell you, Percy, it's more than flesh and blood can stand. I won't put up with it one more day, and that's that.
Now, take it easy, old girl. You're letting yourself get upset all for nothing.
Nothing? Is it nothing when me nerves is in shreds, listening to them footsteps overhead, day after day?
It's only the new lodger walking about upstairs.
I know who it is, don't I? But what's he doing it for? Tell me that. Backwards and forwards all day long, like a caged animal. That man's up to something, Percy. I know he is. And you've got to put a stop to it.
You're being a bit hard on the poor chap, Mabel. Well, he's quiet enough now, ain't he? Not a sound out of him.
Oh, yes. He's gone to bed now. It's always the same this time of night. But he's on the go all day when you're out at work. And it's driving me balmy.
Be reasonable. There's no law against a chap walking about, is there? It's not as if he's doing you any harm.
Shh. Do you hear that? He's off again.
Well, maybe he is, but it's no
Go
reason...
up and tell him he's got to stop, Percy. Show him who's master in this house and say you won't stand for it no more. Well, what are you waiting for?
Well, I just can't... There now. He's gone back to bed. I can't very well tell him to stop when he's stopped already, can I?
Oh, I might have known you'd wriggle out of it. All right. If you're not going to do nothing, I know someone as will.
What do you mean? Who?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes. That's who. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm going straight to Baker Street.
The Red Circle by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatised for radio by Peter Ling. With Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Joan Sims as Mrs. Warren and Ronald Herdman as Inspector Gregson. The Red Circle.
You must try to understand, Mrs.
Warren, sir. Same as the street. It's easy to remember.
Ah, yes. Quite a coincidence, Mrs. Warren. You actually reside in Warren Street, do you?
Oh, no, sir. We live in Great Orme Street, near the British Museum. But we're not far from Warren Street.
Quite. Mrs. Warren, you must appreciate that Mr. Holmes is a very busy man.
All right, my dear chap, leave this to me. In all honesty, my dear lady, I cannot see that you had any real cause for uneasiness.
That's right, and since Mr. Holmes has a great many calls upon his time...
I hope you'll forgive me. I do have a certain amount of work on hand. Watson, would you be kind enough to...
Yes, of course. Allow me, Mrs. Warren, this way.
That's easy enough to say, Mr. Holmes, but if I didn't have no cause for uneasiness, I wouldn't be here now, would I? I'm worried sick, and that's the truth. And I keep remembering our Mr. Hobbs.
Mr. Hobbs?
Mr. Fairdale Hobbs. He lodged with us last year. You helped him out when he had his bit of trouble with the law.
Fairdale Hobbs, the purloined paperweight. Ah, the bank clerk. It's quite a simple matter, as I recall.
Oh, simple to you, perhaps. But he never stopped talking about it. About your kindness, Mr. Holmes, and the way you saved him from jail. He said you brought light into his darkness.
Yes, I'm sure. Thank you, Mrs. Warren.
So when I was suffering terrible doubt and darkness myself, I thought of you, sir. And I know you could help me if you would.
Yes. Well, perhaps you'd care to take a seat, madam.
Oh, thank you.
Now, let us consider this matter a little further. You don't object to tobacco, I hope?
Oh, I'm used to it, sir. Mr. Warren smokes a pipe, just like you.
I see. Now, where are the matches? Matches? Oh, here you go. Now, as I understand it, you're uneasy because your new lodger remains in his rooms all day, and you never see him.
I dare say if Mr. Holmes were your lodger, you wouldn't see him for weeks on end sometimes.
Oh, begging your pardon, sir. This is different. It frightens me, Mr. Holmes. I can't sleep at night for lying awake thinking about it. It's all right for Mr. Warren. He's out at work all day. But I'm alone in the house with that man, and I want to know what he's up to. What's he done? What's he hiding for? I tell you, it's driving me off my head with worry.
Now try to relax, dear lady. Just sit back in the chair. Right back. Now rest your head upon that cushion. And let us consider the situation calmly and peacefully. Now, take your time. Try to remember everything you can about this man. Even the smallest detail may be essential. Huh? Good. Now, to begin at the beginning. He arrived when?
10 days ago, sir. And he paid me a fortnight's board and lodging in advance.
Those are the usual terms, I take it?
Yes, sir. The usual terms is 50 bob a week, all in. He's got the small sitting room and bedroom on the first floor, self-contained, as you might say, right above my kitchen. More's the pity.
I'd say that seems very reasonable. 50 shillings a week.
Yes, sir. Only he says to me, I'll pay you £5 a week, he says, if I can have it on my own terms.
£5? What did he mean by his own terms?
He was to have a key of the house. Well, that's fair enough. Our lodgers generally do. And he was to be left entirely to himself, never to be disturbed, not on any account.
Well, there's nothing so very extraordinary in that, surely.
Well, not within reason, no, sir. But this is beyond any kind of reason. He's been there now for 10 days, and neither me nor Mr. Warren has set eyes on him. And except for the very first night, he's never once gone out of the house.
Ah, he left the house that night, did he?
Yes, sir, and come back very late after we'd gone to bed. He told me when he took the rooms that he'd probably be late, and asked me not to bolt the front door. It was after midnight when I heard him come in.
What about his meals? I presume he must eat occasionally.
Well, that's something else he was very firm about. Meal times he always rings his bell, then I have to leave the tray on a chair outside his door. He rings again when he's finished, and I take it down the same way. If he wants anything else, he prints it on a scrap of paper and leaves it on the tray.
How do you mean, he prints it?
Well, he prints it in big letters, not joined up writing. Just the word for whatever he wants. Look, I brought some with me to show you. Soap, do you see? Here's one. Match. This one he left for me the first morning. Daily Gazette. I leave it with his breakfast every day.
This is certainly a little unusual. Seclusion, I can understand. Why print? Why not write? Printing is a slow, clumsy process. What does it suggest to you, Watson?
Perhaps he wants to conceal his handwriting.
Yes, that's fairly obvious, but why? What may it matter to him that his landlady should not see his handwriting, and why such laconic messages?
I can't imagine.
Well, it opens up a pleasing field for speculation. You notice that the words are written with a coloured pencil, violet-tinted, and the edge of the paper has been torn on one side after the message was written, so the S of soap is partly missing. And that suggests caution, don't you think?
Caution? I'd call it carelessness.
No. The paper's been torn quite deliberately. There's probably some mark, yes, a fingerprint perhaps, which might have given a clue to the writer's identity.
Not to me. I don't know that much about fingerprints.
No. Tell me, Mrs. Warren, you described your lodger as of medium height, dark and bearded. What age would you put him at?
Youngish, sir. Not above 30.
There's nothing more you can tell me about him?
Let me see. He's well-dressed, quite the gentleman, and he spoke very good English for a foreigner.
Oh, he's a foreigner? He never mentioned that. Where's he come from, do you know?
Oh, he didn't say, and I didn't like to pry. Abroad, I should think. Yes, abroad, definitely.
Yes, and he never gave you his name?
No, sir.
Has he received any letters since he arrived? Any callers?
No, sir. None.
Yes, but I still don't understand. Surely you must see him when you go to his room to make the bed and so on.
No, sir. He looks after himself. He was very strict about that.
Good Lord. Certainly remarkable. Now, what about his luggage?
He brought one big Gladstone bag with him. Nothing else.
Whoever he is, the gentleman has not gone out of his way to be helpful. Does he ever send anything down from his room apart from crockery and messages? Does he leave nothing else on the tray?
Oh, bits of rubbish sometimes. The Gazette after he's done with it. This was on his tray one morning. I didn't know if it might be important.
It's just a crumpled scrap of paper.
Turn it over, Watson.
A red circle. Does that mean anything?
Yes, it might. What else do you have in that envelope, Mrs. Warren?
Oh, I hope you don't mind. It's only 2 burnt matches and a cigarette end. I brought them with me because Mr. Hobbs said as you could read a lot out of little things.
Yes, thank you. But not in this instance, I fear. The matches have been used to light cigarettes. That's clear from the shortness of the burnt ends. It takes half a match, at least, to light a pipe or a cigar. But there's something rather remarkable about this cigarette. You did say the gentleman had a beard and a moustache.
Yes, sir.
Very odd. I should say this cigarette could only have been smoked by a clean-shaven man. The stub is very short. And look here, Watson. Even your modest moustache would have been singed by it.
He might smoke through a cigarette holder.
No, I think not. The end's been matted by the lips. I suppose there couldn't be 2 people in your first-floor rooms?
Oh, no, sir. As it is, he eats so little, I wonder at it. Just pecks at his food, he does.
Well, it is an interesting puzzle. Well, I fear we must wait until you can give us a little more information. In the meantime, I don't think you've much to worry about. You've been well paid, and though your lodger is certainly eccentric, he's not giving you any trouble. If he chooses to lie low, well, it's nobody's business but his own.
Oh, sir, you mean to say you won't do nothing?
I'll have no fear. I have taken up this matter, and I won't lose sight of it. Return immediately if anything fresh occurs. If you need me, I shall be at your service.
Oh, thank you, sir. And you too, sir.
Oh, don't mention it. Allow me to see you out.
Well, Watson?
I took her to the corner and she caught a bus to Bloomsbury. We talked a little more, but nothing new emerged.
So, have you reached any conclusions about this intriguing riddle? Any theories?
Well, there's certainly some points of interest. I must say it all strikes me as pretty trivial.
Yes, possibly. We may be dealing with an individual who has a reclusive personality and an obsessive character. On the other hand, the truth may lie deeper.
I say, Holmes, had it occurred to you that the lodger at Great Orme Street may not be the same man Mrs. Warren met originally?
My dear chap, you take the words out of my mouth. How did you reach that conclusion?
I suppose it was a cigarette end, really. Chap with a beard couldn't have smoked it.
Quite so. And any other reason, apart from that?
Well, he went out immediately after he'd taken the room and came back very late that night when nobody was about. Someone else could have taken his place.
Yes. And don't overlook the fact that the man who paid the rent in advance spoke English well, whereas the one who printed those little notes used the words match when it should have been matches.
Oh, yes. There is that, of course.
Yes, I imagine the word was taken from a dictionary, which would give the noun in the singular, not the plural. The terseness of the notes might conceal the lack of fluency in English.
Yes, but having said all that, what's the point of it? Why should one man book the room and another one move in?
Yes, well, therein lies our problem. But we have one obvious line of investigation. While you were escorting Mrs. Warren, I was studying the personal column in today's Daily Gazette. Luckily, we need only concern ourselves with one particular newspaper.
Personal column?
It's an exhaustive catalogue of groans, cries, and grievances, an invaluable hunting ground for students of human nature. Now, we know the gentleman in question is alone, without callers or correspondence. How else is he to receive messages from the outside world? Now, cast your eye over these cris de coeur, Watson, and tell me if anything strikes you.
A lady with a black feather boa at Prince's Skating Club.
I think we might pass over that one.
Surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart.
Touching but irrelevant.
If the lady who fainted on the Brixton omnibus...
No. This one. Look here. High red house with white stone facing, 3rd floor, 2nd window left, tonight, G. Huh? Well, what do you suppose that means?
To me, nothing whatever.
But it might mean a great deal to Mrs. Warren's lodger. She told us that the gentleman moved in 10 days ago. Now, be so good as to ask Mrs. Hudson where she keeps the newspaper she uses for lighting the fires, and try to retrieve as many gazettes as you can for the past fortnight.
Well, what do you expect to find?
We're on the trail of the elusive G, my dear fellow. The hunt is up.
Mabel? Is that you?
Percy? Where are you?
In here. In the kitchen.
Whatever are you doing out at this time of day? They haven't gone and give you the push, have they? Oh, Percy. Oh, my Lord, what's happened? Where did you get that bruise on your forehead? You're covered in mud.
I've been kidnapped, Mabel. That's what I've been.
Kidnapped? Whatever do you mean? When?
First thing after breakfast. Soon as I left the house. I hadn't gone 10 paces down the road when 2 men come up behind me and threw a coat over me head.
Oh.
Then they bundled me into a cab standing at the curb.
Outside the house? Why didn't you call out or something?
I had this coat over me face. Half choking me, it was.
Oh, Percy, whatever next?
Well, next thing I knew, the driver whipped up the horse and we set off. Must have been going for an hour or more. Well, after a bit, I heard them muttering something. I couldn't make out the words, and all of a sudden they threw open the door and chucked me out. That's how I got this bruise.
Oh, what a wicked thing. You could have been killed.
Yeah, well, when I picked myself up, I found I was at Hampstead Heath. Then I had to make my own way home. Well, I'm not going into work today, Mabel. You must write and tell them I'm too shook up.
Yes, all right, but But why should anyone do such a thing?
How the hell should I know?
Language, Percy.
Well, I can tell you this much. It's got something to do with that perisher upstairs. I take me oath on it.
What makes you say that?
We've lived in this house 15 years and nothing like this ever happened before. Not till he moved in. I tell you, Mabel, he's got to go.
Now then, my dear fellow, how many copies of the Gazette have you perused?
16.
16. Well done. How many traces of our mysterious correspondent did you find?
1. Here. Signed G. Did you come across any?
I was rather luckier. I bagged 2. However, let's put them in chronological order. Yes. Yes, as you can see, this is the first one.
Be patient. We'll find some means of communication. Meanwhile, this column G.
Yes, and that appeared 2 days after Mrs. Warren's lodger arrived, and then 3 days later...
I'm making successful arrangements. Be patient, and the clouds will pass. G.
Yes, nothing for a week after that. But then comes something rather more definite.
Yes, the path is clearing. We'll try to signal message. Remember agreed code. You will hear very soon. G.
And this morning, the description of a high red house with white stone facings, 3rd floor, 2nd window left, tonight. Yes, believe me, Watson, something is about to happen.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Something has happened. Come in, Mrs. Warren. We were just talking of you.
Oh, I'm sorry to trouble you twice in one day, but you did say if anything else occurred.
Ah, you have news for us.
Won't you take a seat, madam? You're quite out of breath. A glass of water, perhaps.
Oh, no, thank you, sir. I've done nothing but traipse backwards and forwards all day. But me and Mr. Warren, we're not standing for no more of it. This is a police matter now, Mr. Holmes.
Why? What's happened?
Out he goes. Bag and baggage. I'd have gone straight up and told him so, only I thought it was only right to ask you first. But I'm at the end of my patience, and that's a fact. When he comes to knocking my old man about...
Knocking your husband about?
As good as. Used him very roughly, they did.
They? Who?
Oh, that's what we'd like to know. Mr. Warren went off to work first thing, like he does every day. And the minute he left the house, 2 villains come up behind and kidnapped him.
Good heavens.
Threw a coat over his head and flung him into a cab, they did. They drove him all the way to Hampstead and chucked him out near the Vale of Elf. He's lucky to be alive.
Did he see which way the cab went? Could he identify it?
Oh, he was that shook up, he never thought to look. He just took a bus home, and he was there when I got back.
Did he observe the appearance of the men or hear their conversation?
He never saw nothing, nor heard nothing. Clean dazed he was, just as if he'd been lifted up and dropped again by magic. There was 2 men in it, he knows that much. 3 counting the driver.
But why do you connect this attack with your lodger?
Well, stands to reason, don't it? But we'll have him out of the house before the day's over, believe you me.
Now, do nothing rash, Mrs. Warren. It's clear that there's some danger threatening your lodger. His enemies were lying in wait at your door and ambushed your husband in error. On discovering their mistake, they let him go. Yes, what else they might have done, I can only conjecture.
Well, that's all very well. But what are we to do, Mr. Holmes?
You know, I've a great fancy to see this lodger of yours, Mrs. Warren.
Well, I don't see how, unless you break his door down. After I leave his tray, I hear him unlock it as I go downstairs.
He takes the tray in. Could we not conceal ourselves nearby and watch him do so?
Let me think. There's a vacant room across the landing. I could fix up a looking-glass, perhaps. And if you gentlemen was to stay behind the door...
Yes, excellent. At what time does he take his evening meal?
About 7, as a rule.
Oh, very well. Dr. Watson and I will be at Great Orme Street at 1:45. Meanwhile, I rely on you to make the arrangements. Let's hope the gentleman hasn't requested an early supper this evening.
Shall I ring the bell?
Yes, but with finesse. We don't wish to disturb the entire household.
It seems a very respectable neighbourhood. Hardly the place one would expect to find this kind of thuggery.
Of course, a street like this provides excellent cover. Tall residential buildings. Oh, hello.
What now?
That building across the road. No, further along. Don't you see?
Huh? Nothing but a block of mansion flats, red brick.
Exactly, a high red house with white stone facings. That is the signal station.
Shh. Someone's coming.
Sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen. I was just getting supper ready. Please come in.
Watson, be so good as to remove your boots, if you please. My boots? Do as I do and leave them here by the hall stand. Quarry is obviously on his guard. We must not alarm him.
I'll take you upstairs, then I'll come down and wait till he rings for his supper. It shouldn't be long now.
An excellent hiding place, giving us a good view of the door across the landing. I only wish the landlady had provided a larger mirror. It's difficult to see in such a small... One moment. Yes, I thought so. By the smell of boiled cabbage and bacon, this will be Mrs. Warren with a tray.
Your supper, sir?
She set down the tray. She's going downstairs. Yes, but look here. Oh, wait, I could... I'll just close this door. Well, Watson, what do you make of that? Not a great deal. You were in the way. But I gather the lodger is a lady. A very beautiful one. Long, slim hands, the face of a Madonna, and a look of horror when she suspected she was being watched. She saw you? I think not. There's a glimmer from the street lamp. She probably saw some faint movement which alarmed her. As I suspected, there's been a substitution of lodgers. But why? Well, consider this. A couple were seeking refuge from some terrible danger. The man, who had some essential work to carry out, wished to leave the woman in complete safety. He solved the problem so effectively that her presence was not even known to the landlady. The printed messages were in order to conceal her delicate feminine handwriting, and the man cannot now communicate with her except through the personal column of the Gazette. But what's behind it all? Some sort of elopement? A runaway romance? Oh, this is no love escapade. I fear it has a far more sinister aspect. The further we go in this investigation, the more curious and complex it becomes. Surely, Holmes, if it's some private matter, why should you pursue it any further? Oh, indeed. Oh, this is art for art's sake, my dear chap. But when you were in practice, did you never make any diagnosis without thought of reward? Sometimes. For my education. Yes, for education never ends, Watson. Life is an endless series of lessons, and this is an instructive case. Yes, there's neither money in it nor credit. Yet it's a case one would like to tidy up. Perhaps if we were to return to Baker Street and discuss... No, not yet. I remember this morning's message in the Gazette. The building over the road. Now, let me see. The third floor, second window on the left. That apartment is in darkness. There seem to be no curtains at the window. Yes, it's evidently an empty flat to which our man has access. But he can't... Holmes, look. Do you see that glimmer of light? Someone has lit a candle. Yes, and now he shields the flame with his hand. We must watch and wait. Now, I fancy he stands there staring across at this house. No doubt he wishes to be sure that she is on the lookout, too. Yes, he removes his hand briefly, one flash of light, and he shields it again. Yes, that must be the code he referred to. A quick pencil and paper. 1. What's it mean? Oh, there it is again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make a note of this, Watson. 7, 8, and keep counting. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Mabel?
Oh, what is it now?
What do you think's going on up there?
I don't know what to think, and that's a fact. But it's gone very quiet.
Quiet as the grave.
Oh, don't say such things. At least he's stopped walking about. That's some comfort.
Ask me, he's biding his time. And what about them other two in the box room?
They're biding their time too. You know what I wish?
No? What?
I wish we hadn't never started taking in lodgers. I wish we'd never come to Bloomsbury at all. I wish we'd stayed at home with me mum and dad at Tooting Bec. They don't have goings-on like this in Tooting Bec.
A most primitive form of code. 1 flash for A, 2 for B, 3 for C, and so on. Now, read it all out, Watson. And tell me what you have. A-T-T-E-N-T-A. Repeated 3 times. At 10, tar. It doesn't make sense. Yes, unless T.A. are someone's initials? It could mean at 10, thank you, abbreviated to save time. No, I should have guessed from the dark beauty of that face. The word's Italian. Attenta, the Italian for beware. Look out. He's beginning again. 1, 2,
2, 3... Good Lord. Total darkness. He's put out the candle.
Yes, and the message has been cut short.
By some intruder, perhaps?
I think you're right. There's something devilish in this, Watson. We must go to that empty flat ourselves and see what we can find.
There's still no light in that apartment. No sign of life.
Can you see anyone upstairs in Mrs. Warren's house, at the lodger's window, perhaps?
It has a net curtain, but yes, I can see the outline of a woman. She's standing there as we did, watching the building opposite.
And in that doorway, someone else is watching us.
Hmm?
Yeah, you see him by the light of that street lamp. Let's cross over.
Why, Mr. Holmes.
Inspector Gregson. This is a night of surprises.
Well, and Dr. Watson.
Journeys end in lovers' meetings, to coin a phrase. What brings you here, Inspector?
The same reason that brings you, I dare say. Though how you got onto it, I can't imagine.
Our different threads from the same tangled skein. The Doctor and I have been across the road, reading the signals.
Signals? What signals?
From the third-floor window here, until the message was suddenly interrupted. That's why we came over, to see what's going on.
However, since the case is in your good hands, Inspector, there's no point in our attempting to interfere, so we'll bid you a very good night.
No, wait a bit. Don't run away, gentlemen. I'll say this much, Mr. Holmes. I was never on a case yet that I didn't feel the better for having you on my side. And there's no hurry. These flats only have the one exit, so we have him safely bottled up.
And who is he?
You mean to say you don't know? Well, we can score one over you for once, Mr. Holmes. See the cabman waiting at the corner?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll get him over and introduce you. He can explain better than I can.
A cab driver?
That's right, Doctor. Except that he ain't a cab driver. Let me introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. This is Mr. Leverton of Pinkerton's American Detective Agency.
The hero of the Long Island Cave Mystery. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance.
It's good of you to say so, Mr. Holmes. The honor's all mine. But I'm on the greatest trail of my life at present. If I can just lay my hands on Giorgiano...
Giorgiano? Of the Red Circle?
So his fame has spread this far, is it? Yet we know a good deal about him in the States, Mr. Holmes. He's at back of 50 unsolved murders. Yet he's so smart, we can't pin them on him. I trailed him here from New York, trying to find an excuse to lay my hand on his collar. But Inspector Gregson and I have run him to ground. He won't slip by us this time.
Yes. Has no one come out of the building since you've been here?
Just one man, but Giorgiano's built like a mountain. I'll take my oath it wasn't him.
According to Mr. Holmes and the doctor, he was up there sending signals from the window. And he broke off suddenly.
Hell's teeth. He's on to us.
What makes you say that?
Here he is, holed up in London, sending messages to an accomplice. We know there are several of his gang over in London. He must have caught sight of us down here in the street. Now what do we do?
I suggest we go up and investigate.
We've got no warrant for his arrest.
He's in unoccupied premises under suspicious circumstances. That's good enough for me.
Okay. Let's go.
We're on the third floor. But which door?
Oh,
This is the flat on the left-hand side.
Bring your lantern over here, Inspector. Yeah, I thought as much. The door's ajar. He could be anywhere in the building by now. Yeah, maybe we should split up.
Not yet. First, let's make sure this flat's empty.
Oh, this place is deserted. No furniture, no carpet.
Direct your lantern onto the floor, Gregson. Yes, thank you. Now you've got a trail of bloodstains leading to the front room. Follow me.
By George! Will you look at that? Black Giorgiano himself. Someone got to him ahead of us.
Right, and on the windowsill, someone's left half a candle and a box of matches.
Well, what the dickens are you doing, Holmes? The man's dead, with a knife in his throat.
Yes, I observed. A veritable giant of a man. It must have been a formidable blow. And no doubt he tried to defend himself. You notice the dagger lying close to his hand.
So this is the man you were after?
Yeah, what?
You say a man emerged from the building while you stood guard below. Did you observe him closely?
Of course.
Was he a man of about 30, dark, middle-sized, with a black beard?
Yes, it was.
You didn't recognize him?
No, I never saw him before in my life. Why?
Yes, possibly he didn't have a beard when he lived in New York. Yes, no matter. I've given you his description, and you now have an excellent outline of his footprint in that pool of blood. That red circle.
Ah, you mentioned the red circle before. What does it mean?
It's the name of a secret society in Naples, allied to the old Carbuncle, an infernal brotherhood of crime and corruption which extends from Italy to London and to America. Isn't that so, Mr. Leverton?
Right. The oaths and secrets of the red circle are terrible. Yet once a man gets into the power of the brotherhood, there's no escape.
And this Black Georgiano, what sort of a man was he?
Black-hearted. His hands red with the blood of his victims. In Italy, he earned the name of Death. He had to leave Naples in a hurry to avoid arrest. When he reached New York, he set up a new chapter of the organization. Thank God that Death has caught up with him at last.
That's all very well, but who killed him?
I can't tell you his name, but you have his description, his footprint. That should be enough for you, surely.
It's not much to go on, Mr. Holmes, among all the millions in London.
No, perhaps not. That's why I thought it might be best to summon this lady to assist you. Please come in, Senora.
What the...
You have killed him. My husband, you have killed him.
I think not. Look again, Senora.
Oh, Dio mio, it is Georgiano. Oh, Signor, this is wonderful. The most wonderful. But I do not understand. You are police, is it not so? You have killed Georgiano. But where is Gennaro? Where is my husband?
I must ask you to identify yourself, madam. You are...
I know this lady. She is Mrs. Amelia Luca, the wife of Gennaro Luca, Italian immigrants living in New York.
But where is Gennaro? He called me this moment from the window, and I ran here with all
speed. It was I
speed.
who called you, Senora, using the flame of that candle.
You? Well, how could you call?
Well, the code was not difficult. I knew I only had to send the word Vieni, and you would surely come.
How do you know these things? Oh, that evil man, Georgiano. How did he... Oh, now I see it. My Gennaro, my beautiful Gennaro, who has guarded me and kept me safe. Oh, thank God. It was he who killed this monster.
Excuse me, madam. I'm still not quite clear what's been going on, but I must ask you to accompany me to Scotland Yard.
One moment, Gregson. I fancy this lady may be as anxious to give us information as you are to hear it. Now, you understand, Senora, that your husband may be arrested and tried for the death of the man who lies before us. But if you believe he acted from the highest possible motives, you cannot serve him better than by telling us the whole story.
Oh, now Georgiano is dead. We fear nothing. Oh, Signor Leverton, you must tell them. Georgiano was a devil. No judge in the world will punish my husband for having killed him.
I'll do all I can.
Then I suggest that we leave this apartment as we found it. Put a man on guard, Inspector, and let's escort this lady to her own room and hear what she has to tell us.
Well, madam?
I was born in Posillipo, near Naples. Gennaro was in my father's employment, and we fell in love. He had no money and no prospects, nothing but his strength, his goodness and his beauty. And my father forbade the match, so we eloped. We were married in Bari. I sold my jewels and we purchased tickets to sail to New York.
How long ago was this?
4 years. At first, fortune smiled upon us. Gennaro was able to do some service to a wealthy businessman, Mr. Castle. He saved him from an attack by some ruffians in a place they call the Bowery. You know it?
I know it only too well. Clifford Castle is the senior partner of Castle and Zamber, the chief fruit importers in New York City. Out of gratitude, Castle took Gennaro Luca under his wing.
He was very good. He gave my husband work in his office and soon made him head of his department. We were able to take a little house in Brooklyn. Our future was full of promise.
Until the day your husband ran into Giuseppe Georgiano.
He was like a black cloud, shutting out the sun. And he soon covered the whole sky.
Senora, don't distress yourself. Please continue, Mr. Leverton.
Well, like I said, we were already keeping tabs on the man. The Italian police had made contact and warned us about him. After that, we had him tailed wherever he went, and one of the places he went was the Lucas house in Brooklyn.
He used to come and visit us.
I could not understand why my Gennaro, who was so good, could befriend such an evil man. I asked him many times, but he would not discuss it. Until one evening, soon after he had come home from the office, the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, Signor Laverton walked in.
Mrs. Luca?
Yes?
Is your husband home?
Why, yes, but...
I want a word with him. Ah, there you are, Mr. Luca.
Who are you, huh? What do you want?
The name's Leverton, from Pinkerton's detective agency. I'm making inquiries in connection with a fellow countryman of yours, Giuseppe Giorgiano.
I know nothing about him.
Oh, but Gennaro...
I do not know the man.
I hate to have to disagree with you, sir, but you were seen with him in a bar on Bleecker Street not more than an hour ago. I need to know what business you discussed with him.
I do not understand.
Emilia, please. When I say I don't know him, I mean I hardly know him. He comes from my home district in Italy, and he likes to talk about old times. That is all. I do not do any business with him.
Is that so? And what can you tell me about the Red Circle, Mr. Luca?
I can tell you nothing. I know nothing of the Red Circle or about this man. I've done nothing wrong. Now stop asking me questions and get out of my house.
When Mr. Leverton had gone, I begged Gennaro to tell me the truth. I put my arms about him because I saw he was afraid, a deep secret fear. And at last, he told me everything.
We know Giorgiano was one of the Red Circle leaders. I suppose your husband is a member of the Brotherhood?
Oh, not anymore. At home in Naples, in his young days when he was wild and rebellious, he had joined the organization. But he soon realized he had made a terrible mistake. When we fled to America, he thought he had cast it off forever. Then he met Giorgiano again, who began to blackmail him and tried to involve him in criminal activities. Gennaro showed me a paper he had thrust into his hand that very day, with a red circle upon it. It was an order to attend a meeting. If he disobeyed, he would be killed.
You should have told me. We could have protected him.
Oh, there was no protection against such a man. And if anything happened to Gennaro, I would have been left alone, penniless in a foreign land. Worse still, more than once, Giorgiano had tried to force his attentions upon me. He made no secret of the fact that he found me attractive. Oh, without Gennaro, I would become a helpless victim. We both knew that.
So, your husband obeyed the command.
He attended the meeting?
He did. That night he was very late in returning. I feared for his life. When he came home, it was almost midnight. But he was not alone.
Come in, sir. You know my wife.
Mr. Carson.
Of course. A very great pleasure, ma'am.
Oh, how do you do? Forgive me. I am in my dressing gown. I was not expecting...
Neither was I. But your husband was most insistent when he telephoned and asked me to meet him here.
Oh.
Now then, my friend. What's all this about, huh?
Sit down, please. Both of you. Mr. Castle, I believe you have recently met an Italian by the name of Giuseppe Giorgiano.
That man, I knew it. If it is bad news, I knew that he would be involved in it.
Well, I've met him, yes. But I'm sorry to hear he's an acquaintance of yours. He came to my home a few weeks back and tried to blackmail me.
Oh, no.
It seems he's the ringleader of some gang. He goes around threatening successful businessmen with violence unless they pay him money. Protection money, he calls it.
Yes, this I knew already. But you did not agree.
I most certainly did not. I said if I heard any more of this nonsense, I would go directly to the police.
It is a great pity you did not do so.
Huh?
Tonight, the Red Circle held a meeting. I was forced to attend it. They resolved to make an example of you, sir, as a warning to future victims. It was agreed that you and your home should be blown up by dynamite.
Oh, Dio mio, you must go to the police at once.
Wait. There is more to tell. We drew lots as to who should carry out the deed. And I saw Giorgiano smile at me as I dipped my hand into the bag. Somehow, he had fixed it. Drew out my slip of paper. I saw. Well, here it is.
The Red Circle.
It was a clever plan. If I obeyed, you, my benefactor, would be a dead man, and I would be wanted for murder and hounded by the police. If I refused, the Brotherhood would kill me at once. To save my life, I had to pretend to go along with it.
Dear God. What are we to do?
There is only one way. Tomorrow, You must go to the police and tell them all you know. It is all the evidence they need to arrest Giorgiano.
But what about you?
By this time tomorrow, Emilia and I will be on our way to London. And safety.
But the plan misfired, and Giorgiano slipped through our fingers. He managed to escape and followed you to England, intent on revenge.
And the rest of the story we already know. Signor Luca made arrangements for his wife to live here, secretly and safely, but he could only communicate with her through the newspaper until tonight.
And now I ask you, gentlemen, do we have anything to fear from the law? Would any law on earth condemn my husband for what he has done?
That is up to the law to decide, madam, not me. But I'm sure Mr. Holmes will use his influence on your husband's behalf. It wouldn't be the first time.
I don't know what your British judges will have to say, but in New York, I guess Gennaro Luca will have a pretty general vote of thanks.
I think we may indeed take an optimistic viewpoint. We all saw that Giorgiano was armed with a dagger. It's clear enough that your husband killed him in self-defense. No, I don't think you've much to fear, madam.
Oh, thank you, Signor.
What I still don't understand, Mr. Holmes, is how on earth you got yourself mixed up in all this.
Education, Gregson, education. Still seeking knowledge at the old university. Well, Watson, we must be on our way. We have another appointment this evening. I fear we're already late.
Another appointment? Do we?
Certainly. Do you think you could waylay a hansom, my dear fellow?
This other appointment you referred to. I don't recollect anything about it.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't I tell you? Yes, we have another call upon our time, I fear. At an address somewhere in Covent Garden.
Really? What's it all about?
A mysterious murder, Watson. A crime of jealous passion and revenge. An Italian stabbed to death.
Oh, no.
I have the necessary documents here in my pocket. Perhaps you'd care to take charge of them.
Theatre ticket?
The Opera House, my dear chap. Rigoletto. With a bit of luck, we should be in time for the second act.
In The Red Circle, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Joan Sims as Mrs. Warren and Ronald Herdman as Inspector Gregson. Mr. Warren was played by James Taylor, Emilia Luca by Una Beeson, Gennaro Luca by Lyndon Gregory, James Leverton by Dominic Letts, and Cyrus Castle by Philip Anthony. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Red Circle was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.
Captain Calhoun.
What is it, Mac?
Noon sounding, sir. 76 fathoms. Sand shells and hake's teeth.
Another day or so we'll raise the lizard. Then we're there.
It done yet?
Just finished.
Hell of a quick turnaround this time. Won't give us long.
What we do doesn't take long.
The 5 Orange Pips by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized for radio by Vincent McInerney, with Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson, and featuring Brian Greene as Elias Openshaw and Angus Wright as John Openshaw. The 5 Orange Pips.
Glancing over my records of the cases handled by my friend Sherlock Holmes between the years 1882 to 1890, I note the year of 87 to be particularly interesting. The adventure of the Paradol Chamber, of the Amateur Mendicant Society, and not least, the Camberwell poisoning case, solved by Holmes winding up a watch. But none of these presented such singular features as the strange train of circumstances that began one day towards the end of that September, when, my wife paying an extended visit to an aunt, I had taken up again for a short time my old quarters in 221B Baker Street, the equinoctial gales that autumn being exceptionally ferocious, All day the wind had screamed like a banshee, while, towards evening, the rain too began to beat against the windows, in a way hardly to be thought of in the heart of this great hand-hewn city of London. Indeed, what was outside as dusk fell seemed not so much a severe meteorological disturbance as nature's elemental forces shrieking and jeering at mankind through the bars of his civilization, and defying both him and all his works. Nor did matters improve as evening deepened into night, for the storm grew even louder, the wind sobbing and crying like a child in the chimney, even disturbing Holmes, who sat moodily at one side of the fireplace, cross-indexing his criminal records. I myself was engaged in reading a fine sea story by Clark Russell, whose text, I must say, seemed to blend with the sound of the gale without, and caused the splash of the rain to lengthen into the long swash of sea waves. When suddenly, into my reverie, I heard, or thought I heard, the far-off reverberation of the doorbell. Why, Holmes, surely that was the bell. Some friend of yours, perhaps?
Except for yourself, Watson, I have none, nor do I encourage casual visitors. Perhaps the wind is playing tricks.
Or has maybe blown up a client?
If so, it's a serious case, for nothing less would bring a man out in such weather. However, it is far more likely to be a crony of our landlady. Watson, the lamp onto the visitor's chair, while I get rid of these files. Come in.
Mr. Holmes?
The unknown caller, who I put at about 22, was well-groomed, trimly clad, and carried both refinement and delicacy in his bearing. He wore a long, shining waterproof, and carried a streaming umbrella in one hand, the other holding a gold pince-nez. This he raised to heavy, anxious eyes set in a pale face, and then courteously, yet thoroughly, surveyed the room and all its contents.
I fear I owe you an apology, Mr. Holmes, intruding on you on such a night, and bringing these traces of the storm and rain into your snug chamber. But my appearing here is the act of a desperate man.
A very wet, desperate man. Do come in, I pray you, Mr.
Openshaw, John Openshaw.
Mr. Openshaw, and allow me to introduce you to my very good friend and associate, Dr. Watson.
Mr. Openshaw.
To whom I suggest you give your coat and umbrella to be put to dry on the hook, while I prepare something in the nature of a hot cordial over the spirit lamp. You come from the southwest, I see.
Horsham, on the Sussex borders.
Yes, the clay and chalk mixture on your toe caps is quite distinctive.
Mr. Holmes, I come for advice.
That is easily got.
And help.
That is not so easy.
But I heard from Major Prendergast how you saved him in the Tankerville Club scandal.
Ah, yes. That wrongful accusation of cheating, Holmes. That is most incisive.
Which echoes Major Prendergast's opinion entirely, who said Mr. Holmes could solve anything.
He said too much. I've been beaten 4 times, 3 times by men, and once by a woman.
Even so. What is that to your successes? Mr. Holmes, what I have here is no ordinary case.
None are, but come to me. I asked Court of Appeal. But now drink this, draw this chair to the fire, and give me the initial facts, and afterwards I will question you as to the more important details.
Thank you. Well, my name, as I have said, is John Openshaw. Although, to begin with, we must go back to my grandfather, who had 2 sons. My father, Joseph, and my father's brother, my uncle, Elias. Men who went different ways. My father opened a small factory in Coventry. He enlarged at the invention of bicycling. It was he, in fact, who patented
the Openshaw unbreakable tire. I knew it. The man who advanced the use of the tangent spoke, if I'm not mistaken, and cemented solid India rubber tires into steel fellers. Why, I have them fitted to my own machine.
Really, Watson, congratulations, Mr. Openshaw.
The doctor is right. My father was involved in all of those things, and so successfully that he was able to retire quite early on a handsome competence.
Which brings us to your uncle.
Yes.
A difficult man?
Difficult and different. For England not being big enough to hold him when young, he emigrated to America. Florida, to be precise. He became a planter and did very well. At the time of the Civil War, he fought for the South, reaching the rank of colonel under Hood, but then retiring back to his plantation when Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse on Palm Sunday of 1865.
Though not to stay.
No. Unable to stomach the Republicans or their policies, 4 years later, in 69, he brought his fortune back to England, buying a small estate in Sussex near Horsham.
Where you have journeyed from today.
Yes. And a sad and frightening journey it has been. But to return to Elias. When he resettled in England, he did so in a bizarre and willful fashion, never venturing into Horsham itself, taking little exercise, mainly smoking and drinking to excess.
It is surprising the opportunity arose for you to meet him at all. Men of your uncle's habits being generally fierce-tempered and solitary by inclination.
Family papers needed signing. And as sole heir to the Openshaw name, I suppose, too, he was curious about me. Whatever, in 1878, when I was 12 or so, my father and I were invited, perhaps summoned is a better word, to Horsham, where for the first time I met my Uncle Elias.
Mr. Joseph Openshaw and Master John Openshaw, sir.
Oh, yeah, well, thank you, Mary. A tea in 15 minutes for my guests. Yeah, I'll take the usual.
Yes, sir.
Well, Joseph.
Elias, how are you, brother?
Prosperous. In good health. And you?
Much the same, being able, like yourself, to retire early and devote myself to my work on the mechanics of the bicycle. That's a pleasing prospect, brother. You're slightly overgrown. Your sundial looks interesting. Tudor, perhaps?
Maybe the boy'd like to play out there.
Why, yes, Uncle. Thank you.
Now, skedaddle, son. Hey, you watch that pool near the hedge. It's deep and it's weed-bound. Fine lad, Joseph. So, that's how you made your money, huh? Peddling bicycles.
The Openshaw unbreakable tire.
Yeah, well, I made mine peddling slaves and guns.
Wherever a man's talents lie.
Well, I sure knew where mine did. I tell you, I was a man set fair. Oh, but the South changed. Lincoln, freedom, philanthropists and flag waggers. My flag was blue on red and 13 white stars. The one most of my friends were buried under. That was Sherman, a Vandal chief. Now, you know what Sherman did in Carolina.
I know that after Lincoln's Freedom Proclamation of 1863, 10,000 citizens of Birmingham sent him a congratulatory message.
Including your good self, eh?
My works were at Coventry, brother.
Oh, well, that's not so far. All right. Now, we've each shown his colors. I guess there's little chance of an alliance. So let's to business.
Business?
The boy out there. Your son, John.
I'm not sure I follow.
You know, I'm a rich man, Joseph. A rich man without an heir.
Ah.
But blood is blood. Now, you mind if we discuss him a little, brother?
He is your nephew?
He sure is. He goes to school.
Where we live is rather remote, so he has a tutor.
And play? Cricket? Rugger, rowing, all of that?
He tends to find his own. Swimming in summer in the stream, skating in season. Sometimes, I believe, he plays at indoor games with Cook.
Oh?
Backgammon, draughts, and the like.
Brother Joseph, I have a proposition. As I remarked, I'm a rich man. A rich man who lives alone. Your son also seems to live mainly alone.
I object to that, Elias. I may not be able to devote all the time I might like to the boy, but...
But I can. Oh, sure, now he can have his tutors, but I'm the one he'll really learn off, and inherit my fortune if he comes up to scratch. Now, what do you say?
It's a generous offer. More than generous. And with distinct possibilities of widening John's horizons. But such a decision, such a very large decision, must be his alone.
Then let's consult the oracle. So call him in, brother. Call him in, and we'll listen to him settle his fate and his estate.
You elected to remain, of course.
And never regretted it. Singular, yes. Fierce and quick-tempered, foul-mouthed when angry, a drunkard. But before I was 16, I commanded both my uncle's household and his financial affairs.
An education indeed.
I could never be what he wanted, of course. These hands could never swing a sabre, nor this mouth command his strange oaths, nor my belly contain the varieties and amounts of liquor he drank. But even so, we understood each other, liked each other, even loved each other in our own ways. And it was to me he trusted the keys of every room and cabinet.
Except one, I think.
Now I see why Major Prendergast set me in your direction, Mr. Holmes.
A man like your uncle would have secrets, could hardly escape them. They would be hidden away somewhere in his house, I am right?
A room among the attics, invariably locked, and nothing to be seen through the keyhole but old trunks and bundles.
Locked doors are locked. Secrets have a nasty habit of coming to light.
As did those of my uncle. Mr. Holmes, I think I must push back the chair, if I may. Your fire has destroyed all memory of the storm except its noise. Listen to that wind, gentlemen. Oh, it would be a mariner tonight, I wonder, outlying on an icy yard above the seething ocean.
Poor souls. To have to earn a crust thus in such weather.
Mr. Openshaw, Dr. Watson.
It all really began one morning in 1883, 5 years after I had come to him. I had gone down to breakfast and just ordered some kedgeree from Mary, when I noticed something laying on the table in front of my uncle's plate. Something exceedingly unusual. Mary?
Yes, sir.
What's this?
Why, it's a letter, Master John.
Yes, but my uncle doesn't get letters. His bills are paid in cash. He has no acquaintances.
Morning. Mary, lots of coffee. You, fixed for Lawyer Fordham to come today, John?
Bringing the papers directly after breakfast, Uncle.
Which means 2 breakfasts. Save him the expense of his own. When did this come?
First post, sir. I didn't want to disturb you.
Pondicherry postmark. India, eh, John?
East Coast, I believe, Uncle. South of Madras. Strong French connections.
Oh, missionaries, I bet. Looking for contributions. Lawyers and missionaries. And all in one day. I wonder where they got my name. Oh, open it, will you, John? Mary, where's that coffee? Well, was that right? An appeal to convert and feed the Hindu, huh? Well, come on, boy.
I rather think it's a joke, Uncle.
Joke? Oh, what sort of joke?
Well, just that all that is in the envelope is... Well, look. 5 pips. And on the envelope flap, the letters K...
They found me.
Uncle.
My sins have overtaken me.
Mary, a cloth from the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
Uncle, what is it? What on earth does it mean? The pips, the letters.
What do they mean?
Mr. Fordham, sir.
Good morning, Colonel, and to you, John. Nothing like a brisk canter to give a man an appetite. I say, what have we here? Compote of fruit, kippers, kedgeree. So all that's wanted is a plate. Mary,
never mind that damn twaddle. Go to the kitchen. Bank up the fire now.
Yes, sir.
Fordham, for once, forget your stomach and earn your money.
I say, Openshaw.
Go to town, immediately. You understand me?
Why, I
draw up my will. Everything is to pass to John's father initially. That is my brother Joseph, and after him, John here. Are you savvy?
But this is a little precipitate.
No,
Sorry.
Fordham, this is what I want. Now, do you understand?
Well, as you put it like
that... skedaddle and get yourself busy and get back here to have it witnessed. Now go! Give the job to a faster man.
Very well, Colonel.
John, I'm off to the kitchen. Now, you go to the locked room. I know you're not supposed to know about it. Here's the key. Now, I want you to bring down the brass box. There's only one. Hurry, John, hurry. There's lots to do.
Uncle, the 5 pips. You were going to tell me what they mean.
They mean death, John. That's what they mean.
And did they mean death, Mr. Openshaw?
As requested, I brought the brass box to the kitchen. My uncle opened it with a key kept on his person, and then proceeded to burn the contents, excepting 1 leaf of paper which fell, only charred, onto the hearth.
You have it?
Here, Mr. Holmes. Something, I know not what, told me to retrieve it without his knowing.
Most interesting. But I shall need my lens on my table, if you would, Watson.
Of course, Holmes.
And shortly after this ritual burning, Fordham returned with the will, which was witness to the effect that in the event of my Uncle Elias's death, the estate would revert to my father and then to me.
After which I assume his behaviour deteriorated rapidly.
Totally. He began drinking continually, would see no one at all, roamed the house with his gun at all hours, suddenly unlocking the doors and rushing out in the night to check noises he heard outside, taps that had come at his window.
Poor devil. And the end?
A night when he made yet another drunken sally outside, yelling and cursing about those who were out to get him. He was found next morning face down in a little green, scummed pool at the bottom of the garden.
The coroner's verdict?
Suicide.
Suicide?
What else, given the circumstances? Yet no man had a stronger grasp on life than my uncle. However, my father and I simply entered into possession of the estate and £14,000 at the bank.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Now, Mr. Openshaw, let me have 2 dates, will you? Watson, make a note if you will.
Certainly.
First, the exact date of the letter containing the 5 pips, and then that of your uncle's suicide.
March the 10th, 1893, he received the letter. May the 2nd, 1893, his body was found. Exactly 7 weeks later.
And upon a cherry postmark. I wonder. Perhaps it is yet too early. Pray proceed, Mr. Openshaw.
So my father and I moved into the property, and in the attic room discovered that same brass box, inside the lid of which was pasted a label with those same initials that were on the envelope.
Mr. Openshaw, what exactly were these initials?
Why, KKK.
Ah. And some words, you say?
Simply letters, memoranda, receipts, and a register.
That is the nature of the papers that your uncle destroyed.
It would appear so. And which same papers I tried to convince my father were directly responsible for my uncle's death. A suggestion he laughed away, saying the letter was a prank or warning from a firm of Florida orange growers my uncle had had business with in the past, and whose initials were KKK. Business, my father hinted, that may have involved perhaps some sort of financial irregularities.
And your father maintained this reading of the situation?
Unswervingly. Even when the second letter arrived, addressed to him.
Some more coffee, my boy.
Father, I implore you to listen. I firmly believe the first letter to Uncle Elias was both a warning and a statement of intent. I believe this one to you is also a warning, plus a request. A request of which you must take notice.
To put on the sundial papers that no longer exist, that Elias burnt? I do not see how I can help the anonymous writer of this note. I do not even see how I can help myself to marmalade at this moment. It appears to be missing from the table. Although, should the writer call in person, I will gladly talk to him about it. From Dundee, was it? Well, Dundee is a long way.
So is Pondicherry.
John, I really see no use in pursuing this line again. Elias's death was self-inflicted in more ways than one. I don't know about you, my boy, but I find this toast rather crusty this morning.
At least let me contact the authorities on your behalf.
To lay what before them?
My father's safety.
Oh, very well. You recall Major Freebody, who commands the forts on Portsdown Hill, and who is continually inviting me over there to look at some lighting apparatus he has evolved, which he hopes to fit one day to his bicycle, though mark my words, it is the likes of Freebody who will have these wonderful machines of ours subject to Acts of Parliament before he's finished.
Father...
However, to calm your fears and satisfy his self-aggrandizement, I suppose for a few days, certainly no more than a week. How will that suit you?
I could hardly speak, so relieved was I at my father's decision. As I imagined, the further he was from home, the further from danger. Then, on the second day, I received a telegram to contact the Major. My father, having apparently missed his way the previous twilight, had been found at the bottom of one of many deep chalk pits in the area. Nothing missing, no signs of violence. Death from accidental causes.
Sympathies, Mr. Openshaw.
Thank you, gentlemen. But that was nearly 3 years ago, and not directly what brings me here today.
Then what does, Mr. Openshaw?
These. Which arrived in a letter yesterday morning, and this time addressed to me.
Good Lord.
And the postmark?
London, Eastern Division.
Ah, the message?
To put the papers on the sundial, and signed with 3 Ks.
And what have you done?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, to tell the truth, gentlemen, my first feeling was one of complete helplessness, like a rabbit transfixed by a snake. I seemed to be in the grip of some relentless, inexorable evil. Well, then I thought of my uncle's fighting spirit and decided I'd make a stand.
Good man.
And so went to the police, who listened with a smile. But my standing and my dreadful earnestness eventually persuaded them to allot me a man.
Who is where?
Horsham. His orders are to stay in the house.
But why did you not come to me at once?
I did not know who to turn to. This morning, however, I decided as a gesture to come to town, which is how I met Prendergast, who directed me to you.
And well he did so. But you've left it late. Very late, however. So, first the paper. Watson, the lamp directly overhead, if you will.
Yes, these charred edges make it difficult. That's March 1869. 4th Hudson came, same old platform.
7th set the pips on Macaulay, Swain, and Paramore of St. Augustine. 9th Macaulay cleared. 10th John Swain cleared. 12th visited Paramore, all well, which I think is all we'll get. This is your uncle's hand, Mr. Openshaw, on this scrap.
Without doubt. What do you think, Mr. Holmes?
That you return home immediately and put this remnant in the brass box, plus another note signed by yourself explaining the burning of the other papers. You must write this in a way that will carry conviction, and put the box on the sundial as instructed.
And this will satisfy them?
I think it may deter them, to give us extra time to discover their identities and invoke the law.
You can really do this.
If Holmes cannot help you, Mr. Openshaw, no one can.
Then I will return immediately.
Here, let me help you with your coat. If the sound of the wind is anything to go by, you will still need it.
You go back by train from Waterloo?
Thank you. Yes, there is one at 9:30.
Then you must hurry, Mr. Openshaw.
We'll take a cab, of course.
If there is one available in such weather. Even so, I am armed. One of my uncle's many pistols. Not that I am sure how to use it.
The threat is often enough. Good, then set off, but take care, for you are in real and imminent danger, and tomorrow I will work upon your case.
In Horsham?
In London, Mr. Openshaw, for that is where the answer lies. London, Eastern Division.
I saw Openshaw downstairs and opened the front door. A cloak of wind swept past me with a howl and up the stairs. Watching Openshaw being buffeted down Baker Street, searching vainly for a cab, I thought of Holmes warm and dry upstairs in our cosy rooms, already in an introspective silence in front of the red glow of the fire, his pipe alight, watching the wraiths of smoke chase each other towards the ceiling like strands of seaweed being fantastically wound in the middle of great green waves. Then...
Here, Watson, you're waterproof. We must follow until he finds a hansom, even to the railway station itself. For it seems to me he walks in more perils than even the Sholtos did in the Sign of the Four. Quickly! He's near the corner.
But what are these perils? Who's behind all this? You have some idea?
Indeed, but I can do no more until it's light. Until, in fact, the public libraries reopen in the morning. Should there be any doors left on them to open. Ah, he turns into Oxford Street.
You can tell me nothing?
You remember, Doctor, in the early days of our friendship, how you once defined my limitations?
Indeed. Philosophy, astronomy, and politics, zero. Botany, variable. Geology, profound, as regards mudstains from any region within 50 miles of London. Chemistry, eccentric. Anatomy, unsystematic. Sensational literature, crime record, unique. Then, violinist, boxer, swordsman, lawyer, and self-poisoner by cocaine and tobacco.
Anatomy unsystematic. Well, Doctor, what can you tell me about Cuvier's feather or bone, as some refer to it?
I'm not sure I can tell you anything. Although I seem to have heard, when a student...
Cuvier was a French comparative anatomist whose great coup de théâtre was to take a fossilized feather that had been found belonging to no known species of bird, and from it deduce the shape of the bird's wing. From the wing, the body, from the body, the head, from the head... Well, needless to say, they prophesied what the whole creature would look like should one ever be found, and when one was...
Remarkable. What is
Now, if our feather is what drove Colonel Openshaw from the charming climate of Florida and all his American friends and contacts for the life of a semi-recluse in an English provincial town, I think we may adduce fear. But fear of what?
Well,
Oxford Street. There he goes. Now keep close to the shops, should he glance back.
Holmes, fear of what?
This we learn from the letters. You recall again their postmarks.
Pondicherry, Dundee, London. That is East London.
From which we deduce
whole seaports.
Excellent, my dear Watson. So there can be no doubt that the writer of them is on a ship. So let us look further. In the case of Pondicherry, 7 weeks elapsed between the threat contained in the letter and the threat's fulfillment. In Dundee, it was 3 or 4 days. So...
those involved had a greater distance to travel.
But then the letter surely had the same distance to come, and therefore should have arrived
with the sender, should it not?
What on earth are you driving at?
That from the information we hold, we can adduce the sort of ship, a sailing ship. It looks as if the malefactors in this matter always send their singular warning to their intended victim before beginning their mission. I believe they sent their first letter by steam mail packet from Pondicherry, arriving themselves 7 weeks later on a sailing ship, much less reliable, usually very much slower.
Of course. This would explain why the second letter from Dundee arrived 3 days before they did, the time it took them to sail round the coast, their letter coming overland.
The third letter, though, comes from London, Eastern Division, that is, the East India Dock.
My God! They're already here.
Which is exactly why we are dogging John Openshaw's footsteps on such a night.
Holmes, who is it we're looking for? What do they want? How will you find them?
Ah, at last.
Strange tableau. Just one cab in an almost deserted Oxford Street. When you consider the carts jamming the middle of this thoroughfare during the day. Every day. And always in the middle.
That, Watson, is because the camber of the road is an added hazard to already overburdened horses. Ah, he's safely inside. So, let us lay off a course for Baker Street with all possible dispatch. You want to know the who and why as regards John Openshaw? Well, after a small restorative, I shall do my very best to enlighten you. We shall be home, I trust, before Mr. Openshaw even steps aboard his train.
She's broke off 2 points. We'll have to try to wear her. Aye, sir. I'll have covers, not the watch. Everyone from the point of the old sails. We're from the cradle of the grave.
It's along here. A barge called Betsy. My mate will let me lie up there till my ankle's healed. Oh!
You must keep it off the ground. Put your arm more round my shoulder. Where is this boat? It is essential I catch the 9:30 train from the station. It's so dark under here.
Oh, there it is, Mr. Openshaw. Just at the end of that small jetty. On the river itself. Something wrong?
You called me Mr. Openshaw.
So I did. But that doesn't matter now, does it?
Here you are, Doctor.
Thank
While I put this towel to use, oblige me by handing down the letter K of the American Encyclopedia from the bookshelf, would you? You see, one person couldn't possibly have carried out the 2 murders. They were simply too well planned and executed. Openshaw's uncle Elias was a strong, capable, determined fighter. To subdue him and hold his head under in a pond would require 2, maybe 3 equally determined men. The sort of men who battle daily with the sort of weather we are now experiencing outside, and for whom a fall into the raging ocean and loss of life itself is simply another part of the daily round. Ah, thank you. So, to continue my Cuvier analogy, we are therefore not looking for one person but a group of people, and in this way KKK becomes the badge of a society rather than that of an individual, of the Ku Klux Klan, in fact.
Never heard of it.
So, here it is. Ku Klux Klan. A name derived from the fanciful resemblance to the sound produced by cocking a rifle. Terrible secret society formed by ex-Confederate soldiers in southern states, notably Tennessee, Louisiana, Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, terrorizing of Negro voters, murdering and driving from country those opposed to its views. Outrages usually preceded by warnings sent to marked man by fantastic but generally recognized shape, sprig of oak, melon seeds, or orange pips. Yes, in spite of best efforts of the United States government, movement flourished until eventually 1869, movement seemed rather suddenly to collapse.
The time Elias came back to England.
Bringing with him the papers. Papers, I suspect, that would perhaps now incriminate some of the first men of the South. Yes, now consider again the leaf that fell from the fire. Sent the pips to A, B, C, A and B, leaving the country, C being visited with, I fear, a sinister result. Now this was evidence to be destroyed or suppressed at any cost. A task given to the men from the ship.
But the papers are no more, and Elias dead. There is now no more danger to anyone involved in this society.
The pursuers are not to know this, at least not until tomorrow when they find John Openshaw's note.
Will they believe it?
I have no idea. You see, I think the men questioned Elias before drowning him.
but would have had no means of deciding the truth, because Elias would have claimed all the papers burned, but had nothing to show them one way or the other. But with the proof now of the charge sheet...
Would they not have searched the house after killing Elias?
No, they would have expected Elias to live alone. Given his character, would not have allowed for his nephew being there, and secrecy is essential to the aims of their society.
And once Elias was dead, of course, only the papers could then incriminate the principals.
Indeed. So they threatened Non's father, Joseph, for them. A stubborn man, he refused to make known what he knew, which cost him his life. But, as it said in the encyclopedia, they exist through fear, and will now hope to have scared Openshaw to the point where he'll give them anything he has.
What devils? What do you intend to do?
Deliver them to the law.
But how? When you've no idea where they are? When there are 1,000 ships in the East India docks?
That is tomorrow. For tonight, hand me my violin, and we'll try to forget for half an hour the miserable weather outside, and still more miserable ways of our fellow men.
The next morning the weather had cleared, and the sun was again weakly shining. Holmes arose early, and in a positive fever of impatience, refusing one of Mrs. Hudson's stout bachelor breakfasts, refusing to glance at the morning papers, departing with hardly a goodbye. Left alone, I began to turn over those same papers, at first indiscriminately, then with a heavy heart. The morning wore slowly into midday and then into afternoon, but still there was no sign of Holmes. Finally, tired from my own inaction, sick with a sense of failure, weary from good motives turned by chance to bad deeds, I lay on the couch to rest. And while lying there, ran again over the fantastical story told to us by John Openshaw, amused on his life with his uncle, the sensitive, timid boy, and his immersion into the end of a very deep pool, his relationship with Elias, and where it eventually brought him. Evening began to close in, fantasy to merge with fact as the long day waned. I half dreamt the bell had rung, and Openshaw was again mounting the stairs for the first time, that we would be given another chance.
Watson! Success, I think. Up you get and listen to this.
Holmes, have you seen...
Later, my dear fellow. Lord, I'm hungry. Nothing all day. Let me get myself some roast beef. There's a good fellow.
Holmes.
There's some mustard. Watson, I know who they are, the murderers, their names, where they're from, where they're going, everything. That's quiet, Jim. Let me explain. Now, first I went to the library for the old shipping papers and checked all the vessels in Pondicherry around January and February of '83, then all the vessels in Dundee, January '85, finally all the vessels in East India docks up until yesterday, which led me, by a process of elimination, to a sailing ship, the Lone Star, the name of one of the states of the Union.
Texas.
Indeed. Proof in itself, almost. Then to Lloyd's to see my old friend Captain Standish. You remember the case of the singular stowaway? Of course you do. Standish looked through the lists and found the details. Lone Star, home port, Savannah. Captain James Cahoon, agents near the Albert Dock. At the agents I inquired about a passage to America, citing reports of Captain Cahoon's seamanship as my reason for choosing the ship. By this ruse I learned Cahoon and his first and second mates, McGregor and Carver, were the only Americans aboard, the rest being Finns and Germans. That Cahoon was sometimes inclined to take a passenger or two, but not this time, the Lone Star having cleared early this morning for Savannah. I realized immediately that Cahoon and his associates must have collected the paper from the sundial late last night prior to sailing this morning. Well, they may have their scrap of burned paper, but I have their names and all other details, which will be forwarded to the proper authorities, though not until I have bathed and rested. And after... why, perhaps a trip to Horsham to acquaint John Openshaw with the solution to his problem. What do you say, old fellow?
I'm afraid it would be a wasted journey, Holmes.
Here. The heading is Tragedy near Waterloo Bridge.
Between 9 and 10 last night, Constable Cook of H Division, faint cry for help, splash. What with wind and rain, impossible to effect rescue. Body eventually recovered by water police.
From envelope in pocket, John Openshaw. Conjectured deceased hurrying to catch last train from Waterloo Station. Tripped over small boat's landing jetty, no doubt victim of unfortunate accident. Only hope this will call attention of authorities to deplorable general condition of riverside landing stages. What was he doing on the embankment at all? The cabby should have taken him directly. Let me look again. When interviewed, the hansom cab driver said his horse was of a nervous disposition in high wind, and that he was therefore loath to take the animal onto the exposed bridge, and so dropped his fare at the Aldwych end near the Strand. Oh, well, of course, one of them would have been waiting for him, just as another would be on the train, just as the third would have been at Horsham. Calhoun, MacGregor, Carver, each commanding his own piece of ground. Oh, how easy we made it for them.
Holmes, you must not blame yourself. You really have no cause
The worst thing, Watson, is that it hurts my pride. Now, considering Openshaw is dead, and that I sent him to his death, God knows her pride is the last thing I should be feeling, and that he should come to me for help. The devils. I did not look far enough. Devils. But he shall not remain unavenged. Watson, an orange from that cupboard. Here you are, but thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Envelope, pen, and addressed to Captain James Calhoun, Bark, Lone Star, Savannah, Georgia. To go by mail boat and be waiting for our friend Captain Calhoun when he arrives. It will give him a sleepless night, when he will feel something of what John Openshaw felt, and I will ensure the police will wait on him the next day. You see, they gave him a day to put the papers on the sundial, as they had only until the next morning before they left. When he did not comply, they killed him, assuming that with the last of the Openshaws dead, their secret would be safe. Well, I will put a pack of dogs on them they will not shake off, no matter how fast and hard they sail.
It may not come to that. Have a look here. This report concerning the weather. How the storm that has just passed over London is now expected to move out to sea, heading for the Goodwins and the Isle of Wight.
Yes. They may not be too far from there at this moment. I wonder, Watson, if this time a higher authority has not intervened to exact a most ultimate justice. If so, it is a salutary lesson. Not least to me. And so, we think it transpired. For the Lone Star never made port, and for all we know, Holmes's letter, with its dried-up orange pips, still lies yellowing in an agent's office in Savannah. Some long time later, Holmes again had occasion to meet Captain Standish of Lloyd's on another matter, and not unnaturally, the name of the Lone Star eventually came up between them. After a moment's pause, Standish mentioned how, months before, the skipper of a packet for Boston had claimed, far out in the Atlantic, to have seen a shattered sternpost swinging in the trough of a wave. The man had immediately called for his glass and turned it upon the splintered remnant of wood moving to and fro in the water. The carved letters it bore, he claimed, were simply L.S.
Went with that last one. Carver, too. Max, stay here in the wheel. I'll take the axe. Pull us up along the pin rail, then cut the state away from the outside bulwark. Try to keep it to the sea. We feel the mast. He might right herself. Give it a chance to move the ballast. Wish me luck, Max. Captain Calhoun, no. Not yet. Wait. Coming on the quarter again. Look out, sir.
And that is all we ever knew concerning the fate of the Lone Star.
In The 5 Orange Pips, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Medicine and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams. Elias Openshaw was played by Brian Greene and John Openshaw by Angus Wright, with Danielle Allen as Mary the Maid, Michael Turner as Joseph Openshaw and Captain Calhoun, and Brett Usher as Fordham and MacGregor. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Five Orange Pips was dramatized for radio by Vincent McInerney and directed by Patrick Rayner.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now, once again, it's time to renew our weekly visits with that genial host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. And here he is, waiting for us in his comfortable and familiar study. Hello, Dr. Watson. It's mighty good to see you again.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Good gracious me, it's a long time since you last dropped in to see me.
Too long entirely, but I'm certainly glad to be back.
I'm glad to have you back, my boy. This seems like old times.
Thank you, sir. By the way, I heard you had quite a trip this summer. Went back to England, didn't you?
Yes, Mr. Bell. I must say I had a very delightful time renewing old friendships. Incidentally, I think you'll be particularly interested in one visit that I made. It was to the vaults of Cox's Bank in Charing Cross.
Cox's Bank? Oh, that was the home of your old black tin dispatch box, wasn't it? The one that contained all the notes on your adventures with the great Sherlock Holmes?
It was, my boy. You have a very good memory.
And by any chance, is that the box standing there on your table now?
It certainly is. I brought it back with me. You see, I found it contained a veritable treasure trove of material. Notes on adventures that I'd forgotten, and in some cases, stories that Sherlock Holmes insisted must be published during the lifetime of certain famous people involved.
Phew, that certainly is a treasure trove. Do you mind if I take a peek in the sacred box, Dr. Watson?
Not at all, Mr. Bell, not at all.
Must be papers all tied up in tape. An old signet ring.
Oh, that just a token of the Duke of Bedford's esteem. Never did fit.
Hey, what's this, Dr. Watson? A small dog collar.
Yes, my boy, a small dog collar. And it brings to mind one of the most exciting and bizarre adventures that Sherlock Holmes and I ever encountered. I always referred to it as the adventure of the Stuttering Ghost.
Stuttering Ghost? That sounds provocative, Dr. Watson.
I hope you'll find it so, Mr. Bell.
In just a moment, Dr. Watson will tell us the story of the Stuttering Ghost. But first, I'd like to ask a question. Men, wouldn't you like to feel that your hair always looks its best? That it always appears neat and attractive? Then let me suggest Kreml Hair Tonic. This famous modern hairdressing has been especially developed to keep wild, unruly hair handsomely groomed all day, not a lock out of place. And Kreml gives the hair such a nice, rich luster, too. Yet it never leaves the hair feeling or looking greasy or sticky. Why not buy a bottle and prove to yourself that Kreml is tops for better groomed hair? Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, the floor is yours.
Well, Mr. Bell, the story began on a certain September afternoon in, more years ago than I like to admit. Holmes and I were seated in our Baker Street lodgings, having returned a few hours previously from a much-needed holiday in Devonshire. Though our trip had proved far from restful as far as I was concerned, I could see that the change had worked wonders for my old friend. There was a distinct touch of color in his usually pale face, and I knew by the sparkle in his eye that he was happy to be back in harness, as he sat there skimming through the letters that had accumulated during his absence.
Watson, has it ever occurred to you that the entire course of history might have been changed, probably for the better, if paper and ink had never been invented?
Oh, rubbish. It's good to be back in Baker Street again, eh, Holmes?
Yes. Back to the routine of stupid letters from stupid people after 2 peaceful weeks at the seaside.
Peaceful? And you spent most of your time solving the problem of the lifeguard, the calabash, and the dying nursemaid.
Merely a routine matter, Watson, though it did have its points of interest.
Anything startling in this morning's post?
The usual trivialities. The Duke of Greenock suspects the Duchess of planning to elope with the underfootman.
Oh, knowing the Duke, I can't say that I blame her.
Quite. Doesn't anyone use imagination in committing crimes anymore? Aha. This looks more promising.
What is it, Holmes?
I shall present my problem to you at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It's almost 3 now, and the letter's dated yesterday.
Doesn't sound particularly promising to me. Who's it from?
It's simply signed Ferdinand.
It's very odd. Holmes, it might be royalty. Only reigning monarchs sign themselves to strangers simply by their first names.
If you're referring to Ferdinand of Spain, he's dead, you know.
Oh, no, you're pulling my leg. Still, I can't recall a Ferdinand on any current European throne.
Nor can I. And yet there is a certain tone of royal peremptoriness in the phrasing.
Where's the front door bell? It's exactly 3 o'clock. That could be him now.
Yes. While Mrs. Hudson answers the door, suppose we have another look at this note. Expensive paper. Written with a quill pen. And the presumably august scribe was unfortunate enough to get a smear of ink on the outer side of her right little finger.
Why do you say her right little finger?
It's a woman's writing.
Oh, woman's writing.
Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
You have a visitor, Mr. Holmes, and she's got a wee dog with her. She said you might be expecting her.
Very well, Mrs. Hudson. Show her up, please.
Yes, sir.
A woman and a wee dog. And here we are waiting for royalty.
Watson, I've sometimes observed a distinctly snobbish strain in you. Most regrettable in these democratic days.
Democratic? I voted Conservative all my life, and I always will vote Conservative.
Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you dear, dear man. Oh, I've heard so much about you. Oh, I suppose you're wondering who I am.
Naturally, madam. Sit down, won't you? May I introduce my friend, Dr. Watson?
How do you do, madam?
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Frampton. Mrs. James Frampton. That's the Buckinghamshire Framptons, you know. And I've travelled all the way up here with darling little Fuzzley. And he does hate trains, don't you, sweetheart?
By the way, Mrs. Frampton, would you mind telling me why you signed your note, Ferdinand?
Why, Mr. Holmes, whatever makes you think I wrote your note?
Among other things, the slight trace of an ink stain on your right little finger.
Oh, dear. It's so simple when you explain it, isn't it?
Quite.
Well, since you're so clever, I did write that note, but only because Ferdinand here asked me to.
What?
Yes, the darling dictated it all by himself. He said, and I wrote it all down for him.
What a ball is that? Dog writing notes.
Don't you think, Mrs. Frampton, that if your dog has any problems, a veterinary surgeon would be the logical person to consult?
Oh, dear, now you've upset him. He's so terribly sensitive. Dr. Watson, I wonder if you'd mind taking him out for a little walk.
Who, me?
Yes. I'd much rather he was out of the way when I tell Mr. Holmes about him. He's so human, you know. I'm quite sure he understands every word I say.
Well, I do.
Oh, please, Dr. Watson.
Oh, really, madam, I don't
Come,
think...
Watson. Can't you see the little fellow's dying for some air? I think a little walk would do you both good.
That's all very well. Very well. Come along, you little little fellow. Come on.
And now, Mrs. Frampton, may I ask what has brought you to see me?
Well, Mr. Holmes, 2 weeks ago, one of Ferdy's gold collars was stolen. And a week after that, he was sent back to me with a very strange note.
You have the note with you?
Yes, it's here in my purse. Put your hands up, Mr. Holmes.
Well,
That's right.
do you mind pointing that revolver another way, Mrs. Frampton?
I have no intention of pointing it another way. Furthermore, you'd be astonished at my skill in using it.
Not at all.
Oh?
When a woman has the audacity to call on me with the outline of a revolver plainly visible through the side of her purse, I naturally assume she is able to use it.
You knew I was armed, and yet you
I
didn't...
regret to say that sometimes my curiosity overcomes my caution, and I was very curious as to the purpose of the ridiculous ruse of the letter-writing dog. I still am.
You'll very soon see. Go and sit in that upright chair by the desk there. Mr. Holmes, I assure you I won't hesitate to use this revolver. Go over to that chair.
Very well.
Sit down in it, with your back to me. That's it. I was admiring these handcuffs on your mantelpiece. They'll do very well to fasten you to the chair. Put your hands behind you. Thank you.
What's the game, Mrs. Frampton? Daylight robbery?
Yes. Or murder, if you don't help me.
You realize that my friend is liable to come back at any moment?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. That beastly dog was a deliberate device to separate you and your friend. A colleague of mine will see that Dr. Watson is taken care of as soon as he gets outside. And now, Mr. Holmes, I do hope you're not going to be too difficult.
Come along, you stupid creature. You don't have to sniff every... Come on. Playing nursemaid to a Pekingese. Hope I don't run into anyone I know. Come along, you little brute. Come on.
Excuse me, Governor.
Yes.
You got a match?
A match? Yes, I think I have.
Cool, you know, half a nice little dog, Governor. What's his name?
His name?
Never mind. You come here now.
Why, you scoundrel, put down that piece of lead pipe.
Get out from under my feet, you nasty dog, you.
You would you?
Oh! Good blimey, Governor, you nearly broke my arm.
Madam, if you'll just tell me what you're looking for, I'll be delighted to tell you where to find it. There's no sense in messing all my files up.
I want your records of the Rothier case.
In the third drawer of this cabinet.
Oh. Well, here we are. N-O-P-Q... Randall. Rothier. Well, thank you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, there's the rescue party.
But it can't be Dr. Watson. Alfie was to take care of him.
Dr. Watson has resources that might surprise you. Sometimes they surprise even me.
Well, I've got what I came for.
Holmes, I had the most amazing experience.
Yes, you were set upon by a ruffian in the street.
Fellow asked for a match and then... How did you know?
Elementary, my dear Watson. Huh? Now, please get the key off the mantelpiece and unlock these handcuffs.
Good heavens. Who trussed you up like that?
Mrs. Frampton, at revolver point.
You see? If you hadn't made me go out with that silly little dog,
She would never have revealed her purpose in coming here. Watson, the whole thing was a plot to gain access to my files on the Rothier case.
I say, the Rothier case? Why, that
Hurry up with that key, will you, old chap?
Yes, of course. There you are. I say, how did that woman get out?
Obviously down the back stairs, as you didn't pass on the front. I assume her accomplice got away, too?
Yes, he wouldn't have if I hadn't tripped up over the dog leash. I left the silly little beast downstairs with Mrs. Hudson.
Suppose we see if our caller took anything of any consequence.
But, Holmes, why should anyone go to such fantastic lengths to steal the file on a criminal case that happened years ago?
That's what we have to find out. You recall the Rothier affair, Watson?
Yes, I could do something to do with a jewel robbery, was it?
Yes. Rothier and his English accomplice, a gentleman known as Stuttering Steve Hacker, stole the famous Shrewsbury emerald.
Yes, of course.
The jewels were never recovered, but I was instrumental in bringing the men to justice.
I remember it now. Rothier was killed resisting arrest, wasn't he?
Yes, and Stuttering Steve Hacker was sentenced to 7 years in Dartmoor. By George, Watson, I recall reading a small item in yesterday's paper that told of Hacker's death in prison. That's the answer.
You mean that on his deathbed, Hacker might have told someone the secret of where the jewelry is hidden?
Precisely. And the key to that secret must lie in these files. Let me see. Yes, I recall the case vividly now. There was a small piece of paper found on Rothier's body. An apparently meaningless series of numbers and figures. It was here in the file. And now she's got away with it, Watson. I deserve to be kicked from here tonight.
Holmes. Now listen to me. I was going through the file a few weeks ago, making some notes for my stories, and I remember coming across that slip of paper. I copied the figures down in my notebook.
Bravo, Watson. I don't know what I'd ever do without you.
Thanks, sir. Just a minute. Here they are. Here we are. Here are the figures. T2N302S50. What the deuce does it mean, Holmes?
I don't know, but I think I may have a glimmering. Get your coat and hat, old chap. The game's afoot.
Where are we going?
To Scotland Yard. And then I hope we'll be on the track of the Shrewsbury emeralds.
I say, Holmes, if you don't want to talk, you might at least tell me why we're driving about in this dreary part of London. I don't care for it at all, especially at dusk.
Sorry, Watson. I was thinking. Inspector Lestrade has just informed me that he's unearthed a new clue in the case.
Oh?
It seems that when Rothier was hiding from the police, he worked for a time in this neighborhood.
Oh, where?
At a place known as Gaunt's Castle. It's somewhere here off the Mile End Road. Apparently it's a sort of museum, run by a certain eccentric man named Jezra Gaunt. Its main claim to distinction is that it contains a catacomb, Or, to be precise, several catacombs.
Extraordinary thing.
An ideal place to hide stolen jewels, I'd say.
Catacombs? Here in London? Impossible.
Not at all, Watson.
But I thought they were vast underground tombs only found in Italy.
Now, these are reputed to be reproductions of the early catacombs of Rome.
Good gracious me.
Apparently, Mr. Gaunt found these deep underground caverns some years ago, and their natural contours made it possible for him to convert them into a modern counterpart of the Italian ones. All right, cabby, this is the place.
Righto, Governor.
There you are. Keep the change.
Thank you, Governor. Come on, get up.
So this is Gaunt's castle. It's a frightening-looking place. Like a prison. It's getting dark. Why can't we come back in the morning, Holmes?
I think there's somebody watching us through the peephole in the door.
Yes, there would be.
Uh-huh. He's opening it.
Good evening, gentlemen. You're late. I was just locking my museum up for the night.
You're Mr. Jezra Gaunt?
Yes, sir, at your service.
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Gaunt?
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson? Well, this is a great honor. Please step inside, gentlemen. I'll turn the gas up. There. I hope you'll find the castle, as I call it, interesting.
Mr. Gaunt, time is vitally important. Some 3 years ago, you had a man working for you as a laborer. His name was Rothier.
I can't recall any man of that name, Mr. Holmes.
He was a Frenchman, Mr. Gaunt. Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, I'm sorry, but in this part of London there are many foreigners, and many of them have worked for me. But
This man Rothier was a jewel thief. He is known to have hidden some very valuable emeralds, and it seems quite possible he may have hidden them here.
Dear me. Stolen jewels in my catacombs, Mr. Holmes? Oh, no,
I want you to give us your permission to deduct a detailed examination of your caves and to take some measurements.
Yes, of course. What an extraordinary coincidence.
Coincidence?
Yes. A man and a woman were here a little while ago. I didn't pay much attention to them as they entered, but I happened to observe them later in the catacombs. They were taking measurements.
By Jove, Holmes.
Go on, Mr. Gaunt.
When they saw I was watching them, they were very evasive and left after a few moments. Until you mentioned taking measurements, the whole incident seemed unimportant.
It was far from unimportant, Mr. Gaunt. They're desperate. We must work fast. May we start our search at once?
Well, of course, of course. I'll go and light the gas. Extraordinary business.
Holmes, Mrs. Frampton, that accomplice who attacked me, must have come here straight from Baker Street.
Yes, and they'll be back. Probably tonight. It's a race against time.
Well, so far they apparently haven't succeeded in deciphering the code.
And neither have we. Watson, it's a battle of wits.
Oh, really?
They won the first round. Let's hope we can win the second.
Dr. Watson will continue his story in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to say, and just see if you don't agree with me, any man who wants that modern, prosperous appearance should certainly use a hairdressing. And men, I'm right here to tell you I wouldn't use anything else but Kreml hair tonic. Do you know why? Because Kreml is one hair tonic I've been able to find that really keeps my hair well groomed. Every hair neatly in place. Yet it never has that greasy, plastered down look. Kreml always feels and smells so clean on your hair. In addition, Kreml does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome. It relieves itching of dry scalp. It removes dandruff flakes. Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it leaves it feeling so much softer, easier to manage. Why not ask for an application of Kreml at your barber shop? Buy a bottle at any drug counter. Just see how attractive looking it keeps your hair. That's right. It's spelled Kreml. Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, how did you and the great Sherlock Holmes make out when you explored the underground caves?
For that first hour, we searched that strange place exhaustively without finding a clue. Then I remember we descended into one of the deepest and darkest caves. Must have been a weird picture as we stood there, our voices echoing hollowly. A vast black chasm yawning in front of us, and a feeble flicker of gaslight throwing a pool of light on the piece of paper which Holmes held in his hand.
Watson, I'm certain the figures on this paper are the clue to the missing emeralds. But why can't I get the code? T2N3O2S50.
They might be pacing directions.
Obviously, but beginning where?
I don't know, but 2N could be 2 places north. Still, how about T and O?
The T being the first letter is presumably the starting point. But what does it stand for? But, of course. Here's the answer. Look here on the wall.
You mean that colored tablet?
Yes. It's a common early Christian symbol known as St. Anthony's cross. And it's also the Greek letter T. This is our starting point. T is the first letter in this code.
And then comes 2N.
Let's try it. 2 paces north. So.
Then comes the letter O. It could mean 0.
Yes, it could, old chap, or it might be... No, I have it. Remember that Rothier was a Frenchman.
What's that got to do with it?
The French word for west is ouest, spelled O-U-E-S-T. French compasses have an O where ours have the W. 2 paces north, 3-O, 3 paces west. See if Gaunt will lend us a spade, Watson, dear chap, will you? We're getting warm. We're getting decidedly warm.
Holmes, I think we've drawn a blank.
So do I. Yet the code is a logical one. 2 paces north, 3 west, 2 south, 5 wait. Wait a minute. Paces are inaccurate, Watson. They vary. A man would surely leave his records in carefully measured feet.
Here's a tape measure. Why don't you try measuring it out in feet?
Thanks. Now, 2 feet north, 3 west, 2 south, and 5 west. Would be here. Give me the spade, Watson. I'll do the digging this time.
Oh, thanks very much. Holmes, if you dig any deeper, you'll come out in Australia.
And yet I know we're basically on the right track. What an unmitigated idiot I am. Watson, look on the other side of this tape measure.
What's on it?
It's marked in meters. Rothier was French. Now we have the answer, Watson. 2 meters north, 3 west, 2 south, and 5 west. Give me the spade again.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong this time, I'll retire from my profession.
What's that?
It's a metal box. Watson, unless I'm very much mistaken, we've found the Shrewsbury Emerald.
Great Scott!
Box is a little tarnished, a little rusty, but its contents are undamaged. Look at these emeralds, Watson. Aren't they exquisite?
In this gaslight, they look just like liquid jade.
Quite a poet, aren't you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gaunt. You quite startled me. We've found the treasure.
I'm so glad, gentlemen. You've done the hard work for us.
Look out, Watson, it's a trap.
Come back here, Holmes.
Drop that revolver, Gaunt.
I missed your friend, Dr. Watson, but I won't miss you. Stand where you are. In any case, Mr. Holmes can't get away. Fortunately for us, he's run into a cave from which there is no exit. Gertrude, Alfie.
Here we are.
Did you find it, Joseph?
Yes, my dear. Clever of them, wasn't it? I doubt whether we could have solved the code without their help.
Scoundrels, I wish I'd get my hands on you.
Dr. Watson, surely you're in no position to threaten. The 3 of us are armed, and your friend can't help you. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, come out of that cave with your hands up. We've won the final round.
Not while I have the emeralds, you haven't.
All round him out of there, blast him.
It seems to me, Dr. Watson, that Mr. Holmes is being unusually stupid today.
Be careful, Holmes.
Watson, stop him.
Holmes!
Dear me, I'm afraid your friend's been injured,
For
Doctor.
heaven's sake, let me go to him. I'm a doctor.
I'm afraid I can't trust you. However, I'll tell Alfie to drag his body out here. Alfie!
Never mind about Alfie. I just conked him one before I shot Mr. Holmes.
That voice. It's Stuttering Steve Hacker.
But it can't be. Steve Hacker's dead.
That's what you think. But he ain't dead. I bribed the prison doctor in his kite. Remember, I'm in the dark. You can't see me, but I can see you. You're standing in the light. So you better do like I say. Dr. Watson?
Yes, Hacker, what is it?
I remember you. You ain't a bad sort of a Texas assistant. I trust you more than these rats. If you don't want me to shoot, you'd better drop your revolvers at Dr. Watson's feet. I'll trust him. Go on, drop them.
You better do as he says. I think he means business.
All right, Hacker. Here.
Now yours, Gertrude.
There.
Pick him up, Dr. Watson.
I've got him.
Splendid, Holmes. Then hand me one.
But Holmes, where's Steve Hacker?
Aside from the fact that he's dead, I've no idea, old chap.
I took the liberty of impersonating him, or rather his ghost, temporarily.
You shot Alfie?
Certainly. He was about to shoot me. But he is not quite dead, unfortunately. And now, Watson, old chap, I think it's about time we turned this unsavory little gathering over to the police. Watson, it's rather pleasant to be back in Baker Street. It's been a tiring day.
You know, Holmes, the way you imitated Stuttering Steve Hacker was amazing.
Well, thanks awfully, old chap.
Oh, not at all. You had them completely fooled. Of course, I saw the whole thing immediately.
Oh, of course.
You're very clever, though. You shot Alfie and then faked your own wounded groans.
Yes.
Whatever.
It was remarkably effective. And Alfie's subsequent confession confirmed my suspicions. Hacker, ill and afraid of dying, talked with Alfie during his recent stay in Dartmoor and told him to find the booty and share it with Hacker's wife. But Alfie, as soon as he was released from prison and thinking Hacker dead, decided to get it all for himself and his accomplices. As pretty a tangle of criminality as I ever ran into.
Perhaps your return to practice won't be as dull as you think.
Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but about the dog.
Dog? What dog?
The nice, wee fella the lady brought this afternoon. He's still downstairs. I gave him a bath and a nice big beef bone. Now, what do you want me to do with him?
An intriguing problem. Let me see now. He's been cooped up a long time.
Oh, here it comes.
I think it'd be an excellent idea if Dr. Watson took him for a nice walk.
Oh, nice walk, but Holmes, I'm very tired. I don't want to
come, Watson. Remember, he's quite a remarkable animal. He wrote a letter.
Take him for a walk.
He convinced you that he was royalty and then undoubtedly saved your life. I think you owe him a little consideration, don't you?
Well, of course, if you put it that way, I suppose we've got to...
And that's how you acquired this little dog collar, eh, Dr.
That's right, Mr. Bell. I had that wretched little animal on my hands till it died of old age. I got quite fond of it, as a matter of fact.
I see. And what story are you going to tell us next week, Dr. Watson?
Well, now, next week, I think I'll tell you a story I call The Adventure of Black Angus. I always think it was one of the most gruesome and macabre experiences that Sherlock Holmes and I ever encountered.
Well, look who's here, if it isn't Janie. Do you look gorgeous tonight? And your hair, it's lovely.
It should be, Joe, because I always wash it with Kreml shampoo. I learned that beauty trick long ago from those Stunning Powers models.
Yes, Kreml shampoo is famous. It leaves hair sparkling for days with natural glossy highlights. What's more, Kreml shampoo is a hard water shampoo. It whips up just gobs of lather in every type of water. Its fine, rich foam penetrates right to the scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt. Why, it even has a beneficial oil base, which helps keep hair from becoming dry. We're all using Kreml shampoo at our house. I'd suggest you take a tip from my wife and buy the large family size. Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Noble Bachelor. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, and Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us the adventure of Black Angus. This is ABC, the American Broadcast.
Where is it? Where is it? I'm losing my patience with you, lady! Ow! You whoring!
That's enough! This isn't going to work. Let her go.
Let me cut her up a bit.
No. You heard the orders. Besides, look at that face. You wouldn't want to ruin its market value.
Superb. Let her go.
A Scandal in Bohemia by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Bert Coules. With Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Sarah Bedell as Irene Adler and Andrew Sachs as the King. A Scandal in Bohemia.
To Sherlock Holmes, she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes, she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt anything akin to love for her. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his precise, analytical mind.
Love. Love is an emotional thing, and whatever is emotional is opposed to true, cold reason.
Which you place above everything else.
Of course, I should never marry myself.
I'd like to see the woman who'd take you on.
Lest I bias my judgment.
I trust that my judgment may survive the ordeal.
And yet to him, there was one woman. And that woman was the beautiful Irene Adler, of dubious and questionable memory. I had seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other. My own complete happiness and the Holmes-centered interests which rise up around the man who first finds himself master of his own establishment were sufficient to absorb all my attention. While Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his whole Bohemian soul, remained alone in our old lodgings, buried among his books and his chemicals, and alternating, so I presumed, between cocaine and ambition, the drowsiness of the drug and the fierce energy of his own nature. Beyond the occasional vague accounts of his activities, which I shared with all the readers of the daily press, I knew nothing of my former friend. Then, one night when my journey home from a patient led me through Baker Street, and I passed the well-remembered door, I was seized with a keen desire to see him again.
Good evening, Mrs. Hudson. Oh, I do beg your pardon.
Good evening, sir. My name is Turner. May I help you?
Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes in?
He is, sir. Do you have an appointment?
An appointment? No, I don't.
I'll ask if Mr. Holmes will see you. What name shall I say?
Dr. Watson.
Mrs. Hudson, it's good to see you again.
Master, you shouldn't be on your feet.
Nonsense, Alice. Come in, Doctor. Come in.
Thank you very much.
Now, Martha, you go and rest.
Oh, stop fussing round me, Alice. I'm perfectly all right.
Just as you like. I'll be in the kitchen if I'm wanted.
Mrs. Hudson, who on earth was that?
Oh, you mustn't mind her, Doctor. She's my cousin, Alice Turner. She's been giving me a hand.
Have you been ill?
Oh, I'm fine now. She'll be off home in a day or two, and neither she nor Mr. Holmes will be shedding a tear about it if I'm any judge. Now, let me look at you. Doctor, you're a real sight for sore eyes. And how's Mrs. Watson?
She's very well, thank you. Mrs. Hudson, you shouldn't let him wear you into the ground. Why didn't you send for me?
Now, sir, you have your own life to lead, and a good woman to be thinking of. I'll announce you...
No. You stay down here and get some rest. Do you think he'd be pleased to see me?
Of course he will. Up you go now.
Yes, what is it? Come in, Mrs. Turner.
Good evening, Holmes.
Watson.
I was passing the door.
Pray, come in.
Thank you. Oh, it's a cold night.
Wedlock suits you. You've put on 7.5 pounds since I saw you last.
7.
Just a trifle more, I fancy.
Perhaps.
You are back in practice, but your list is not yet a long one. Tonight you called on a patient in a prosperous household to which you travelled by 4-wheeler. You got yourself very wet lately, and you have a most clumsy and careless servant girl. Would you care for a whiskey?
Oh, my dear fellow, how are you?
Oh, I've been kept busy.
I'm delighted to hear it.
Take off your coat, Watson. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, you'll join me in a drink.
Oh, that would be very welcome.
How is Mrs. Watson?
Oh, she's in excellent spirits.
Oh, splendid, splendid. Here we are.
Thank you. Your very good health.
And yours.
Mary is just about to give notice to our servant girl, though how you could tell she was so bad is beyond me. You know, if you'd have lived a few centuries ago, you would certainly have been burned.
That would have been a tragedy. The world would have been denied your colourful exercises in romantic fiction.
Oh, you mean those reprehensible little efforts that have made your name and brought you so much work?
Mm-hmm.
No. Don't waste your time thinking up another sarcastic answer. Just tell me how you knew about Mary Jane.
By the inner side of your left shoe.
Go on.
The leather is scored by 6 parallel cuts where someone has very carelessly scraped mud from the edge of the sole. Mud so long neglected it's completely crusted. Hence my double deduction that you've been out in vile weather and that you had a particularly malignant boot-slitting specimen of the London slavey.
Ridiculously simple.
Well, then I won't insult your intelligence by explaining the rest. Have a look at this. Came by the last post.
Pink paper. No address, no date, no signature. There will call upon you tonight at 7:45 a gentleman... Oh, Holmes, that's in about 5 minutes.
Read on.
A gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe,
Holland,
have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. Oh, Holmes.
Now, this account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber at that hour.
What do you imagine it means?
Now, Watson, how many times? It's a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. But we have the note itself. What do you deduce from it?
It's a man's writing, and he's well-to-do. Paper like this couldn't be bought under £0.5 a crown a packet. It's peculiarly strong and stiff.
Peculiar is the very word. It's not an English paper. Hold it up to the light.
Yes, there's a watermark. E.G. P.G.T. Paper company's monogram. German.
Very good. Agria Papier Gesellschaft.
Agria?
In Bohemia. And the writer of the note is a German speaker.
This account of you we have from all quarters received.
Only a German is so uncourteous to his verbs. Aha.
What is it?
Teutonic punctuality. I believe I heard... Yes, a nice little broom and a pair of beauties, 150 guineas apiece, easily. Ooh, there's money in this case, and there's nothing else. And there is our man.
What's he like?
6'6", built like Hercules, appallingly overdressed and exhibiting an intense desire for anonymity.
Anonymity?
He's wearing a mask.
A mask, for goodness sake? I'd better go.
Not a bit, Doctor. Stay where you are.
Yeah, but your client...
Never mind him. You'll find a notebook and a pencil on my desk, if you've no objection.
My dear fellow.
I am lost without my Boswell.
Thank you, Holmes.
Well, whoever he is, he survived Mrs. Turner. Come in.
You had my note? I told you that I would call.
You did. Pray, take a seat.
Who is this person?
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Whom have I the honor to address?
You may address me as the Count von Kram, a Bohemian nobleman. I should much prefer to communicate with you alone.
I shall leave.
No, Doctor. It is both or none, Count. You may say before this gentleman anything which you may say to me.
Very well. You will excuse this mask. The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you, and I may confess that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own.
I was aware of it.
The circumstances are of great delicacy and could grow into an immense scandal. It is not too much to say that the whole course of European history could be affected. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the great house of Ormstein, kings of Bohemia.
I was also aware of that.
Sir, you are represented to me as the most energetic agent and most incisive reasoner in Europe.
Your informant was not in error.
This is intolerable.
If you would condescend to state your case, I should be better able to advise your majesty.
Your majesty? You are right. I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?
Why, indeed. Your Majesty had not spoken before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Kassel-Felstein and hereditary King of Bohemia. Do please sit down. Thank you. Doctor, if you please.
Certainly.
What are you doing?
I'm taking notes. Confidential notes.
Very well. The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, when I was still only Crown Prince, I made the acquaintance of the well-known, adventurous Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you.
Irene Adler. Look her up in my index, Doctor.
Yes. Adler. Adler. Irene. She's a singer, born in New Jersey in 58. Here.
Contralto. A scholar. Imperial Opera of Warsaw, yes. Retired from the operatic stage 2 years ago at the age of only 28. Now lives in London. Once celebrated throughout Europe as an adventuress. Got it. Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this person.
Entangled? Yes. Yes, that is exactly the word.
That's 3 races in a row, Willy. What's the matter with you?
The next time I buy you a horse, I'll do the choosing. The slowest one I can find.
You just don't like being outridden by a woman.
Or perhaps I'll give you something less exhausting.
A yacht. I've always wanted a yacht.
What would you do with a yacht?
Willy, there are things you can do on a yacht that you can't do on a horse. Come on!
She was beautiful, elegant, and clever. She was the most refreshing, the most natural woman I'd ever encountered. And the most audacious.
Ready, Willy? Here I come.
Irene.
Don't you like the suit? It's one of my favorites.
Is this some kind of a joke? What have you done to yourself?
I thought we'd go for a stroll. These are my walking clothes.
You expect me to appear in public with you looking like that? Well, for God's sake, woman, what will people say?
Is that all you ever think about? Listen, my love, once I fix my hair, I can fool anyone.
You're not serious.
I'm perfectly serious. Now shut up and kiss me. Well, what are you waiting for?
I want to remember this moment. I never kissed a man before.
And Your Majesty wrote this singular young lady some compromising letters and is now desirous of getting those letters back.
But how could you possibly know that? I'm not exaggerating when I say that if certain individuals suspected that I even so much as spoke to that woman, the effects would be calamitous.
Was there a secret marriage?
No, none.
No legal papers or certificates?
None.
Then I fail to follow, Your Majesty. If she should produce her letters, how is she to prove their authenticity?
There's a writing.
Oh, but forgery.
My private notepaper.
Stolen.
My own seal.
Imitated.
She has my photograph.
Bought.
We were both in the photograph.
Oh, dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion.
I was mad, insane. The photograph is particularly compromising. This is a highly serious matter.
Most certainly. You have placed yourself in a very difficult position.
That photograph must be recovered. I have tried and failed. Burglars in my employ have ransacked her house. Huh? Her luggage has been diverted when she traveled. Twice she has been waylaid. There's been no result.
You must pay. It must be bought.
She will not sell.
Indeed. Then if blackmail is not the lady's aim...
She proposes to ruin me.
How?
I am about to be married.
So I have heard.
To Clotilde Lotman von Saxe-Meiningen, second daughter of the King of Scandinavia.
A family of strict principles.
Strictest. The princess herself is the very soul of delicacy. A shadow of doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an end. That must not be allowed to happen.
And Irene Adler
threatens to send them the photograph. And she will do it. I know that she will do it. She has a soul of steel. She has the face of the most beautiful of women and the mind of the most resolute of men.
You're sure that she hasn't sent it already?
Yes, I'm sure. She has said that she would send it on the day that the betrothal is publicly announced. That will be next Monday.
Oh, then we have 3 days. That is very fortunate. I do have 1 or 2 matters of importance to look into just at the present. Your Majesty has not told us everything.
What do you mean?
Why will she do this thing? Why does she wish to see you ruined?
But you ask the obvious. She fell hopelessly in love with me. Rather than see me marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go.
Rather than see you marry another woman?
Somehow she gained the impression that...
You proposed marriage to her?
It was a joke, a fantasy. How could she not see that?
Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present.
Yes, you will find me at the Langham Hotel as the Count von Kram.
Of course. As to money...
I would give one of the provinces of my kingdom to regain that photograph.
Good Lord.
And for present expenses...
This bag contains 300 pounds in gold and 700 in notes. I do not require a receipt.
And Mademoiselle's address?
St. John's Wood. Here are the details. Do not fail me.
Holmes?
A charming gentleman. I'm not sure that I do not approve of the lady's intentions.
You're defending her, a woman of that sort?
Watson, I'm interested in her motives, not her morals.
Well, then, you willingly see her create an international scandal?
It's possible that she has no intention of doing anything of the sort. She's certainly intelligent enough to know that the threat of exposure can be infinitely worse than the actuality.
How can you possibly know that?
To live a successful life outside the conventional boundaries of society requires intelligence as well as bravery.
Why, if you feel that way, why did you accept the case?
Because a man who's already tried burglary, theft, and violence is only a small step from something more drastic.
You can't mean that. A reigning monarch.
Powerful interests are at work here, Watson. I believe I can resolve the situation with a minimum of fuss.
Assuming you manage to recover the photograph.
Oh, really, Doctor? And now, good night to you.
Oh. Good night.
Would you care to call tomorrow afternoon at 3?
With pleasure. Thank you.
Excellent. I should value a chat with you then.
Till tomorrow, then. Holmes, it was good to see you again. Good night.
Good night.
Easy, boy. Hold him, would you, mate? Yeah. Easy there. That's better. Good boy. Yeah. You got away right enough. Why'd you lose your last place? A drink, was it? Yeah, I thought so. Just have to look at you. Bloody fool you are. It's not worth it.
I know.
Oh, I do. I've been off it 2 years now. See where I am.
Good post, is it? Good mistress.
Never had better. Treats me like I'm somebody. Know what I mean? I'd chuck over the blanket. Here, thanks.
No chance of something here, I suppose. You know, a bit of casual.
Yeah, you can give me a hand for a bit. I'll see you all right. Hang on.
What?
Listen. That's her. Nice, eh?
Yeah. Nice.
I had to look 3 times before I was sure it was you. One of your best.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I'm afraid your opinion isn't shared by the fearsome Mrs. Turner.
She saw you done up like that?
Yeah, in the hall when I came in. It took me 5 minutes to convince her that I wasn't a burglar, and as soon as I'd succeeded, she announced her intention of leaving this madhouse never to return.
Holmes, you're outrageous.
Thank you.
I take it you've been out to Irene Adler's house.
Exactly. It's a bijou villa, 2 stories, with stables at the side and a secluded avenue. Chubb locks on the door and window fasteners that a child could open.
Did you find out anything else?
Oh, yes. There's a wonderful Freemasonry among horsey men. Be one of them, and soon you'll know all there is to know. Oh, in return for 2 hours of fetching and carrying, I received 2pence, 2 fills of shag tobacco, and as much information as I could desire.
And?
She's turned all the men's heads down in that part, and she's spoken of with considerable respect. She lives quietly, drives out at 5 each day, and returns at 7 sharp. And she has only 1 male visitor, but a good deal of him.
Just a moment. Right. Go on.
Mr. Godfrey Norton, dark, handsome, and dashing. Never calls less than once a day, and often twice. He's a lawyer.
A lawyer? Is she his client? And if she is, what are they planning?
Exactly. Or is she his mistress? That was the next question to be answered.
Was? You've answered it, then? I take it that's a yes.
After I'd exhausted my friend and the muse, I went round to the front of the house and lounged. Halfway through my first pipeful, things began to happen.
Wait there, cabby, sir.
It was Norton himself, exactly as he'd been described to me. He pushed past the maid with the air of a man who is thoroughly at home.
That's your mistress's carriage. Hurry, girl.
The maid rushed round the corner to the mews, and I could see Norton through the windows of the sitting room, pacing up and down and waving his arms. I was concerned about being so obvious an observer, but he ran straight past me when he emerged, and I doubt even registered my presence.
The Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes.
Right you are, sir. Up there!
Before Norton's cab had turned the corner, up drove my friend the coachman on a neat little landau, and before I could even think about concealing myself, Irene Adler had swept past me and climbed in.
You saw her? What's she like?
The Church of St. Monica, John. We must reach there before 12.
Ma'am, up there!
Holmes, what is she like?
She is a lovely woman, Watson. With a face a man might die for.
A face a man might die for? What did you do?
I was just balancing whether I should run for it or whether I should perch on the back of her landau when a cab came through the street. The driver looked twice at such a shabby fare, but I jumped in before he could object. We drove like the devil, but the others were there before us.
Forgive me, sir, but you must allow me to know my business. I tell you that it would not be valid.
But it's well before 12. What's your objection?
That is not the only requirement the law demands. I'm sorry, but we simply cannot proceed.
Oh.
I lounged up the side aisle, keeping in the shadows. I would have sworn that they had no idea I was there, but she spun around and looked straight at me.
Godfrey, over there.
What? Oh, yes. You!
Me, Governor?
Yes, you. Come here.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Oh, come on, move, man!
Yes, Governor. Mrs.
Just stand there quietly, please.
Well, man? Splendid. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in the sight of God.
Before I knew where I was holding a ring and generally assisting in the secure tying up of Irene Adler, spinster, to Godfrey Norton, bachelor. It was the most preposterous position I've ever found myself in. I was standing as close to her as I am to you. Closer.
Did she suspect you?
I do not believe so. After the ceremony, we exchanged a few words.
What?
Oh, there was no avoiding it.
Congratulations to you both.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Come along then, Mrs. Norton.
Oh, just one moment, Godfrey. Sir, please.
Me, Mrs.
Please, come here.
Ma'am.
I want to thank you for being there when we needed you.
It's my pleasure, ma'am.
I think you were a lucky omen for our future. It was fate that brought you into the church.
I don't believe in fate, Mrs.
Oh, my friend, don't you have any romance in you at all?
I'll best be off, ma'am.
Wait. Here.
No, Mrs. I'm not a beggar.
To please me.
I'm obliged then, ma'am. Good luck to you.
And to you, my friend.
What did she give you?
A sovereign. Here. I mean to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion.
It's a very unexpected turn of affairs.
Well, there was still one more surprise to come. After being in such a palpable rush to get married, bride and groom proceeded to go their separate ways. He back to the inner temple and she to her home. She even plans to take her usual evening drive. I heard her say so. And it's as if they wanted to keep the whole thing secret.
If you were right about the king's intentions and they've somehow got wind of them, it could be that she feels safer as Norton's wife than as his mistress. Or was it no more than a sudden whim? Did she strike you as a creature of impulse? Holmes?
We must act quickly. I need your cooperation this evening.
I shall be delighted.
You will require stealth, nerve, and accuracy.
Accuracy?
Yeah. Oh, one more thing. I trust you've no objection to breaking the law.
It's good of you to accompany me, young man. It's rare nowadays to encounter such courtesy. I fear you may find my conversation a little limited.
Please, Holmes, leave it until we're there.
Having second thoughts, Watson?
I suppose you do know that impersonating a minister of the church is a criminal offence.
Yes, well, so is throwing a smoke rocket through somebody's front window. And you've already agreed to that.
Look, are you really sure that the photograph is somewhere in the house?
I don't believe she'd entrust it to somebody else.
But the king had the house burgled.
Chow, they didn't know how to look.
How will you look?
I will not look.
Well, then?
I'll get her to show me.
first. This is my place. Go on, get out of
Holmes,
here.
this is not what I would call a quiet avenue.
Look, spare a coin, sir. Spare a coin for an old soldier.
Oh, you poor soul.
Give him something, Doctor.
Here you are, my man.
Oh, God bless you, sir. And you too, Bob. Here comes the landau. Good luck, Watson.
And you.
Here she comes. Let me open the door for you, lady. Get out of it. Hold there, first. What can you were?
What's going on?
You looked at me. Don't make me laugh.
Get away from my carriage.
Who you calling a liar? Get your fist to yourself.
John!
Here, clear off out of it. You heard the lady. Get off! Ow!
John!
Stop it! Stop it at once! This is common brawling. Madam, I shall escort you to the door. Pray, take my arm.
Get lost, you old fool! Ow! Oh, my God! You flaking idiot! Stand back there. Give him some air.
John, is the gentleman all right?
He's still breathing. Come on, get out of it. Clear off.
Well, we can't leave him lying here. Help bring him into the house.
Sir, can you hear me? Let me look at those cuts. Turn your head this way.
No. Madam, I beg you. It's nothing.
But you're bleeding.
A scratch, but madam, you... were you injured?
Quite unscathed, I assure you.
Oh, thank the Lord. They were roughs, madam. They meant to have your purse.
Well, they did not succeed, thanks to you, my friend.
We live in evil times. I do not understand it, this mad desire to do harm to others. It will destroy our civilization.
Not while there is goodness and love in the world, and brave gentlemen who think of others before themselves.
And gracious ladies. Amen to that, madam. Amen to that.
Oh, no, my dear sir. Here. Come, lift your head. Let me help you. Take a sip of this. Slowly now.
Oh, I cannot breathe.
I'll give you some air. Oh, do not try to stand. What on earth?
Fire, madam. They're burning the house. Save yourselves.
But this is ridiculous.
Save yourself, madam.
Don't alarm yourself, my friend. This is just some sort of a stupid prank. I'll ring for someone.
Oh, madam, I implore you. Your life is in peril.
You're right. We must get out. Wait, I'll help you. Just one moment.
It's a false alarm.
What? What did you say?
You were quite right. Look, madam, in the corner. There's some sort of smoke device, nothing more. You must tell them they will summon the engine.
Will they indeed?
There is no fire! It was a false alarm!
Congratulations, Watson. A first-rate job. Doctor?
Holmes, I don't think I've ever felt more heartily ashamed of myself.
My dear fellow.
When I saw that beautiful creature and the way she treated you.
I thought you objected to her morals, Watson.
Damn it, Holmes. She's a kind and graceful woman. And we were conspiring against her.
Yes. Lay aside your scruples, Doctor. A job is a job, and it worked perfectly.
You have the photograph?
I know where it is. Hidden behind a sliding panel, just above the right bell pull.
And how did you find out?
She showed me, as I told you she would. When a woman thinks that her house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing which she values most. It's an overpowering impulse, and I've taken advantage of it several times. A married woman grabs at her baby, an unmarried one reaches for her jewel box.
And you reasoned that she had nothing in the house more precious to her than that photograph?
Exactly. And I was correct.
Well, why didn't you secure it then and there?
Well, it was too risky. If we're over hasty, it may well ruin everything. Now, let's see if we can't find a cab. I believe we've earned our dinner. You realized, of course, that everyone in the street was an accomplice.
Only after you'd given me the shock of my life, I really did think you'd been killed.
Oh, what?
I mean, for what I'd said to the king. There you are, driver.
Thank you, sir.
Walk off. Our quest is practically finished. I shall call back there tomorrow with the king.
With the king?
Yes, and with you, if you'd care to come.
Thank you.
It's a well-run household. We shall be shown into the sitting room to await the lady, but I think it probable that when she comes, she may find neither us nor the photograph.
Holmes, are you aware that we are being observed?
Observed?
The young man in the ulster, a few doors down.
Oh, yes. He's coming this way. Are you sure that Mrs. Watson isn't expecting you back tonight?
Quite sure. She knows you too well.
Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Holmes? Someone you know?
You are sure that we can get the photograph?
I have hopes.
Hopes? In your wire you said it was certain.
Irene Adler is married.
Married?
Yesterday, to an English lawyer named Norton.
She cannot love him.
Why ever not?
Because she's still hopelessly infatuated with me. Why else does she pursue me so?
Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe.
I am Mr. Holmes.
Indeed. My mistress told me you were likely to call. She left this morning with her husband for the continent.
She has left England.
All is lost.
We shall see.
Sir, really?
Now.
Give me the photograph.
Here.
This is not the one.
What?
Holmes, this is a photograph of the lady by herself.
So I observe, but this may explain matters.
Yes, if you please.
It is addressed to me.
To you?
Yes, to me. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. You took me in completely. Until after the alarm of fire, I had not a suspicion. But then, when I found how I'd betrayed myself, I began to think. Yet even after I became suspicious, I found it hard to think evil of such a dear, kind old gentleman as that clergyman. But you know I...
Oh, what is this nonsense? What of the photograph?
Watson.
But you know, I have been trained as an actress myself. Male costume is nothing new to me, and I often take advantage of the freedom which it gives. Last night I followed my mysterious visitor to his door. And so discovered just who it was who had taken such an interest in me.
Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
As to the photograph...
At last. What does she say?
As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace.
Oh, thank God.
The king may do what he will without hindrance from one whom he has cruelly wronged. I love and am loved by a better man than he. I leave a rather different photograph, which he may care to possess.
What a woman. What a woman.
Yes, indeed. Holmes?
Thank you.
Mr. Holmes, I know that you will understand that I keep the photograph only to safeguard myself against any steps which the king might take in the future. You will find the nest empty when you call, as I am sure you shall tomorrow morning. You, sir, are a formidable antagonist. I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours, Irene Norton, née Adler.
I am sorry that I have not been able to bring your Majesty's business to a more successful conclusion.
On the contrary, my dear sir, nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is now as safe as if it were on the fire.
I'm glad to hear your Majesty say so.
Pray, tell me how I can reward you. This ring...
Your Majesty has something which I should value even more highly.
You have but to name it.
This photograph.
Irene's photograph? Well, certainly, if you wish it.
I thank your Majesty. Then there is no more to be done in the matter.
Ah, but what a woman. Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was? Would she not have made an admirable queen, eh? Is it not a pity she was not on my level?
From what I have seen of the lady, she seems indeed to be on a very different level to your majesty. I have the honor to wish you a very good morning.
A remarkable individual. I would have permitted him to shake my hand.
Good day, Your Majesty. And that was how a great scandal threatened the kingdom of Bohemia, and how the best plans of Mr. Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to make merry if ever I mentioned the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irene Adler, or when he refers to her photograph, it is always under the honourable title of The Woman.
In A Scandal in Bohemia, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams. Irene Adler was played by Sarah Bedell and the King of Bohemia by Andrew Sachs, with Mary Allen as Mrs. Hudson, Jenny Howe as Mrs. Turner, Brian Miller as Norton, Danny Schiller as the priest, and Ian Lindsay as John. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. A Scandal in Bohemia was dramatized for radio by Bert Coules and directed by Patrick Rayner.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's Monday night and time for the pleasantest of all doctor's appointments, our weekly visit with that splendid host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bell. Punctual to the minute, as usual. Draw up a chair and sit down.
Thank you.
That's it.
All ready for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, my boy. I was just going over my notes on the case before you arrived. It was an adventure that started off on a note of gaiety and ended in one of the most bizarre tragedies that we ever encountered. I call it Murder in the Locked Room.
This I've got to hear. But first, men, the good old summertime is here again. And after a day spent at the ballpark, on the golf links, or just loafing under the sun, does your hair look as stiff as straw, dry, matted, and tangled? Then don't make the mistake of plastering your hair down with greasy, sticky goo. Instead, put Kreml Hair Tonic on the job. Kreml is that famous modern hair tonic, such a wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing. Kreml has just enough light oils to keep dry, stringy hair neatly groomed throughout the hottest, most humid summer day. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy. It never leaves any unpleasant odor. Kreml always feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Kreml is able to give you all these advantages because it contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. So, men, make Kreml a daily must this summer for that handsome, clean-cut look from morn till night. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the new Sherlock Holmes story, Murder in the Locked Room?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure took place many, many years ago. It began on a grey and murky afternoon in Baker Street. We just finished tea, I remember, and Holmes was busying himself with some chemical experiments. For some time he sat there in silence with his long, thin back curved over a retort in which he was brewing a particularly malodorous product. As I glanced across at him, seated there under the gaslight, his head was sunk upon his breast, and he looked like a strange, lank bird with dull grey plumage and a black topknot. Suddenly, he turned to me and spoke.
So, Watson, you've decided not to invest in South African securities?
Huh? How on earth do you know that, Holmes?
It isn't really difficult. I observe a groove between your left forefinger and thumb.
Groove?
It is enough to tell me that you do not intend to invest your small capital in the goldfields.
I see no connection, groove.
And yet the train of thought is elementary. 1, you had chalk between your thumb and finger when you returned from your club. 2, you put chalk there when you played billiards. 3, you never play billiards except with Marston. 4, you told me about a month ago that Marston had an option on some South African property which would expire in 4 weeks and which he desired you to share with him. 5, your checkbook is locked in my drawer and you have not asked for the key. Number 6 is the logical conclusion. You've decided not to invest your money in this manner.
Absurdly simple.
I knew you'd say that.
I wonder who that is. Were you expecting a client?
No, Watson, but I hope it is one. My practice has been decidedly slack lately. Go and see who it is, will you?
Yes, of course I will. It's all right, Mrs. Hudson. I'll show the gentleman in. This way, sir. Good evening. I'm Dr. Watson.
How do you do? My name is Chudley Stoner.
Oh, come along in, Mr. Stoner.
Thank you. And this must be the great Sherlock Holmes.
My name is Holmes. The adjective is your own, Mr. Stoner. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks. I don't imagine you know anything about me, Mr. Holmes.
Nothing beyond the fact that you went to Eton and Oxford, that you have a beautiful and socially prominent wife, and that you contribute to the Strand magazine with some regularity.
I'm disappointed in not receiving one of your famous deductive analyses, Mr. Holmes, but I'm glad that my name is familiar to you.
You contribute to the Strand magazine, sir, too? That's very interesting, Stoner. Perhaps you read some of my humble efforts.
Yes, indeed, Doctor. Very colourful stories they are.
Oh, thanks very much.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Stoner, your own stories, which also deal with the world of crime, seem to me to be even more sensational than Watson's.
Probably because he has the facts to work with, whereas I have to depend on my gift of imagination. But the reason I've come to you tonight, Mr. Holmes, has nothing to do with imagination. I find myself mixed up in a real-life murder that is as puzzling as any problem I've dealt with in fiction.
A murder, Mr. Stoner? I say, really, you
The
don't...
facts, please.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I'll give them to you as briefly and concisely as possible. I just got back from Paris yesterday. My secretary went with me. He did not return. The French police say he committed suicide. I know that he didn't.
Well, how do you know that, Mr. Stoner?
The boy had everything in the world to live for. No financial worries and a very promising future ahead of him.
Please describe the circumstances under which his body was found.
Well, I'd left him alone in his room. When I came to fetch him, there was no answer to my knock. I tried to look through the keyhole, but the key was in the lock from the inside, and I could see nothing. After some time had elapsed, I got worried. A friend of mine, an inspector of the police, was dining with me that night, and he suggested we should investigate. We broke down the door. My secretary was dead, a bullet in his heart.
Inside a room, locked from the inside, huh? Obviously, the police were right in thinking that it was suicide, Mr. Stoner.
Of course, you examined the room thoroughly for traces of some other method of ingress?
Meticulously. The windows were locked tight.
No sliding panels?
None.
Where was the revolver?
Beside his right hand, one bullet gone.
And you say the key was in the inside of the door?
Yes, and that's why the police wrote it off as suicide. Mr. Holmes, how would you explain such a situation?
I'd like a few more facts before giving an opinion. You say you examined the room meticulously. Was there no oddity? Nothing out of place? Nothing peculiar in that room?
Nothing that I noticed.
Perhaps a small pellet of wax, say?
Yes, by Jove. I did find a wax pellet. It was lying on the carpet near the door, and I couldn't imagine what he was doing there.
Well, there's your answer. One more question. This French inspector who entered the room with you, what was his personal relationship with your secretary?
Odd that you should ask that. They'd quarreled the night before about some girl at the Folies Bergère.
Then there you have it, Mr. Stoner. The murderer left the room, locked the door from the outside, removed the key, and plugged the keyhole with wax. When the room was broken into, he simply slipped the key into the inside of the lock, thereby dislodging the wax pellet. Obviously, from what you've told me, only the inspector had that opportunity.
Great Scott, a French police inspector, a murderer? Holmes, what are you going to do about this?
Nothing, old chap.
Huh?
Beyond
Nothing, old chap?
wishing Mr. Stoner good luck with the editor of the Strand magazine.
I don't think I follow you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, come now, Mr. Stoner. It's an intellectual game and, in its way, quite stimulating. But don't think you can hoodwink me so easily.
Holmes, what are you talking about?
My dear Watson, I read the papers carefully.
And what do the papers have to do with this?
I've noticed the presence of you and your lovely wife at so many social functions here in London in the past few days that I'm afraid I can't possibly accept your Paris story. The obvious answer remains, you've come to me with an imaginary problem in order to solve a difficulty in one of your stories.
Mr. Holmes, you're even smarter than I gave you credit for.
But this is disgraceful, sir. Wasting my friend's time like this.
I suppose I should apologize, Mr. Holmes. But here's the way it happened. I came home late last night, a little under the weather. I had the most wonderful idea on earth for a story. I was going to call it The Locked Room. I'm convinced I made some notes on the story last night, but when I wakened this morning, I couldn't find them. All I could remember was the problem, but I had no idea how to solve it, and so I came to you.
I see. It's an excellent idea for a story. Though I have known similar locked room problems, in fact, I don't recall that fiction has exploited their possibilities as yet.
Holmes, why are you so calm? I think it's outrageous to come here and pick your brains for a story.
My dear Watson, how else do you get the material for your own masterpieces?
Oh, it's not very funny.
Should you grudge it to him?
Oh, it's not something at all.
I must say you're being very sporting about it, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, no, Mr. Stoner. I'm being businesslike. May I ask how much you are in the habit of receiving for a story of yours in the Strand magazine?
About 20 guineas. Why?
I am a consulting detective, and I think I've given you a valuable opinion. My fee, if you sell your story, will be 10 guineas. Good night to you, Mr. Stoner.
There you are, Monsieur Stoner.
A remarkable deduction, Andre. Yes, here I am.
I've spent all afternoon searching for those notes on the story. I could not find any trace of them.
And yet I could swear I did some work when I came in last night. You are sure I didn't give you some dictation?
Oh, quite sure, Monsieur Stoner. If you will pardon my saying so, you were a little...
Yes, go on, Andre, say it. The secretary has some rights. I was drunk. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Oh, I meant no offense.
It'd be rather a relief if you did. You're always so infernally polite. Where's my wife?
She's in the library with your brother-in-law, Monsieur Seal.
Very well. I'll need you after dinner, Andre. I'm going to work on the story tonight.
Yes, Monsieur Stoner.
Hello, Chad. I was beginning to worry about your not being back for dinner.
I stopped at the club.
Good evening, Chad.
Hello, Henry. And how is our master of the violin this evening?
Chad, don't make fun of my brother like that.
Yes, Chad, go easy. I can't learn the violin in 2 easy lessons, you know. Violet accompanied me on the piano just now. She says I'm improving.
I don't doubt that you're improving. You couldn't become worse.
Chad, you're intolerable. Henry's our guest.
An unwanted guest as far as I'm concerned. He's been here 2 months. Why doesn't he try and get himself a job instead of mooning around here all day scraping away at his fiddle?
That's the last time you've insulted me, Chad. I'm leaving here in the morning.
I hope I can count on it.
How dare you, Chad? How dare you? If Henry goes in the morning, I shall go with him.
Now, Violet, take it easy.
You've been drinking again, and you're disgusting when you drink. You made an absolute fool of yourself in front of Andre last night.
You're very protective about him. Are you sure those calf eyes he keeps making at you are entirely unreciprocated?
I hate you, Chad. I'm not waiting until the morning. I'm leaving tonight.
Now, wait a minute, Violet. I'm sorry. I don't know what makes me do it. I get a few drinks and I just feel that I've got to hurt you.
Well, you certainly succeed. I used to think it was the so-called artistic temperament that made you this way. Now I realize it's drink.
I'm sorry, Violet, but it's not been too easy for me. Having Henry around all day gets pretty trying, particularly when I'm attempting to work.
But he's planning to move soon anyway. Surely you can tolerate it a little longer. For our sake, Chad. Can't you?
Of course I can, Violet. I'm sorry, dear. I'll try and be a little less boorish, and I'll watch the drinking.
That sounds more like the man I married. And I'll help, too. I'll try and keep Henry out of your way as much as possible, dear.
We can make a go of it, Violet. I know we can. Well, I'm going into the study. I want to jot down some notes on the new story while they're still fresh in my mind.
All right, dear. Dinner will be in about half an hour. I'll call you.
Fine. The Locked Room. Yes, that'll be a good title. It'll be worth giving Sherlock Holmes 10 guineas for the help he gave me. Who is it? Is that you?
I'm flattered that you dropped by to see me, Inspector Lestrade. Not a business visit, I gather.
Bless you now, Mr. Holmes.
You'll have a whiskey and soda, won't you, Lestrade?
Thank you kindly, Dr. Watson. Not too much soda, if you don't mind.
The London criminal is becoming a dull dog these days, Lestrade. My own practice has been remarkably slow in the past few weeks.
Same thing with us at Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes. But, of course, we don't grumble at that. Now, take me. I've had an easy day today. Just come from investigating a suicide in Church Street, Kensington.
Indeed, another poor devil who couldn't stand the pace of our modern living, I suppose.
I suppose so, Doctor. But you'd have thought this bloke had everything he wanted. He was quite a successful writer, they tell me.
A writer? What was his name?
He wrote for the Strand magazine. Name was Chudley Stoner. Dr. Watson, you dropped that glass.
You say Chudley Stoner committed suicide tonight?
That's right, Mr. Holmes. You know him?
Under what circumstances was he found?
It was a routine case, sir. Locked the door on his study from the inside and then blew his brains out. The windows were locked and there were no secret panels and that kind of stuff. It was suicide, all right.
The arm of coincidence is long indeed, but not as long as that. Has the body been moved?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. I told him to touch nothing until the police photographers got there. Just to be on the safe side, you understand, sir.
Splendid. Grab your coat and hat, Watson.
Right, your Holmes.
But what's all the excitement, Mr. Holmes? It's just a suicide.
Nonsense, Inspector. I'll stake my whole reputation that Chudley Stoner has been the victim of a murder plot, as cunning and diabolical as any that I've ever encountered.
In just a moment, we'll find out if Sherlock Holmes is correct in deducing that this is murder. Are you one of the many men who find it difficult to keep your hair neatly groomed in summer? Does the burning sun bake and scorch your hair, making it look messy and not the least attractive? Then try Kreml Hair Tonic. Just notice the amazing change in the appearance of your hair. You see, Kreml does lots more than just keep your hair looking handsome. This highly specialized hair tonic gives you your money's worth. It contains a unique combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. And if the sun dries your hair so that it breaks off and falls, Kreml helps condition the hair in that it leaves it feeling so much softer, more pliable when you comb it. At the same time, Kreml removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so cool, refreshed, and alive. Be smart, men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, this is really one for the book. A mystery writer comes to Sherlock Holmes with a fictitious murder plot. Holmes solves it for him, then the man goes away and gets murdered in exactly the way he described.
Precisely, Mr. Bell. As provocative a problem as ever we encountered.
I bet you hurried off to the dead man's house at once, didn't you?
As fast as a hansom cab could take us there. As soon as we arrived, we cross-examined the three members of the household. The dead man's wife, Violet, her brother, Henry Steele, and André Leroux, the secretary. All of them told the same story. That they'd heard the shot and hastened to the room from different parts of the house. They said that they looked through the keyhole, found it was blocked, and then the two men broke down the door.
Just the same story as in the dead man's fictional problem, wasn't it? What happened next, Dr. Watson?
Well, before we talked to the three suspects any further, Holmes, Inspector Lestrade, and I walked into the dead man's study to examine the body. I can almost hear Holmes now, as he said...
It's not hard to find a motive. A beautiful wife, a worthless brother who'd been told to get out, an attractive and attentive young French secretary who hated the dead man's cruelty.
Blimey. And I called it just a routine suicide.
You'll notice that no wax pellet is in evidence this time. I'd say that the answer is obvious. The dead man did write some notes on his story last night. The killer found them and realized that he'd been presented with a perfect murder method, never expecting that the dead man would divulge his method to me.
Mr. Holmes, why are you examining the keyhole of the door?
I was looking for a pellet of wax, Inspector. It's missing. Obviously, the murderer had read about that in the dead man's notes and was clever enough to remove it. But let's examine the corpse. Interesting. Most interesting.
Why, Holmes?
Well, surely you can see for yourself, Watson. The bloodstains clearly indicate that the man fell here, some 5 or 6 feet from the desk. And yet, with a dying burst of energy, he crawled towards the desk and clutched it. Undoubtedly, he was trying to give us a dying message.
But how can holding on to a desk give a message, Mr. Holmes? And why should a dying man try to do that anyway?
Remember that the dead man was a writer, and a student of criminology. In his last few moments of consciousness, he probably realized I'd be on the track of his murderer.
He gave us more than one clue, Holmes. Look at his body. As he fell for the last time, he upset that bowl of violets. And his wife's name is Violet.
Coincidence, I think, Watson. The flowers were knocked over inadvertently as he fell. But the move to the desk was a deliberate and desperate effort.
Well, if you talk about that, look here, gentlemen. Lying by his right arm. Look, that was knocked off the desk, too.
It's a seal with a monogram on it.
Right, Doctor. And Seal is the name of the dead man's brother-in-law. Henry Seal.
Interesting, but I refuse to believe that a dying man could deliberately knock over such a comprehensive number of incriminating objects as he died.
Then who do you suppose did do it, Holmes?
At this stage of the case, I shall suppose nothing, Watson. We have 3 obvious suspects waiting for us. Let's question them.
I don't know why they want us here. I know nothing
Quiet,
about it.
please. Mr. Elms wants to ask you some questions.
No, Inspector. I only wish to ask them one question. You, Mrs. Stoner, how did you occupy your time while you were waiting for the police to arrive?
I was so nervous that to try to calm myself, I did some knitting. I do quite a lot of knitting for the Coast Guard men, you know.
I see. And you, Mr. Seal? What were your movements before the police arrived?
I sat in the library, Mr. Holmes, playing solitaire.
And you, Andre?
I went to my room and worked on my account books. I realized that my job here was finished, and I thought I would get my books in order.
I see. That's all for now, thank you.
Come along, Henry.
Lestrade.
Yes, Mr. Elms.
I'd like you to get me those 3 objects spoken of. The knitting, the cards, and the account books.
Right you are, Mr. Elms.
I don't see that you found out much there, Holmes.
Don't you, Watson? I'd have thought my line of reasoning was obvious.
What are you doing? Kneading at that keyhole. You said that this time the pellet of wax had been removed.
True, Watson. But even though the pellet's been removed, I'm quite sure there'll be traces of wax inside the keyhole. And there are. Splendid. I shall remove this lock and take it back to Baker Street. The murderer undoubtedly still had some traces of wax on his fingers. A closer examination of the fragments of wax inside this keyhole and an equally close examination of the knitting, the cards, and the account books should be able to give us the solution to this case.
Well, Holmes, you've been poring over the microscope for nearly an hour. Have you got the answer?
Nearly, but not quite.
But you've examined all 3 of the objects. Surely it's just a question of finding which one of them shows traces of wax.
Oh, no, chap.
What?
It's not as easy as that. Oddly enough, the knitting, the pack of cards, and the account books all show traces of wax.
Great Scott. But that means that all those people were involved in the murder. It was a concerted plan between the 3 of them.
I think not, Watson.
What?
And in 5 more minutes, I'm sure I can prove to you who the murderer is.
Violet, why are you sitting alone here in the library?
Oh, hello, Andre. I'm so upset. They think the Chud was murdered. The inspector's still questioning Henry. I believe they think he did it. Oh, it's awful. Oh.
Oh, now, don't worry, darling. Everything is going to be all right.
Please, Andre. With Chud's body hardly cold.
But surely now that he is dead, you always made me believe that if he were dead, we could be together, darling.
I was insane. I thought he was neglecting me, that perhaps there was some other woman. But just before he died, we had a talk. I knew it was going to be all right again.
But me? You mean you were making a fool of me?
I was making a fool of myself, Andre. Please forget it.
Forget it? No, my cold-blooded Englishwoman. I am not some stupid boy you can play with. You cannot throw me aside. I have risked my life for your happiness.
Risked your... Andre! You murdered Chud.
Of course I did. I hated him. Yet I hated the way he made you unhappy. And the fool gave me the perfect way to do it by telling me about his filthy story. and then forgetting that he had done so.
You devil, get away from me. I'm turning you over to the police.
No, you are not. You are going to join Chud, since you love him so much.
Andre, put away that revolver.
Nice shooting, Watson. You got him in the wrist.
Sorry. Mrs. Stoner, are you all right?
Yes, but thank heaven you were both behind those curtains.
I'm sorry that we had to wait until the last minute to disclose our presence. But it's just as well to have witnesses to a murder confession. What do you have to say for yourself, Monsieur Leroux?
Nothing. Send for your policeman and have me taken to prison.
With pleasure. Watson, ask Inspector Lestrade to step in here, will you? Tell him we have a customer for him. A customer for the gallows.
Midnight. It'll be good to get back to Baker Street. It's been an exhausting evening's work.
Yes, Watson. A sordid case. A shabby patchwork of discontent and hatred. Oh, well, we've been instrumental in sending yet another felon to his rightful destiny.
You know, Holmes, there's one or two points I don't quite understand.
I can't believe it, Watson. What are they?
Well, you said that all three objects you examined contained traces of wax.
They did, and at first that confused me. But there are various qualities of wax. For instance, Mrs. Stoner was knitting with a certain waxed wool that is used specifically in knitting for seafaring men. It gives the garments a weatherproof finish.
Never heard of it.
Possibly not, but it's a fact. And, as you know, I specialize in such odd pieces of information.
What about the traces of wax on the cards that Henry Steele used when he was playing solitaire?
Again, I was misled. Until I remembered that Mrs. Stoner told us that her brother had been playing the violin a short while before her husband's death.
Oh, he'd been using rosin.
Precisely.
Oh, yes.
Logically, it had to be the secretary. But the proof came when I made the final analysis of the three specimens of wax. That, on the account books, was the only one that exactly matched the traces of wax I found in the keyhole.
Oh, suppose I'm very stupid, Holmes.
Anything else bothering you?
Yeah, just one point. You said that the dying man tried to indicate his murderer by clasping the desk as he died.
Yes, I'm sure he was trying to give us a dying message.
Well, I was fooled by the violets and the seal.
Well, that was a freakish coincidence. But the effort in crawling to the desk was not. That was the true message.
I still don't see it.
Oh, come now, Watson. The secretary was a Frenchman. The French word for desk and for secretary is the same. Secretaire.
I see it now.
Oh, really, Watson?
You know, Holmes, you'll never get your fee for this case.
Indeed. And why?
Stoner's dead. You'll never sell that story to the Strand magazine now.
True, Watson. But I've no doubt that you will. Though perhaps it'll be a slightly different version of it. And you'll probably call it something very melodramatic. Perhaps murder in the locked room.
Ladies, when you want to look your radiant best, you naturally want your hair to appear just as beautiful and lustrous as it can be. So here's a tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls, Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And I want to state right here and now that no other shampoo leaves the hair more sparkling clean. Really, girls, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo reveals all your hair's natural gleaming luster. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a cream shampoo, not a soapless shampoo, not a harsh soap, not a drying detergent. It's entirely different. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights. And Kreml shampoo never dries or breaks the hair. In fact, it even has a built-in oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
How right you are, Mr. Bell. Kreml shampoo leaves the hair so much softer, silkier, with a lovely satin smoothness. The hair holds a wave better, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of shining beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, let me think next week. Next week, I think I shall tell you how Holmes and I returned to Baker Street one afternoon to find our rooms occupied by a beautiful young woman on the verge of hysteria.
Well, that sounds promising. And who was the beautiful young woman?
No, Mr. Bell, Mr. Bell, I've told you before about this. You'll have to wait till next week to find that out. I will say, however, that her story was horrifying enough to make our hair stand on end. I call this adventure Death in the North Sea.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Dancing Men. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about Death in the North Sea. Save for the future the easy, automatic way. Buy U.S. saving bonds through your payroll savings plan or at your bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
I should be at the main gates.
No, I want you here.
The gates are the most vulnerable, sir.
Are you questioning my orders, Inspector?
No, my lord.
Good.
What's happened?
Nothing's happened, sir. The crates arrived safely and they'll be here any minute. No problems.
Thank you, Peabody. My regards to Sergeant Wilton, and he can take his men to stand by as arranged.
No, I want them still on alert. Tell them, Sergeant.
Lord Cantlemere. Do it, Peabody.
Inspector Yaw?
Keep them level. Steady. That's it. 6 crates, Lord. No damage, nothing to report.
The seals are intact?
Yes, sir.
Good. Open crate number 3.
Lord. One item as listed.
Now, take your men and wait over there. I'll call you when I want you.
Sir. Come on, lads.
Magnificent.
It certainly is. Which piece is this, sir?
The Versailles scepter.
Ah. And that's it, is it? What all the fuss has been about?
It is. The Mazarin diamond.
Peabody, get in here!
Quiet! Everybody shut up!
Good. Very good.
The Mazarin Stone by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Bert Coules. With Clive Medicine as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Anthony Bate as Lord Cantlemere, Nigel Anthony as Count Silvius, and Joan Matheson as Mrs. Hudson. The Mazarin Stone.
My dear Holmes, I'm writing this in the gardens at Versailles. The weather is perfect, the scenery is lovely, and London seems a million miles away. Or at least it would, if the talk here wasn't all about the big exhibition at the British Museum next week. Jean was most uncomplimentary about my sense of timing. I told her your theory that every major duel is a nucleus and focus of crime. She immediately deduced that you will be going to see the collection and declared herself extremely jealous. My very best wishes to Mrs. Hudson. Sincerely, no. No.
Oh, yes. Very nice. And just how are you going to get out of here with it?
One of these opens a lot of doors.
Do you know how many men I've got outside?
Shut your rag.
I'm warning you. Go on, then. Shoot me. What? You'll be flat on your face with the cuffs on before my body hits the floor. Isn't that right, Sergeant Peabody?
Quite right, Inspector.
I don't want nobody behind me.
Give it up, you fool!
Get off me!
Inspector!
Oh, my God.
And declared herself extremely jealous.
Mr. Holmes, really?
My very best wishes to Mrs. Hudson.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, au revoir et bonne chance de la belle France Watson. This marriage has affected his brain.
Nonsense.
Just one moment, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes?
No point in wasting it. Here we are.
Of all that clumsy, incompetent. Look at this. Please, my lord, give me a minute. Oh, my leg! Think yourself lucky.
Inspector!
Get him outside, Peabody.
Come on, Sonny Jim.
Ow! Get a search going. He might not be on his own. Now, my lord, look at this. What?
Are you blind? The stone's come out of its setting.
Is it repairable?
Well, yes. Yes, I think so.
Then we'll get it to Hatton Garden or somewhere in the morning. I'll organise an escort.
No, that will not be necessary.
My lord?
Do you want to advertise the fact that something has gone wrong?
What shall we do then? Bring someone here?
I shall take it myself. Alone. Yes? Yes, that would be best.
One man, my lord. Plain clothes.
I want a guard on the other crates. Nothing to be unpacked until I return. Is that clear?
You don't mean you're taking it now, tonight?
You have your orders, Inspector. Follow them. Oh, get out of my way.
Sorry, my lord. We're searching now, sir, and I've sent for a doctor. Inspector?
Oh, sorry, Fred. Yes, well done. Is he fit to talk?
Oh, yes.
Good. I want to know what the hell's going on here.
Have you heard one word I've said, sir?
When you opened your safe this morning, the sceptre was still there, but the diamond had gone. Fascinating.
Hardly the word I should have chosen.
You did search the safe thoroughly.
I do not appreciate flippancy, Mr. Holmes.
Tell me about the jewel.
The Mazarin Stone, presented to the Cardinal by Anne of Austria in 1658, and the second largest cut diamond in existence. As you must surely know for yourself, sir, the wretched newspapers have been full of little else since the exhibition was announced.
You don't approve of the publicity?
I do not. It has done nothing but awaken the greed of the criminal classes.
If the government wanted to avoid that, why bring the jewels to England in the first place?
There are ramifications to this exhibition which you are incapable of comprehending.
Political ramifications?
Of the most delicate nature.
Well, in that case, Lord Cantlemere, why are you so opposed to the idea of engaging my services?
What do you mean?
I mean that you are here under protest, possibly only because of a direct order from the Prime Minister.
How did you know that?
I didn't. Thank you for confirming the theory.
Oh, exactly the sort of cheap trickery I expected. I did not wish to come here, sir, because I do not approve of self-appointed experts who set themselves up in opposition to the official police. However, my personal feelings have been deemed of no consequence. You will begin immediately.
There is one trifling formality.
Oh, the question of your fee, sir?
The question, sir, of whether or not I shall accept the case.
I hadn't realized there was any doubt in the matter.
There seem to be a good many things which have escaped your lordship's realization. You may expect me at your house at 11:30. Good day.
Oh, how many times I read about the jewels in the paper and decided to have a go.
All by yourself?
Of course. Always work on me, Todd, I do. Ask anyone.
What about the gun?
What about it?
You were holding it like you'd never seen one before.
Well, maybe I don't like 'em.
Then why use one?
Look, Inspector, I tried a job, it didn't come off, and now I'm going to get banged up for it. It's not the first time, and it won't be the last. And that's all there is to it, all right?
Well, sir, have you identified the thieves?
Not as yet, my lord.
Despite tying up my entire household for the better part of a day and making a spectacle of yourself crawling over my study floor. Are these juvenile antics your usual method?
These juvenile antics have led to the arrest of some of the most dangerous criminals in the Empire.
I am not interested in the past, sir. What significant insight have they given you into this particular case?
None.
Indeed.
Whoever burgled your safe, my lord, was an expert. He left absolutely no trace of his activities. I have to investigate further.
I want no more disruption of my house.
I shall disrupt what and whom I choose until this case is solved.
I tell you, sir, there are no criminals on my staff.
And I tell you, sir, that criminals are sometimes to be found in the most unexpected places.
Mr. Holmes.
Good afternoon, Ike.
You know him, sir?
Ah, we're old friends, Mr. Saunders and I, aren't we, Ike? How's the leg?
It's all right. What are you doing here, Mr. Holmes?
Find my presence upsetting, dear?
Of course not.
Perhaps you're scared, but I'll find out.
There's nothing to find out. It was just another job, that's all.
Oh, Ike, please. Trying to walk off with a priceless hoard of world-famous jewels, not exactly a usual line of work now, is it?
Perhaps I don't want to be a Barney all my life. Perhaps I was trying to get on in the world.
Well, you failed.
I don't need to be told.
I'll give you a tip. Next time, try waiting until there are less policemen about.
We can't all have your savvy, Mr. Holmes.
True enough. Who put you up to it?
What do you mean?
Don't waste my time. Who paid you to pull this robbery?
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. I don't know what you're on about.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
I'm afraid it won't have improved since the last time you were here. Decent tea-making isn't one of the qualifications for new constables. So, you think that Saunders was working for someone else?
That's a possibility.
But why would anyone set up a job like that? He could never have got away with it.
Perhaps he wasn't meant to.
You mean he was supposed to fail?
Do you remember the Milan Rembrandt case, 78?
Never heard of it, I'm afraid.
With not only tea-making missing from the training program, the history of crime. It's a vital study.
What happened in this Milan case?
There was an attempt to snatch a Rembrandt from a gallery. A farcical attempt.
Farcical? How?
And the thief simply tried to lift the painting off the wall and walk out with it. He was arrested in seconds.
Well, I suppose there are similarities.
I haven't finished. Later that evening, while the guards were still busy congratulating themselves, the picture quietly disappeared. It's never been seen since.
Oh, that's clever. Lull them into a false sense of security, then strike for real.
Exactly.
But how does that fit in with this case? The diamond didn't disappear from the museum.
Ah, yes, but the damage to the sceptre was an unforeseen complication. If it hadn't happened, I'll wager there would have been a break-in that night. As things turned out, it wasn't necessary.
Because the stone was very obligingly taken somewhere else.
Somewhere considerably easier to burgle.
So whoever put Saunders up to the first attempt also pulled the actual theft?
It's highly probable. If I can study the crimes of the past, then so can someone else.
Then let's talk to Saunders again. Get the name.
You won't. You'll be wasting your time.
I can be very persuasive, Mr. Holmes.
Use your brain, man. Saunders knew perfectly well he'd be caught. What's the only reason for him to have agreed to do it?
I suppose if someone had some hold over him.
Money. Enough money waiting for him when he comes out to make the whole thing worth his while. He's not going to do anything to antagonize his employer, however persuasive you get.
So we're looking for someone not short of a bob or two. Look, Mr. Holmes, I'd be grateful if this didn't go any further, but, well, it has struck me that Lord Cantlemere...
Yes, it struck me too. But it doesn't make any sense, does it? No, 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 no. What is it?
Just to clear your tray, sir. Mr. Holmes, that was a very fine piece of lamb. You haven't so much as touched it.
Digestion saps the energy.
Yeah, the energy. Yes, you've told me before. I didn't believe it then, and I don't believe it now.
My dear Mrs. Hudson, I do not require forced feeding at regular intervals. I'm not some zoological specimen.
No, one of those would be far less bother. Things not going your way, then, sir?
Oh, my brain seems to have emulated Watson and taken itself off somewhere else.
Now, that's quite enough of that. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
I doubt it.
Well, then, you talk and I'll listen. It'll help to get things straight in your mind.
Well, there's precious little to talk about.
No, I'm sure that's not true. No clues at all. No suspects.
Mrs. Hudson, how long have you had these inclinations towards detective work?
About as long as I've been reading the doctor's stories.
Yes, those wretched stories have a lot to answer for.
They're very good stories as well, you know. Now, come along. I want to help. What's that poor piece of paper you've nearly scribbled to death?
It's a list. Everyone who was present when the attempt was made on the jewels.
And why are they important?
Well, because in order to steal something, you have to know where it is, or where it's been taken. The only people who could have known that the Mazarin Stone was in Lord Cantlemere's possession are the people on this list.
So one of them must be the thief?
Yes, or working for him, or with him, either voluntarily or otherwise. Just sit down, Mrs. Hudson. This is giving me a pain in my neck.
Thank you, sir. Have you talked to them yet?
Mrs. Hudson, your method of listening seems to involve asking an inordinate number of questions.
Yes, sir, it does, doesn't it? Would you prefer me to leave?
Yes, I've talked to all of them and learned absolutely nothing.
Then there's no point in just making lists of their names and creating more litter for me to clean up, is there? What did you find out from the scene of the crime?
That our jewel thief is an uncommon burglar. The break-in at Cantlemere's house was the cleanest I've ever seen.
You can tell a good deal about a man from how tidy he is. Or how untidy.
Not a footmark, not a broken blade of grass, not a speck of mud or a smear of dust, nothing.
Well, when you catch him, I'd like to meet him. I've been taking gentlemen lodgers for more years than I care to remember, and the only time my room has been that clean was when there was nobody in them.
Exactly the point I keep coming back to myself. Perhaps I do have one suspect, but why? What's the motive? It's not logical.
Is it impossible?
No.
Well, then you shouldn't rule it out, should you? Eliminate the impossible.
And whatever remains, however improbable...
must be the truth.
Mrs. Hudson, have you memorized every one of my pronouncements to Watson?
Oh, no, sir. Only the sensible ones. It's a good principle.
Yes, it is.
Then perhaps you should follow it.
Yes, perhaps I should. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're more than welcome, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to dispose of this. I dare say the cat will enjoy it.
Perhaps it would be worth talking to Saunders again. There's got to be a link between him and our man. Or perhaps I can get him to peach.
I'm sure that would be just the thing, sir, whatever it means.
Peach, squeal, split, talk, give someone away.
Oh, I see. I don't approve of slang, sir. Neither did my poor old mother, rest her soul. She beat me once for calling my great-uncle Patrick a paddywhacker. Told me I'd been spending far too much time with the servants.
My dear Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes?
What is the matter with me? How could I have missed such an obvious clue? I'm going out.
Take your umbrella. It's going to rain.
Let it. Mrs. Hudson, I'm greatly in your debt.
Mr. Holmes, you amaze me.
Is this it? With all the excitement, I thought you'd unearthed something new.
I have. Hold this, would you?
You have? It's to do with our suspect.
Ah, yes, the very thing.
There's no need for this, you know. I've got more than enough grounds to break the door down.
And have Ikey's neighbours take us for common criminals. Besides, there's no need. Follow me.
Look at the state of this place.
Inspector, stand by the door and try not to touch anything. There's a good chap.
Sorry.
Now.
What exactly are you hoping to find?
An absence of evidence.
Pardon?
What do you do for entertainment, you all?
Mr. Holmes?
Come on, it's a simple enough question. When you're not out keeping the streets safe for decent folk, what do you like to do? Read? Go to the theatre? Take long country hikes? What?
Mrs. Yall and I are partial to a spot of bicycling. Not that I see the relevance of it.
Then I'll enlighten you. If this were your house...
God forbid.
If this were your house, I wouldn't have needed to ask the question. I can read a man's hobbies as easily as a daily paper. Friend Saunders enjoys a drink down at the local hostelry, the odd flutter on the horses, and the frequent attentions of a female taller than 5 feet but shorter than 5 feet 6, painfully thin, unnaturally blonde, and extremely partial to whelps.
Mr. Holmes...
all of which is of no importance whatsoever.
Well, then why the devil mention it?
It's what he doesn't enjoy that matters. Do you know, Yall, there's a chance that this case may end up in one of Watson's storybooks after all.
Well, I must say it's pleasant to be back here again, Mrs. Hudson.
It's a pleasure to see you here, Doctor. I'm so glad you enjoyed the holiday.
Oh, yes. Jean and I had a splendid time.
Good.
Mind you, it's quite a wrench getting back to work. My patients seem to have been waiting for me to show up, so they can all be ill simultaneously.
Well, I'm pleased you took the time to call round. Oh, I do wish he wouldn't do that.
Do you know, if you asked me for one image that summed up my life here, A half-smoked cigar in the sugar bowl would be a pretty good one.
Yes, well, such things may be fine enough in the Strand magazine, Doctor, but I have to keep this place clean and tidy.
How long have you been worried about him, Mrs. Hudson?
Oh, almost a week now. To tell you the truth, I'm frightened for his health. His eyes...
Is he eating?
When will you be pleased to dine, Mr. Holmes? I said to him. 7:30, day after tomorrow, he says. I wouldn't mind if he meant it, but it doesn't.
I'll have a word with him. When will he be back?
Oh, Doctor.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, a stupid question. I'll wait as long as I can.
Mrs. Watson won't be concerned.
Mrs. Watson has had my undivided attention for the past 2 weeks. I think I'm entitled to at least one day on my own.
Good. Keep that left up, boy. No, don't dance around like some fairy. Get in close. No, bad luck. All right, that's enough.
How am I doing?
You've got to watch that left.
Yeah. Where'd the boss go?
You let me worry about that.
Did he see her?
Yeah, I reckon I got her out before he had a chance.
Nobody's supposed to be here. Not while he's watching me training.
You think I don't know that? She was just a poor old half-wit, wandered in out of the rain.
Yeah. And yesterday was the man fixing the drains. Boss didn't like that, did he?
No, he didn't like that.
Don't make him mad, Larry. His lordship don't like to get mad.
Vanderbilt and the Yeggman, Vipers, Vigor, the Hammersmith Wonder, Venomous Lizard or Healer, Victor Lynch the Forger. Talk about a system all his own. Hello, old man. Oh, I beg your pardon.
If you'll wait in here, my lord.
For you, sir.
Lord Cantlemere, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do, my lord?
What time do you expect Holmes?
I've really no idea.
If he's not here in 10 minutes, I shall be leaving.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Did Mr. Holmes arrange to meet you here, my lord?
I really don't see that it's any business of yours, Dr...
Watson.
Watson.
I have acted as Mr. Holmes' partner for many years. If you have a message for him, I'd be perfectly happy to convey it.
I was opposed to calling in Holmes from the beginning. I'm certainly not about to discuss my private affairs with a mere assistant.
Just as you'd like.
Oh, that was uncalled for. I ask your pardon, sir.
You have it, my lord, but the apology is not necessary. It's perfectly natural for you to be on edge. Only people with problems come to these rooms. Mr. Holmes probably won't be long. Why don't you take a seat? Good Lord. Good afternoon, madam.
Who the devil are you, woman? Am I to have no privacy at all?
I've got a spot of bother. Are you Sherlock Holmes?
No, madam. I'm his friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, what about you?
Certainly not.
No, I didn't think so. I've heard Sherlock Holmes is a handsome man.
Oh, this is intolerable. When Holmes returns, tell him I called.
I shall, my lord.
And you may also tell him that when I engaged his services, I expected to be purchasing his undivided attention.
Holmes, for the love of heaven. And a very good day to you too, Doctor.
That was Lord Cantlemere.
I'm well aware of who he is, Watson.
He's obviously worried to death about something, and you... It has to be the French jewellery. What's happened?
No questions for a minute. There's a good chap. Oh, it's better these wigs can get infernally hot.
Oh, Holmes, for pity's sake. Has it been stolen?
Not all of it.
What?
His Majesty's government has been careless enough to misplace the Mazarin Stone.
Oh, good God. You do know what that could do to relations with France.
Fortunately, I found the thief.
Never mind the thief. Have you found the diamond?
Can you come back tomorrow?
Put it in there, go on! Get in there, go on!
Yeah, right. Well, there's Holy Harry, what goes round done up like a priest, and, Oh, my memory. Oh, yes, that brings it right back to me. Mr. Sweet, the peg-leg tinker. Billy Escort, the plumber, got a tongue of milk ears off he has, and, Oh, come on, Squire. No sense in only having half the story now, is there? Well, you was a wise man, and there's poor old Mary what can hardly walk, and tonight it's my shift, keeping an eye on you we are for, well, let's just say, for someone. Of course I'm taking a risk telling you all this, but, well, if you want the name as well... Oh, that's very generous indeed.
He's asleep just at the present, Doctor, but he asked me to wake him as soon as you arrived.
I'm earlier than I said. You could give him a few more minutes. Good Lord, Mrs. Hudson. I haven't seen that in a few years.
No, not since the day he came back from the dead.
The old waxwork bus. Really does look amazingly like him. And he's put his dressing gown round the shoulders again. Mrs. Hudson, what's going on?
Keep away from the window, both of you. That's better. Watson, you come at a critical moment.
So I gather.
You'd better go now, Mrs. Hudson.
I'm going right enough. See if you can talk some sense into him, Doctor.
That woman is a problem.
Well, that's a fine way to talk, considering what she had to put up with from you.
That's not what I mean. How far am I justified in putting her in danger? I'm expecting something this evening.
Expecting what?
To be murdered.
You're joking.
My dear Watson, even my limited sense of humour could evolve a better joke than that.
He's in there right enough, boss. And he's had one caller, still inside. Gent, 40s. Big man. No problem.
We may as well be comfortable while we wait.
Look at you. Why the devil do you stop eating like this?
Because the faculties become refined when you starve them. Blood supply for digestion means less for the brain. I'm a brain, Watson. The rest of me is a mere appendix.
That is complete and utter rubbish. Keep this up and the only thing you'll be is dead.
Have you seen the new lights?
Did you hear what I said? What new lights? What are you talking about?
Progress, Doctor. Every modern comfort and convenience.
Edison lights? You've had electricity laid on.
Mrs. Hudson had some trifling objection to the gas, said it was old-fashioned and it smelled.
She's quite right.
That was why I liked it. Yes, but electricity or gas, it serves the same purpose. It'll throw a shadow of the bust onto the blind. My wax friend will take the shot meant for me.
Well, it worked before. I suppose it'll work again.
In case it doesn't. Oh, in case it doesn't, perhaps you'd be kind enough to make a note of the name and address of my murderer.
There are times when conversation with you becomes positively unreal. Do you know that?
Write it down, Watson.
Very well. Go on.
Oh, damn.
Come in, Mrs. Hudson.
I'm sorry to intrude, gentlemen.
Yes, what is it?
A visitor, sir.
Now?
His card.
Wait 1 minute and then show him up.
Very good, sir.
If I'm not in the room, show him in all the same. Then leave him alone and wait on the landing, if you'd be so kind. I'll need you again very shortly.
Yes, sir.
Holmes? Who's downstairs?
The man himself.
You mean the man who wants to kill you?
The very same. You must go.
I shall do nothing of the sort.
Watson, you'd be horribly in the way.
In his way? I should certainly hope so.
No, in my way.
I can't possibly leave.
Yes, you can, and you will. You've never yet failed to play the game, and you'll play it to the end.
I've no intention of allowing this to be the end.
And do as I ask. Take a cab to Scotland Yard and come back with Inspector Youghal and a couple of men.
All right. But I can hardly go down while he's standing in the hall.
We'll wait in my bedroom. As soon as he's in, you can leave through the other door.
Very well. Holmes, are you armed? Good.
Listen.
This way, please, sir.
Come on.
Right.
In here, please. Mr. Holmes will be with you shortly.
Good evening.
You are Sherlock Holmes?
And you are Signor Negretto Silvius, known as the Count.
I am a count. The title is mine by right.
Of course it is. Have you made the acquaintance of my wax friend?
I could hardly fail to notice it.
It's a pretty thing, isn't it?
That's a matter of opinion.
Such a good likeness. I'm not convinced that the colouring's exactly right. What do you think?
I haven't come here to discuss waxworks.
No, I scarcely thought you had. Perhaps it'll be less distracting behind this. Yes, that's better. It's amazing what can be hidden behind a perfectly respectable screen. Don't you find? How's the boxing business?
Why have you put your creatures on my track?
My creatures?
The foul-mouthed plumber, the old tinker, the phony priest, that disgusting old hag.
You flatter me.
What?
Old Baron Dowson said, the night before he was hanged, that what the law had gained, the stage had lost.
They were all you? You yourself?
Every single one, friend. Every single one.
Yes, no doubt, but at business.
I want that diamond.
What diamond?
Oh, please don't waste my time. We both know what I'm talking about. You're here to find out how much I know and how far my removal is essential. Let me help. I'd say that from your point of view, it was absolutely essential. Excuse me.
I'm not ready to leave yet, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, Count?
If you wish.
Oh, most definitely. Oh, they heard a lot, my creatures. They listened and they learned, and I'm playing with a strong hand, Count, a very strong hand. Only one card is missing. I don't have the ace of diamonds, and I want that card. Ah, Mrs. Hudson. You'll find a large and ugly gentleman waiting outside our front door. Ask him to come up, please.
And if he won't, sir?
No violence, Mrs. Hudson. Don't be rough with him. Tell him that the Count wants him. He'll come.
Very good, sir.
You won't die in your bed, Mr. Holmes.
I've often had the same idea. Does it matter very much?
Oh, let's find out.
Now, there's no point in that, my friend. You know perfectly well that you daren't use it. Nasty, noisy things, revolvers. Do you know it's getting quite dark? Time to turn on the lights. If you'll excuse my back for a moment. Ha! Electric lights. Electric bells. The miracles of modern science.
You have nerve. I admire that.
And I admire a man who can burgle a safe and not leave a single trace. And so, incidentally, does my landlady.
How did you find me?
In future, don't let your hired hands pick up specialized slang from your boxing cronies. Ikey Saunders don't want to be a Barney all his life. Now, where else could he have learned that?
That led you to me? One bloody phrase?
No, Count, that's not the kind of language I expect from the aristocracy. Yes, that was the first link in the chain, and once I had it, all the others fell neatly into line. Ah, the fairy footsteps of your worthy partner.
Mr. Sam Merton.
Good evening, Sam. Rather dull in the street, wasn't it? Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Oh, please, don't let the Count's little toy disturb you. Everything's under control.
If you say so, sir.
What is this? What's up, boss?
Ask him.
Good advice. To put it in a nutshell, Sam, I'd say it was all up.
Is he trying to be funny or what? I'm not in the mood.
I think I can promise you that you'll feel even less humorous as the evening progresses.
Enough jokes. Get to the point.
Yeah.
Very well. I'm prepared to offer you a deal.
What sort of deal? What do you mean?
First, put down the gun. Well, if you're not interested... Yeah, that's much better. Now, Count, I don't want you or Sam. I want the diamond.
What diamond?
Shut up.
Give me the Mazarin Stone and you can go free so long as you behave yourselves in the future.
Are you being serious?
Completely.
How do I know I can trust you?
You have my word as a gentleman. Perhaps you'd like to talk it over. I'm going into my bedroom to run through the Hoffman Barcarolle. When I come back, I want your final answer.
How much does he know?
Quiet, you fool. Wait. Right. Now you can talk.
He's alone in there. Let me do him in.
We'd never get away. Besides, the woman's seen us.
Well, she'd be no problem. Just say the word.
And will you kill everyone who sees us leave the house too? Stop trying to be clever. It doesn't suit you.
Oh, I don't like this room.
What?
Too many places for a copper to hide. What's behind here? Oh,
for God's sake, it's just a dummy.
I could see that. Took me by surprise, that's all. Yeah. God, it's a living spit of him. What's he want something like that for? It's not natural. You ask me, he's not all there. What do you reckon?
Oh, will you let me think?
Yeah, who's playing about?
Holmes! What's going on?
What's the matter with the lights?
Holmes!
Oh, stupid thing.
Keep still, you blundering oaf!
Oh, that's better. Oh, this is a bloody strange house.
The fearless fighter. Scared of the dark.
I am not. I wish I'd never heard of that damn diamond. It is safe, isn't it? He can't have got it without your knowing.
Of course not.
Are you sure?
For God's sake. I've got it on me now.
Well, show me.
What?
Show me. I want to see it.
Don't be stupid.
It's stupid, is it? Who was it found Ikey Silas for you? Who was it kept watch at the house? I could have been nabbed easy while you was getting it.
Let go of me! Let go of me!
Show me the stone!
All right, all right! It's better. Now, here you are.
Good. I just wanted to see it.
What a coincidence, so did I. I suggest that not moving would be highly beneficial to your health. I believe I'll take that. Yes, thank you, Count.
But what happened to the dummy? How did you get there?
He did it while the lights were out, of course.
Are you laughing at me?
No, my dear Sam, I'm not.
Good.
Well, you seem to be in remarkable spirits for a man whose next address is going to be care of Scotland Yard.
It's almost worth it. You know, Holmes... Sorry, Mr. Holmes. I've been associating with people like Sam here for too long. I've forgotten what a pleasure it is to enjoy the company of an intelligent man. A most ingenious plan, worthy almost of myself. I congratulate you.
You're too kind.
And you, a brilliant touch.
I thought so.
Look, all right, you've got me. It's a fair cop.
Thank you, Sam. Very gracious of you, if a touch unoriginal.
Yeah, but that damn fiddle's getting on my nerves. Can't you tell him to stop, whoever he is?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Hey, well, why not?
Because, Sam, there's no one there.
Exactly. A remarkable invention, these modern gramophones.
Get your hands off me. The blood of the aristocracy flows in my veins.
Well, I beg your lordship's pardon, I'm sure. I do hope these aren't too tight for your delicate skin. Perhaps you'd like the doctor here to check. He'll live.
Mr. Holmes.
Your Excellency.
Tell me something. Would you have kept to the deal? Would you really have let me go free if I'd given you the stone?
Mr. Holmes?
Well?
What do you think? Exactly.
Have you finished, Mr. Holmes?
For now.
Right. Put him with the other one, Mags.
Do you know, Holmes? If our positions had been reversed, you could have trusted me, too. Every bit as much. You have my word as a gentleman. Lead on, Max.
Fascinating man.
Well, I must see about things at the yard. Thank you for bringing me in at the kill, Mr. Holmes.
My pleasure, York.
It could have been a kill, quite literally. You took one hell of a risk.
It had to be done.
Sir?
Inspector.
About my theory, I'd be grateful if you could... Well, forget about it.
My dear Yall, it's well known that I never listen to the theories of anyone from Scotland Yard. I've no idea what you're talking about.
This is the most amazing contraption. Can you get any Gilbert and Sullivan, do you suppose? Sorry. Carry on.
Thank you. As I was saying, or trying to, the whole thing is thanks entirely to Mrs. Hudson.
Ah, it's good to hear you appreciating her for a change. I hope it lasts.
Fascinating, isn't it, that a chance remark could knock everything into place? I should have seen it straight away. I've had dealings with Ikey Saunders for years, and never once have I known him take an interest in the noble art of fisticuffs. A quick look at his room confirmed it.
And so you decided that he'd been hanging around a boxing gym for some other reason. All on the basis of a bit of slang. Strikes me as quite a long shot.
It was a perfectly logical deduction, and it was a key that unlocked my list of witnesses. One of the museum guards had run up crippling debts gambling on prize fights, debts which had miraculously disappeared.
Bribe money.
Exactly. And from there to the Count, it was just a matter of persuasive questioning and a lot of legwork.
Well, I'm glad it worked out. But you must admit, it was a long shot.
Watson, if you don't like it, you can leave it out of the story. Do what you usually do and make up something more lurid.
I wish this ridiculous fasting was only fiction. I tell you, one of these days you're going to push yourself too...
How splendidly appropriate, Saved by the Bell.
You expecting someone?
I certainly am. The irascible Lord Cantlemere.
I dare say you'd be irascible too if your whole career was at stake. And your play acting didn't exactly help. When did you send for him?
I arranged the appointment yesterday.
Yesterday? Don't you think that was just a little overconfident?
No. Besides, I had to solve his case for him to make up for all the time I had him as chief suspect. Excuse me.
You thought he was behind it?
Yes, until the boxing connection totally ruled him out. There are certain similarities between professional pugilists and politicians. His noble lordship has no links at all with that particular world.
I should think not. Holmes, what the devil are you doing?
Just clearing the stage for the final scene. Come in.
Lord Cantlemere, gentlemen.
Good evening, Lord Cantlemere. How do you do?
Mr. Holmes. Doctor.
My lord.
Come in, my lord. It's chilly for the time of year, don't you think, but rather warm indoors. May I take your coat?
No, thank you.
Oh, I insist. Sudden changes of temperature can be very damaging. Let me help you.
Enough, sir. I'm quite comfortable.
As your lordship pleases.
Now, how is your task progressing?
It's very difficult.
Holmes.
Every man finds his limitations, Mr. Holmes. It cures us of the weakness of self-satisfaction.
You see, I can undoubtedly frame a case against the actual thief.
Once you have caught them.
But how should we proceed against the receiver?
Isn't this rather premature?
Well, it's as well to have our plans ready, don't you agree, Doctor?
I certainly think we should be quite sure of what we're doing, yes.
Well, there you are. So, my lord, what would you regard as final evidence against the receiver?
The actual possession of the stone, of course.
In that case, my dear sir, I'm under the painful necessity of ordering your arrest.
Mr. Holmes, in 30 years of official life, I cannot recall such an insult. I'm a busy man, sir. I have the honour to wish you good evening.
One moment, my lord.
Get out of my path.
No, sir.
This is intolerable. Let me pass.
Put your right hand into the pocket of your overcoat.
What do you mean, sir?
Come on, do as I ask.
What possible purpose will be served at... What? What?
You know, that sense of humour is going to get you into real trouble one of these days. Suppose he died from the shock.
Well, at least you'd have been on hand to make out the certificate. Cause of death, finding £100,000 diamond in his pocket.
That is not very funny.
Come on. He gave as good as he got.
Yes, and more power to him. Mr. Holmes, your sense of humour is perverted, and its exhibition untimely in the extreme.
Well, almost as good as he got. No, but you didn't finish. I'm greatly your debtor, and I withdraw any reflection I have made against your amazing powers. I hope you've made a note of that for the story. Good, good. Now, do you have to rush off back to Hearth and Home?
I told Jean to expect me when she saw me.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're still master under your own roof.
You have a most peculiar idea of what marriage is all about. Why do you ask, anyway?
Because I find myself in urgent need of your assistance.
You do?
Oh, yes.
Well, then, I suppose I'm yours to command. As usual.
Excellent. Here are your orders. Ring the bell, summon the invaluable Mrs. Hudson, and ask her to send up dinner for two as soon as possible.
In The Mazarin Stone, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Anthony Bate as Lord Cantlemere, Nigel Anthony as Count Silvius, and Joan Matheson as Mrs. Hudson. Inspector Yall was played by David Jarvis, Sergeant Peabody by Malcolm Ward, Sam by Lyndon Gregory, and Sanders by Peter Whitman. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The violinists were Leonard Friedman and Mari Campbell. The Mazarin Stone was dramatized for radio by Bert Coules and directed by Patrick Rayner.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. We present the original stories of the late Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized anew with Sir John Gielgud as Sherlock Holmes, Sir Ralph Richardson as Dr. Watson, and today, Orson Welles as Professor Moriarty.
It is with a heavy heart that I come before you with the last adventure of my friend Sherlock Holmes that I shall be able to relate. I have tried in my humble way to chronicle some of our exploits together, to demonstrate the singular gifts of that most remarkable of men. It lies with me now to tell you what occurred between Holmes and his arch-enemy, Professor Moriarty, when at last they came face to face.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, your efforts on the side of law and order have seriously inconvenienced me. The situation between us is becoming an impossible one, Mr. Holmes. It simply cannot go on. One or the other of us must die. Must die, Mr. Holmes.
It was in the spring of 1891. You will remember, perhaps, that after my marriage and return to private practice, Holmes and I had drifted apart a little. I followed the newspaper reports of his cases, of course, and called on him quite often at the old rooms in Baker Street. Even so, however, many weeks would sometimes elapse between our meetings. And so it was with some surprise one April evening that I looked up and saw him standing before me in my study.
Good evening, Watson.
Oh, good evening, Holmes.
Have you a cigarette for me?
Holmes, great heavens, man, how ill you look.
Oh, I dare say I've been using myself up rather too freely of late, old friend. You've no objection if I close your window shutters?
No, of course not. You're not afraid of anything, are you?
Well, to tell you the truth, I am rather.
Well, it's not like you, Holmes. What is it?
Air guns.
Air guns? What on earth do you mean?
There's a new and deadly type of air gun, Watson, which has been specially designed by an old acquaintance of ours.
Who? What, Professor Moriarty? It can only be he from your tone.
The same. A match. Give me a match, will you, my dear fellow?
Yes, of course.
Oh, thank you. Is Mrs. Watson at home?
Oh, no, she's on a visit to an aunt. I'm
good.
Quite alone.
Good. That makes it easier for me to propose that you should come away with me for a few days.
Oh, delighted. But where?
Oh, the continent. Somewhere abroad.
Huh? Abroad?
Yeah, is that whiskey in the decanter there?
Yes. Now, look here, Holmes. What's all this about? There's something more serious in your manner than...
You never did quite believe in the iniquities of Moriarty, did you, Watson? You've said so more than once.
I felt you exaggerated a bit. After all, Professor Moriarty is a respectable figure in public life.
Just so, and that's the very genius of the man. Even you, Watson, knowing me as you do, can't quite believe me when I tell you that he corrupts all London with his evil influence.
Oh, I can't quite believe that.
Oh, of course, to the world he's still the professor, the great mathematician. He's respectable.
But what real proof have you that he's anything else?
None.
Well,
At least, not until this last month. And even now the chain isn't quite complete. For 3 days more, and I shall have him, Watson. 3 days more, if I live to see them.
You can't seriously suppose that your life's in danger, Holmes?
No?
Oh, you always love to be melodramatic.
Melodramatic. Listen, Watson, this very morning, in those old rooms of ours in Baker Street, I saw him face to face. I spoke to him.
Moriarty?
Your distinguished professor. Within him a criminal strain of the most diabolical kind. That great white dome of a forehead, those hooded eyes, and the white face pushed forward, oscillating from side to side like a snake's.
Oh, of course, if you believe the old heresy of physiognomy...
It isn't only that, of course not. I've worked for years to follow 1,000 different threads, and every one of them has led to Moriarty. He's the Napoleon of crime, Watson, the secret organizer of almost everything evil that goes undetected in this great city of ours. There he sits motionless like a spider in the center of its web, a web with 1,000 strands, and he controls them, every one. But slowly, very slowly, my own secret plans to expose him have borne fruit. Every day my net is drawing tighter, and he knows it, Watson. He knows the danger he's in, and that was why today he came to see me. I was playing my violin, as you know I often do when I want to think, and suddenly there he was, standing in the doorway, with his white face swaying in that evil way, peering at me with his hooded eyes.
Good morning.
Professor Moriarty, good morning to you.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe. How very charmingly you play.
How kind of you to say so. Won't you be seated, Professor Moriarty? I can spare you just 5 minutes.
It's singularly good of you, thank you. I will sit down. May I say something personal, Mr. Holmes?
Certainly.
Well, I'm surprised to discover that you have rather less cranial development than one might have expected.
Whereas you, on the contrary, have rather more than I had imagined, Professor. You will recollect, I am sure, however, that Beethoven's outdid us both. However, our personal characteristics are hardly relevant to the present situation. What have you really got to say to me?
Well, perhaps I only suggested, of course, perhaps it is a dangerous habit to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown, Mr. Holmes.
Evidently you share that dangerous habit, Professor. I see that you keep your hand in the pocket of your morning coat. Supposing we lay our pistols and our cards on the table.
By all means. I was about to suggest it myself. I see you favor the Mauser type, Mr. Holmes, and without a silencer. You must permit me to present you sometime with one of these small devices of my own design. They're quite convenient in avoiding unpleasant noise, you know.
How very kind of you, Professor. You must ask the hangman to deliver it to me as your last request.
You evidently don't know me, Mr. Holmes.
On the contrary, I think I know you better than you know yourself. I wouldn't take up your gun again, Professor. I've already got you covered with mine.
So I perceive, but I assure you it was only to give a harmless demonstration.
Of the silencer?
Of my own small accomplishments as a marksman, Mr. Holmes. I've read in those accounts of Dr. Watson, that somewhat bovine,
I beg your pardon?
no doubt amiable friend of yours, that those marks on the wall there are made from your indoor revolver practice.
Quite so. The initials there, V.R., Victoria Regina, God save Her Majesty.
Now that I see them, it seems perhaps that they're not quite as symmetrical as they might be. One side of the V is a little short, I think. Permit me to correct the slip.
Admirable, Professor Moriarty. You were perfectly right, of course. That little mistake has now been rectified. I would like, however, if I may, to improve upon it. Your bullet mark is perhaps a shade smaller than my own. Permit me...
Admirable, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, precisely above your own mark, Professor. The exact spot, I think. No, pray don't look alarmed. My good landlady is quite accustomed to that noise. We shall not be disturbed.
I'm very glad of it, for what I have to say is not without importance, Mr. Holmes. Shall we stop our fencing and begin?
By all means, if you will permit me first to correct one statement that you made just now.
Well, sir?
With reference to my friend Dr. Watson. I'm afraid I can hardly permit the adjective bovine.
Oh.
In his accounts of my humble exploits, he's been good enough to exaggerate my own achievements and has always been unduly modest about his own. He is a most upright and honorable gentleman, Professor, and very close to my heart. You may say what you will about me, but I can allow no derogatory words about him.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. I apologize. We who are about to die salute him. At least you do.
You're very certain, aren't you, Professor Moriarty, that it is I who am going to die?
But there is no other course, unless you listen to reason. The situation between us, Mr. Holmes, is becoming an impossible one. It simply cannot go on.
It won't, I assure you. For these past few months, I've been working to put an end to it all at the earliest possible moment.
And you have very nearly undone the careful endeavor of a lifetime, sir. Or at least have seriously threatened it. No, don't move. Your pistol again. I'm only taking out my memorandum book.
I beg your pardon.
I find it recorded here that you crossed my path on the 4th of January, Holmes. On the 23rd, you incommoded me. By the middle of February, I was seriously inconvenienced by you. At the end of March, I was absolutely hampered. And now at the close of April, I find myself placed in such a position through your continual persecution that I'm in positive danger of losing my liberty.
That was certainly the end I had in view.
Then you must drop it, Mr. Holmes. You really must, you know.
Not till after Monday, Professor. You know as well as I do that you've made a slip. One single tiny slip. For years I've been aware of you, Moriarty, at the center of your organization. Forgeries, murder cases, robberies. 1,000 crimes were planned by you. 100 agents carried them out. Your subordinates were caught sometimes, but you never were. And yet, you know, you made that slip, that single tiny slip. And you know as well as I do that it will destroy you. In 3 more days, my evidence will be complete. I shall have you exposed, brought to trial, condemned, and hanged. And you can do nothing whatever to prevent it. My will is inflexible.
And so is mine. 3 days, do you say? And before they're out, the end will come. One or the other of us must die, sir.
Quite so. The 5 minutes is up, Professor, and I must really ask you to excuse me. In the pleasure of our conversation, I'm afraid that I've neglected business of importance elsewhere.
Very well, then. Seems a pity, Mr. Holmes, that I've done what I could. I admit that it's been an intellectual pleasure, me to see the way in which you grappled with this affair, but I tell you solemnly, Sherlock Holmes, that if you are clever enough to bring destruction on me, you may rest assured that I shall do as much to you.
You have paid me several compliments during this interview, Professor. Let me pay you one in return when I say that if I were assured of the former eventuality, I would most cheerfully accept the latter.
I can promise you the one, but not the other. Good day, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, your pistol, Professor. You may need it before Monday.
Thank you.
Good day, Professor.
I think goodbye is the word, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Goodbye.
And so it was, you see, Watson, that singular interview with the greatest criminal of all time.
And his with the greatest detective.
Oh, thank you, my dear fellow.
But what are you going to do, Holmes?
I told you we leave for the continent. Moriarty's not the man to let the grass grow under his feet. Already 1 or 2 accidents have nearly befallen me today.
Upon my soul.
Yes. The police are gathering all my evidence against him. Everything will be complete in 3 short days. Meanwhile, I can only lie low. Are you able to leave your practice to come with me?
Well, I have an accommodating neighbor.
Ah, dear Watson, I knew I could count on you. All right, then. Now, these are your instructions. Listen most carefully.
Instructions, Holmes?
I assure you they are most necessary. Tomorrow morning at 8:45, you will take a hansom cab.
I'll arrange for one to call.
No, you really must obey me to the letter, Watson. You'll leave the house alone tomorrow morning. and take neither the first nor the second cab which presents itself at the rank.
Very well, Holmes.
Hand the address to the cabman written on a slip of paper and tell him not to throw it away.
And I drive, I take it, to Victoria Station.
On the contrary, you drive to the Strand end of the Lowther Arcade.
I see. And then?
Have your fare ready, and the instant your cab stops, pay him and dash through the arcade, timing yourself to reach the other side at exactly 9:15.
Yes, but my dear
Now
Holmes...
listen, man. Listen carefully. It's vital. Our lives depend upon it. When you get there, you will find a brougham standing close to the curb, driven by a fellow with a black cloak tipped with red. Say nothing. Simply jump in, and he'll drive you to Victoria in time for the Continental Express.
And where shall I meet you, Holmes?
The second coach from the front of the train, a first-class carriage reserved for us. Good night, Watson. And as you value our lives, don't forget a single word of my instructions.
No, of course not, Holmes.
Until we meet tomorrow, then.
Until we meet. I was infected myself with something of his own inner excitement and sense of menace. I took the hansom and then the brougham, with its massive hooded driver. I said nothing to him, as I was instructed, and he never spoke to me. A moment later, we were rattling to the station. There he left me and drove off without a further glance, his face still hidden. There was no sign of Holmes, and my heart sank miserably. I found our reserved carriage, but through some confusion, a decrepit old Italian priest was sitting there. The moment came for departure. Still, I waited by the window in a chill of fear.
Scusa, signor. Prego.
I'm sorry, Padre. I don't speak Italian.
Nor do I, Watson.
Good heavens, Holmes.
No, quiet, man. This is no laughing matter. Not yet, anyway. There, listen. You see?
Stop the train!
It's Moriarty himself.
The tall man? He'll never do it.
Stop the train, I say! Let me go, you fool! All you only knew! Let me go!
Even the great Moriarty himself is helpless against the British railway system, Watson. Well, it gives us an hour's respite, at least.
But how did he know where we were?
By watching you, I expect.
But I did everything you told me. Wait, Holmes. The driver of the brougham.
Well, what about him?
He was muffled. I didn't see his face. It must have been one of Moriarty's men.
My dear Watson, it was nothing of the sort. It was my brother Mycroft, shaken for once out of his armchair at the Diogenes Club.
Good heavens. The thing is serious, then?
Of course. But at least we have an hour, and I can use it to take off this disguise and think things over.
But we've escaped him altogether, surely, since the train connects with the boat.
My dear fellow, you evidently don't realize even now that Moriarty is an opponent on practically the same intellectual plane as myself. Do you really imagine that if I were the pursuer, I would permit myself to be baffled by so slight an obstacle as an express train?
What'll he do, then?
What I should do, engage a special.
But it'll be too late even then.
By no means. We stop at Canterbury, don't forget. And then there's always a delay of 1/4 of an hour when the train gets to Dover.
Oh, so you'd almost think we were the criminals to be chased like this? You mean that he'll catch us after all, then?
I hope not. We shan't be there, Watson.
Look here, Holmes. I hate to grumble after all this time, but really, I do think you ought to tell me what you mean.
Heaven bless you for a stout and faithful friend, Watson. I'm sorry. It's only that...
Well,
I don't want to expose you to danger, too. That's why I'm being so mysterious. It's very simple, really. We shall just get out at Canterbury.
Indeed. And not go on the continent after all, I suppose.
Oh, yes, we must do that. We've no choice but to hide away until after Monday, when the evidence will have been completed. You've not seen the papers this morning, I suppose.
Oh, really, Holmes? What time do you think I've had for that?
One must try to make time for everything, Watson. You really should have read about Baker Street.
What, Baker Street?
Yes, they set fire to our rooms last night. Mrs. Hudson was away from home, fortunately, and no one was hurt, I'm glad to say. They thought I was there, of course.
Upon my soul, the thing's intolerable, Holmes.
Yes, only till Monday, Watson, and by then we'll be in Switzerland. We'll make a cross-country journey from Canterbury and take the other boat from Newhaven to Dieppe. Unless, of course...
What?
our friend the professor deduces what I would deduce and gets off at Canterbury himself, that would truly be a coup de maître.
He surely never would.
Well, I rather doubt it. There are limits even to his intelligence. No, I think we're safe enough, old friend. And now there's time for a pipe, I fancy. Won't you join me, Watson?
And thus it befell. As we hid behind a pile of luggage at Canterbury, we saw the single carriage of the special go thundering past us. And so we made our way across country and at last reached Switzerland. It seemed we had eluded him. To fill in every detail of the final scene is hardly possible, since there was no witness to it. Yet, from a certain source that I cannot yet divulge, I do know something of that last encounter. We wandered at our will through the lovely valley of the Rhone and made our way by way of Interlaken to the little township of Mirrigan among the Alps. The fatal Monday came and went. And yet I was still aware of a strange, febrile excitement in my companion. He was at times feverishly on the alert, then sinking into reverie, and would smile strangely to himself. I went with him, on that last day of all, on a visit to the falls of Reichenbach, forever hallowed and yet cursed in my memory. It's a fearful place indeed, with a torrent plunging far below into a tremendous abyss, a chasm lined by coal-black, glistening rock. High above, a pathway's been cut in the cliff face to afford a better view, but it ends abruptly in mid-air, and the traveller has to return as he came. We stood there, giddily marvelling at the great spectacle. And on the instant came a message for me by a village lad to say that an English lady back at the hotel was seriously ill and needed my immediate attention. I turned to go. I looked back, and I saw Holmes leaning against a rock with his arms folded, gazing down at the rush of the waters. It was the last I saw.
Is that you, Watson? Back already? Well, Moriarty.
Well, Sherlock Holmes, you see, I found you after all. And alone.
Alone, as indeed you must be too. Now that your Confederates are all under lock and key, I've heard from Scotland Yard.
I escaped. I was too clever for them, Holmes.
I don't doubt it. But I'm afraid your occupation's gone, Professor, with your organization destroyed, unless you care to return to your mathematics.
It was not my intention. I have another and more immediate intention, Sherlock Holmes. Are you prepared?
But before we discuss that, perhaps you'll extend me one small courtesy, Professor.
Most certainly. What is it?
My friend Watson, Professor. No doubt he will be somewhat concerned. May I just take a moment to scribble a note to him?
Certainly. We can fix the paper beneath my alpenstock there, so that it does not blow away. Pray take as long as you wish.
That's very good of you. Please don't stop talking, Professor. I mastered long ago the art of writing and conversing at the same time.
Thank you. You know, of course, that the message which arrived for Dr. Watson was a false one?
Oh, yes, of course. I knew it at once. And that it could only come from one source.
And yet you let him go?
Yes, Professor, I let him go. I am not without some affection for him. I did not wish to put his life in danger, too. Besides? I've looked forward for a long time to this final duel between us.
I believe it, Holmes. You're a very remarkable man. In many ways. Many ways, sir. I'm proud to have known you.
Oh, and are you, Professor? There, my letter's done then. Perhaps you'll be kind enough to place it as you suggested.
Right.
Now, How shall it be, Moriarty?
I did not bring a pistol, Holmes.
Thank you. Your courtesy puts me to shame, Professor. Here is my pistol. It goes into the falls.
Hand to hand?
Yes. Goodbye, Professor Moriarty.
Goodbye, Sherlock Holmes.
The end. When I returned to that broken pathway, it was only too clear what had happened. It needed no great application of Holmes' own methods of deduction. 2 sets of footsteps to the verge, and none returning. Locked in each other's arms as they fought, they had gone down to the abyss. Only the letter, the last greeting from my friend and comrade. My dear, dear Watson, he wrote.
My dear, dear Watson, I scribble this through the courtesy of Professor Moriarty, who awaits my convenience for the final discussion of those eternal questions which lie before us. There can be but one outcome, although I fear that it is at a cost which will give pain to my friends, and especially, my dear Watson, to you. I think, however, that I may go so far as to say that I have not lived entirely in vain. Pray tell Inspector Patterson that the papers which he needs for a full conviction of the Moriarty gang are in Pigeonhole M. Before leaving England, I made every disposition of my property and handed it over to my brother Mycroft. Pray give my affectionate greetings to Mrs. Watson, and remember me as I used to be in our old days at Baker Street, pacing to and fro with my violin and driving you to a point of sad distraction with that theme you still were good enough to say you loved. Believe me to be, my very dear good fellow, yours most sincerely, Sherlock Holmes.
Yours most sincerely, Sherlock Holmes. And so he perished, whom I shall ever regard as the best and wisest man that I have ever known.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, based on the original stories of the late Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized anew by John Keir Cross, stars Sir John Gielgud as Sherlock Holmes, Sir Ralph Richardson as Dr. Watson, and today, Orson Welles as Professor Moriarty. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine. Invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Of course, I can't be as entertaining as Dr. Watson, but I can tell you something that's really worth knowing. Simply this. The best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. While you're waiting for dinner to be put on the table, pour yourself a glass of that clear, amber-colored Petri sherry. Now just sit back and sip it slowly. Take your time so you can thoroughly enjoy every single drop of that wonderful Petri flavor. And what a flavor that sherry has. Comes right from the sun-ripened heart of wonderful California grapes. Now, you may be a real wine expert and know all about sherry wine, but believe me, until you've tried a Petri sherry, you're really missing something, and no kidding. Serve Petri sherry alone, or serve it with canopies or appetizers. And by all means, serve it proudly. You can, because the letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the history of American wines. Petri. And now for our weekly visit with the good Dr. Watson. Let's see if he's expecting us.
Come in.
Ah, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Campbell. It's about time you got here. Draw up a chair and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, thanks. Well, you've had the old black dispatch box out again, I see. I suppose you've been going over your notes on tonight's adventure.
That's right, my boy. And this may interest you. Mrs. Watson figured prominently in the story.
She did?
Yes, in fact, if it hadn't been for some remarkably quick thinking on her part, Holmes and I might have... well, there I go again, telling you the end of the story before I forget it.
Well, how did it begin, Doctor?
On a winter evening in 1887. I'd been married some months, and in consequence I hadn't seen much of my old friend Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you're still living at Baker Street, I suppose?
Yes, my boy, but we couldn't persuade him to come round and see us. From time to time I'd heard some vague accounts of his doings, of his summons to Odessa in the case of the Trepoff murder, and of his clearing up the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers. But to get back to tonight's story, my wife and I had just finished an excellent dinner. I remember had settled ourselves down for an evening of pleasant domesticity. She was stitching away on a piece of extra petit pois, and I was at my desk balancing figures in the family account book. After a few moments, my wife looked up to me and said,
John, dear, don't look so troubled.
"Oh, was I looking troubled?"
Well, you've been scowling at that account book for 10 minutes now. What's the matter, dear? Don't the figures add up correctly?
Oh, yes, they add up correctly. In fact, they tell a very pretty story. After buying my practice and setting up all my outstanding accounts, I find that we have nearly £150 left of the dowry that Mr. Sholto settled upon you.
160, isn't it, dear? I was doing the same sum this morning.
Oh, well, but still 160. In any case, Mary, dear, the point I was going to make is that we don't need the money just now. My practice is picking up splendidly, and I was thinking that we might invest it in something really sound, of course.
Who's been talking to you, John? Dr. Wilson again.
Well, as it happens, I did bump into him at the hospital today. He can put us onto something very good in Peruvian silver. What do you think of the idea?
Well, John, the fact is, I'd almost decided to make a business investment with it myself. I thought I'd surprise you.
Well,
now let me tell you about it, John.
Oh.
Yesterday, when you were out on your rounds,
yes?
a most charming man called here,
Oh,
a Mr. Ted Barber. He introduced himself as a friend of Mrs. Cecil Forrester's. He said he was certain we'd be interested in his new company. And he talked so convincingly that, well, I'm afraid I almost promised him I'd buy some stock in the company.
Did you really? What sort of company is it?
Well, I didn't quite understand that part of it, but it sounded wonderful. He left a prospectus. It's in the right-hand drawer of the desk. It's something to do with a wonderful new metal that's been discovered by an American chemist called Paradol or Paradis or something.
Oh, let's have a look and see what it says. A company formed to exploit the amazing new metal discovered by Dr. Paradis. Paradol preferred stock. The potentialities of this new alloy are immeasurable. The fourth dimension has been conquered. What? Spatial dislocation is an accomplished fact. Oh, gracious me, my dear child. This prospectus is absolute poppycock.
Now, John, you mustn't be stubborn. I think at least we should investigate it. The man said that if we went to the laboratories, Dr. Paradis would give us a demonstration himself.
But Mary dear, the fourth dimension. I mean to say, it's obviously fraud.
That's what everyone says when a new invention comes out. But this might be an opportunity for us to make a lot of money, John.
Mary, I do wish
to please me, dear.
I can't argue with you for very long, Mary. All right. I'll take you to the laboratory in the morning, but I warn you, I'll show this Dr. Paradis up for the charlatan that he is.
Dr. Paradis will be with you both in a moment.
Thank you, my man.
She's just concluding an experiment.
She?
Dr. Paradis is a woman, then?
Oh, yes, madam, and a very brilliant one, too. Excuse me.
Oh, that's the last straw. The whole thing sounded like an obvious fraud, and now we get here and find there are woman doctors at the back of it all.
Just because she's a woman, it doesn't mean to say that...
How do you do? I'm Dr. Paradis.
Oh, how do you do, madam? I'm Dr. Watson, and this is my wife, Mrs. Watson.
Oh, yes. Come into the laboratory, won't you?
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Paradis.
Oh, I'm afraid we're just wasting your time. We're not really interested in this at all, you know.
John, don't mutter.
Mr. Barber told me that he had called on you, Mrs. Watson, and that you were very interested in my invention.
Oh, yes, I am. That's why I persuaded my husband to come down with me and see a demonstration.
I'll be most happy to show you everything I can. Here's a practical example of the application of my work. This chamber you see in front of you is made completely of my new alloy.
Oh, what's the thing do? It's just a great metal box with a lot of dials and switches and things. Why is it so big? Do people get inside it?
They can.
What?
Though if they do, they're liable to find themselves transported many miles from here. Come inside, won't you?
Oh, what a lot of nonsense.
Now, John.
I give you the demonstration. I want you both to see that there is no exit from inside this chamber. No trapdoors or anything. The only exit is the door we just came through.
Yes, it's just like an airtight metal room.
Stuffy in here, isn't it?
Now let's go outside again. I'll show you how the machine operates. Albert!
Yes, Dr. Paradis.
I'm going to demonstrate the Paradol Chamber to Dr. and Mrs. Watson.
Oh, very well. The usual time?
Yes, please, Albert. Now, my assistant goes inside the chamber. I close this metal door on him, so.
What are you going to do with him?
Within a matter of seconds, he will be 7 miles from here.
Really, madam, you
Please,
can't
Dr.
expect
Watson,
us to believe.
You're a scientific man. At least give me the opportunity of demonstrating my work.
I'm sorry.
Now, I adjust these dials, turn on the electrical generator, and...
Good Lord, what an amazing business.
Now open the door, Dr. Watson, and look inside, please.
Great Scott, he's gone. I don't believe it. Dr. Paradis, will you explain this to me?
Gladly. My metal Paradol is an unnatural alloy.
What?
It causes a dislocation in the warp of space and enables us to enter the 4th dimension. You see, time is a dimension. Any object in the past, present, or future can be described precisely in 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time.
Yes, but this machine of yours...
The alloy of Paradol, combined with the great forces of electricity, has created a new force. This element is controlled by these dials, and it is possible to move in 4 dimensions at once. Thus, bodies or other objects can be transported great distances away, all in the twinkling of an eye. I coined the word to describe the process. Teleportation, I call it.
Teleportation? Well, I'm completely confused. All my scientific training tells me this is impossible, and yet... I wonder if you'd give us another demonstration.
Certainly. Perhaps you yourself would like to be teleported somewhere.
Certainly not. Good gracious me, no.
No, I think John would be very unhappy in the 4th dimension. He wouldn't belong.
Yes, you said that any objects could be moved. How about that brown paper parcel on the table over there?
Certainly. It only contains some company circulars. I suggest you write your initials on it so that you can identify it later.
Oh, very well. J.H.W. There you are.
Where do you want it dispatched to?
Send it to my house. I'll give you the address.
That won't be necessary.
Man, this is an amazing business.
Isn't it, John? Exciting, too.
There we are. Now I adjust the dials once more, and... The parcel is already at your house.
Oh, it's impossible. Come along, Mary. Let's get a cab and race back there as fast as we can. Well,
Yes,
goodbye,
dear.
Doctor.
Goodbye, Doctor. Now, dear, John, you must admit you're just as excited as I am.
Well, I confess that I'm enormously intrigued. Let me just get my latch front door here. Here we are. Dr. Paradis is a devilishly clever woman. Even so, my intelligence tells me it's impossible for the package to have reached here before us. Here we are.
There you are, Master. Mum, just in time for lunch. Tell me, Annie, did a package arrive for us?
Oh, yes, it did, Mum. I put it on the old table.
Great Scott. How was it delivered, Annie?
Well, now, that's the funny thing about it, sir. I don't know. I went out to polish the brass on the door knocker a few minutes ago, and there was the parcel, lying on the doorstep. No one had rung the bell or anything. I didn't know how it got there.
Thank you, Annie. You can go now.
Yes, Mum.
Well, John, what do you say now?
There's a miracle's been performed. I don't believe my eyes. Look, there are my initials on the package. Mary, I think that if you don't mind, after lunch
You'll go round to Baker Street and tell Sherlock Holmes about this.
Oh, do you mind, dear?
Of course not, dear.
Good. It'll be nice to see Holmes again anyway.
Dr. Watson, how nice to see you again.
Hello, Mrs. Hudson. How are you, my dear?
Oh, I'm just fine. Oh, you're looking grand, sir. Marriage agrees with you, if you don't mind my saying so.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Is Mr. Holmes in?
Aye, sir. And I'm very glad you're seeing him. He's no been acting like himself lately.
Oh, really?
Locking his door, and only unlocking it for me when I give him a password. And he's hardly touched his food for the last 3 days. To tell you the truth, Dr. Watson, I'm awful worried about him.
Really? Well, I'll go up to him.
He'll be glad to see you, I'm sure.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Watson.
Watson? Oh, possibly. I'm not taking any chances.
Holmes, this is ridiculous. Surely you know my voice after all these years?
John H. Watson. Tell me what your middle initials stand for, and I'll let you in.
It stands for Hamish.
Watson, my dear fellow. How are you?
I'm fine and delighted to see you again, Holmes. Incidentally, why all this rigmarole about locked doors and passwords?
Well, Professor Moriarty has decided that it's high time to settle his score with me. There have been several attempts on my life lately. Twice I've been attacked in the streets, and only yesterday a shot was fired at me through the window you see broken there.
Lord Holmes, you must be careful.
I am being very careful. That's why I indulged in what you refer to as all this rigmarole. But, well, enough of my problems. What's on your mind? There's a sparkle in your eye and an air of excitement that tells me that you've some news to impart.
Well, I must say there is something.
Of course there is, my dear fellow. Come on, tell me about it.
You ever hear of a new metal called Paradol and its inventor, Dr. Paradis?
Oh, yes, indeed I have. I received a prospectus concerning it the other day.
Well, what do you think of the idea?
Oh, obviously it's rubbish designed to fool a gullible public into buying shares. Don't tell me that you were taking advice.
Oh, no, of course not, Holmes. Naturally, as a scientific man, I knew it was rubbish. My wife, however, had become a little involved in the concern, and so today, to prove to her that the whole thing was a fraud, we went down to the laboratory and met this Dr. Paradis.
Oh, did you indeed?
In the first place, let me tell you, this Dr. Paradis is a woman.
Oh, a woman?
As you can imagine, I didn't have any difficulty in discrediting her theories. In fact, I'm afraid I made her seem rather stupid. However, we did stay there long enough for her to give us a demonstration. And that's the way that it was, Holmes. When we got back to our house, the initial package was there, waiting for us.
Oh, childish trick. Obviously, the Paradol Chamber contains an ingeniously hidden trap door, through which the assistant disappeared and later the package. A fast cab then took it to your home before you could get there.
Oh, yes, so really? Well, yes, of course, that's exactly how I explained the thing to Mary.
Was she pressed with the feet?
Yes, she was. But you know how women are. I tried to tell her the whole thing was a fraud. She's very obstinate. I was hoping perhaps that you will help me expose the concern.
Oh, hardly seemed necessary, old fellow. Such an obvious fraud. However, for your sake, I'll be glad to do anything I can.
Well, I thought we might go down to the laboratory late tonight when nobody's there and take a look at that Paradol Chamber a little more closely.
Yes, it's a rather good idea. After being cooped up here for 3 days, it'll be a pleasure to get some night air and indulge in a little simple burglarizing.
Well, shall I call for you here?
No, wait a minute, dear fellow. It's much too dangerous. I'll be in a hansom cab outside your house about 11:30 tonight. How's that?
Splendid. Quite like old times, isn't it, Holmes?
Yes, 'tis, old chap, though I think that this time, for Mrs. Watson's sake, I must try and keep you out of trouble.
Midnight, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. time that only confirmed old bachelors like myself should be wandering the streets of London.
Oh, rubbish, Holmes. You talk as if Mary was a tyrant.
Now, don't get angry with me, old chap. I was only being facetious. Is this, Dr. Paradis' laboratory?
Yes. I'd like to be seen. I don't imagine it'll be very hard to break in, though.
Strike a match, will you? I took the precaution of bringing this lantern.
There you are.
Thanks, old fellow.
Is the door locked?
Yes, but I think a skeleton key will do the trick. Hold this lantern for a second, will you?
Here you are.
Oh, this is child's play so far. Come on.
There's the Paradol Chamber over there.
Uh-huh. Give me the lantern again, old chap, will you? Thanks. Mm-hmm. Quite an elaborate contraption.
The door's been left open. Let's go in and take a look at the inside of it.
Ah, not both of us, Watson. If this is the only entrance, and the two of us walked in, it'd be too easy to slam the door shut on us.
I suppose so. You go in and I'll keep watch out here.
All right. Oh, I trust that in a few minutes I won't find myself lying on your doorstep.
Holmes, there are times when your sense of humor is a little strained. Holmes, you all right? Watson! What is it, Holmes?
The body of a dead woman. She's been shot. Unless I'm much mistaken.
Let me come and look. 1,000 to 1 is Dr. Paradis. Yes, it is.
Watson, get out of here. Don't you see that?
Good Lord, someone has slammed the door shut on us.
Yes, my dear fellow. We walked into a trap very neatly. I'm afraid that we're imprisoned in what appears to be an airtight metal chamber, and the only person who can help us to get out of it again is a corpse.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds. It's time for me to remind you that good food always tastes better when served together with good wine. Did you know that Petri makes 2 wonderful mealtime wines? Wines especially made to go with food? Well, they do. Petri California Burgundy and Petri California Sauterne. You want a rich, hearty red wine, a wine that's great with any meat or meat dish, you just try a Petri Burgundy. And if you want a wine that's perfect with chicken or fish, try a delicate golden-colored Petri Sauterne. Petri Burgundy if you want a red wine, Petri Sauterne if you want white. But always a Petri wine if you want a good wine. Now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. It is in the early hours of a winter's morning in 1887. The famous pair, while investigating the mysteries of a scientific laboratory in the East End of London, have been trapped in an airtight metal cabinet, their only companion being the dead body of a woman scientist. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes and his old friend Dr. Watson are listening intently as footsteps approach what appears to be their metal coffin.
There's someone outside. They're sliding back the mental panel.
Good evening, gentlemen.
That voice. It's Dr. Paradis' assistant. Let us out of here.
Or should I be more precise, Mr. Holmes, and say good morning?
Hello, Moriarty.
Moriarty, you scoundrel. I can just get my hands on him.
Dr. Watson, I wish you could get over your dislike for me. For my own part, I'm genuinely sorry that my trap had to catch you, too. I've often felt unhappy that you're not on my side. Such slavish admiration of you given your friend Sherlock Holmes must be highly gratifying.
Never mind about all that. What do you think you're up to?
It's obvious, my dear Watson. The whole scheme was a plan to lure me out of my safe hiding by presenting an intriguing problem, and one that victimized the wife of my old friend. You knew it would get back to my ears, didn't you, Moriarty?
Yes, exactly.
But why did you murder this Paradis woman?
That's equally obvious, my dear Watson. It served her purpose in presenting a most convincing scientific front. As soon as the trap was baited, she was a liability. She might tell tales, and so she was killed. Like so many other of your accomplices, my dear Professor.
Ah, precisely. Now, my dear fellows, I'm afraid that I must close this panel and say goodbye. Quite sorry to have to kill you, but you're becoming dreadfully in my way.
And how do you plan to kill us, Moriarty?
By doing nothing more than closing this panel. Oh, I could be frightfully dramatic and release deadly gases into the chamber, or poisonous snakes, or something equally colorful. But quite frankly, it seems so much simpler just to shut you in. Your oxygen supply won't last very long, you know. And for your benefit, Dr. Watson, I may tell you that Paradol, whatever its other shortcomings as a metal, is bulletproof. Goodbye, you meddling fools!
Well, There seems nothing for us to do but look around and ascertain our chances of escape.
Holmes, I don't like this. We're in a very nasty situation.
My dear Watson, sometimes you're a master of understatement. Aha, just as I thought.
What have you found, Holmes?
Sliding panel, just behind the dead woman. It leads us to a passageway. A passageway that has been bricked up only within the last few hours. But long enough, I'm afraid, to make it impossible. No, there's no escape here. Hold the lantern a little higher, will you, Walter?
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, what are we going to do now?
I was just estimating the cubic capacity of this chamber. The air supply should last comfortably for at least another 8 hours. I recommend a brief sleep to refresh us and also to conserve our oxygen supply.
Sleep? Who could sleep at a time like this?
I can and you can, old chap, if you discipline yourself.
Well, I'll try, Holmes, but I know perfectly well I shan't close my eyes.
Wake up, Watson, wake up.
Yes, Mary dear. Oh, it's you. Oh, we're still in this infernal trap.
I'm afraid so, old chap.
What time is it?
Just after 7 in the morning.
How long did you estimate our oxygen supply would last?
Probably about another hour.
Well, it's just possible that some worker will come to the laboratory early and let us out.
I shouldn't count too much on that if I were you.
I suppose not. I say, Holmes, I'm famished.
Yes, I thought you would be, my dear chap, so I saved you this half of a bar of chocolate. I ate my own share just before you awakened.
Oh, thanks, my dear fellow. Did you sleep too, Holmes?
No, I didn't, Watson. I employed my time in conducting a minute examination of this chamber. I was trying to find some possible way of getting out.
And you failed, eh?
I'm afraid so.
Holmes, this looks like the end, doesn't it? Well, if it is my time to die, I'm glad that we're together again. Although I blame myself entirely for letting you into the trap.
Come now, my dear fellow. Don't take it as badly as that.
But you admitted you're defeated and that there's no possible way out of this destiny.
I meant that there's no way out from the inside. So my plan worked.
Good gracious me, what on earth?
The star, there you are.
Mary! Mary, you dear little thing, you must have been frightened to death.
Hello, John. Poor dear, you must have spent a miserable night.
Well. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have been getting themselves in trouble again, eh?
Star, this is no time for your heavy-handed badinage. There's the body of a murdered woman inside that chamber. She was killed by Professor Moriarty.
Professor Moriarty?
It's too bad you didn't get my message sooner.
Your message?
Oh, bless my soul, Holmes. I wish you'd tell me how you got your message to Scotland Yard.
Well, ever since these recent attacks on my life, I've had my delightful band of ragamuffins, the Baker Street Irregulars, watching my house in fixed watches, 2 at a time. I gave the boys instructions to follow me whenever I went out. And if ever I did not reappear within 3 hours, they were to report to our friend Lestrade at Scotland Yard.
Holmes, you're amazing. You think of everything.
Just a minute, gentlemen, just a minute. I didn't get no message from any of your Baker Street irregulars.
Oh, you didn't?
No, sir. Though I did find a couple of the boys tied up when we came in here just now.
But if you didn't get a message from them, how did you come here so opportunely?
That's an easy one. Because Mrs. Watson here came and fetched me.
You did, Mary? But how on earth?
Go on, Mom. Tell them.
Well, it's really very simple. When John came back from seeing you yesterday, Mr. Holmes, he was over elaborately casual in his references to the Paradol Chamber. So, of course, I knew at once the two of you were going to investigate the matter. I also caught him oiling his revolver after dinner. I didn't know that you slipped out last night, John. But as soon as I woke up this morning, I realized what had happened. So I went straight to Scotland Yard for Inspector Lestrade and brought him here with me.
Why, Mary, you clever little thing. Isn't she a clever darling, Holmes?
Mrs. Watson, this has been a salutary experience. Will you allow me to congratulate you on your deductive ability?
Well, that's very nice of you, Mr. Holmes, but I really don't deserve any compliments, if you don't mind my saying so. It was elementary, my dear Mr. Holmes. Elementary.
This is Bob Campbell saying good night for the Petrie family. This program comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
My dear Watson, I write these few lines through the courtesy of Professor Moriarty, who awaits my convenience for the final discussion of those questions which lie between us. I am pleased to think that I shall be able to free society from any further effects of his presence, though I fear that it's at a cost which will give pain to my friends, and especially, my dear Watson, to you. Pray, give my greetings to Mrs. Watson, and believe me to be, my dear fellow, very sincerely yours, Sherlock Holmes. Holmes.
Watson!
Holmes?
Dr. Watson!
What?
Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, are you awake?
Nurse. Oh, my God. How could I have fallen asleep?
It's perfectly understandable. You're exhausted.
Has there been any change?
Dr. Pendle thinks you should go in.
Very well. Thank you, nurse.
Doctor, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The Empty House by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Bert Coules. With Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Frederick Treves as Colonel Moran, Donald G. as Inspector Lestrade, and Michael Pennington as Professor James Moriarty. The Empty House.
Mary, can you hear me?
Dr. Pendle?
No, my love, it's me. It's John.
John?
Yes, Mary. I'm here.
Oh, John. Are you all right?
I'm fine. And soon you will be, too.
I don't think so.
Oh. My dear.
That's what you said to me then.
When?
In Mr. Sholto's garden. I was frightened. You took my hand. John.
I'm here.
My hand was warmer then, wasn't it?
It's all right, my love. Everything's all right.
Oh, my poor John. First Mr. Holmes, and now me.
Mary.
Everyone you love. It hardly seems fair. I'm so sorry. To be taken so young. There's no justice in the world, Doctor.
No, Mrs. Hudson. No justice. It was good of you to come.
A sad reason for us to meet again, though.
Indeed. I should have called to see you. How have you been?
Well, I can't pretend the time hasn't hung heavy. They say the years pass faster as you get older, but these last 3 have seemed more like 30.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Look at me, keeping you from talking to everyone else who came. Off you go now.
Very well. Thank you again.
Doctor. And please remember you're always welcome at Baker Street.
You're very kind, Mrs. Hudson, but... Well...
Too many memories.
I'm afraid so. Too many memories.
I hear the wedding's off. Is that right, Adair?
Yeah, that's right.
She walked out on him, sensible filly.
She did nothing of the sort, as you very well know.
Oh, so you walked out on her, did you, lad? Sensible chap.
It was a mutual decision.
A ridiculous idea in the first place. Damn fool notion. Stick to your own kind, young Adair.
I take it your father's delighted.
Yes.
But what did her father think? Goodbye to the Maynooth fortune.
He wasn't very pleased. No.
Oh, well, that's putting it mildly from what I heard. Is it true he came at you with a 12-bore, Ronald?
Can we please get on with the game?
Of course, Sir John. I think we're down, Moran.
Damn right you are.
And about time. You two were coming close to having us on the streets.
Deal the damn cards.
Thank you.
Sir?
Good health to you. You are, Stanford? Thanks, old man. Cheers. So, how are you? Oh, I've been better. Yes. Of all the damn things to happen. What's the point of it all, Stanford? Watson. I mean, look at us. Doctors, for God's sake. Well, what good do we actually do? What difference can we make? We can make a difference. You have to hold on to that. Sometimes we really can. Not where it matters. You know what someone said to me at a funeral? There's no justice in the world. Well, I'll drink to that. Barman?
Good Lord, man, I swear you keep him up your sleeve.
Ha-ha! Discovered!
Damn it, Adair, you've the luck of the devil.
Luck, Sir John. It was skill, pure skill.
Not to mention the brilliance of his partner, eh, Ronald?
Not to mention the brilliance of my partner.
Come on, John, let's take him on again. Yes, what do you say, Johnny? Another hand?
No, Moran, that's my lot for tonight.
But it's early still.
What's the matter with you, Adair, you deaf? Now, what's the damage?
Well, let's see.
Here, I've been keeping a note. There you are, Sir John.
Good God.
You know, what you should be doing is thinking about the future.
The future? Stanford, just at the moment, I can't see any future.
You need something to occupy yourself. Why don't you get back to the old writing? Give us some more of those stories of yours.
Yeah, romantic rubbish.
What?
That's what Holmes always called them. Like putting an elopement into the third proposition of Euclid.
Damn good thing, too. Have you ever read Euclid? That's more like it. Go on, why don't you?
No, I don't think so.
Pity. The old Strand's not been the same since you packed it in.
Thank you, Stanford. I appreciate that.
Oh, I mean it. The way you wrote about those criminals really made it live.
Well, I had some marvellous material to work with. Holmes would only ever take a case if it was out of the ordinary.
Mm-hmm.
There's not been too much of that sort lately.
Ah, so you do still follow these things?
Not really, no, not anymore. It's hard to shake off something like that.
Well, there you are. Take it up again. Solve a few crimes.
Stanford.
No, I mean it. What's that line? You know my methods.
Employ them. I wouldn't have the arrogance.
Come on. You need an aim in life.
Doctor's orders?
Yes, actually. Doctor's orders. Now all you need is the right case.
Ronald! Ronald, are you in there?
He hasn't come out all evening, my lady.
Ronald, why are you being so rude? Unlock this door at once. Ronald? Melville.
My lady. My God.
What's wrong?
No, my lady, stay there.
Stand aside, man. Melville.
My lady.
I don't want any unseemly gossip in the lane. Please ensure that you send someone discreet for the police.
The Honourable Ronald Adair, second son of the Earl of Maynooth, Governor of Queensland. Fashionable Park Lane address, known in the best society, member of all the right clubs.
And missing most of his head.
Thank you, Constable, I do have eyes.
Is the doctor here yet?
No, Inspector.
Well, why the devil not?
I don't know, sir. Shall I try to find out?
What a good idea.
Why don't you?
I tell you, he did himself in. Stands to reason.
Oh, yes. Then where's the gun?
They're in the room, of course. They just haven't found it yet. They will. You wait.
Well, hang about here for a couple of months.
Very amusing. Now, move along. There's nothing to see here. Unless any of you lot have clapped eyes on a police surgeon.
Can't even find their own people.
Come on, you heard me. Nothing to see. Move along. You too, if you please, sir. Unless you've business in the building.
Oh, well, no, Constable. Not as such.
Then I'm sorry, but I must ask you to clear the area. You understand, sir?
Yes, of course.
Dr. Watson.
Ah, Lestrade, good morning.
It's all right, Sacker. This gentleman's a friend of mine. Good morning to you, Doctor. How are you?
I'm in reasonable health, thank you, Lestrade.
Good. What brings you here?
I'm afraid it's the same thing that brought those others. Sheer curiosity.
You saw it in the papers, I suppose.
Oh, yes.
I thought it would get out. The loyalty of servants, eh? How much have they got?
Enough to be intriguing. Locked room, no weapon, no motive. Can you, tell me any more?
Well, actually, Doctor... Look, I wonder if you'd mind doing me a favour.
Good God.
Quiet.
Has he been moved at all?
Not an inch.
The entrance wound is just above the right eye. The exit... Have you found the bullet?
Here.
Yes, I thought so. Soft-nosed revolver bullet. Filthy things. They mushroom out when they hit. Where was it?
In the wooden panelling. Just there.
So, he was sitting at his desk.
Or standing by it.
Yeah. He'd been working on these papers, presumably. May I?
Be my guest.
Thank you. Hardy, Murray, Jenkinson, St. Simon, and a list of figures. Any idea what it's all about?
Not yet. Can you tell when he died?
Not accurately. 9 or 10 hours ago, possibly.
He got in from his club just before 10 and came straight up here. His mother had the door broken in at 11:30. I was hoping you could pin down the time of death a bit more precisely.
I'm afraid not. Had there been any callers? Did he see anyone?
No to both questions. According to the butler, he locked this door behind him and never came out.
There's talk of suicide.
Then where's the weapon? Not a chance. I do hate a messy murder, especially when it's impossible.
The door to the room was locked on the inside, and although the window was open a fraction, there were no signs that anyone had entered or left by that way. It's at least 20 feet above the road, and there's a flower bed directly below. It wasn't disturbed at all.
Could the shot have been fired from outside the house, perhaps from the park opposite?
No, sir. A revolver's not accurate enough over that sort of distance. And in any case, my men found several people who were in or near the area at the time in question. None of them heard a shot.
I've known him for years. He's a conventional enough young chap. Quiet, unemotional. Fond of cards, of course, but there's nothing wrong with that. He played a hell of a game, too. I shall miss him.
Yes, he was a good friend. We were card partners, had been for some time. Ronald was a first-rate sort, as honest as the day's long. Not an enemy in the world.
Yes, I played against young Adair often enough.
With what result, Sir John?
The cards usually fell fairly equally, I'd say.
I have here a statement given to the police by another member of the Bagatelle Club. He asserts that on the day of Adair's death, there was an altercation between yourself and the deceased.
Certainly not.
On the subject of his frequent substantial wins against you and your partner.
Nonsense. The man's mistaken or lying.
That's right, sir. He was engaged to my Edith for nigh on 6 months.
And when the wedding was called off, were you disappointed?
Sir?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Woodley, you just lost one of the wealthiest young bachelors in the country as a son-in-law. Were you angry?
I don't know who's been talking to you, sir, but there's not a word of truth in it.
Oh, not a word of truth in what, exactly?
Nothing, sir. Nothing.
In the absence of any further evidence, this court records a verdict of willful murder by person or persons unknown.
Inspector! Any comment on the coroner?
Are you any closer to catching the murderer?
An official statement will be issued in
Have
due
you
course.
found the murder
Have you found the
Is
motive?
it true that Inspector Gregson's been called in to assist you?
Gentlemen, please, let us pass.
Have you any theories, Dr. Watson?
I'm sorry, I can't make any comment.
How do you think Mr. Holmes would have investigated this case, sir?
Please, let me
Stand aside
Just
there.
one favor for the standard, gentlemen.
Please, get out of the way. I'm sorry.
Damn you, sir.
Let me help.
Leave them.
Well, they're not damaged, are they?
These books are valuable.
Yeah, well, I do, sir.
Charming.
Do you know, I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh, yes.
Now, where on earth, sir? I got it. He was in Park Lane the other morning, when I went back for another look at the house.
When exactly?
The second day after the murder. Your constable moved him on.
Probably just another gawper. Do you think it's significant?
No, I don't suppose so. So, what's your next step, Inspector?
Oh, back to the routine. Question everyone again, that sort of thing. Not to mention trying to work out how the devil it was done.
Yes.
He would have loved this one, eh?
Yes, indeed.
Well, thank you again for all your help, Doctor.
Oh, don't mention it. Quite like old times again.
Yes. I must be off. Good day to you. Perhaps we'll see each other again soon.
Yes, perhaps we will. Goodbye, Lestrade.
Who the devil are you? What do you want?
Look at me.
I've got better things to look at.
Look at me.
Oh my God.
Yes, Jenny.
Beg pardon, sir, but there's someone wants to see you.
A patient?
I asked him, Doctor, but he wouldn't say.
Wouldn't say. Well, did he give you his card?
No, sir, but he said you knew him.
Show him into the consulting room, Jenny. I'll be there in a minute.
Yes, sir. Oh. Sir, I'm sorry.
It's all right, Jenny. You can go.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now, sir, why have you come here?
To apologise.
For what, pray?
I was gruff.
You're making too much of a trifle, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me.
My books mean a lot to me.
So I realise.
You should fill that gap in the bookcase. It's untidy.
What gap?
There.
Ah, I can see what you mean, but I hardly think it's...
How do you do, Watson? I trust I find you well. My dear Watson, I owe you 1,000 apologies. I had no idea that you'd be so affected.
Holmes, is it really you? You're alive. How's it possible?
Wait. Are you sure you're fit to discuss things? I've given you a serious shock.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Yes, perhaps it was an unnecessarily dramatic appearance.
I can hardly believe my eyes. To think that you of all men, should be standing in my study. Well, you're not a spirit anyhow.
No.
Well. Oh, my dear chap, I'm overjoyed to see you. Sit down.
No, thank you, Doctor. No, I prefer to stand. Yes, it's no joke when a tall man has to take a foot of his height for hours on end.
But why? Why the disguise? No. No, first, for the love of heaven, tell me how you came alive out of that dreadful chasm.
Do you mind if I smoke a cigarette?
Holmes!
Well, perhaps it would be better if explanations waited until later.
Holmes, I want to know now.
Very well, very well. About that chasm. I had no serious difficulty getting out of it, for the very simple reason that I was never in it.
Never in it?
No, Watson. I never was in it. My note to you was absolutely genuine. I had no doubt that I'd come to the end of my career.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Moriarty.
You were, of course, expecting me.
Of course. I congratulate you on your escape.
Thank you. And I congratulate you on the operation. A piece of meticulous planning worthy almost of myself.
I'm flattered. You know, of course, that your organization is finished.
I anticipated as much.
And your infamous career along with it.
By no means. At the very least, I still have one crowning achievement to attain.
I believe I recently said something very similar.
I'm not in the least surprised. You will wish, no doubt, to pen some touching epistle to your companion, the worthy doctor. Pray do so.
You're most kind. I wrote the note, which you later found.
And which I still have.
And then we walked along the pathway together. Myself and Moriarty.
I suppose it would be futile to try to persuade you to join me.
You suppose correctly.
A pity. Together, what triumphs we might have achieved. And I do so deplore the waste. So illogical. Goodbye, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Baritsu, the Japanese system of wrestling. It's been useful to me more than once.
Good God. Holmes, the tracks. I saw them with my own eyes. 2 sets of footprints went down the path. None came back.
Yes. The instant the professor disappeared, it struck me what an extraordinarily lucky chance fate had placed in my way.
Lucky?
Now, Moriarty wasn't the only man who'd sworn my death. There were at least 3 others, all of them dangerous. It occurred to me that if the world was convinced that I was dead, they would take liberties, these men. Lay themselves open. So, I decided to die.
Good heavens.
Once I destroyed them, then I could announce that I was actually still in the land of the living.
And now you've done so. But no, that doesn't make sense. Why the disguise? Why the secrecy?
2 of the 3 men have been dealt with, and now the 3rd, the deadliest of all. He's within my grasp at last.
Look, we're getting ahead of ourselves. If you didn't come back along that path, then how did you get away?
I read your picturesque account of the matter with great interest. You said that the cliff above the falls was sheer, but that wasn't literally true. There were a few small handholds. It wasn't a pleasant business, Watson. I'm not a fanciful person, but I give you my word that I seem to hear Moriarty's voice screaming up at me. I couldn't have made it to the very top, but some way up, there was a ledge. I was able to wait there and rest.
For how long? You don't mean to say you were there above me when I came back?
Yes, I was. I watched you and your followers investigating my death in the most sympathetic and inefficient manner.
I didn't find the circumstances exactly conducive to efficiency.
No, perhaps not. Anyway, at last, when you'd all formed your inevitable and totally erroneous conclusions and departed for the hotel, I was left alone.
And you climbed down the cliff?
Exactly.
And went where?
To Florence, initially.
Florence?
With the certainty that no one in the world knew what had become of me.
No, indeed.
Save one.
What do you mean?
I did have one confidant. My brother Mycroft. I needed money. I needed information.
And you couldn't trust me?
My dear Watson, I owe you many apologies. Several times in the last 3 years I've taken up my pen to write to you.
Then what in the world stopped you?
Your regard for me.
I don't understand.
I was afraid it would lead you to betray my secret. Your account of my unhappy end was a vital factor in the whole plan. Would it have been as convincing if you'd known the truth?
What about after it was published?
Still too great a risk. For you as well as me. I can only ask your forgiveness.
You have it, of course.
Thank you, my friend. And now, I have a piece of work for both of us tonight. Hard and dangerous work. And if we bring it to a successful conclusion, it will justify a man's life on this planet. Will you come with me?
When you like. And where you like. Tibet?
Yes, for 2 years and all.
Did you manage to get into Lhasa?
Yes, I did. Spent some time with the head lama. Fascinating doctrine in Buddhism. Remarkable. An eternal quest for perfection. Life after life. Yes, death after death.
And when you left Tibet?
I passed through Persia, looked in at Mecca, visited Khartoum.
This is incredible.
You may have read about the explorations of a Norwegian named Sigerson.
Oh, yes, I believe I did. You knew him? You're not saying Sigerson was you.
Until he obligingly disappeared without trace, leaving me free to spend some time doing chemical research in the south of France.
What finally made you come back to London?
2 things. Firstly, the knowledge that someone's trying to set himself up in the late Professor Moriarty's shoes.
What? You mean rebuild his organization?
Yes.
This is the man you mentioned?
It is.
What was the second reason?
The fact that after months of caution, this man has finally made a slip, and now I have him. Come, Doctor.
Holmes? Where are we?
Well, don't you know?
You seem to have led me through every mews and stable yard in London.
I see 3 years hasn't improved your tendency to exaggeration.
Or yours to sarcasm.
Touche. In here.
How long's this place been empty?
What's important is that it's empty now.
We should have brought a lantern.
No lights. Your eyes will adjust themselves in a moment.
Why are we here?
All in good time, Doctor. Can you see yet?
Yes, well enough.
Excellent. Follow me. Look down there. Now do you know where we are?
Well, surely that's Baker Street.
Yes. We're in Camden House, directly opposite our old quarters.
But why are we here?
Well, because it commands so excellent a view of that picturesque pile. Now, let's see if 3 years of absence have entirely taken away my power to surprise you. Look over at our old rooms.
But the blinds will be drawn. Good heavens.
I trust that age doth not wither nor custom stale my infinite variety.
It's marvellous.
Yeah.
What is it, some sort of cut-out
No,
shape?
no, it's a bust in wax. Throws a more realistic shadow. It's by Monsieur Oscar Meunier of Grenoble. It really is rather like me. Don't you think?
I'd be prepared to swear that it was you. But what does it mean? Surely it's as good as telling this man that you're still alive.
But he already knows. I sent him a message through one of his agents, Parker by name, a garrotter by trade. Remarkable performer on the Jew's harp.
Holmes, you're making this up.
Never, I swear it. Anyway, I've not been out of sight of one of his men ever since.
Which presumably was what you wanted.
Exactly. My next call was on the admirable Mrs. Hudson.
With no warning? You just walked up and rang the doorbell?
Yes, I'm afraid I did. And in answer to your next question, violent hysterics.
She didn't faint then?
She does have remarkable self-control for a woman.
Well, I hope you apologise to her.
There were more important things to say. I made sure that my shadower was within earshot and negotiated an immediate lease on my old rooms.
You were lucky to find them unoccupied.
Yeah.
And so this man, this new Moriarty, knows exactly where to find you.
Or thinks he does.
And you're expecting him to make some sort of attack on you tonight.
He's a man of action. He won't delay. Before the night's out, I shall have been efficiently assassinated by a single shot from the street. I'm rather looking forward to it. We'll have a perfect view from here.
Suppose he gets away before we reach him.
No, he won't. He won't. Watson. He's the most cunning and dangerous criminal in London, and he's after me tonight. And we are after him.
I never thought I'd see a night like this again. Holmes, it's wonderful.
Yes. Yes, it is, isn't it?
The shadow's moved.
Huh? Yes, of course it's moved. Am I such a farcical bungalow that I should erect an obvious dummy and expect one of the sharpest men in Europe to be deceived by it?
You surely haven't got Mrs. Hudson.
One change every 10 minutes. She crawls in below window level.
That's outrageous.
Oh, she enjoys that sort of thing.
Holmes.
Wait.
What? The street's empty.
Listen. He's coming in here. Tonight's surprises are not all one-sided. Your pistol. Ready. Excellent. Now into the shadows and not a sound. I'm afraid your jubilation's a little premature.
You?
Thank you, Watson.
My pleasure. But who is it? I can't see a damn thing.
Let's summon some illumination.
Are you all right?
Yes, perfectly. Direct your attention to our friend there, will you?
Now listen to me. I have a revolver trained on your head. Make no sudden moves, do you understand?
The lantern bearers.
Mr. Holmes!
Good evening, Lestrade.
I could hardly believe it when I got your message. It's good to see you back in London, sir.
Well, you needed a little unofficial help. 3 undetected murders in 1 year won't do, Lestrade. But you handled the Molesey case with less than your usual. That's just to say, you handled it fairly well.
Holmes, if you don't mind.
My dear fellow, a little light here, if you please. Constable. Thank you. Yes. Journey's end in lovers' meetings, as the old play says. Gentlemen, let me introduce you to Colonel Sebastian Moran.
Good God above.
Once of Her Majesty's Indian Army and the best heady game shot that our Eastern Empire has ever produced.
You fiend! You cunning fiend!
I'm surprised that my simple trick could deceive so experienced a hunter. How many times have you tied a young goat under a tree and waited above it with your rifle for the bait to bring up your tiger? Well, this empty house is my tree, and you are my tiger. The parallel is exact.
You, sir, Inspector, or whatever you are, you may or may not have cause for arresting me, but there's no reason why I should submit to the jibes of this person. If I'm in the hands of the law, let things be done in a legal way.
Well, that's reasonable enough. Anything more to say, Mr. Holmes, before we go?
This is a fascinating weapon. I knew von Herder, the blind German mechanic who made it to the order of the late Professor Moriarty. I've no doubt it was always intended for the Professor's trusted chief of staff. Isn't that so, Colonel?
You devil!
That's quite enough of that. You're not in India now. Constable, take him downstairs.
Inspector? One moment. Holmes?
Moran?
You seem to know a good deal about me. Remember that in some parts of the world, too much knowledge is believed to be a dangerous thing.
Come on, you. And in others, the pursuit of truth is worshipped as man's holiest endeavour. Yeah. Uniquely powerful and accurate, but almost completely silent. Like all air guns.
Air guns? You said you were afraid of air guns. Seems like a lifetime ago.
If that's all, gentlemen.
Yeah, one final thing. What charge do you intend to prefer?
What charge? Why, the attempted murder of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
No, Lestrade. I didn't want to appear in the matter at all. To you, and only you, goes the credit for this remarkable arrest.
Holmes?
Yes, Watson. Yes, with his usual happy mixture of cunning and audacity. Lestrade has got him.
Got him? Got who?
The man the whole force has been seeking in vain. The murderer of the Honourable Ronald Adair.
Colonel Sebastian Moran. It's hard to believe.
Son of a cabinet minister, Eton, Oxford, impeccable military career.
Impeccable? It's outstanding, more like. Jawaki, Afghanistan, Charasiab. When I was a boy, he was one of my heroes.
Well, what the devil went wrong with the man?
There are trees which grow to a certain height and then suddenly develop some unsightly eccentricity. You often see exactly the same thing in humans.
I'd hardly call turning to murder an unsightly eccentricity.
Ah, yes, the murder. Don't forget these, Lestrade.
Revolver bullets from a silent rifle. No wonder we were thrown completely off the scent.
Yes, there's genius in it.
Are you sure he was able to shoot young Adair from right across Park Lane? That window wasn't lifted more than a crack.
Ah, that was all he needed. And his own mastery gave him away. At last, he'd been panicked into a crime that I could trace straight to him and no one else. Only he had the ability, the means, and the motive.
Of what motive?
I can't see any reason for him to do it.
Ah, but I have one vital piece of information that you lack.
Go on.
The Colonel has one particular skill which you won't find mentioned in his memoirs. He's an expert card sharp. Lived off that for years. And I believe that young Adair caught him out and threatened to expose him. Well, that would have meant public ruin and the end of all his grand plans.
So Adair had to die.
Which he did, in the very act of absolving himself from his partner's crimes.
The list of names and figures. Adair was calculating how much he'd won illegally.
Planning to return it all. He really was as honest as the day's long, just as Moran described him.
Well, I've met some cool ones in my time, but... Gentlemen, I must be getting back to the yard. It's been a pleasure to work with you again, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade. Somewhat to my surprise, I have to say that the pleasure's been mutual. Good night.
Good night, Inspector.
Gentlemen.
Holmes? I'm just recalling the first time we stood here together.
Yes. A well-remembered door.
A scandal in Bohemia.
I thought you didn't bother with worthless rubbish.
That's quite right, quite right. Would you care to step in for a minute?
I'd be delighted.
I went to it on my knees, sir, as you told me.
I hope you were careful, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, yes, Doctor. Believe me.
Excellent. You carried the thing out very well.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Watson, Mrs. Hudson and I have one final surprise for you.
Holmes, after everything else that's happened today, General Gordon himself could be waiting behind that door to present me with a Victoria Cross, and I don't believe I'd bat an eyelid.
Oh? So you'll be equally phlegmatic about this, then, will you?
What the... I don't believe it. Holmes, this is incredible.
Brother Mycroft's work.
And mine. Though if I'm being truthful, I thought it was more than a touch morbid.
Everything is exactly the same.
Not exactly the same.
Well, no, it's a good deal tidier than it used to be.
That won't last.
Oh, I'm sure it won't. This is amazing.
Well, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I have a good many things to see to.
Of course.
Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. It's a pleasure to be back.
Gentlemen.
Look here. Now, this should convince Lestrade that the old hunter's eyes are as keen as ever, you see? Smack through the brain.
Oh, Holmes, please. It could easily have been you.
But it wasn't. Not this time. When do you sit down, my dear fellow?
Of course. Thank you.
Excellent. The picture is complete. Yes, and if Mrs. Hudson's her usual efficient self... yes, neatly within arm's reach. Here. For you. And for you. Your very good health.
And yours.
I heard of your recent bereavement. My condolences.
Thank you.
You know work is the best antidote to sorrow.
Yes, I'm sure that's true.
Your practice. Absorbing, is it?
Whew, hardly.
No. Done any writing lately?
No, not a word. No, inspiration.
You know your old room on the next floor? It's still vacant. Wasn't?
I was just thinking. In the old days...
the old days.
You would have sat there and said nothing. Even if it had taken me all night to come out with it and ask you.
Yes, I believe you're right.
You've changed, you know.
Dying will do that to a man. For the better?
Oof. Goodness only knows. I suppose I'll have to come back just to find out. It really has been a most extraordinary day. Welcome back, Holmes.
Welcome back, Watson. To
the future.
The future.
In The Empty House, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Frederick Treves as Colonel Moran, Donald G. as Inspector Lestrade, and Michael Pennington as Professor Moriarty. Mrs. Hudson was played by Joan Matheson, Sir John by Peter Penry Jones, the nurse by Kate Binchy, Mary Watson by Gilly Mears, Watson's maid by Cyril Jenkins, Murray by Steve Hudson, Adair by John Webb, Stamford by Keith Drinkle, the coroner by John Church, and Woodley by John Fleming. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Empty House was dramatized for radio by Bert Coules and directed by Patrick Rayner.
The Mercury Theatre on the air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure in bringing you the 12th in its series of weekly broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air. Tonight, Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company brings to life the best-loved character in detective fiction, the immortal Sherlock Holmes. The play is Orson Welles' own adaptation for radio of William Gillette's enduring melodrama based on the famous stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Before the performance begins, here is the director of the Mercury Theatre, the star and producer of these unique broadcasts, Orson Welles.
Good evening. Well, tonight it's back to Baker Street. Back to that unlikely London of the 19th century where high adventure awaits all who would seek it, in a hansom cab or under a gas lamp in an Inverness cape. For tonight we pay tribute to the most wonderful member of that most wonderful world, a gentleman who never lived and who will never die. There are only a few of them, these permanent profiles, everlasting silhouettes on the edge of the world. There is first the little hunchback with a slapstick whose hooked nose is shaped like his cap. There is now and always will be the penguin-footed hobo in the derby and the baggy pants, and the small boy with a wooden head, and the long, rusty knight on horseback, and the fat knight who could only procure a charge on foot. There is also the tall gentleman with the hawk's face, and the underslung pipe, and the fore and aft cap. We'd know them anywhere and call them easily by name. Punch and the Charlies, Chaplin and McCarthy, Quixote, Sir John, and Sherlock Holmes. Now, irrelevant as this may seem, we of the Mercury Theatre are very much occupied these days with rehearsals for a revival of a fine old American farce. A lot of you will remember, if only for its lovely title, which is Too Much Johnson. Its author was William Gillette, which reminded us, as it reminds you, of Sherlock Holmes. As everybody knows, that celebrated American inventor of underacting lent his considerable gifts as a playwright to the indestructible legend of the Conan Doyle detective, and produced the play which is as much a part of the Holmes literature as any of Sir Arthur's own romances, and, as nobody will ever forget, he gave his face to him. For William Gillette was the aquiline and actual embodiment of Holmes himself. It is too little to say that William Gillette resembled Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes looks exactly like William Gillette. Sounds like him, too, we're afraid, and hope devoutly that the Mercury Theater and the radio will take none of the glamour from the beloved fable of Baker Street, from the pipe and the violin and the hideous purple dressing gown, from the needle and the cigar on the window ledge, and the dry, final, famous lines. Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary, the mere child's play of deduction.
My name is Watson. I am a doctor. It was in the year 1880 that Holmes and I were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At the time, we were both looking for a lodging that would suit our moderate means. This we found on the second floor of a house at 221B Baker Street. And it was during the years that we occupied these chambers together that Holmes established his unique international reputation as a consulting detective. During that time, I was privileged to be his daily companion, and I have done my modest share in giving to the world an account of some of his most famous cases. Most famous of these are the ones of which I have written under the names of the Speckled Band, Sign of Four, Hound of the Baskervilles, and A Study in Scarlet. They represent, however, only a minute fraction of the 643 cases Holmes successfully solved during the years that we shared the lodgings in Baker Street. Other cases I hope one day to give to the world include the Tarleton murders, the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, the adventure of Ricoletti, of the clubfoot and his abominable wife, the case of Mrs. Farintosh, the circus belle, and the case of the royal family of Scandinavia. Each illustrate in their own way the remarkable genius of my friend Sherlock Holmes. Since my marriage 3 years ago, Holmes has continued to occupy the Baker Street lodgings by himself. And here almost every afternoon when my work in the office is finished, I am in the habit of calling on him. The sitting room as you go in is exactly as it has been for the past 13 years. The worn bearskin rug, the huge sofa, covered with faded chintz, the mantelpiece cluttered with miscellaneous objects, unanswered letters, and piles of loose tobacco. On one side of the fireplace, in a deep armchair, his pipe curling forth slow wreaths of acrid tobacco, draped in his hideous purple dressing gown, sits Sherlock Holmes with his violin under his chin.
Come in. Oh, Watson, my dear fellow.
How are you, Holmes?
I'm delighted to see you. Perfectly delighted. Upon my word, I am, but I'm sorry to observe that your wife has left you.
She has gone on a little visit. But how did you know?
How did I? Well, I like that. How do I know anything? How do I know you've been getting yourself very wet lately, that you're an extremely careless servant girl, and that you've moved your dressing table to the other side of the room?
Holmes, if you had lived a few centuries ago, they'd have burned you alive.
Such a conflagration would have saved me a great deal of trouble and expense.
Tell me now, how did you know all that?
Too simple to talk about. Scratches and clumsy cuts, my dear fellow, on the inner side of your shoe there, just where the firelight strikes it. Scratches, cuts. Somebody scraped away crusted mud and did it badly. Scraped the shoe along with it. There's your wet foot, my dear Watson, and your careless servant girl all on one shoe. Face badly shaved on the right side, always used to be on the left. Light must come from the other side. Couldn't very well move your window. Must move the dressing table.
Of course. But how the deuce did you know my wife was away?
Well, what the deuce is your second waistcoat button, Watson? And what the deuce is yesterday's buttonniere doing in today's lapel? And why the deuce do you wear the expression of a...
Oh, marvelous.
Elementary, my dear fellow, elementary. The child's play of deduction. I'm only doing it for your amusement before we pass on to more serious matters.
Oh, what is it now, Holmes?
Watson, my dear fellow, the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish my little adventures, You occasionally seen fit to introduce a certain element of romance, which struck me as being just a trifle out of place. Something like working an elopement into the fifth proposition of Euclid. I merely refer to this in case you should see fit at some future time to chronicle the case on which I am about to embark. The strange case of Professor Robert Moriarty.
Moriarty? I don't remember ever having heard of the fellow.
No, Watson, you haven't. It is precisely this quality of invisibility that makes of Professor Moriarty the Napoleon of crime. Sitting motionless like an ugly, venomous spider in the center of his web. But that web having 1,000 radiations and the spider knowing every quiver of every one of them. And within 48 hours, I'll have the lines drawn so tightly around him that he can't move. I'll arrest him and his entire gang.
Why, Holmes, this is a very dangerous...
My dear fellow, it's perfectly delightful. My whole life is spent in a series of frantic endeavors to escape from the dreary commonplaces of existence. For a brief period, I escape. You should congratulate me. The day before yesterday, I received in this room the visit of a certain foreign nobleman who has recently inherited a very considerable title and who is about to be married. Seems that this titled gentleman was so indiscreet as to fall in love with a young English lady by the name of Faulkner, socially his inferior, and to make her a promise of marriage. Later, at his family's insistence, the thing was broken off, and the young lady died shortly after of a broken heart, leaving behind a sister. Also, considerable evidence in the form of letters, photographs, and jewelry with inscriptions. These the sister kept. These, together with the sister, are now being held in a house in St. John's Wood by a pair of blackmailers who go by the name of Chetwood. So far as you see, my dear Watson, a fairly ordinary case of blackmail, hardly worth my attention. Last night, on my inspection, a certain element revealed itself which renders the case far more important than I had expected.
And that element was?
Professor Moriarty. Come in.
Beg pardon, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy, what is it?
Gentleman to see you by the name of Foreman.
Show him in, Billy. Show him in.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Come in, Mr. Foreman.
Good evening, Foreman.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, this is Inspector Foreman. Since the day before yesterday, he occupies the position of butler under the name of Judson in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Chetwood, blackmailers of St. John's Wood. Well, Foreman, any news?
Yes, sir. This morning, a little after 9, Chetwood and his wife drove away in a four-wheeler. They returned about 11. Bassett was with them. You know him, sir?
Yes. When I last had the occasion to meet Mr. Bassett, he got 2 years for safecracking. You go on, Foreman.
Well, they took this man Bassett into the library. I got a look at him from the outside. And there he was opening up the safe where they'd been keeping the letters.
Go on.
In the end, when they got the safe open, it was empty. The letters were gone. It seems like the Faulkner girl got them back somehow. That got them pretty excited. Bassett went out to send a telegram.
Have you got a copy of it?
Yes. Here it is, sir. It's in code.
Moriarty. I thought so, Watson. This case is taking a most promising turn. Foreman, you return at once to the house at St. John's Wood. In 10 minutes, I shall be there myself. If I remember correctly, the kitchen is immediately below the drawing room. Yes. When I knock over a chair in the drawing room, you'll overturn a lamp in the kitchen, scatter smoke balls, and give an alarm of fire. All other instructions remain unchanged.
Very good, sir.
Hurry, Foreman.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, my dear Watson, begins to look like a most interesting evening. Good evening. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Whom did you wish to see, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chetwood. I had myself announced by the butler on my way up.
Butler? I didn't. Oh, very well. Oh, here he is. Yes, Judson. Miss Faulkner begs Mr. Holmes to excuse her. She is not well enough to see anyone this evening.
Will you please hand this card to Miss Faulkner and say that I
beg your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but it's quite useless, really.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear it.
Yes, Miss Faulkner is, I regret to say, quite an invalid. She is unable to see anyone. Her health is so poor.
Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Chetwood, that she might be confined to the house too much?
How does that concern you?
It doesn't. I simply make the suggestion. Might like to think it over. What's your butler's name?
Judson, sir.
Very well, Judson. Go on, take my card up.
Very good, sir.
Well, this is really too good. Why, of course, he can take up your card or your note or whatever it is if you wish it so much. I was only trying to save you the trouble.
Thanks. It's hardly any trouble at all to send up a card.
You know, Mr. Holmes, you interest me very much.
Oh, really?
Upon my word, yes. We've all heard of your wonderful methods, the astonishing manner in which you gain information from the most trifling details. Now, I dare say in this brief moment or two, you've discovered any number of things about me.
Nothing of consequence, Mr. Chetwood. I've hardly more than asked myself why you were so distressed to see me at this particular moment, and what there can possibly be about the safe in the lower part of that desk to cause you such painful anxiety.
Yes, very good. Very good indeed. If those things were only true now, I'd be wonderfully impressed. It would be absolutely remarkable.
Excuse me, sir.
Judson.
A message for you, Mr. Chetwood.
You'll excuse me, I trust. It's from, Miss Faulkner. Well, really. She begs to be allowed to see you, Mr. Holmes. She absolutely implores it. Well, I suppose I shall have to give way. Judson, ask Miss Faulkner to come down to the drawing room. Say that Mr. Holmes is waiting to see her.
Very good, sir.
Quite remarkable, upon my soul. May I ask, if it's not an impertinent question, what message you sent up that could so have aroused Miss Faulkner's desire to come down?
Merely if that she wasn't down here in 5 minutes, I'd go up.
Oh, that was it.
Yes, quite so. And unless I'm greatly mistaken, I hear the young lady on the stairs. In which case she has a minute and a half to spare.
Alice, that is Miss Faulkner. Let me introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Miss Faulkner.
I'm really most charmed to meet you, although it does look as if you'd made me come down in spite of myself, doesn't it?
I thank you very much indeed for consenting to see me, Miss Faulkner, but regret to observe that you were put to the trouble of making such a very rapid change of dress.
Oh, yes. I did hurry a trifle, I confess. Mr. Holmes is quite living up to his reputation, isn't he, Freddie? Come in.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing here, Judson?
I beg pardon, ma'am. I was answering the bell.
What bell?
The drawing room bell, sir.
What do you mean, you blockhead? No one rang the bell.
I'm quite sure it was rung, sir.
Well, I tell you it did not ring.
Your butler is right, Mr. Chetwood. The bell did ring.
How do you know?
I rang it.
What do you want?
I want to send my card to the real Miss Faulkner.
The real?
I said the real Miss Faulkner. Judson.
Yes, sir?
Holmes, what right have you to ring for servants and give orders in my house?
What right have you to prevent my cards from reaching their destination? And how does it happen that you and this woman are resorting to trickery and deceit to prevent me from seeing Alice Faulkner? Through some trifling oversight, Judson, neither of the cards I handed to him has been delivered. Kindly see that this error does not occur again.
My orders, sir?
Ah, you have orders.
I can't say, sir.
You were told not to deliver my card.
What business is it of yours, I'd like to know?
I shall satisfy your curiosity on that point in a very short time, Mr. Chetwood.
Yes, and you'll find out in a very short time that it isn't safe to meddle with me. It wouldn't be any trouble at all for me to throw you out into the street.
Possibly not, but trouble would swiftly follow such an experiment on your part.
It's a cursed lucky thing for you I'm not armed.
Yes, well, when Miss Faulkner comes down, you go and arm yourself.
Arm myself? I'll call the police. What's more, I'll do it now.
Oh, no, you will not do it now. You will remain where you are until the lady I came here to see has entered this room.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because you will prefer to avoid an investigation of your suspicious conduct, Mr. James Larrabee.
Larrabee?
That is the name under which you are known to Scotland Yard, I believe, Mr. Chetwood. This lady here is your wife. To you, Judson, you will either deliver that card to Miss Faulkner at once or sleep in the police station tonight. That is of small consequence to me, which you do.
Shall I go, sir?
Go on. Take up the card. It makes no difference to me.
A short time since, Larrabee, you displayed an acute anxiety to leave the room. Pray do not let me detain you or your wife any longer. Take it you prefer to remain while I talk to Miss Faulkner?
We do, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, at last, Miss Faulkner.
Is it Mr. Holmes?
Yes,
You wish to see me?
very much indeed, Miss Faulkner, but I'm sorry to see that you are far from well.
Oh, no,
No? Beg your pardon. What does this mark mean?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing?
No.
And the mark here on your neck, plainly showing the clutch of a man's fingers, does that mean nothing also? Occurs to me that I should like to have an explanation of this. Possibly you can furnish one, Mr. Larrabee.
How should I know?
It seems to have occurred in your own house.
What if it did? You'd better understand that it isn't healthy for you or anyone else to interfere with my business.
Ah, that is your business. Say that much at least. Pray be seated, Miss Faulkner.
I don't know who you are, Mr. Holmes, or why you are here.
I shall be very glad indeed to explain. My business is this. I've been consulted as to the possibility of obtaining from you certain letters addressed to your sister, which are supposed to be in your possession.
I cannot give up my sister's letters, Mr. Holmes. There are other things besides revenge. There is punishment.
Believe me, Miss Faulkner.
There is nothing more to say. Good night, Mr. Holmes.
But my dear Miss Faulkner... Oh, I'm so sorry. How clumsy of me to turn over this chair.
Fire! Fire!
Oh, what's that? What's that?
What's
going on in your house here?
Fire! Where? The lamp, sir. Lamp? The lamp in the kitchen, sir. It fell off the table and everything down there is blazing, sir. Quick, sir, come down. Come.
Don't alarm yourself, Miss Faulkner. There is no fire.
No fire?
The smoke was all arranged for.
Arranged for? What does it mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means this, Miss Faulkner. It means that I wanted a package of letters, Miss Faulkner, and that by following your eyes just now, when you thought there was a fire, I discovered that you'd hidden them in the upholstery of this chair. Here. Quite elementary, as you see. And now that they're in my possession, there seems to be no reason for me to remain any longer in this house. Good night, Miss Faulkner. Miss Faulkner.
Yes?
I can't take them, Miss Faulkner. These letters belong to you. I find that I cannot keep them unless you can possibly change your mind and let me have them of your own free will. I suppose you could. I will therefore return them to you, and, here's our friend Mr. Larrabee returning from the fire.
So, you've got the letters, have you? Now I suppose we're going to see you walk out of the house with them.
On the contrary, you're going to see me return them to their rightful owner. Miss Faulkner, here are your letters. Should you ever change your mind and be so generous, so forgiving as to wish to return these letters to the one who wrote them, you have my address. In any event, rest assured there will be no more cruelty, no more persecution in this house.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You are perfectly safe with your property, Miss Faulkner, for I shall so arrange it that your faintest cry of distress will be heard. And if that cry is heard, it will be very unfortunate for those who are responsible. As for you, Mr. Larrabee, and you, Madame, I beg you to understand that you continue your persecution of that young lady at your peril. Good night.
Miss Faulkner. Come here, Miss Faulkner. Now. Are you going to give me those letters?
No, never.
Are you going to give me those letters? Now then.
Be careful, Jim.
You shut up. Now then, Miss Faulkner. Do you give me those letters, or do I break your arm? What's that?
Someone knocked on the door.
No, it was on that side.
Did you call, madam?
I think someone knocked, Judson.
I'll see, madam. I beg pardon, madam, but there's no one at the door.
Very well, you may go. He's got us watched.
What we want to do is to leave it alone. Let the Emperor have it.
Do you mean Professor Moriarty?
That's who I mean. Once let him get at it, he'll settle it with Holmes pretty quick. Don't you worry a minute. I tell you, Professor Moriarty will get at him before noon tomorrow night. He won't wait long either. And when he strikes, it means death.
Number? 82. V71.
Great. Moriarty speaking. Come in, Bessie. Your report come in from Manning?
Everything was a trap, set and baited by an expert.
And Manning?
Manning has disappeared.
Disappeared? Sherlock Holmes again. And now this Larrabee job. He's in on that, too. And that's where he's made his mistake. Mr. Holmes is playing rather a dangerous game, Bassick. Inspector Wilson tried it 7 years ago. Wilson is dead. 2 years later, Henderson took it up. We haven't heard anything of Henderson lately, eh?
Not a thing, sir.
You'll see about that. This Holmes is rather a talented man. He doesn't realize there isn't a street in London that'll be safe for him if I whisper his name to Cragen. I might even make him a little call myself, just for the satisfaction of it.
Just for the satisfaction of it. Baker Street, isn't it, this place? Baker Street, eh?
Baker Street, sir.
We could make it safe. We could make it absolutely safe for 3 streets in every direction.
Yes, sir, but
we could. We've done it over and over again elsewhere. Police deployed, men in every doorway. Do this tonight in Baker Street. At 9 o'clock, call his attendants out on one pretext or another and keep them out. You understand? I'll see this Sherlock Holmes myself. I'll give him a chance for his life. Magic.
Yes, sir.
Notify the Lascar that I may require the gas chamber at Stepney tomorrow night. And have Craig in there at 10:15 with his crew. Tell Larrabee I shall want him to write a letter to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, which I shall dictate. Meet me here at 7. And Bassett, place your men at 9 tonight for Sherlock Holmes's house in Baker Street.
You still go there yourself, sir?
I will still go there myself.
At this meeting tomorrow night, sir, to get him in the gas chamber.
If I fail to kill him in Baker Street, you'll have him in Swan Lane. Either way, I have him, Bassett. 2 strings to our bow. 2 strings, eh, Bassett?
Yes.
That evening, Holmes and I dined together at Scott's in Piccadilly Circus. After dinner, we went to a concert at Queen's Hall. I can still see him on this particular night of the Moriarty case, well knowing that his life was in peril, sitting beside me in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, listening to Sarasate play the violin, gently waving his long, thin fingers in time to the music. When it was over, he rose, put on his long coat, and started with long steps in the direction of the street.
Come, my dear Watson. Let's go on to Baker Street. I have an idea that very soon we shall be receiving a most interesting visit.
In front of the Queen's Hall, we hailed a hansom, and as we came down Baker Street, we could see that the light was burning on the second floor of 221B. We went up the dark, narrow stairs.
Mr. Holmes.
The boy Billy was waiting for us.
Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
Mrs. Hudson's compliments, sir, and she wants to know if she can see you.
Oh, where is Mrs. Hudson?
Downstairs in the kitchen, sir.
My compliments, and I don't think she can. Where she is.
She'll be very sorry, sir.
Our regret will be mutual.
It was most terribly important, sir, being as she wants to know what you'll have for breakfast in the morning.
The same.
Same as when, sir?
This morning.
But you didn't have nothing, sir. You wasn't here.
I won't be here tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Was that all, sir?
Quite so.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Holmes, here's a letter for you, sir, on the table. Delivered 10 minutes ago.
Well, read it, Watson. That's a good fellow. When I put on my dressing gown.
Yes. Dear sir.
Thus addresses me.
Why, James Larrabee.
And what has James to say this evening?
Dear sir.
I hope he won't say that again.
I have the honor to inform you that Miss Faulkner has changed her mind regarding the letters, etc., which you wish to obtain, and has decided to dispose of them for a monetary consideration. If you wish to negotiate, will you be at 9 o'clock at the Guards' Monument at the foot of Waterloo Place? You will see a four-wheeler with wooden shutters to the windows. If you have the cab followed or try any other underhand trick, you won't get what you want. Let me know your decisions. Yours truly, James Larrabee.
Mine truly. Well, later, perhaps.
What does the fellow mean?
Fellow means to sell me a base imitation for a large sum of money of certain letters that he does not possess. I shall probably buy them from him. Now, see if I have the points. Tonight, 11 o'clock, Guards Monument, cab with wooden shutters, no one to come with me, no one to follow. Or I don't get what I want.
Quite right. But this cab with the wooden shutters?
Merely a little device to keep me from seeing where they're taking me. Billy,
Yes, sir.
give this to the man.
It was
and,
a woman, sir.
Oh, young or old?
Looked quite young, sir.
Handsome?
Four-wheeler, sir.
Seen the driver before?
Yes, sir, but I can't think where.
Hand this to the lady. Apologize for the delay and look at the driver again.
Yes, sir.
But, my dear Holmes, you didn't say you would go.
But I certainly did.
This fellow means mischief.
This fellow means the same.
I beg pardon, sir. A message come over from the chemist on the corner to say a man has been hit by a bus. Looks like his legs broke. And would Dr. Watson kindly step over and help till the ambulance
Oh, you
comes?
certainly are. Go at once. I'll be back in a minute, Holmes.
Billy,
Yes, sir.
who brought that message?
Boy from the chemist, sir.
Yes, of course. But which boy?
Must have been a new one, sir. I ain't seen him before.
Billy, get downstairs quickly. Look after the doctor. If the boy's gone, there's a man with him. It means mischief. Let me know. Don't stop to come up. Ring the doorbell. I'll hear it. Ring it loud.
Yes, sir. Look out, sir. Look out. Look out.
Dangerous habit, Mr. Holmes, to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown.
I give you my word, Professor Moriarty. You'll be taken from here to the hospital if you keep your hand behind you like that. That's better. In that case, please put your revolver on the table.
Evidently don't know me.
I think it's quite evident that I do. Pray have a chair, Professor. I can spare you 5 minutes. If you have anything to say. Careful. What are you about to do, Professor Moriarty?
Look at my watch.
I'll tell you when your 5 minutes is up.
It is your intention to pursue this case against me?
That is my intention. To the very end.
I regret this. Not so much on my own account, but on yours.
I share your regret, Professor, but solely because of the rather uncomfortable position it will cause you to occupy.
May I inquire to what position you are pleased to allude, Mr. Holmes?
I refer to the position you will occupy at the end of a rope, Professor Moriarty.
Have you the faintest idea that you'll be permitted to live to see that day?
As to that, I do not particularly care, so that I bring you to see it.
You'll never bring me to see it. You think that I would be here if I hadn't made the streets quite safe in every respect?
I could never so grossly overestimate your courage as that, Professor Moriarty.
You imagine that your friend the doctor and your boy Billy will soon return?
What?
So, it leaves us quite alone, doesn't it, sir? Quite alone. So that we can talk the matter over quietly, Mr. Holmes, and not be disturbed. In the first place, I wish to call your attention to a few memoranda which I've jotted down, and which you will find... There they are.
Look out! Don't do that. Put your hands down quickly. Your father away from that memorandum book you're talking about.
I was merely about to take out a small notebook.
Well, merely don't do it. I don't want it. I've got one of my own. If you want it, we'll have someone get it for you. I always like to save my guests unnecessary trouble.
I observe that your boy doesn't answer the bell.
No, but I have an idea that he will before long.
It may possibly be longer than you think, Mr. Holmes.
What? That boy?
Yes, that boy.
At least we'll try the bell once more, Professor.
Doesn't it occur to you that he may possibly have been detained, Mr. Holmes?
It does, Professor. But it also occurs to me that you're in very much the same predicament, Professor Moriarty.
I beg pardon, sir. Someone tried to hold me, sir.
It's quite evident, however, that he failed to do so.
Yes, sir. He's got my coat, sir, but he ain't got me.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Billy, the gentleman I'm carefully pointing out to you with this 45 desires to have us get us something of his left hand inside coat pocket. As he's not feeling quite himself today, and the consequence of his trying to do it himself might prove fatal, I suggest you attend to it for him.
Yes, sir. Is this it, sir? This gun?
Quite so. So I'll put it on the table. Not there, Billy. On this table, where I can reach it. It's more like it. That's all, Billy.
Shall I see if he's got another, sir?
Why, Billy, you surprised me. Perhaps the gentleman's taken the trouble to inform us that he hasn't.
When, sir?
When he made a snatch for this one. And now, Professor, now that we have your little memorandum book, do you think of anything else you'd like before Billy goes? Any little thing you've got that you don't want? So sorry. That's all, Billy.
Thank you, sir.
Listen, Holmes, to me. On the 4th of January, you crossed my path. On the 23rd, you incommoded me. And now, at the close of April, I find myself placed in such a position through your continual interference that I'm in positive danger of losing my liberty.
Have you any suggestions to make?
No, I have no suggestions to make. I have a fact to state. If you don't drop it at once, your life's not worth that.
I'm afraid, Professor, that in the pleasure of this conversation, I'm neglecting more important business. If you'll excuse me a moment while I get my pipe off the mantelpiece here.
I came here this evening, Mr. Holmes, to see if peace could not be arranged between us.
Quite so, quite so.
You've seen fit not only to reject my proposals, but to make insulting references coupled with threats of arrest. You've been warned of your danger. You don't heed that warning. Perhaps you'll heed this. Up with your hands, Mr. Holmes. Up with them, perhaps.
Didn't imagine I'd leave that gun loaded, did you, Professor Moriarty? Here are your cartridges. I didn't suppose you'd want to use that gun again, so I took them out while you were talking and put them in my pocket. You'll find them all there, Professor. Billy.
Yes, sir?
Will you please show Professor Moriarty the door?
Yes, sir. This way, sir.
Don't ever say I didn't warn you, Mr. Holmes.
No, Professor Moriarty. No. I never will. Billy, come here.
Yes, sir.
Billy? Billy, you're a good boy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air in Sherlock Holmes, with Orson Welles in the title role and Ray Collins as Dr. Watson. We pause a moment for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with this CBS presentation of Sherlock Holmes, played by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air.
It was exactly 9 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes left the house in Baker Street. He had given the strictest instructions that no one was to follow him. If there had been no word from him by noon of the following day, we must notify Scotland Yard. I went to the window and looked after him as he went down Baker Street. A tall, thin figure in a gray ulster, walking with long, smooth steps in the direction of Langham Place. There he entered a cab.
What are you doing, lighting matches here?
That's what I'm doing.
Chuck it.
Why should I chuck it?
There might be gas, you fool.
There ain't no gas. It's been 4 days since we had gas in the room.
And I still say there might be gas.
Did you check it?
I will. Here goes. Ready?
Give it a turn. That'll do. Turn it off.
5 minutes of that. All your troubles are in.
Here. What's that?
Bassick?
That's right, Cragen.
Did you hear it?
Yes, sir.
In the cave?
Yes, sir.
Be careful now, you boys. You've got a tough one tonight.
You ain't said who, as I've heard.
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh. You mean that, sir?
God's truth.
You're going to count him out.
Well, if you don't and he gets away, I'm sorry for you, that's all. Take it. The governor's here.
Not the governor himself. Professor Moriarty.
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Got your full crew?
All here, sir.
No mistakes tonight, Cregan.
I'll be careful of that, sir.
This is Larrabee.
Hello.
He's in on this job.
Hello, Larrabee.
Oh. What's that door, Bassett?
A small cupboard, sir.
No outlet?
None whatever, sir.
That window?
Nailed down, sir.
Man might break the glass.
If he did, he'd come up against the heavy iron bars outside.
We'll have him tied down before he can break any glass, sir.
You've used it before, eh? Of course, you know it's airtight.
Every crevice is sealed, sir.
When the men have turned the gas on him, they leave by this door.
Yes, sir.
Be made quite secure.
Heavy bolts on the outside, sir. Solid oak bars overall.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
They tie a man down, sir. There's no need to hurry.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
Leary. Yes, sir.
That's good. Open it up. Now, Cregan, and the rest of you, one thing remember. Whatever happens, no shooting tonight. Not a single shot. Will be heard in the alley below. First thing is to get his revolver away before he has a chance to use it. Two of you attract his attention in front. The other come up on him from behind and snatch it out of his pocket. Then you have him. Arrange that, Cregan.
I'll attend to it, sir.
Mr. Larrabee, you understand? We wait for you.
I understand, sir.
They give you this opportunity to sell him the packet of letters you forged and get what you can for your trouble. A few £100 doesn't interest me, Mr. Larrabee. What I am after is Holmes.
I understand, sir.
When you've finished and got your money, you whistle, and these gentlemen come in. Let's hear it. You hear that, Cregan? That's right. And Cregan, at the proper moment, present my compliments to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and say that I wished him a pleasant journey to the other side. Come on, Bassett. Good night, gentlemen. Good night. Good night. Good night, sir.
All right, boys. Clear. When you hear the whistle, in you come.
Right you are, sir.
Larry.
Yes, sir.
You get down on the corner below. Let me know when he comes.
I will let you know.
Well, when you see him driving up, come down the alley and whistle 3 times.
Very good, sir.
Here. What's this? How did you get in? What are you doing there in the back? Hey!
What is it, Larry?
A woman here in the back.
Bring her in.
Come on, you. Come on.
Oh, it's you, Miss Faulkner.
It's true, then.
How did you get to this place?
I followed you in a cab.
What have you been doing since I came up here? Informing the police, perhaps?
No. I was afraid he'd come, so I waited.
To warn him, I suppose.
No. To warn him, yes. You're going to swindle and deceive him, sell him a packet of false letters. I know that. What else are you going to do to him?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Where are those men who came up here?
What men?
3 terrible-looking men. I saw them go in at the street door.
You don't mean these men, do you, Miss Faulkner?
Tie
her up, boys. Here you are. Tie her up. Listen. That's him. There he is now. What? Holmes? That's him. That's the signal. You don't have time to get her out. Shove her in there, in the cupboard. Yeah, that'll do. In with her. Into the cupboard. Hey, there ain't no lock to this here cupboard door. I'll drive something in there. Here, this knife. This'll do it. That'll hold up. Now, quick, quick! Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, Mr. Larrabee. Oh, really? I certainly thought after all this driving about in a crow's cab you'd show me something new.
Seen it before, have you, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, well, a time or two. Now to come to think of it, I nabbed a friend of yours in this place while he was trying to drop himself out of the window. Ed Colvin, the cracksman.
Colvin, never heard of him before.
Well, you certainly never heard of him after. Sure of that. Brace of counterfeiters used these luxurious chambers in the spring of '89. One of them hid in that cupboard. We pulled him out with the heels.
Quite interesting. But times have changed since then.
So they have, Mr. Larrabee, so they have. But then it was only cracksmen, counterfeiters, pickpockets, and petty swindlers of various kinds. But now...
Well, what now?
Well, between you and me, Mr. Larrabee, we've heard some not altogether agreeable rumors. Rumors of some pretty shady work not far from here. Murder, too, of a very peculiar kind. I've always had a suspicion... That's it. My surmise was correct. It is.
It is what?
This room is corked, sealed.
What does that signify to us?
Nothing to us, Mr. Larrabee, nothing to us. But it might signify a good deal to some poor devil who's been caught and gassed in this trap.
Well, if it's nothing to us, suppose we leave it alone and get to business. My time is limited.
Yeah, of course. I should have realized that these reflections could not possibly appeal to you.
Well, have a cigar, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, good cigar, this, Mr. Larrabee. A genuine Havana.
Glad you like it. Now, here is the little packet of letters which is the object of this meeting. I haven't opened it yet, but Miss Faulkner tells me everything is there.
I suppose, Mr. Larrabee, that as Miss Faulkner knows nothing about this affair, we omit her name from the discussion.
What do you mean? Who told you she doesn't know?
You did. Every look, tone, gesture, everything you've said and done since I've been in this room has informed me that Miss Faulkner has never consented to this transaction. It is a little speculation of your own.
Oh, I suppose you think you can read me like a book.
Oh, no, like a primer.
Well, let it pass. How much will you give?
£1,000.
I couldn't take it.
What do you ask?
5,000.
I couldn't give it.
Why, I've been offered 4,000 for this little packet.
Why didn't you take it?
Because I intended to get more.
Oh, that's too bad.
They offered 4,000. They'll give 5.
They won't give anything.
Why not?
They've turned the case over to me.
Will you give 3,000?
Mr. Larrabee, strange as it may appear, my time is limited as well as yours. I have brought with me the sum of £1,000, which is all that I wish to pay. If it is your desire to sell at this figure, kindly appraise me of the fact at once. If not, permit me to wish you a very good evening. Well?
You can have it. It's too small a matter to haggle over. Give me the money.
Certainly.
I thought you said you'd only brought just 1,000.
I did. This is it.
You brought a trifle more, I see.
Quite so. I didn't say I hadn't brought any more.
You can do your little tricks when it comes to it, can't you?
It depends on who I'm dealing with.
Here, you give me that money. Come on, quick, hand it over.
Now, I've got you where I want you, James Larrabee. You've been so cunning and so cautious and so wise, we couldn't find a thing to hold you for, but this little slip will get you in for robbery.
You'll have me in for you. What are your views about being able to get away from here yourself?
I do not anticipate any particular difficulty.
Robbery, eh? Why, even if you got away from here, you haven't got a witness. You haven't got a witness to your name.
I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Larrabee. Not so sure of that. You usually fasten this cupboard door with a knife?
Come away from that door!
Faulkner! Stand back. Contemptible scoundrel, what does this mean?
I'll show you what it means. Pass it quick.
I'm afraid you're badly hurt, Miss Faulkner.
Mr. Holmes, look behind you!
Get in! Here, what is there, boy?
I'll have to ask you gentlemen to wait just one moment, please.
Here there. What's the idea of sitting down and writing? What are you writing? Writing your will, I suppose.
No, only a brief description of one or two of your gentlemen. The police. I'm ready now.
Wait a bit. You better listen to me, Mr. Holmes. We're going to tie you down nice and tight to the top of that table.
Why, you surprise me, gentlemen. Thinking you're so sure of anybody in this room. And 3 bars gone out of that window.
Bars or no bars, you're not going to get out of here as easy as you expect.
There are so many ways, Mr. Larrabee, that I hardly know which one to choose.
Well, you better choose quick, I can tell you that.
I'll choose at once, Mr. Cregan. And my choice falls on this chair.
My God! The light! You get away in the dark! Look out! There he goes! Look at his cigar! Drag him by the cigar! Look at the cigar! Look out! He's going to the window! He's up on the ledge! He's climbed out! Look at his cigar! Get him quick! After him! There he goes! He's out! By the window!
No, gentlemen, no, not by the window. I'm leaving by the door. By the way, I left my cigar for you on the windowsill. Good evening, gentlemen.
There was no news of Holmes that night, and Billy reported next morning that he had not breakfasted at home. I had a busy morning at my office in Harley Street. It was after 11 before the last of my appointments was over, and still no news of Holmes.
Did you ring Dr. Watson?
Oh, Parsons. Is there anyone waiting? I have to be in Baker Street at noon.
There's one person in the waiting room, Doctor. A lady, sir, and she wants to see you most particular.
What about?
She didn't say, sir, only she said it was of utmost importance to her if you'll see her, sir.
Oh, very well, I'll see her, and call a cab for me at the same time and have it wait. Show the lady in.
Yes, sir. This way, ma'am. This way.
Doctor, it's awfully good of you to see me. I'm Mrs. H. DeWitt Seaton. Dear me, I didn't bring my card case. Or if I did, I've lost it.
Don't trouble about a card, Mrs.
They said you were Mr. Holmes's friend. Several people told me that. Several. They advised me to ask you where I could find him today, this morning. And everything depends on it, Doctor. Everything.
I'd go to Mr. Holmes at once.
But I've been, and he wasn't there.
You went to Mr. Holmes' house?
Yes, in Baker Street. That's why I came to you. They said he might be here.
No, he isn't here.
But don't you expect him this morning?
No, there's no possibility of Mr. Holmes coming, as far as I know.
But couldn't you get him to come? It would be such a great favor to me. I'm almost worn out with going about him with this dreadful anxiety. If you could get word to Mr. Holmes to come...
I could not get him to come, madam, and I beg you to excuse me. I'm going out myself on urgent business. I have no idea where Mr. Holmes could be. What's that, Parsons?
Sounded like an accident, sir.
Probably nothing more than a broken-down hansom. See what it is, Parsons.
That's the bell, sir. Somebody's hurt, sir, and they're wanting you.
Well, don't allow anybody to come in. I have no more time.
Very well, sir.
But they're coming in, Doctor.
Let the old man come in, Carl. Yes, bring him in. There ain't nowhere else for him to go. Can't the doctor's office is this, and he can't come in when he's there.
The doctors can't see anybody.
He's got to come in. We can't leave that in the street, can we?
All right, help him in, Parsons.
Oh, Doctor, isn't it frightful? Can I be of some use?
None
Doctor?
whatever, none whatever.
But, Doctor, I must see the poor fellow.
Oh, my leg, my leg.
Right this way, sir. Be careful of the sill, sir. That's it.
It's an accident. You can't help an accident. Oh, you can't. That's plain enough. He was on the wrong side of the street, he was.
Now, over to this chair.
No, I'll sit here.
No, this is the chair, sir.
Don't you suppose I know where I want to sit down? You'll sit down here. That isn't the doctor. The doctor will have a look at you. Here's the doctor. That isn't the doctor. Yes, it is a doctor. Here, doctor. You just come and have a look at this old bloke, will you? He's hurt himself a little, then. Are you a cabman? Yes, I'm the cabman. Well, I'll have you arrested for this. Arrested? Arrested! You can't arrest me. No, I can't, but somebody else can. Where's my hat? Where's my hat? My hat! My hat! Never mind your hat. I will mind my hat, and I'll hold you responsible. There's your hat in your hand. Go on, sit down. That isn't my hat. Here, you're responsible. I'll have you arrested. Here, come back. I'll go and stick around here. You know, I got to go and attend to my meeting all. Bring your horse in here. I want to speak to him. Conspiracy. I won't stay in this place. If I ever get out of here alive... What are you staring at me for, lady?
Parsons, tell that cab to wait for me. I must see if he's badly hurt.
Yes, sir.
Now, my friend, if you'll sit quiet for one moment, I'll have a look at you. Well, stay still, will you? Well, how can I...
Remarkable weather we're having, eh, Doctor?
Holmes! What on earth?
How about having me remove some of this ridiculous disguise, Watson?
Holmes! Is that you?
Quite so, my dear fellow, quite so.
Holmes!
Watson, don't get out that window. Look out, the blind!
What do you want me to do?
Nothing. Already been done by Mrs. Larrabee here.
Look out, Holmes. She can get out that way.
I don't think so, Watson. Foreman!
I got her, sir.
Good work, Foreman. I'll take this lady in charge.
Yes, sir.
Very good, Foreman. Wait for me outside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Watson, my dear fellow, I regret to say that up to the present time, Professor Moriarty himself has not risen to the bait.
Where do you think he is?
In the open streets, under some clever disguise. Watching for a chance to get at me.
And was this woman sent in here?
Quite so. A spy. To let them know by some signal if she found me in the house. Now they know. Pull down that blind, Watson. I don't care to be shot at from the street. I imagine we shall hear from Professor Moriarty very soon now.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
What did I tell you?
He's come, sir.
From where?
The house across the street. He was in there watching these windows. He must have seen something, for he's just come out. There was a cab waiting in front of this house, sir, and he climbed up and changed places with the driver.
Get out again quick, Billy, and keep your eye on him.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Watson, if you let me have a rather heavy portmanteau for a few moments, I won't do it any harm.
Parsons, my large Gladstone over there in the corner. Bring it here, please.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. Here's the portmanteau.
Thank you, Parsons. Put it down there. Thank you so much. Parsons, you ordered a cab for the doctor a short time ago. It's been waiting, I believe.
Yes, sir, I think it has, sir.
Be so good as to tell the driver to come in here and get a valise. When he comes, tell him that's the one.
Very good, sir.
My dear Watson, times like these you should tell your man never to take the first cab that comes on call, nor yet the second. The third may be safe.
But, Holmes,
All right, I'm cabby.
Yes, he's cabby. Here, right in this way.
This bag. I want taken down,
Right,
the
I'll
street.
get that.
All right. Goodbye, Watson. Bye, Watson, old fellow. Wait a minute, driver. Pretty heavy, I'm afraid. Let me help you.
Watson, I'll write to you from Budapest.
Yes, but
Here, driver. Just let me tighten up these straps a bit. There we are, that's right. I'll hold it, driver. You pull the strap. A few little things in this bag that I wouldn't like to lose.
Won't you, Bossy?
And it's just as well to make quite sure. Is it not, Professor Moriarty? By means of a simple pair of handcuffs.
Blast you, Holmes. Do you imagine, Sherlock Holmes, that this is the end?
I ventured to dream that it might be.
You quite sure the police will be able to hold me?
Professor Moriarty, I'm quite sure of nothing. Take him away, Foreman. And so, my dear Watson, ends the strange case of Miss Alice Faulkner.
Well, what about the letters?
Oh, the letters. They were returned to their rightful owner over an hour ago. I suspected from the start that Miss Faulkner was really a nice girl at heart. Ah, dear.
What is it, Holmes?
I was just reflecting, my dear Watson. With Moriarty out of the way, London, from the point of view of the criminal expert, it's likely to become a singularly uninteresting city. One's morning paper, a veritable wilderness of boredom.
Mr. Holmes, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy?
There's a lady, sir. Been waiting for an hour. Says she's got to see you, sir. Case of murder, she says. She's got her face veiled.
From which I deduce that she is a lady of over 41 and less than 45, of a strange, dark beauty and considerable social eminence. And that she has lived for some years in the Near East. And that she is now wearing a large blood ruby on the second finger of her left hand.
Holmes, how do you know these things? It's amazing.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. The child's play of deduction.
Again tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its affiliated stations coast to coast, has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air, the 12th production in this unique series featuring Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company. This evening, the play was Orson Welles' own adaptation of William Gillette's Sherlock Holmes. In the cast, Dr. Watson, played by Ray Collins, Alice Faulkner by Mary Taylor, Madge Larrabee by Brenda Forbes, James Larrabee by Edgar Barrier, Inspector Foreman by Morgan Farley, Cragen by Richard Wilson, Brassic by Alfred Shirley, Leary by William Allen, Billy by Arthur Anderson, Professor Moriarty by Eustace Wyatt, and Sherlock Holmes by Orson Welles. The orchestra was conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the production was supervised for CBS by Davidson Taylor. Your announcer is Frank Gallup. Next Sunday evening at the same time, another classic narrative dramatized by Orson Welles. Join us then for Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, brought to life by the Mercury Theatre on the Air.
Sherlock Holmes to unravel another baffling mystery.
Easy, Artemis. Easy now, girl. You don't want to set the others off, do you? Of course you don't. Look, something from Yarkov. Good, noty. Sure, I'll open it easy now. Just to show what a kind and loving fellow I am, and how lucky you are to have me for... Dear God, what... Oh! Oh! Help! Help! Stop! Somebody help! Stop!
The unopened casebook of Sherlock Holmes, 6 extraordinary adventures, written by John Taylor, with Simon Callow as Sherlock Holmes and Nicky Henson as Dr. John Watson. The fourth adventure, The Phantom Organ.
Windwhistle, in Devon, was a village I knew fairly well. Before my first wife, Mary, died, we sometimes visited her cousin Cordelia in the rectory there, Cordelia being married to the local vicar, the Reverend James Partridge. But I had not heard from them for years. One evening, at our Baker Street lodgings, Holmes and I received a telegraph message pleading with us to come to Windwhistle as quickly as we could. The message, however, was not from Cordelia Partridge, but from Lord Alistair Hembury, High Court Judge and Master of Windwhistle Hall. And it was this curiosity that whetted Holmes's appetite. We were on the first train to Exeter next morning, and before dark we were at the hall itself and being ushered by Lord Alistair into the family vault.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, my brother, what's left of him.
Good Lord.
Yes, bit of a mess. Found in the stables. Horses seem to have stampeded while he was feeding them biscuits.
Did the local doctor give a cause of death, Lord Alistair?
Ah, Beeston, yes. Reckons a snapped rib pierced his heart. But if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't have sent for you.
Oh?
Mr. Holmes, there's been a smouldering resentment against our family in this village for decades. We run things tightly here.
You run the village?
It doesn't always make us popular. My brother was quite certainly murdered in an act of naked revenge. Here's your evidence. Some villain nailed it to the church notice board 3 days ago.
Now is the hunter hunted. H.H. shall be first.
But the night my brother died, something even more astonishing happened at Windwhistle. The church was quite empty, yet local folks swear they distinctly heard the organ being played. Some popular song. Now is the hunter hunted. That means us, you see, the Hemburys. Hunters for generations. Then, H.H. shall be first. That was you. Anyway, I expect you'd like a closer look at the body. You'll find me in the upstairs parlor when you've finished. Then you can give me your conclusions.
Conclusions? A little early for those, I think. One thing is clear, Watson. The Hemburys are a dying breed. Now that this one is gone, Lord Alistair and his venerable mother are the last two left. Now, this body here. Is there anything that your medical knowledge would tell you to be out of the ordinary?
Frankly, Holmes, no. The fellow has a ghastly stare in his eyes, but the horror of being trapped in a stable full of rampaging horses would account for that. Notwithstanding Lord Alistair's suspicions, I'd hazard this to be a genuine accident.
Oh, well, perhaps it is. But when you've finished your examination, we'd better investigate this business of the phantom organ. And who better to talk to about it than your cousin-in-law and her husband, the vicar? Perhaps they'd welcome a visit. Well, it is most kind of you to put us up, Mrs. Partridge.
Not at all. I'm only sorry it is such a small cottage.
I hope it won't be too irksome for you and John sharing that tiny room, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, Watson and I are used to one another's ways, Mr. Partridge. I'm up all night smoking, and in direct retaliation, he snores titanically.
Really, Holmes.
Seriously, Mrs. Partridge, we shall be very comfortable.
Frankly, we should be glad of your company. I suppose you know about the strange business of the organ.
Indeed, Lord Alistair mentioned it.
It disturbed us both terribly.
But James is being kind. It was I who was disturbed. Terrified might be a more accurate word.
From our window here, as you see, the church door is in full view. It's the only way in, and I'm quite certain the building was empty. But a light shone in that tower as bright as the new moon, and we heard the organ playing for a good half-minute, some profane, infernal tune.
Most intriguing.
But it's not just the organ. There was that awful warning nailed to our notice board, and Hugh Hembury's subsequent death in the stables. The Hembury family has trodden upon people for too long. Now the evil they have done is coming back to them.
You make it sound as if you believe some supernatural power is at work, Mrs. Partridge.
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. But there is little love in this village for the Hemburys. They have their way in all things. During the last 2 years, it has become intolerable. Even a vicar's wife is not exempt. Each evening, I am summoned to Windwhistle Hall to listen to Lady Hembury's complaints and criticisms and to attend her every whim.
You are compelled to do this?
But if I do not, I cannot be sure that some poor soul will not be evicted from a cottage or some struggling farmer deprived of his living. The death of Hugh Hembury will not be widely mourned. It may even bring some relief. Ah, that will be old Jennifer. Excuse me, gentlemen. Jennifer, good evening. You've guessed, Mrs. Partridge. Come on in and meet them. Oh, well, Mr. Holmes. Sir. John, this is Jennifer Farway, an old friend.
Mrs. Farway.
She has had the misfortune to lose both her husband and her son in the last few years, and now makes a living baking these rather delicious sweetmeats.
Good evening, gentlemen. Reverend Partridge.
Jennifer's husband, Joshua, was a fine craftsman. Built our organ here.
Hey, pity he were never paid for it. Oh, but I doubt you gentlemen had time to waste listening to an old woman's moans and groans.
On the contrary, Mrs. Farway, I should very, very much like to hear your story.
Would you, sir?
I would, really.
Sit down, Jennifer.
Oh, right.
Tell Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson all about it.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Partridge. Well, it were her up at the house, Lady Hembury, who asked Joshua to build that organ. Her gift to Windwhistle Parish, she said. As you may imagine, gentlemen, we were never wealthy, yet not a halfpenny did she put up in advance. Joshua and I borrowed and scrimped and starved ourselves to pay for the materials to build that organ. And when it was finished and everyone had praised it for a fine piece of work, she laid down just half what money she promised us. It nearly did for us, I can tell you. But what are poor folk to do against the likes of them? Still, if it was only the money, I could let it go. It's the rest I cannot forget. Now, have you a few pots for me today, my dear?
Oh, yes. We keep bees now, John.
Ah.
In fact, our wind whistle honey is praised far and wide. Jennifer here makes her cakes with it.
Thank you, my dear. And now I'll be on my way. A pleasure to meet you, gentlemen.
Oh, good night.
Hi, Jennifer.
Good night. Good night, Jennifer.
She's a sad character. Jennifer Farway.
I wonder what she meant when she said, if it were only the money, I could let it go.
Well, you ought to know it all, Mr. Holmes, I suppose. After the business with the payment for the organ, her husband Joshua began to slander the Hemburys in public. When they got so angry, they made sure no one would give him work as a carpenter. The long and the short of it is, Joshua took to drinking, and one night he was found in a ditch, dead from exposure. That is what the Hemburys owe Jennifer Farway, the life of her husband.
Poor soul.
Yes, poor Jennifer. And now, you must forgive me if I leave you. My evening appointment with the irascible Lady Hembury will not wait. I shall see you later, gentlemen.
Indeed.
Truth is, we're all slaves to Lady Hembury's whims.
No one did explain what happened to Mrs. Farway's son, except to say that he died.
Yes, there was something. You know by now that the Hemburys are great ones for hunting. Well, Jordan, the Farway's boy, rode once or twice with a hunt.
A carpenter's son.
It was a privilege the Hemburys like to extend to certain of us commoners from time to time. Unfortunately, Jordan Farway fell from his horse at Itley Brook and was killed. It's understandable that Jennifer blamed the Hemburys, but I'm sure in this case it was nothing other than an accident.
Mr. Partridge, did you hear that?
Yes. That is it, Mr. Holmes. The same music.
And look, a light in the organ loft. But we've been sitting at this window all evening. No one could possibly have entered the church.
No, they could not. Indeed, no. Mr. Partridge, be so good as to give us the keys to the church. And wait here, if you will, while Watson and I investigate. Nothing. The organ loft is empty and no light.
And the organ locked, even the dust undisturbed.
You got the key to the organ on that bunch?
I don't know. It's perhaps this one. No. Wait. Yes, here.
Good. At the risk of further distressing the Reverend Partridge, I wish to try a note or two. Pray work the bellows for me, Watson.
Very well.
What do you think? Does it sound the same as before?
I think not. Less haunting, perhaps.
Yes. Supernatural fingers clearly play a different kind of music.
And it is odd that there's not so much as the smell of a snuffed candle. No smoke, nothing.
It's extraordinary business, all right. And so far, I confess, it has me quite baffled.
Watson! Mr. Holmes!
What is it? Mr. Partridge?
Come down at once. I found another message on the church notice board. A.H. shall be next, it says. That means Lord Alistair.
After that, the Reverend Partridge went directly to Hembury Hall, partly to warn Lord Alistair about the message, and partly to collect Cordelia, for he feared lest an attempt on his lordship's life might also endanger his own wife. When Partridge and Cordelia returned from the hall, however, they were much excited.
There is pandemonium at the hall, Watson. They are in terror of their lives. Lord Alistair is talking about going away entirely.
And Lady Hembury is begging and pleading with him and saying no true son could desert her under such dreadful circumstances. They're pacing this way and that like beasts in a cage.
An epidemic of fear has descended on that house, gentlemen. In the end, it was decided that Lord Alistair will depart for his rooms at Bristol Assize Court first thing tomorrow and remain there until at least the end of the month. Forgive us if we do not seem to be mourning his departure much.
Well, it's too dark for any more investigations, but it's never too late for thinking. Would you forgive Watson and myself if we retired?
Of course. And tomorrow, you must see our garden.
Garden?
It is over there, attached to the churchyard. I think you'll like it.
Until tomorrow, then. Good night.
Good night.
It's all very elusive, Watson. Not least the business of Hugh Hembury's death. You're quite certain he died from crushing?
As sure as I ever have been about any post-mortem diagnosis, my dear fellow.
Yet how could a murderer plan a death by stampede? Too much is left to chance. A horse may or may not stampede even when provoked, or it might go the wrong way and do no damage. As for the business of the phantom organ, it has got me quite beaten. No more than 5 seconds elapsed between the moment that music ceased and the moment we entered the church. Yet I'm certain no one had been there for some time.
We have 2 mysteries, then. The mystery of how Hugh Hembury was disposed of and the mystery of the phantom organ.
Well, yes, if Hugh Hembury was murdered. And if his death was an accident, we have the mystery of how the phantom organist could have predicted it, unless he is a phantom, of course, in which case perhaps anything is possible.
You don't believe that to be the case, of course.
It would be a rare phantom that composed for the church notice board in yellow pencil, but I must confess, Watson, that at the moment I do not have a better theory.
Well, Watson, Mr. Holmes, a fine morning. Did you have a good walk?
Excellent, thank you. So, Mrs. Partridge, this is your garden.
As far as the hedge. Beyond that is the churchyard. We grow as much as we can, and then, of course, there are the bees. You are at the wellspring of wind whistle honey.
A privilege indeed, and under the yew. What is that against the church wall?
Ah, that, an old Romany caravan. It's been there for years. I believe my predecessor once took in some travelling people who subsequently abandoned their life on the road for good. I can tell you there have been times when I've dreamed of painting it up and disappearing from wind whistle forever. Perhaps all the way back to South America.
Mr. and Mrs. Partridge were missionaries there once.
Ah.
However, since at present Cordelia is using the caravan as a bee house to cultivate a rather delicate specimen, it is unsuitable for habitation.
Come, James, we must leave them to explore the garden. And then we shall all have some lunch.
Till later, then.
Yes.
Okay, we're fine.
Holmes, a thought occurs to me. Watson, do you think it possible that someone might be using that caravan and somehow sneaking into the church to play the organ?
But even if it were so, it would not help us with the problem. I've examined the church thoroughly, and there's no way in except through the door that faces the vicarage cottage. How then does our phantom get into the church and out of it again and leave no trace of his having been there at all? No, but this is interesting. I found it here by the foot of the tower.
A piece of paper?
Not paper, Watson. Feel it. It's very, very fine fabric.
But burnt, charred along the edge here. Might have lain hereabouts for years.
I think not. No signs of weathering.
You have a theory, then?
Nothing quite so concrete as a theory, Doctor, but I am forming one by degrees.
What's that? Somebody in a hurry?
Gentlemen, do you see the carriage? That's Giles Derriman driving the master of the village off to Exeter. Lord Alistair Hembury is running in fear, his tail between his legs.
A warm day to have the blinds down.
Hiding his shame, John, and rightly so. Well, we shall be without him for a month at least. Let us celebrate the occasion with some luncheon.
Glass of cider, Mr. Holmes, while Cordelia serves up the meal.
Why, thank you. Your hospitality, Mr. and Mrs. Partridge, has been generous in the extreme. But as I was saying to Watson last night, the time has come, I think, for us to... Reverend! Reverend!
Lord, who's that? A moment! Excuse me, gentlemen. Giles.
Reverend, for mercy's sake, something terrible's come about. It will nothing to do with me, I swear.
Well, where, Giles?
Just half a mile along the lane. It's his lordship, Reverend. I think he's dead.
Giles Derriman led Mr. Partridge, Holmes, and myself along the lane to where the landau had come to a halt. The door was open, and slumped in the gap between the facing seats was Lord Alistair Hembury, certainly dead, his features fixed in a ghastly expression.
He just suddenly shouted, like in pain. I stopped and ran round, and when I opened the door, he was like this.
He just lit a cigar. Pity he did not have the chance to enjoy it. See, here it is. There's a scorch where it fell against his coat, and here's the cigar box upside down on the floor. Have a look, Doctor. See if you can ascertain the cause of this gentleman's seemingly very sudden demise.
A heart attack or a stroke would seem most likely. Perhaps brought on by fear of that threat last night.
Yet how...
Yes, Mr. Partridge?
Well, I was merely wondering, Mr. Holmes, how the so-called phantom could have known Lord Alistair was about to die of a heart attack, even assuming he was frightened.
That is indeed the problem.
Just a minute.
Watson?
Upon his ankle, do you see? This small swelling, slightly cratered in the middle. There's a puncture mark in the center of it.
A needle, perhaps?
Possibly. Do you think he might have injected himself with some lethal chemical?
I doubt it. And if he had, he would have had to dispose of the syringe, yet there was nothing of the sort on the roadway as we approached. No, that is not it.
I'd better go and tell Lady Hembury, Mr. Holmes, and my wife, and send for the police. Will you wait here?
Indeed we will, Mr. Partridge. It will give us a chance to consider the matter in more detail.
Hope you come up with an answer, sir. Or I dare say Lady Hembury will blame me for not looking after him well enough.
There was nothing you could have done, Mr. Derriman. Whether he died by natural or supernatural causes, it was out of your hands.
Mr. Derriman, I dare say you know this area well.
Ought to, sir. Lived there all my life.
That stream that runs down into the woods ahead, what is it?
They call it James Water now, but the ancient name is Italy Brook.
Italy? Isn't that where Jennifer Farway's son Jordan was killed in the hunting accident?
Well, that's what we're supposed to say.
What do you mean, Mr. Derriman? Supposed to say?
Sir, I'm sick of all the lies that we must tell in this village to protect ourselves from the Emperors. Jordan Farway never died in no fall. He were hunted down and killed. After old Joshua Farway was found dead of drink in that ditch, his boy Jordan vowed he'd get back every last penny Lady Hembury owed for that organ. One night he went down to the hall to take it, and that's when it happened. The Emperors caught him, got together a hunting party, set him loose in Hertford and ran him to ground with hound and horse. And then they done it.
What?
An arrow, sir. Full in the heart. Oh, the Empress liked their ancient weapons. Word is, it was Lady Hembury herself led that pack. But nobody who rode out that day will admit to anything. To a fear they be blamed too.
Excuse me, Mr. Derriman. Holmes, could I have a word with you?
Yes.
I had a sudden thought, Holmes, when he was talking about arrows. You remember our adventure of the Sign of Four?
How could I forget it?
Poisoned darts. Perhaps it was a poisoned dart from a blowpipe that killed Lord Hembury in his carriage.
It would have been an appropriate vengeance, indeed. A dart in exchange for an arrow, but we found no dart in the carriage. And besides, fired from outside, with blinds drawn, how could it have found its target? Especially since the wound is in Lord Hembury's ankle.
You're right, of course. A ridiculous idea.
No, it's not ridiculous, merely incomplete. But whoever is behind these killings appears to be having a good deal of wicked fun. Each time a threat, a haunting, and a death in quick succession. Clues should be dropping into our laps like plums in autumn, and yet... Oh, well. Let us rest our legs on the bank while we wait for the police.
It was a long afternoon. When the police finally arrived, there was much speculation and questioning, and by the time Holmes and I strolled back along the lane towards the vicarage, it was dark. We were tired and hungry, and a day's investigations seemed to have yielded no solutions whatsoever. Then, as we came round a bend in the road, Holmes stopped suddenly. What is it, dear fellow?
Listen.
The organ.
And look, that light's in the tower again. Come along.
Holmes, the light. It appears to be floating out of the tower, floating to the ground.
Yes, doesn't it? How utterly stupid of me not to realize before. It was never in the tower, Watson. Look at the shape of it. Do you not see what it is?
I'm afraid
It's a balloon. A balloon. A toy hot air balloon. Did you never make them as a boy? A sheet of light fabric stretched over a framework of sticks. Set a candle on the crosspiece and light it, and the hot air takes it up and up and up, bright as a little moon. No, there never was a light in the church tower on those nights of the so-called phantom. From the cottage, we looked right through the tower windows to the balloon on the other side, and assumed the lights to be inside the tower.
So, to stop it floating away...
Tied to the ground with a string. Easy, then, to pull down, dismantle, extinguish while the tower was being searched.
So that burnt piece of fabric that you found...
Perennial problem with candle-driven balloons, a tendency to catch fire.
It stopped. As if it's seen us coming.
The organist? I think not. His tune always ends in the same place. Would you like to meet him? He's right there, in the old Romany caravan. But go easy. Remember, it's a bee house.
There. Good heavens. An organ. A mechanical organ. How obvious.
Obvious now that we see it. On the nights of the hauntings, our phantom had much to do. First, to attach the doom threat to the notice board of the church, then to scuttle behind the church here, light the balloon, and float it up to the window, then to set in motion the music. As soon as the organ was started, he would have pulled down the balloon and been on his way.
Having first stopped the organ?
No need for that. Watch. I'll just crank back the play reel. You see? It's contrived to stop itself.
Then that is the haunting explained. But why should anyone go to the bother of creating such an illusion?
That is indeed the remaining question. But listen, somebody's out there. Is that you, Mr. Partridge?
Mr. Holmes, Watson, you heard the organ. What are you
I
doing?
shall explain later. What is it?
There is another note. You'd better look at it.
M.H. shall be lost.
That is Lady Maud Hembury herself. My wife has just returned from the hall. Lady Hembury sent her away as soon as they heard that music. She's very afraid for her life.
Understandably. We shall go to the hall at once, Watson.
Do you think the killer is at the hall now?
That is a question which requires a measured answer. I'm almost sure the killer is there, but I think the murderer is probably not.
What?
Come along, Watson.
Yes, sir.
Fenton, it's Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. You remember we came here at the request of Lord Alistair.
Oh, yes, sir, but Lord Alistair
is dead. So will her ladyship be if you do not let us in at once.
But she has shut herself away in the armory, sir. The door is locked. She instructed me not to disturb her under any circumstances, on pain of dismissal. She has even taken food supplies in with her, sir.
What food supplies?
Well, some fruit, a box of sweetmeats, some tea.
Show me that armory, Fenton.
Oh, sir,
or there will
please.
be no Lady Hembury to pay your wages.
Sir!
Lady Hembury, Sherlock Holmes, let me in.
Fenton, what is this?
The gentleman says you are in danger, your ladyship.
Ah, I am quite safe here. Evict him at once.
Let me in, madam, or I shall have to force the door.
Away with you, man. You are disturbing my supper.
Right, Watson.
Sir, no need for that. Here's the key.
Thank you.
Keep away from me.
Madam, close that sweet box.
Oh!
Curse it, Watson, the thing is out.
Oh, Lord, what is it?
A bee of sorts.
But the size of it.
Take great care, Watson. If it stings, it will kill.
Getting away! Getting away!
It's attacking her ladyship.
Some sort of weapon on the wall.
Miss! It won't leave her alone! She's fainted, Holmes.
Are you all right, Watson?
So far.
Capital, but I need something flatter than this pike, the shield. Try and provoke it towards me, Watson.
Good.
No, careful, it's close to your head.
There!
Now then.
Holmes, well done. Fine shot. It's dead.
Indeed it is. Could you bear to put it in that sweet box for me, Watson? It may be needed as evidence.
John! Mr. Holmes? Are you all right?
Yes. But it was a close thing, Cordelia. There was a giant bee, and had it not been for...
Mrs. Partridge knows all about the bee, Watson. It was she who put it in the sweet box earlier today.
Why, Mr. Holmes?
It's all right, James. Mr. Holmes is right.
But he's saying that...
My dear, I know precisely what he is saying, that it was I who killed the Hemburys. And so I did. But I should like to know how he guessed.
Well, it was Watson's talk about poisoned darts that set me thinking. What sort of dart could have found its target in that moving carriage? Only one with intelligence, and what is a bee? Seen from a certain perspective, but an intelligent dart.
Such a deadly one.
You were a little careless, I think, Mrs. Partridge, in leaving one of your bee books in our room at the cottage, especially one describing Vespa venatica, the hunting wasp, a deadly hybrid with a venom almost instantaneously fatal to human beings. Of course, even a large insect is compact enough to be delivered in a box of sweets. Or, in Lord Alistair's instance, a box of cigars.
But what of Hugh Hembury? We found no sting on him.
No, the wasp that was sent to kill him did not do its job. No guarantee that it would. But fortunately for Mrs. Partridge's plan, it did drive the horses wild, and they killed Hugh Hembury for her. And this one, well, I wonder if it would have finished off Lady Hembury. I'm inclined to think it might. It seemed most determined.
Why, Cordelia? You've killed 2 people who would have killed a third.
Oh, John, if you knew all the evil this woman and her family have worked in the village. If you knew...
About Jordan Farway being hunted to death?
And the blackmail that followed it. I was in that hunting party and other decent men of the community. We were utterly in their grip. My wife, I think, did this for me and others like me.
It was certainly ingenious, setting up the air balloon and the music on your way to the meetings with Lady Hembury.
What was the point of all that?
I wanted them to suffer what Jordan Farway suffered when he heard that hunting horn. The fear of death coming and no way to prevent it. And I am satisfied that they did. Now, you had better arrest me.
You might have escaped tonight, Mrs. Partridge. Instead, you came here to the hall because you feared that Watson and I might be in danger. I suggest, Mr. Partridge, that you and your wife go directly to the house and prepare yourself for a journey. For a long journey. somewhere far away.
Mr. Holmes, are you suggesting...
Watson and I must find an inn for the night. And if by, let us say, noon tomorrow you have not left your cottage for some remote destination, well, we shall assume you would prefer to accompany us back to London.
But, Mr. Holmes, I mean, there's the question...
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. And thank you, John. Come along, James.
Her ladyship awakes.
What's happening here? Where are they going?
A long way off, where the evil in this village cannot touch them.
Oh, she'd better be here tomorrow as usual, or there'll be hell to pay. I am the lady of the manor. I am a Hembury. Do you hear me, sir?
Good night, Lady Hembury.
I am the Hembury. I am Lady Felicity Maud Hembury. Do you hear me, the lady?
The next morning, the vicarage was empty, and we never saw either of the Partridges again, nor ever heard a word of their whereabouts. Yet, along, I think, with all the villagers of Windwhistle, when I reflect that Hembury Hall, since her ladyship's recent death, is now empty of tyrants, I offer up a quiet prayer of mercy for Cordelia Partridge, wherever she might be.
In The Phantom Organ, you heard Simon Callow as Sherlock Holmes and Nicky Henson as Dr. Watson. With John Bull as Hugh Hembury, Joe Manning-Wilson as Lady Maud, John Church as Lord Alistair Hembury, Jonathan Adams as the Reverend Partridge, and Kate Binchy as Cordelia Partridge. Other parts are played by members of the cast. The unopened casebook of Sherlock Holmes is written by John Taylor and directed by Peter Hutchins.
Pair of pince-nez. They were found in the dead man's right hand. There can be no question that he snatched them from the face of the assassin.
May I see them, please?
Huh?
Do they tell you anything, Holmes? Inspector, you have your notebook, of course. Pray take it out and write as I dictate. Wanted. A woman of good address, attired like a lady. She has a remarkably thick nose. She has a puckered forehead, a peering expression, and probably rounded shoulders.
By George, it's marvelous.
It's incredible. The great mind of my friend Sherlock Holmes never ceased to amaze me. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Now, let me locate the exact page, and I will tell you about the case of the golden pince-nez. A moment, please. I think that of all the cases which fill 3 massive volumes containing our work for the year 1894, the case which is the most conducive to a display of those peculiar powers for which my friend Holmes was famous was that of the golden pince-nez. Well, Holmes, here's Inspector Stanley Hopkins to see you.
Ah, Hopkins, come in, my dear sir.
Evening, Mr. Holmes.
It must be something important that has brought you out in such a gale.
It is indeed, Mr. Holmes. Did you see anything of the Yoxley case in the latest editions?
I've seen nothing later than the 15th century today.
Oh.
Let us hear about it.
Some years ago, this country house, Yoxley Old Place, was taken by an elderly man named Professor Coram. He was an invalid, keeping to his bed half the time. He has the reputation down there of being a very learned man. He found it necessary about a year ago to engage a secretary. The first 2 that he tried were not successes, but the third, Mr. Willoughby Smith, was a very young man straight from university. He seems to have been just what his employer wanted. I've seen his testimonials. From the first, he was a decent, quiet, hard-working fellow. Nothing against him at all. And yet, this is the lad who has met his death this morning in the professor's study.
Death? I take it you're going to tell us he's been murdered.
The circumstances can point only to that.
I see. Well, you'd better tell us a little more about the household to begin with.
If you were to search all England, I don't suppose you'd find a household more self-contained or free from outside influences. The professor was buried in his work. Young Smith knew nobody in the neighbourhood. And the 2 women had nothing to take them from the house, although the garden gate is only 100 yards from the main London to Chatham Road.
Now, just a moment. These 2 women, who are they?
Well, there's an elderly housekeeper, Mrs. Marker, and a maid,
Susan Tarleton.
I see.
This Susan Tarleton was the only person who could say anything positive about the matter.
Morning, sir. Between 11 and 12. I was hanging some curtains in the upstairs front bedroom, sir.
Where was the professor at this time?
Oh, Professor Coram was still in bed. When the weather's bad, he hardly ever gets up before midday.
Huh?
Well, sir, I heard Mr. Willoughby Smith pass along the passage and go down to the study, just below where I was working. A minute or so later, there was a dreadful cry. Then nothing, just silence.
What did you do?
Well, sir, I ran downstairs to the study, and there he was, stretched out on the floor. He seemed to be dead, but then he opened his eyes and spoke to me. He said, "The professor, it was she."
You mean he? Surely, the professor, it was he.
No, sir, just like I told you, the professor, it was she.
Very well, then. Did you notice anything else at all?
I saw the knife, sir, the one you've got there. It used to be on the professor's desk. It was lying on the floor.
Thank you, Susan. Now, Mrs. Marker,
Yes, sir?
you came on the scene too, I believe.
Oh, but I wasn't in time to hear him speak, sir. He was dead when I come.
What did you do?
Well, I left Susan with him and I run up to the professor's room. He was sitting up in bed. Very upset he was.
Upset?
Oh, yes, something terrible. Well, he'd heard something going on. Mr. Smith screaming, and he knew something awful had happened. So, well, he sent me to tell the gardener to go for the police at once.
The local police sent a wire to Scotland Yard, and I was down there in a jiffy. I gave strict orders for no one to walk on the paths leading to the house or move anything inside. I don't mind saying it was a splendid chance of putting your theories into practice, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There was really nothing wanting about this case.
Except Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Well, what sort of a job did you make of it?
The question I asked myself was, how did the murderer get into the house and out again?
That's right.
It must have been by the path and the garden door. Otherwise, Susan would have run into him as she came downstairs. So I directed my attention to the garden path. There'd been plenty of rain before the time of the murder, and there should certainly be signs of any footmarks.
And were there?
There were no footmarks on the path. So I next examined the corridor. It's lined with coconut matting and taken no impression of any kind. This brought me into the study itself. It's a scantily furnished room. The main article is a large writing table with a fixed bureau. The drawers of the bureau were open, but the cupboard between them locked.
Had anything been tampered with?
Nothing. The professor assured me that nothing was missing.
Ah.
As to the body of the young man, Willoughby Smith, the stab was on the right side of the neck and from behind, so that it's almost impossible that it could have been self-inflicted.
Is there any more evidence, Hopkins?
There is. Something most important.
Yes?
What have you got there? A pair of pince-nez. They were found in the dead man's right hand. They weren't his. He had excellent sight. There can be no question that he snatched them from the face of the assassin.
May I see them, please?
Huh?
Ah, thank you. Very handsome. Solid gold. I'll just try them on. Oh, dear me. Extraordinary.
Do they tell you anything, Holmes?
A great deal. Inspector, you have your notebook, of course.
Yes.
Then pray take it out and write as I dictate.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. I'm ready.
Write down, wanted, a woman of good address, attired like a lady. She has a remarkably thick nose with eyes which are set close upon either side of it. She has a puckered forehead, a peering expression, and probably rounded shoulders. There are indications that she has had recourse to an optician at least twice during the last few months. As her glasses are of remarkable strength, and as opticians are not very numerous, there should be no difficulty in tracing her.
By George, it's marvellous.
It's incredible. But meanwhile, have you anything more to tell us about the case?
Nothing, Mr. Holmes. I think you know as much as I do now. Probably more.
Seems such a pointless crime.
That's what beats me. No one has suggested a ghost of a motive. I suppose you can't, Mr. Holmes?
There I'm not in a position to help you. But I suppose you want us to come out tomorrow?
Well, if it's not asking too much. There's a train from Charing Cross to Chatham at 6 in the morning. We shall be at Yoxley Old Place between 8 and 9.
Then we shall take it.
Well, it's nearly 1 now, and we'd best get a few hours' sleep.
Why not stay here, Inspector? I dare say you can manage on the sofa in front of the fire.
Well, now, that's a very good idea.
And I'll light my spirit lamp and give you a cup of coffee before we start.
Yes, it's better all right, Doctor.
Yes, anyway, the wind's dropped. That's a relief.
Morning, sir.
Oh, any news?
No, sir, nothing.
No reports of any strangers seen about?
No, sir. I've just been asking again at the railway station.
Have you inquired at the inns and lodgings?
There's no one who can't be accounted for, sir.
Well, it's only a reasonable walk to Chatham. Anyone could stay there without being noticed. You're all right, carry on, Wilson.
Very good, sir.
But this is the garden path I spoke of, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, yes, I see. Someone has passed along here. Our lady must have picked her steps carefully, since she'd have left a track on the path on one hand, or on the soft flower bed on the other.
Yes, she must have been a cool customer.
You say she must have come back this way as well?
There's no other way.
It was a very remarkable performance. Very remarkable. Well, I think we've exhausted the path. Let us now go indoors to the scene of the crime. The position is this. The garden door is usually kept open, so the lady had nothing to do but walk in. The idea of murder was not in her mind, or she'd have provided herself with a weapon instead of having to pick up the knife from this writing table here. She came along the corridor, leaving no traces upon the coconut matting. Then she found herself in this study. What does she do? She goes over to the writing table. What for? Not for anything in the drawers, for nothing is missing. No, it was for something in this bureau. Hello? What's this scratch beside the keyhole? Why didn't you tell me of this, Hopkins?
Well, I noticed it, Mr. Holmes, but you always find scratches around a keyhole.
Watson, just give Mrs. Marker a shot, will you?
Very well, Holmes.
This scratch is recent, Hopkins. Quite recent. See how the brass shines where it's cut? Look through my lens.
Yes, I see what you mean.
An old scratch would be the same color as the surface.
Yes, sir?
Here's Mrs. Marker, Holmes.
Oh, Mrs. Marker. Did you dust this bureau yesterday morning?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice this scratch?
Where, sir?
Here.
Oh, no, that wasn't there yesterday. I'm sure of that.
Ah. Who has the key of this bureau?
The professor keeps it on his watch chain.
I see. I understand that this passage connects only with the professor's room and the garden door.
That's right, sir. There are no other doors off it.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Marker. That is all.
Thank you, sir.
Making any progress, Mr. Holmes?
Certainly. This is what I see. The lady enters the room, advances to the bureau, and either opens it or tries to do so. While she is thus engaged, young Willoughby Smith comes in. In her hurry to withdraw the key, she makes this scratch upon the door. Smith seizes her, and she snatches up the nearest object, which happens to be the knife, to strike at him and make him let go his hold. The blow is a fatal one. She escapes either with or without the object for which she's come.
Yes, that seems fair enough.
And now it's time we made the acquaintance of the professor.
Yes, certainly.
Oh, so the corridor to his room is also lined with coconut matting. This is very important indeed.
I don't think I understand.
You don't see any bearing upon the case? Well, well, I don't insist. No doubt I'm wrong. Now come and introduce me to the professor.
Please excuse the atmosphere, gentlemen. I fear I am a slave to tobacco. Are you a smoker, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, indeed.
Then, pray, take a cigarette.
Oh, thank you.
Dr. Watson.
Thank you, no.
I have them specially prepared by Ionides of Alexandria. He sends me 1,000 at a time, but I agreed to say I have to arrange for a fresh supply every fortnight.
Indeed.
Very bad, I admit, but an old man has few pleasures, and tobacco and my work. But now, only tobacco. Alas, what a fatal interruption to my work.
May we know its subject?
It is an analysis of the documents found in the Coptic monasteries of Syria and Egypt. It is a work which will cut deep at the very foundations of revealed religion.
Really?
But who could have foreseen anything so terrible happening to the young man? What do you think of the matter, Mr. Holmes?
I've not yet made up my mind.
I shall indeed be indebted to you if you can throw a light where all is so dark. To a poor bookworm invalid like myself, such a blow is paralyzing. But you are a man of action, and we are fortunate indeed in having you at our side. But do take another cigarette. Dear me, you are even a quicker smoker than I am myself.
I am a connoisseur, and these are excellent cigarettes. Professor Coram, what do you imagine this poor fellow meant by his last words? The professor...
It was she. Oh, Mr. Holmes, our maid, Susan, a simple girl. I fancy the poor fellow murmured some incoherent, delirious words, and she twisted them into this meaningless message.
The eyeglasses, where did they come from, then?
Inspector, we are aware that love tokens may take a strange shape. A fan, a glove, a pair of pince-nez.
Tell me, Professor Coram, what is in the cupboard of the bureau in your study?
There. Nothing for a thief. Family papers, diplomas from universities that have honored me. Here is the key. You may look for yourself.
Oh, well, no, I hardly think it would help me. No, here is your key, Professor.
Thank you.
I promise you shall not be disturbed again until 2 o'clock. I shall come again then, if I may, and report anything which may have happened in the interval.
Oh, by all means, my dear sir. Do take a few of these cigarettes with you, will you?
May I? Oh, thank you very much, sir.
Well, then, Holmes, have you a clue?
Yes, what are you thinking, Mr. Holmes?
It depends upon those cigarettes I smoke. Perhaps I'm utterly mistaken. The cigarettes will show me.
The cigarettes? I've never seen you smoke so much in my life. Except your pipe, of course.
Yes, and I hope I shall never have to again, Watson. Here comes the good Mrs. Marker. The very person to give us a few minutes' instructive conversation. Mrs. Marker?
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
I've been wanting to congratulate you on the way you keep up the house.
Oh, sir.
No, I was just saying as much to my friend, wasn't I, Watson?
Yes. Highly commendable.
Oh, it's very good of you, sir, I'm sure.
It must be especially difficult with the professor smoking as much as he does, you know, ash all over the place and so forth.
Oh, you're quite right, sir.
Does it never affect his health?
His health? Oh, well, that I can't say, sir.
But his appetite, surely. Such heavy smoking must kill the appetite.
Well, he is variable about how much he eats, I'll say that.
I should think so. This morning, for instance, I'll wager he took no breakfast, and he'll certainly face no lunch after all the cigarettes I saw him consume.
Well, you're out there, sir.
Oh, am I?
He ate a specially big breakfast this morning. I don't know when I've known him take a better one.
You don't say.
And he's ordered a good dish of cutlets for his lunch. Mind you, I'm surprised, sir. After I saw Mr. Smith lying on that floor yesterday, I've hardly been able to look at food myself.
You certainly surprised me, Mrs. Parker. But if you've a special luncheon to prepare, we mustn't keep you, must we?
No, sir. I must be getting along now. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Mrs. Parker.
Holmes, you're working something up. I know the signs.
Am I, Watson? Ah, well, at 2 o'clock we shall return to our friend the professor and see where my chain of reasoning is taking us.
Very punctual indeed, gentlemen. Now, Mr. Holmes, I'm sure you're looking forward to a few more of my cigarettes.
It's very kind of you, Professor Coram.
Not at all. Here, take the tin and help.
I do beg your pardon. It was my own clumsiness.
Look, I'll help you pick them up.
No, Watson. It was my fault. I insist. Oh, dear me. Some have even rolled as far as the bookcase in the corner. There. I think we have them. Yes, I think that everything cleared up now.
Oh, you shouldn't have troubled, Mr. Holmes. But tell me now, have you solved this mystery of ours yet?
Yes. I've solved it.
You've solved it, Mr. Holmes?
Indeed? By strolling about in the garden?
No. Here.
Here? When?
This instant.
You are joking, surely, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Professor Coram, what your motives are, or what exact part you play in this strange business, I'm not yet able to say. In a few minutes, I shall probably hear it from your own lips. Meanwhile, I will reconstruct what is past so that you may know the information which I still require.
As you wish.
Yesterday, a lady entered your study with the intention of possessing herself of certain documents from your bureau. She had a key of her own. You gave me an opportunity of examining yours, and I do not find on it that slight discoloration which the scratch would have produced. You were not an accessory, therefore, and she evidently came without your knowledge to rob you.
This is most interesting and instructive. But surely, having traced this lady so far, you can also say what has become of her.
I will endeavor to do so. In the first place, she was seized by your secretary and stabbed him in order to escape. This catastrophe I am inclined to regard as an unhappy accident. Horrified by what she had done, she rushed wildly away from the scene. Unfortunately, she had lost her glasses in the scuffle, and as she was extremely short-sighted, she was really helpless without them. She ran down a corridor, which she imagined to be that by which she'd come. Both were lined with coconut matting, and too late realized that she had taken the wrong one. She couldn't go back, she must go on. She pushed open a door and found herself in your room.
Oh, all very fine, Mr. Holmes. But there is one little flaw in a splendid theory. I was myself in my room.
I am aware of that, Professor Coram.
And you mean to say that I could lie in bed and not be aware that a woman had entered my room?
I never said so. You were aware of it. You recognized her. You aided her to escape.
You are mad. I helped her to escape. But then, where is she now?
She is there, behind that bookcase in the corner.
You are right. You are quite right. I am here.
I arrest you in the Queen's name for the murder of Willoughby Smith. And I warn you that anything...
Yes, sir, I am your prisoner. I could hear everything, and I know that you have learned the truth. It was I who killed that young man.
Then you realize...
But you are right, you, sir, who say that it was an accident. I did not even know that I held a knife in my hand. In my despair, I snatched the nearest thing from the table and struck at him to make him let me go.
I am sure that is the truth.
Yes, she'd better sit down a moment, Holmes. She looks ill.
Oh, thank you. I have only a little time here, and I must tell you the whole truth.
Yeah, now, you take this chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's better.
I am this man's wife. He is not an Englishman. He is a Russian. I will not tell you his name.
The Lord bless you, Anna.
I wonder why you cling so hard to that wretched life of yours, Sergei. It has brought no good to anyone, least of all yourself.
Pray let us hear what you have to say, madam.
I was a foolish girl when I married this old man in Russia. We were reformers, revolutionaries. Then came a time of trouble. A police officer was killed, and in order to save his own life and earn a great reward, my husband betrayed his companions and me with them. Among our comrades, there was one, Alexei, who was noble, unselfish, loving everything my husband was not. He hated violence. He was forever writing to dissuade me from it. My husband found the letters which would have saved that man and me from Siberia. He hid them, so we were convicted. I was released not long ago, but Alexei is still a convict in the salt mine. Think of that, you old villain. And I could have killed you in this room, but I spared you.
You were always a noble woman.
I came to this country with the object of getting those letters which would set Alexei free. I knew you would never give them to me, Sergei. So I engaged a private detective who came here as a secretary. He found where the papers were kept and got an impression of the key. Then he would go no further and left here. I took my courage in both hands and came to get the papers for myself. I succeeded, but at what a cost.
The dying man's words were, the professor, it was she. Do I understand, then, that Smith knew who you were?
By a chance, I had met him near the gate that morning and asked him where Professor Coram lived.
Exactly. In his last breath, Smith tried to send a message to the professor, but it was she whom he had just discussed with him.
You must let me finish quickly. After I had killed the young man, I ran blindly into this room. My husband spoke of giving me up. I threatened that if he did, I should give him away to our party as a traitor. For that reason, and for no other, he let me hide in that recess behind the bookcase where anyone approached. He was able to give me part of his own meals. It was agreed that when the police left the house, I should slip away by night and come back no more.
Gentlemen, here are the letters will save Alexei. I confide them to your honor, gentlemen, and to your love of justice. Before leaving my hiding place, I have taken poison. No. It's too late.
A simple case, my dear Watson, and yet in some ways an instructive one. It hinged from the outset upon the Pince-Nez. Without them, I'm not sure that we could ever have reached our solution.
But, Holmes, what was all that about the footmarks on the grass verge?
When Hopkins here asked me to believe that the intruder, having lost her powerful eyeglasses, could escape by the way she had come, treading carefully along a narrow grass strip, I set it down as impossible. I was forced to consider the hypothesis that she had remained within the house. On perceiving the similarity of the two corridors, it became clear that she must have entered the professor's room, for there was no other hiding place for her. The device of a recess behind the bookcase is a common one in old libraries. I therefore smoked a great number of those excellent cigarettes, and I dropped the ash all over the floor in front of the bookcase. When we had ascertained that the professor's consumption of food had increased, we returned to his room, where by upsetting the cigarette box, I obtained an excellent view of the floor.
So you were able to see from traces in the ash that she had come out of her retreat while we were absent?
Yes.
Remarkable, Holmes.
But here we are at Charing Cross. Well, Hopkins, I congratulate you on having brought your case to a successful conclusion. You are going to the Yard, no doubt.
That's right, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, I think you and I will drive together to the Russian embassy. We have a small parcel to deliver.
The Case of the Golden Pince-Nez was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My name in real life is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. And our script for this BBC production from London was by Michael Howley. You don't seem to see so many Pince-Nez about these days. You know, eyeglasses that clip on your nose. But I hope we will be seeing each other about again soon for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the original and immortal stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized anew, with Sir Ralph Richardson as Dr. Watson and Sir John Gielgud in the role of Sherlock Holmes.
It has been my privilege in these past few weeks to come before you with some of the exploits I shared with my friend Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective the world has ever seen. I had to conclude, alas, with the account of his death as he fell into the great chasm of the Falls of Reichenbach in Switzerland, locked in the arms of his deadly enemy, Professor Moriarty. For 3 long years I mourned him, my loneliness deepened too by the loss of my dear wife. To pass the weary days, I tried to interest myself in crime as a gesture, so to say, to Holmes' memory. Our old associate, Lestrade of the Yard, was sometimes even good enough to consult me with some of his problems. And so, in the spring of the year 1894, I came to hear of the singular mystery surrounding the death of the Honourable Ronald Adair.
Murder, Dr. Watson. It's stark murder. And for the life of me, I can't see how it was done.
Well, sit down, Lestrade. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I was seeing a patient.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
I'm quite exhausted with it all.
Have a drink. Whiskey and soda?
Thanks, I will. To tell you the truth, Doctor, this is the kind of problem I wish to heaven I could have talked to Mr. Holmes about.
Aha. Well, we all wish that, Lestrade. Is that enough soda?
Oh, plenty, Doctor. Thank you. Well, here's your health. I don't suppose...
What?
I don't know. Just a notion I sometimes have. I mean, he really is dead, I suppose. Mr. Holmes, I mean.
Well, of course he is. You must have read my account, Lestrade.
Yes, of course I know. It's just... I can never quite bring myself to believe it. I tell you, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if I was to walk along Baker Street tonight and see the old shadow on the window blind there.
Well, don't let's talk about it, Lestrade. Tell me what your problem is.
I thought we might even walk round to the scene of the crime together, Doctor, if you can spare the time. It's a queer business, this Adair case. Deuced queer.
Yes, I read something about it in the papers. Found dead, wasn't he?
That's right. Honourable Ronald Adair. Very upright and promising young fellow. Terrible blow to his mother.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, he was fond of cards, you see. Never played for very big stakes, but he couldn't resist a bit of a flutter now and then.
No gambling enemies or anything of the kind?
Shouldn't think so. Seems to have been very popular. Anyhow, he was playing at one of his clubs the night it happened. The Bagatelle, you see.
Who's he playing with?
Well, there was a Mr. Murray and Sir John Hardy and a fellow called Moran. A Colonel Sebastian Moran.
Murray, Hardy, Moran. Well, what next then?
Well, young Adair got back home about 10. He shut himself in his room. He lives in Park Lane, you know, one of those big houses. And his room was at the front. His mother got in from a theatre about 11:30 and went in to say goodnight to him. She couldn't get any answer. Had the door forced.
It was locked then?
On the inside, Doctor. And they found him dead, you see. All horribly mutilated about the head by an expanding bullet.
What a dum-dum, you mean? Suicide, maybe? Did you find any weapon?
No, Doctor, not a single blessed sign of one. He was slumped across the table with bundles of notes and stacks of coins laid neatly out all around him.
Remarkable. But he couldn't have been shot through the window, I suppose?
Well, it seems the only way, of course, and the window was open. But the minute you have a look, you'll see it was pretty near impossible. Let's go round, shall we?
Right. I'll get my boots on.
Now, Doctor, that's the house, do you see? Tall one with the blue railings and the crocus bed in front.
Yes, I see. Yes. Quite a crowd outside, isn't it, Lestrade?
Oh, usual sightseers. It's all in the papers, you know. Morbid tastes people have.
Which is the room where he was found?
Up on the second floor, up there where one of my men is. They're still looking around for clues, you know. Body was taken away some days ago.
Quite so. Was the window open as wide as that when it happened?
Every bit. We haven't touched it at all. Step aside there, will you? I'm a police officer.
Yeah, taking up the old blooming pavement.
I suppose the murderer couldn't have locked the door on the inside and then made his escape through the window, Lestrade?
Not a chance. You see for yourself there isn't anything he could climb down by. If he'd dropped there would have been marks on the crocus bed.
Yeah, I see. Oh, you know, this crowd's really intolerable, Lestrade.
I know. I really must have a cordon put round the place. Well, aren't you coming in, Doctor?
No, I don't think so. You've given me most of the facts. The clue must lie outside somewhere. Young Adair must have been shot through the window.
That's what I said. But whoever did it must have been an uncommonly good shot. You'd have had to stand right back at the roadway almost to avoid leaving tracks in the garden. You get the young chap in range as he sat at the table.
Almost impossible with a revolver at that distance.
Besides, you know, there's that cabman's shelter just there, by the gate. They say there wasn't a sound of a shot that night. They'd be certain to have heard it. I tell you, it's a puzzle, Doctor.
It is indeed, Lestrade. I almost wish, like you, that...
What?
Well, you know what I mean. It would have been a problem after his own heart. Oh, well, I must get back, I suppose. Well, if I think of anything...
Careful, Doctor.
Kindly watch where you're going, sir. You nearly knocked me down.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm afraid I've made you drop your books.
Well, you certainly have, sir. They're exceedingly valuable books.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't have had it happen for the world.
There you are. Yeah, I picked him up for you.
Oh.
It was quite an accident.
I should hope so. I should hope so, indeed.
Poor old fellow. You know, I must have given him a little bump. Lame, too?
An old bookseller, I should think. Looks it with those thick glasses. Too much peering over small print.
Upon myself, you've been studying poor Holmes' methods, Lestrade.
I only wish I could use them on this case, Doctor. Well, goodbye. You'll let me know if you have any ideas.
Yes, I will. Goodbye, Lestrade. I'll certainly think about it. And so I did indeed as I walked back home. The Park Lane Mystery, as I'd already decided to call it if ever I should write an account of it. The first that I should ever write of my own small efforts in detection as opposed to Holmes. Adair had plainly locked the door himself. He'd therefore met his death from the outside. And yet, what shot could possibly have travelled such a distance and still caused so much mutilation? And who had done the deed? And for what motive? I was still pondering when I reached my study. And I'd hardly had time to light my pipe when, to my astonishment, my maid ushered in no other than the old bookseller with whom I'd collided in Park Lane.
Well, sir, you're surprised to see me, no doubt.
Well, I most certainly am. How on earth did you know where I lived?
Followed you. It's been on my conscience a bit the way I spoke so rude to you when you bumped me.
Oh, but really, you make too much of a trifle. Well, why don't you put your pile of books on the table and sit down for a moment? You look tired.
Right enough I am, sir. You went pretty fast for my old legs. I had a job to keep up with you. I was thankful when I saw you turn into the house here, and I could come up a bit slower.
Ah, well, will you have a little refreshment? I've some brandy here, or some whiskey and soda.
Thank you, Watson. I rather fancy a little hock and seltzer.
Holmes. Sherlock.
Holmes. Watson, my dear friend. My dear fellow. Here, sit down. You'll fall. Quick. Here, drink this.
Holmes,
There, that's a bit better, isn't it? There, you're all right now. My poor old Watson.
I'm sorry. I must have fainted. It's the first time in my life.
It was unforgivable of me, my dear fellow, but I simply couldn't resist it.
No, it can't. It's really you, Holmes?
Yes, really, Watson, really and truly. Here, touch me. I'm flesh and blood, you see, the same old Holmes.
But the falls at Reichenbach, the cliff edge.
Yeah.
How did you ever get out alive?
Here, sit back, old fellow. Take another sip of brandy. Here, I'll take my wig and whiskers off, and then you'll be able to believe it's really me. You're the second person you know who's fainted at the sight of me today.
What? Well, who else?
Well, dear old Mrs. Hudson back in the old rooms in Baker Street. Upon my life, I didn't think she'd ever stop crying after I'd pulled her round from her faint.
Well, I see the juice of it is. Can never help liking you, Holmes, for all your confounded ways.
Well, that's very nice of you, Watson.
I can hardly believe it now. But when I tell Lestrade, when I tell the whole world...
No, not yet, Watson. Not yet. Lestrade, perhaps, but no one else at all. And for a very good reason, I assure you. We are back in harness, my old friend.
How? What do you mean?
Well, this very night, provided you can spare the time. A hard and dangerous task, Watson. Are you still game?
Well, of course. It's what I've been longing for. But I want to know what's been happening, Holmes. You must tell me.
A million things, but all in due course, my dear fellow. We have our work to do first. You think you'll be all right?
I'm all right, Holmes. 100 times the man I was. I'm sorry I went to pieces like that.
Well, that was the greatest compliment you could possibly pay me.
But your escape, man. How can you be so calm about it?
Oh, that was all so long ago. 3 years, after all.
But how did you get out of that dreadful chasm?
Because, my dear Watson, I was never in it.
Never in it? My dear Holmes.
I assure you my note to you was quite genuine. I hadn't any doubt that I was done for when I stood there confronting Moriarty with that inexorable purpose in those eyes of his that you described so vividly.
You read my account.
Of course. I congratulate you, my dear fellow. It was the most convincing thing you've ever done. I was even strangely moved by it.
But the 2 sets of footsteps to the cliff edge and none returning, the signs of a struggle.
Oh, we fought together. Of course, there was no doubt about that. We fought most bitterly. But you know the curious bypaths of my knowledge, Watson? I have some acquaintance with Baritsu, the Japanese system of wrestling, and I managed finally to slip out of our friend the professor's grip, and down he went at last, uttering the most horrible scream that I've ever heard from human lips.
You're the devil, Holmes, you truly are.
Well, the only one, however, who's always been on the side of the angels. You know, Watson, at that moment I suddenly realized what a heaven-sent opportunity had come my way.
How do you mean?
Well, Moriarty wasn't the only man who had sworn my death. There was another, his chief lieutenant, who had also managed to escape the trap which the police had laid for the whole gang at my instigation.
You mean you deliberately chose to make it appear that you died so that you could delude this fellow into a sense of false security?
Precisely. Well, I began to climb up the face of the cliff.
But you couldn't have, Holmes. It was almost sheer.
I had an anxious moment or two, I'll confess, but I did manage it somehow. You know, I could even hear your cries and see your tragic face when you thought I was gone. I was there above you on a ledge about 100 feet or so up.
Oh, Holmes, and you never made a sign.
With my strongest card, old friend. If you believed that I was really dead and wrote of me as you did, then the whole world would believe it too, and that was why only one person knew the secret, that I was safely on my way to Italy.
And who was that?
My brother, Mycroft.
Ah, you could trust him, Holmes, and not me.
Ah, my dear fellow, I know you're the very soul of discretion. But you could never have written so vividly and so convincingly if you'd really known the truth.
But the years of misery I've undergone, the years.
It was the only way. I couldn't even reveal myself to you in the street today, because the place was so crowded there might have been spies.
Ah, not because of Lestrade, because he was there.
No, I'll tell Lestrade this afternoon. We'll need him badly for tonight's adventure.
What are you planning, Holmes?
I've been planning all these years I've been away, traveling in Tibet, Persia, France, planning to defeat this last member of Moriarty's gang. And tonight, at last, I think I'm going to get him.
Who is he, Holmes?
Not yet, Watson. Not yet. You'll see and hear enough before the morning. The game's afoot, Watson. Old times. Come, the adventure, as you'll no doubt call it, of the empty house.
Can you blame me if all other thoughts were driven from my head that day? I knew nothing of what Holmes intended, what wild beast we were to hunt down in the dark jungle of criminal London. I forgot everything in my joy and impatience, even the murder of young Adair, which had been so occupying me. Sherlock Holmes called for me at 9:30, and we set off on our mysterious journey. His knowledge of the bypaths of London was extraordinary. We twisted through a maze of hidden alleys and narrow passageways until I was quite bewildered. And always as we went, I saw his brows drawn down and his thin lips compressed in the old sardonic smile I knew so well.
Ah, Watson, this is like old times being with you again. If you only knew how I've looked forward to this moment.
And I, Holmes, except that I never thought I'd live to see it.
You brought your revolver with you, the old army revolver.
Oh, of course. And, by the way, talking of revolvers, in the Adair case...
Wait, Watson, round this way. That's right, through the empty yard there.
Where are we, Holmes? You've completely lost me.
You'll see in a moment. Ah, yes, that's right. I thought so. Along the mews, turn to the left, and we're almost there.
You still can't tell me what we're after?
You know already. Moriarty's right-hand man, the last of his whole gang.
How does he know you're alive?
That's been part of the whole difficulty, my dear fellow. One of the reasons I've had to lie so low. He saw me that day at the falls.
But you mean that Moriarty wasn't alone that day after all?
Oh, yes, he was. He was quite chivalrous in his own strange way, but this lieutenant of his must have followed him some way behind to see that all went well. I caught sight of him for a moment when I was right at the top of the precipice looking down and realized that he could see me climbing up.
Good heavens, Holmes.
Yes, he tried to dislodge me, of course, a boulder or two, gave me a few uncomfortable moments, but I managed to get round by another path and elude him.
Did he know for certain that you'd escaped?
Well, I was never sure until these last few days, and that's what's brought me back to London.
But I don't understand how...
Watson, I told you this was the adventure of the empty house. Well, here's the door. I'll use the skeleton key. Ah, yes, that's it. Now, quietly, my dear fellow.
Dash it.
Same old Watson.
Well, I'm excited, Holmes. A bit out of practice, you know.
This way, through here, this passageway. Careful now, Watson. There's a low doorway. Don't bang your head. What on earth's the matter now, Watson?
Something brushed my face.
It's a spider's web or a strip of wallpaper. Can't you see how it's peeling away? The place hasn't been lived in for years.
I still wish I knew where we were.
This is the room, Watson. Now then, look out of this window. There.
Good heavens. Baker Street.
Exactly. We're in Camden House, my dear fellow. Don't you remember it? Exactly opposite our own old quarters at number 221B.
But what are we doing here?
We are here because the window commands such an excellent view of that picturesque edifice of ours. Come closer, Watson, and just look up at the window of our old sitting room.
Oh, heavens. Holmes, I believe I'm almost going to faint again.
Hold up, my dear fellow. There's no brandy here, unfortunately. I thought that even 3 long years could hardly rob me of my powers to surprise you, Watson.
But, Holmes, it's you up there. It's your shadow on the blind up there.
I trust that age cannot wither me, Watson, nor custom stale my infinite variety. It really is rather like me, don't you think?
But it's marvelous. I could swear that you were sitting up there.
Yes, the real credit belongs to Monsieur Oscar Meunier, the distinguished sculptor. A bust of me in wax, Watson, placed very carefully so as to cast its silhouette upon the window blind.
I'm out of my depth, Holmes. The whole thing's beyond me. What does it all mean?
Simply that I have the strongest possible reasons for wanting a certain person to believe that I'm up there when I'm really somewhere quite different.
This Lieutenant of Moriarty?
Of course, he knows I'm still alive, and he believes that sooner or later I'll be sure to come back to my old haunts.
He knows you're back there?
I'm quite sure he does. I took pretty good care that he recognized me in the street this morning.
Look, that gang of roughs along the street, they're looking up, watching your shadow on the blind too, aren't they?
Roughs, you think? Keep back, Watson. Don't let them see you.
Great heavens. Your shadow's moved up there.
My dear good Watson, am I such a farcical bungler as to erect an obvious dummy and expect the sharpest eyes in Europe to be deceived by it?
Well, what is it? Clockwork?
Mrs. Hudson. The good soul crawls forward on her hands and knees every few minutes and moves the effigy round a little to a different angle.
I confess I'd like to see her at it.
Watson, really?
Shh. Listen. What is it?
I do believe he's coming.
Who is?
Listen, the stairs. Yes, he's coming up. Actually into this room. I hardly expected such a stroke of luck as this. Listen. Now for it. Keep your gun ready, Watson. And here, take this police whistle. When I tell you, blow it.
What's going to happen, Holmes?
You'll see. He'll open that window. And then you'll hear something. A sound you've never heard before in all your life.
What?
A sound that isn't a sound at all. An explosion that doesn't explode.
Upon my soul.
Quiet now, not another word.
At last, Sherlock Holmes.
No, sir, I've got you. Okay, Watson, on him. Blow the whistle, man. Oh, come on.
Dare you,
get him. It's all right. Oh, no, you don't. Watson here, hold on to his arm. That's it. Where in heaven's name is Lestrade?
Here we are, Mr. Holmes. Quick, Johnson. Shine your lantern. Right, sir. Staple. Help Mr. Holmes.
I'm all right. Oh, thank you, Lestrade. I rather fancy everything's quite in order.
What is it, Holmes, in heaven's name?
Why, Watson, just as I told you, the late Professor Moriarty is first lieutenant.
You fiend, Sherlock Holmes. You clever fiend.
Quite so, Colonel. Journeys end in lovers' meetings, as they used to say in the old play. Colonel Sebastian Moran, my dear Watson, once of Her Majesty's Indian Army and the best big game shot that our Eastern Empire has ever produced. That's an interesting weapon you've got there, Lestrade.
That's mine. Give it to me. No, you don't. Never seen anything quite like it, Mr. Holmes. Doesn't seem to have any kind of powder chamber.
For the simple reason that it's an air gun of a particularly powerful design made to the order of the late Professor Moriarty himself.
Of course, Holmes. I remember you told me about it 3 years ago.
That harmless bust of mine across the way will have been shattered by the missile it fires. A simple, soft-nosed bullet.
A bust. An effigy. You fiend, Holmes.
You've already used that epithet once, Colonel. For a master marksman, your vocabulary seems to me a trifle limited. I'm really quite surprised that so simple a stratagem should have deceived you.
You've not heard the last of me yet, Holmes.
Indeed. Well, are we ready, Watson?
Ready? Ready for what?
I rather fancy a pipe in our old rooms, my dear fellow.
But, Holmes,
you'll find them in perfect order. My brother Mycroft has been in charge of everything while I've been away, and there are still a few details you may care to hear.
Wait, Holmes. If it was only an effigy in that window, you've no right to detain me. I've committed no crime.
No crime? Attempting to murder Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
No, he's quite correct, Lestrade. We do need something a little more definite than attempted murder. And in any case, I think I'd prefer not to be involved in the matter myself.
Well, I must say
You see? Instruct those men of yours to release me at once.
Don't worry, Lestrade. Your men can take him away with perfect impunity. Won't you join Watson and me for a little refreshment across the way? As to the charge...
Well, Mr. Holmes, you must have one, you know.
Oh, yes, I have, of course. The murder of the Honourable Ronald Adair. Shot through the open window of his house in Park Lane with an expanding bullet fired, Lestrade, from that very gun that you now have in your hand. Goodbye, Colonel Moran. Oh, my best respects to the Professor. I feel sure you'll meet him in the nether regions.
Well. The same old room, Mr. Holmes. You could have knocked me down with a feather when you walked into the yard this afternoon.
It was nothing to how I felt this morning, Lestrade. I actually fainted.
And I was only saying to you I wouldn't be surprised to see a shadow on the blind, eh?
But look at it. My poor old likeness, Watson. Shot right between the eyes, I'm afraid. Well, all in a good cause.
But what confounds me, Holmes, is how you knew about the Adair murder.
And it was exactly what I'd been waiting for, Watson. As soon as I read in Paris that Moran had been the young fellow's partner at cards that night, I realized he must have been the murderer.
But how?
Because of the gun. It was the only weapon in the world with which that crime could have been committed at such a distance and without a sound. He'd made his little slip, just as his master did before him. So I knew it was time to come back, and I was on his trail at last.
Well. And to think that you were examining the scene of the crime at the same moment we were. Eh, Doctor?
But what was the motive, Holmes?
Adair had partnered Moran more than once. He discovered that Moran was a cheat, threatened him with exposure, and set to work calculating the amounts that he had fraudulently won. He planned to return those sums, hence the piles of money lying on the table.
And Moran followed him and shot him from the other side of the street, beyond the railing.
Yes, but I still had to prove it. I knew if he'd got the chance, he'd turn that gun on me. And I suspected that he might choose the empty house for his purpose, as indeed he did. By the way, Watson, I'm afraid that gang of roughs in the street you were so suspicious of were really only Lestrade's plainclothes men waiting for our whistle.
Well, you mean that I was mistaken, Holmes?
Yes, just this once, my dear fellow. And now that the race of Moriarty is finally extinct, we are quite free to celebrate the return of Sherlock Holmes. Would you pass me my violin, Lestrade? How splendid that it wasn't damaged in that fire the Professor once started in these rooms. Hey, Watson?
Well, that's a matter of opinion, Holmes.
But we welcome you back, sir. By George, we do. London hasn't been the same without you.
Thank you, Lestrade. I appreciate that very much. Yes, Watson, nothing like a violin, to soothe the savage breast. I really missed it sorely in Tibet.
The return of Sherlock Holmes, and 1,000 other cases still before him. Well. Well.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, based on the original stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, have been dramatized anew with original music composed by Sidney Torch. Sir Ralph Richardson played the part of Dr. Watson, and Sir John Gielgud that of Sherlock Holmes. The program was produced by Harry Allen Towers.
In the 1940s, during the height of dramatic radio, I was a busy young actress. I performed on many shows, including various roles opposite Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce on the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. This is Peggy Webber. I'd like to tell you a little about those golden days of radio. One of the first things that I feel I should say is that I owe my being a member of AFRA, which is now AFTRA, to Edna Best, who heard an audition that I did at CBS when I was 16 years old, and about 2 weeks later I had a call from Edna Best, and she said she had heard this audition, and she asked me to come and do the Sherlock Holmes show. So I rushed over to AFRA, which it was in those days, and got my membership to the Network Actors Guild. And I was absolutely in seventh heaven because I was going to be locked up all day long with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in a room. And I could not believe it, that I was really going to work with these wonderful people. So that was the beginning of my radio career, my network radio career. From the minute I went into the studio with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, and we were cooped up from 10 o'clock until about 6 o'clock. We had a break for lunch, but sometimes people didn't even leave. I noticed that Nigel Bruce and Basil Rathbone would often eat right there in the studio. And then, of course, we had broadcasts to New York and to the West Coast. But from the minute I got in the studio, they were constantly teasing each other, and they both had tremendous senses of humor. And on the air, Nigel Bruce would add all kinds of extraneous noises while Sherlock Holmes would be revealing the denouement of the story. And he would just be having the greatest fun making all these little noises, these gurgles and burbles and things. And at the end, when the broadcast was over to the east, Basil Rathbone would look daggers at him and say, "Are you satisfied?" Because he was doing everything he could to throw the scene, And they had this great sense of humor about it. They just loved to see how they could trip each other up.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, and say, I'd like to tell you about something myself. I'd like to tell you about the wine that more Americans prefer than any other wine. That wine is port. And if you want to know why port is such a favorite, just pour yourself a glass of wonderful Petri California port. Look at that Petri port. Look at its glowing deep red color. And sample that aroma. It'll remind you of a walk through a dew-covered vineyard. And now taste that Petri port. Boy, you've got something. Petri port is one of the most delicious wines ever poured from a bottle. Right then and there, Petri port will become your favorite wine. I'm confident of that. And I'm sure you'll want to serve Petri port to your friends, too. After dinner or any time they drop in for a visit. And remember, you can serve Petri port proudly. Because those letters, P-E-T-R-I, spell the proudest name in the history of American wines. Petri. Petri wine. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's ready for us. Let's go in and join him.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening. Oh, excuse me, Dr. Watson. I didn't know that you had company.
Shut the door, my boy, and come in and join us. Let me introduce you, Mr. Bartell. This is my friend, Mrs. Campbell.
How do you do, Mrs. Campbell?
How do you do, Mr. Bartell?
Mrs. Campbell is a very old friend of mine from England, and when she called on me today, I persuaded her to stay and have dinner and then join us in this little session of storytelling. You see, Mr. Bartell, she's really what you might call the star of the Sherlock Holmes adventure that I'm going to tell you tonight.
Oh, come now, Dr. Watson. I actually played a very small part in the story. In any case, I was much too young at the time to know what was really going on.
Say, this is a great idea, Doctor. One of the characters out of your fabulous past here in California in 1946 and helps tell her own story.
Oh, no, Mr. Bartell. I'm no storyteller. That's the doctor's department. I'll just listen.
No, my dear. I'll set the scene, but you must ring up the curtain, as it were. In any case, my memory isn't too clear on some of the early points in connection with the case. You will have to help me out.
Oh, but you're talking to millions of listeners on the radio. I'd be terrified to speak over the air.
We're on the air now, Mrs. Campbell.
Oh, we're not, are we? Oh, dear.
No. Don't worry, Cynthia. If they're kind enough to listen to me week after week, I'm sure they'll be delighted to hear you. And now to get on with the story. The title, The Adventure of the Living Doll. The setting, the Sussex Downs near the bee farm to which Sherlock Holmes retired. The period, 1910. And now, Cynthia, my dear, the curtain's going up, and the first scene belongs to you. Supposing you set it for us.
Well, I'll try. We were living on the Sussex Downs also, Mr. Bartell, at that time. My name was then Cynthia Browning. My father, Arthur Browning, had been dead for some years, but my mother kept up the estate with a manager, a Mr. Hugh Tanner. I was away at school most of the year, of course, but the happiest times of my childhood were spent during those long summer months in Sussex. I lived in a small world, knowing only a few people and loving all of them, or almost all. First of all, there was Mother herself. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, and the sweetest. I remember she gave me a puppy on my 12th birthday. His name was Dusty, and he was so sweet. I talked to Mother about him one day. I must have sounded terribly young.
Mommy, darling, I do love Dusty. Very, very much. He's a lovely puppy, and you gave him to me.
You love him, Cynthia. I know that. But I've been feeding him. That's your job, darling. It's good for grown-up people to have responsibility.
Oh, Mommy, I'll feed him. Of course I will. I'll feed him so full, he'll burst.
Then there was the estate manager, Hugh Tanner, such a pleasant man, and so willing to tell a 12-year-old all the things that a 12-year-old has to know or die.
But, Mr. Tanner, why did you have to shoot the horse? He'd only broken his leg.
Cynthia, horses aren't like human beings. Their legs won't mend. Now think of a horse that couldn't frisk and run and gallop across the downs. We're actually being kind to him. Honestly, we are, Cynthia.
And then there was Frank King, the painter who lived on the downs. He taught me to open my eyes and really see things.
No, Cynthia. That sunset isn't red. It's gold and rust. And the water, child, look at it. It's almost rose in this light. Rose flecked with cobwebs of eggshell blue. Cynthia, darling, a sunset's never just one color. Do try and remember that, won't you?
And then there was Mr. Pound from the city. I gathered that he was terribly rich, and he wanted to marry Mother. But he certainly didn't understand little girls.
Cynthia, I'm going to give you £50 for being a very good little girl. Now, tell me, what will you do with it?
I'll buy something for Mommy.
Oh, no, my dear. This is your own money. You put it in the savings account at the post office. and it'll make more money for you. Always remember, my dear, take care of the pennies and the pounds will take care of themselves.
Then there was the wonderful wise woman who knew all the things that aren't in books.
Always remember, my bunny, that it's good luck to touch the hump of a hunchback. But the curse of Beelzebub himself will be upon ye if ye look at a sliver of silver moon through the glass.
And then the strangest and most wonderful of them all was the lean, middle-aged man with a sharp face and the bee-net whom I met one day on the downs.
Good afternoon, young lady.
Good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Browning.
My name is Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
Why are you carrying that net? You looking for butterflies?
Oh, no, Cynthia. I'm a bee farmer.
Bee farmer? Oh, that sounds funny. How do you farm bees?
Well, come over to my place one day and I'll show you. I say, that beautiful doll you're carrying.
It isn't a doll. It's my mascot. It was given to me by Frank King, the painter. He made it for me. He made it to look as much like me as possible. I call her Me.
It's a remarkable likeness.
See the hair? That's clippings off my hair. And the nails? Those are clippings from my own nails. She's really me, and I love her.
Your own nails and hair, and the doll is an exact replica of you? I don't like that, Cynthia. Remember, my dear, my name, it's Sherlock Holmes, and I live at the bee farm, and if anything unusual happens, come to me at once.
Of course, Dr. Watson. I'll confess that first meeting with Sherlock Holmes rather frightened me.
You didn't understand why he was so worried about the doll, eh?
No, but I remembered what he said about coming to him if anything unusual happened.
And I'm sure that unusual something did happen.
Yes, Mr. Bartell, and within a very few days. But at this point, I think Dr. Watson should take over the story. It's where he and Mr. Holmes really entered into it.
Oh, very well. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Bartell, I was staying with Holmes. Late in the afternoon, as I remember, that you ran over to the bee farm where I first met you, Cynthia. A few moments before you arrived, Holmes and I, each of us with a cup of tea in our hands, were seated on the veranda, gazing out across the downs, and discussing the mutability of human affairs.
It's strange, Watson, that after a lifetime devoted to the more flamboyant aspects of everyday life, that now, in what is the fast approaching twilight of my days, I find such peace and companionship in the exact and predictable behavior of bees. I wonder what Moriarty would have thought.
Oh, you're talking as if you're an old dodder of 90. You say what you like, but I don't think that you'll ever really be happy in retirement. You miss the danger, the excitement of the chase, the public acclaim.
What are you talking about? My work was never for the public. What did the public, the great unobservant public, who could hardly tell a weaver by his tooth or a typesetter by his left thumb, care about the finer shades of analysis or deduction? In any case, Watson, I chose a happy time to sink into oblivion. In comparatively recent years, the criminal seems to have lost all his originality and enterprise. My own little practice, when I gave it up, seemed to be in danger of developing into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils or giving advice to young ladies from boarding schools.
Oh, talking of young ladies, who's this little girl running up your driveway?
Oh, great Scott, it's little Cynthia Browning.
Oh, and who's she?
Oh, a charming young neighbor of mine. Hello, Cynthia.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
You've come to see how I farm bees, haven't you?
No, Mr. Holmes. You told me to come to you if something unusual happened. It has. Something that's frightened me.
Well, now, sit down, my dear. This is my old friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, Cynthia?
How do you do?
Now, Cynthia, dear, what has frightened you?
It's my mascot. My Me. Look, somebody stabbed her through the heart.
Great Scott, a doll that's an exact replica of her, with a penknife thrust into it. Good gracious me.
When did you find your mascot like this?
Just after tea. Mummy had some gentlemen calling on her, and afterwards I went up to my room and found poor Me on the bed. I remembered what you told me about anything unusual, and so I came over here as fast as I could.
Yes, I'm glad that you did, Cynthia.
But did you tell your mother where you'd gone with her?
No, I didn't. She was still talking to the gentleman.
Well, she'll worry about you when she discovers your disappearance.
No, don't worry, Watson. I shall go over and talk to her at once. Cynthia, my dear.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Who were the gentlemen calling on your mother?
Well, there was Mr. Tanner.
Yes.
He's the man who looks after the estate for Mummy.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. King, the painter.
Mr. King is the man who made this doll, eh? Now, who else was there?
Mr. Pound. He's a businessman from London that's staying with Mummy.
And they were all present in your house when you found the mascot lying on the bed.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, old chap.
Yes, sir?
I'm going over to see Cynthia's mother at once. I want Cynthia to stay here with you. Guard her, old chap, as you would your life. Mrs. Browning, I know I must seem like an intrusive neighbor, but possibly you've heard of me. My name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes.
Well, who hasn't heard of the famous Sherlock Holmes? Please sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Your guests have left?
Yes. But how did you know I had guests? I know you're a great detective. But...
Your charming little daughter, Cynthia, came over to see me half an hour ago. She told me.
So that's where she went. Did she come back with you?
No, Mrs. Browning. I felt it safer that she remained at my place for a while. My friend Dr. Watson will look after her. I'm afraid she may be in danger.
In danger? Mr. Holmes, what makes you say that?
You know your daughter's doll, the one fashioned in her own likeness and with her own hair and nails?
Of course. Frank King made it for her.
While you were at tea this afternoon, your daughter found the doll lying on her bed with a penknife stuck through its heart.
That's very peculiar. But I don't see that she should be in any danger because of it, Mr. Holmes.
Mrs. Browning, certain practitioners of magic believe that if a doll-like effigy is made of a human being and the effigy is then mutilated, that a similar fate will befall the living original.
But, Mr. Holmes, that's black magic. You can't possibly believe in it.
Not in the results of stabbing a doll, Mrs. Browning, but well, it's possible that someone is trying to kill your daughter.
To kill Cynthia? Oh, no.
It may be more than a possibility, I'm afraid. And when these magical means fail, they will turn to more direct methods.
But who could possibly want her death?
You have not remarried, Mrs. Browning?
No, I feel it my duty to devote my life to Arthur's child, Cynthia.
Yes, then anyone wishing to marry you might feel that Cynthia stood in the way.
But that's absurd.
But logical, Mrs. Browning. Do you mind if I ask you a very personal question?
With Cynthia's safety at stake, you may ask any question.
Are any of the 3 men who were present at tea this afternoon desirous of marrying you?
Well,
Please be completely honest, Mrs. Browning.
At different times, they've all asked me to marry them, yes.
And you won't contemplate marriage because of your dead husband's child, Tell me, Mrs. Browning, have you seen this penknife before? It was the one found stuck through the doll's heart.
I don't think I've ever seen it before.
One final question. Would anyone among Cynthia's acquaintances have a knowledge of the practice of magic?
Well, the old woman that Cynthia called the wise woman might.
Oh, who might she be?
A strange creature that lives in some hovel on the downs near here. Mm-hmm. She brews weird concoctions with herbs, love philters, and all that sort of thing.
I'd be a suitable companion for your daughter, Mrs. Browning.
I know it, Mr. Holmes. I've told Cynthia over and over again that she mustn't stray off and see the old woman. But you know how disobedient children are at her age. I'm sure she's been over there recently.
I'd like to talk to this woman. Where does she live?
I don't know exactly, but Frank can take you there. He used her as a model.
Frank King, the painter?
Yes, he lives in the village.
Then I shall call on him at once and persuade him to accompany me. We must find that wise woman and I hope save your child from magic. Magic and possible murder. Much further, Mr. King?
It's only a few more yards, Mr. Holmes. A little cottage is just behind the trees there. It's a pretty broken-down place. Poor old girl has only a few pennies to her name, I imagine.
Mrs. Browning was telling me that you used this old woman as a model.
Yes, she was a fascinating subject. I painted her as she was mixing up some devil's concoction of herbs and spices. I had her standing over a smoking cauldron with the firelight playing on her. It was quite effective.
Yes, it must have been. The subject of witchcraft appeals to you, Mr. King?
Well, I don't know anything about it. It was just that she was such a wonderful subject for a painter. Here we are.
I'll knock on the door. I think we'll take the liberty of going in, shall we?
I don't see why not.
Shh. What is it? Listen. It came from that room. Someone is here. Come on.
Look at her. Look at her head. Poor devil.
Yes, she's still alive. She isn't long for this world. Can you hear me? Here, let me lift you up a little. Can you understand what I'm saying? Tell me, who was it that did this to you?
She's too far gone to speak.
Got a piece of paper and a pencil?
Yes. Wait a minute. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, can you write the name of the man who did this to you?
She's pushing the pencil away. I don't suppose she knows how to write. She's trying to show you something, Mr. Holmes. She's trying to crawl over to the wall.
Yes. Here, let me help you. Must be a hiding place of some kind.
Look. She's taking a brick out of the wall.
What is it? Great Scott! Money. A veritable jackdaw's nest of pennies. And small silver. And at least a dozen golden sovereigns. That must be the money.
Look! She's picking out one of the silver coins. She's trying to give it to you.
A sixpence, but what? Oh, poor woman, she's dead. Just as she was trying to tell me something.
I can't understand it. Golden sovereigns in this hovel, and she was showing you a silver sixpence as she died. Mr. Holmes, what are you going to do?
First, check on the young girl's safety. Meanwhile, I should like you to go back to my mother's. Assemble the other 2 men who were present at tea time this afternoon and keep them there until I arrive. I shan't be long.
But the police?
I shall summon them, Mr. King, when I have the murderer to offer them. And I'm convinced that will be before the sun sets tonight.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. Time enough for me to mention another wonderful Petri wine. Petri California Muscatel. If you like that subtle muscat flavor, and who doesn't, you really like Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel is a clear golden wine that is just as much a hit with the ladies as Petri Port is with the men. But I don't mean by that only the ladies like Petri Muscatel. In fact, if you want to be sure to please everybody, get both Petri Port and Petri Muscatel. In other words, don't buy one, buy two. But do be sure you always buy Petri. Now back to Dr. Watson and his guest tonight, Mrs. Campbell, who played a most important part in the story herself.
Oh, not nearly as important a part as that played by Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Well, Dr. Watson, what happened when Sherlock Holmes rejoined you at the bee farm?
Well, first of all, he made sure that the little girl was safe. Then he told me of finding the dead woman and of his theories as to the killing. I can almost hear him now, Mr. Bartell, as he said...
Watson, someone wanted the little girl out of the way because they knew the mother would never marry while the child was alive.
And that someone persuaded the old woman to do the job for him, I suppose.
Undoubtedly. And she, believing in the powers of black magic, mutilated the doll, firmly convinced that in so doing she was destroying the young girl it was fashioned after.
And then, I suppose, when the potential murderer discovered the woman was merely indulging in stupid folklore, he killed her, realizing she was only a hindrance to him, and with her knowledge of the plan... a dangerous hindrance.
Exactly, my dear fellow. But how do you suppose we account for the hoard of money? Golden sovereigns, don't forget, that we found in the hovel.
Well, no doubt it was a sum that she was already being paid for the murder that she was going to commit.
As she died, she tried to give me the clue to her murderer by selecting certain coin. Now, in her possession, she had gold, silver, and copper. She chose a silver coin. And yet I can't see its significance, I must confess.
Well, at the moment, possibly not. And yet, before the evening's over... I bet you that...
What did you say, Watson?
I said before the evening's over, I bet you...
Thank you, old fellow. That's the clue. You bet me.
What on earth are you talking about, Holmes? I was just saying...
You've just given me the answer to the whole problem, Watson.
What?
I'm much obliged to you. Stay here, will you, old chap? And look after Cynthia a little while longer. Within a very short time, I shall have her intended destroyer under lock and key.